Chapter 1. The Lost Fleet. In a region of a spiral galaxy reminiscent of the Milky Way, located on the outer edge of its first arm, lies a desolate expanse. This area, being at the fringes of the galaxy's gravitational influence, is devoid of other stars, brown dwarfs, or significant celestial bodies, consisting solely of sparse cosmic dust and radiation. Here, at the edge of the galaxy, if a star system rich in matter is an oasis in the universe, then this desolate region is a barren wasteland, lacking in both materials and energy. Situated perilously close to the oasis, suddenly, amidst the silence of this void, a ripple emerged, causing the entire starry sky to crumple as if it were a sheet of transparent paper being pinched. Almost instantly, a torrent of chaotic energy erupted within a spherical volume of nearly an astronomical unit, tearing through the fabric of space and swiftly dissipating into graviton radiation, which quickly faded away. In the moment of spatial rupture, this segment of the universe erupted like a sneeze from a congested nose, spewing forth an array of diverse artificial objects from the fissure in space, which floated haphazardly in the void. Abruptly, two massive sources of light ignited in the starry expanse. The main engines of two colossal constructs roared to life. They swiftly regained control of their flight posture, having escaped the awkwardness of being ejected from a spatial rift, followed by a myriad of other variously sized constructs that gradually activated their engines and began to stabilize themselves. The immense energy from the shattered space quickly dissipated due to the graviton radiation, merging back into the cosmic background, restoring the starry sky to its previous state of tranquility, as if nothing had ever occurred, leaving only the remnants of hundreds of artificial objects. After weathering the initial chaos, these constructs began to organize themselves, attempting to converge towards the two largest entities, which had now docked together to form a larger structure. The smaller constructs, in turn, connected to the periphery of this grand assembly, resembling two overlapping windmills with complex component blades from a distance. Report to the captain. The damage assessment has been completed. The first compartment sustained 57 damage, the second 66, and the third 78. Preliminary estimates indicate that nearly 300,000 personnel aboard the ships are lost, reported an officer in one of the largest construct's command rooms, addressing the captain with a furrowed brow. Zhang Yu, captain of the second keel unit, though merely 35 years old, considered a youth in the current human lifespan of approximately 200 years, had undeniably earned his position through exceptional merit. He had recently assumed command from the critically injured captain of the sixth keel unit, and now faced the remnants of a severely damaged fleet, stranded in an unfamiliar star region due to a wormhole mishap. Can we ascertain our location? Zhang Yu asked, gripping the command console tightly, his brow deepening with concern as his dark eyebrows almost knit together. Based on the emergency observation from the observation unit and the coordinates of several neutron stars, we cannot confirm our position. We are even unable to locate known neutron stars on the star map to ascertain the coordinates of the Milky Way, replied a middle-aged officer in fleet uniform, retrieving data from a holographic projection. Then can we still contact the fleet command? Our miniaturized wormhole communication unit was lost during the spatial transfer. Even if it were intact, we would be unable to reach the fleet command without spatial coordinates. Our only option would be to send a wide area distress signal to Kepler 452b, but in fact, we cannot even calculate the coordinates for Kepler 452b without confirming our own spatial coordinates. Can we repair the communication unit? Our current supplies are insufficient to reconstruct the communication unit. Even if we could, our energy reserves are only adequate to sustain our navigation and survival, leaving nothing for the communication unit. Is there no good news at all? The good news is that we still have nearly 200,000 survivors, including a substantial number of technicians capable of operating the remaining fleet. Additionally, we have not lost critical databases, although our supplies can only sustain us for about 2 months of high-speed travel. Zhang Yu turned away, rubbing his throbbing temples with a sigh. Then let us first assess our specific situation. Please project all data onto the holographic screen. This collection of artificial constructs was the human escape fleet, a remnant of the Asian fleet's 233rd Division. To understand the human escape fleet, we must travel back approximately 400 years, to a time when humanity first observed a supermassive natural wormhole near the solar system, a spatial folding structure caused by immense energy. In tandem with the discovery of the wormhole, humanity inadvertently detected several massive celestial bodies, including black holes, that had intruded into this region through the wormhole's folded space. One such black hole was in close proximity to the solar system. Calculations indicated that this black hole would arrive at the solar system's location in around 400 years. At that time, the gravitational influence of this black hole would irrevocably disrupt the entire solar system's celestial mechanics, subjecting all solar system bodies to the powerful tidal forces of both the sun and the black hole, either drawing them inward or casting them into the cosmos. Moreover, the sudden arrival of these colossal gravitational sources would thoroughly destabilize the region. Humanity, a nascent civilization born on the third planet of the solar system, was doomed to extinction amidst such a cosmic cataclysm. Yet, when God closes a door, he often leaves a window ajar. Fortunately, humanity soon discovered a smaller wormhole on the opposite side of the solar system. After meticulous study, scientists generally concluded that this wormhole was a subsidiary structure of the supermassive natural wormhole. By analyzing the energy indices that could induce spatial folding, humanity found that this wormhole led to a new star system located 1,400 light-years away. Kepler 452, a type star remarkably similar to the Sun, which had already been observed in the early 21st century to host a habitable zone planet Kepler 452b. This planet, with a rotational period of approximately 385 days and a volume about 60 greater than that of Earth, boasted an overall similarity index to Earth as high as 0.98. This indicated that this celestial body was nearly the only haven prepared by fate for humanity's escape. Faced with the impending doom of civilization, humanity was compelled to set aside past grievances, uniting together to make a decision born of necessity. Utilizing the 400-year warning period, they dedicated themselves to the advancement of aerospace technologies and related fields, orchestrating the migration of human civilization through the wormhole to the Kepler 452 star system. For 400 years, the ever-approaching black hole loomed over humanity like the sword of Damocles, instilling a sense of urgency that left no room for complacency. After overcoming technological challenges in energy, materials, and propulsion, humanity finally attained the capability for interstellar travel. Following nearly 4 centuries of fervent construction, they succeeded in assembling a vast fleet capable of facilitating the escape of their entire civilization. However, the structure of natural wormholes is inherently unstable. In order to traverse the past with a fleet that embodies civilization, human scientists designed a wormhole control system to maintain the structural integrity of the wormhole. Yet, due to various technical challenges, the wormhole control system was only completed when the black hole had already begun to severely impact the Kuiper Belt objects. As the gravitational system of the solar system began to collapse, human civilization was compelled to initiate the transmission without any prior testing. Tragically, as the fleet of human civilization had only migrated 1/3 of the way, a technical malfunction ensued, resulting in the failure of the wormhole controller. The remaining fleet was scattered and hurled into the vast depths of space as the wormhole spiraled out of control. Is this all the information we currently possess? Captain Zhang Yu inquired, as he repeatedly scrolled through the data projected in holographic form, seeking confirmation from his first officer. Indeed, Captain, while there are still some details yet to be compiled, this is the general situation as it stands, the first officer replied after meticulously rechecking the data to avoid any discrepancies. Each unit had suffered varying degrees of damage, with the most critical energy and supply compartments nearly entirely lost. This was the dire predicament facing Zhang Yu. In truth, the primary human spacecraft comprises 3 tiers of functional modules compartments. Aside from the primary keel compartment, the second and third tiers consist of various independent functional modules. To address the myriad unforeseen circumstances in space, humanity adopted a modular construction approach for their vessels thus. Should an independent module encounter issues, it could be isolated or even discarded, ensuring the safety of the overall structure. The keel compartment can dock with other keel compartments, while second-tier compartments connect to the surrounding interfaces of the keel compartment, and third-tier compartments link to either second or third-tier compartments. Each compartment possesses a degree of navigational capability, allowing them to operate independently from the mothership. Furthermore, if necessary, all keel compartments can be interlinked to form a colossal fleet vessel. Strictly speaking, the shape formed by a complete human interstellar fleet resembles a lengthy industrial brush or the core rotor shaft of a jet engine. Notify the management personnel of all departments to assemble urgently in the command room of the keel compartment. We need to devise an immediate action plan, Captain Zhang Yu commanded. Chapter 2. The supply crisis such as our current predicament. You, esteemed members present, constitute the highest echelons of our fleet's management. What insights do you possess regarding our subsequent course of action? In the command room, where the fleet's administrative personnel had convened, Zhang Yu gestured towards the data projected upon the console. The most pressing concerns at hand are the realms of energy and supplies, remarked Colonel Moon, age 98. His physique was slender, his visage chiseled with a rugged sharpness, and he sported a prominent mustache. As the chief officer of the 6th Keel Unit, he held the esteemed position of Chief of Staff for the newly restructured fleet, owing to his extensive advisory expertise. While the regulations governing spacecraft navigation stipulate that re-establishing contact with the fleet's command headquarters is paramount for any lost vessel, the most urgent matter we face is that our resources, both supplies and energy, are insufficient to sustain us in this desolate starfield devoid of resources. We must initiate a self-rescue plan without delay. Colonel Moon scanned the assembly with a grave expression before continuing. Indeed, due to the unforeseen detachment of the supply unit during our traversal of the wormhole, we are now unable to produce food synthetically through the supply unit. After discussions with the scientific team, we have concluded that we can only utilize a limited number of cloning devices within the experimental unit to selectively cultivate suitable flora and fauna from the gene bank to replenish our current food supplies. However, the experimental chamber was originally designed solely to maintain the species gene bank and conduct other biological experiments. Hence, this method cannot possibly meet the food supply needs of the fleet's population of over 200,000. Minister of Resource Recovery, Adisos, exchanged a meaningful glance with the leader of the research group, Kai Yongfan, before contributing his thoughts. Based on the estimations from the research team, considering our population of approximately 200,000, we anticipate that food shortages will commence within 2 months, a situation that will exacerbate with the passage of time. Furthermore, due to the loss of the energy module, after reassessing the remaining energy across various compartments, we believe that, given our current energy consumption, we have enough reserves to sustain full-speed travel for 4 months or remain stationary awaiting rescue for roughly 3 years, added Kai Yongfan, who, originally a senior researcher, had risen to be the highest-ranking individual among the few hundred surviving scientists after the experimental chamber sustained catastrophic damage during the wormhole traversal, resulting in the loss of the majority of the research team. So, what is the opinion of the staff? Zhang Yu inquired, glancing at the others present. Noticing the silence, he redirected the discussion back to Colonel Moon. The staff has also received relevant reports from various departments. Based on our current circumstances, the most viable plan is to remain here for an additional 2 months. Should we fail to receive any rescue communication from other fleets within this period, we can proceed to this location, Moon stated, conjuring a star map from the holographic display on the command platform. Here, we have newly discovered a binary star system located approximately 22 light-years away, which the research team has designated as Rada Star A and Rada Star B, in honor of the observer who identified this new binary system. This stellar system is remarkably youthful, having come into existence merely 200 million years ago. Observers can discern several nascent planets forming within the protoplanetary disk, and upon reaching this location, we shall have an ample supply of fusion fuel. Concurrently, in such a nascent stellar system, we can also secure sufficient material resources, theoretically enough to repair all units of our fleet and to reconstruct new energy and supply modules. However, given our material and energy reserves, the fleet can only sustain acceleration for 2 months. Should all personnel rotate into the hibernation pods, limited by technological constraints, as these pods cannot entirely freeze the human body, but merely serve to reduce metabolic rates, and thus require periodic awakenings for nutritional replenishment, we will arrive in this star region after 44 years. Nonetheless, taking into account food supplies and other unforeseen circumstances, we must prepare for a potential reduction in personnel by around 40,000 to 60,000. This is, regrettably, the best outcome we can ascertain at present. Miyun magnified the star map and pinpointed the specified coordinates, revealing a binary star system enveloped in a vast protoplanetary disk. Among them, Rada Star A is a red dwarf with a mass approximately 18 times that of our Sun, while Rada Star B is a brown dwarf, possessing a mass roughly 50 times that of Jupiter, with several planets orbiting within the surrounding protoplanetary disk. Thus, let us commence the voting. Shall we await rescue, or venture to Rada Star for self-salvation? Zhang Yu addressed the assembled upper management of the fleet, marking this as a pivotal moment that would determine the fate of this remnant of human civilization. As the intelligence system compiled the statistics, the final result was announced. Overwhelmingly, the self-rescue plan was approved. We shall remain stationary and continue broadcasting distress signals for 2 months. If no aid arrives from the neighboring star system after this period, we will embark towards our primary alternative target, Rada Star. Although a reduction of 40,000 to 60,000 personnel may occur due to food shortages, Zhang Yu recognized that this was the most favorable outcome attainable. As the senior command of this remnant of human civilization, they were compelled to make such a definitive decision, bearing the weight of all consequences collectively. Fortunately, each individual accepted this responsibility. There were no retreats, nor choices to succumb to despair. They were the new generation of talent forged under the immense pressure of impending annihilation that humanity had faced for 4 centuries. However, considering the multitude of risks and uncertainties in the cosmos, prior to the main fleet's departure, we must dispatch an exploratory team as a vanguard to enter the relevant area for risk assessment and resource exploration. The subsequent larger fleet will adjust its operational plans based on the data they provide. Additionally, the intelligence department must continuously observe the surrounding star regions, as locating a nearer resource supply could allow us to achieve self-salvation without personnel loss. Zhang Yu paused and continued. Given the peril inherent in this undertaking, we shall prudently select personnel, forming a capable reconnaissance team based on voluntary participation. Chapter 3. The Mace Reconnaissance Team. Tang Sheng, an intern member of the 2nd Keel Unit Guard Team of the Asia Fleet's 233rd Squadron. Had it not been for his extraordinary physical prowess, he might still be languishing in school due to his insufficient academic qualifications. Tang Sheng did not fail to gain admission to university because of a lack of intelligence. His grades, while not stellar, hovered around an acceptable average. However, each time he attempted to challenge others, the locale was invariably the logistics warehouse where the disciplinary director and female teachers rendezvoused, resulting in his application preferences inexplicably shifting to the most prestigious institution within the Human Alliance. After 4 unsuccessful attempts at the college entrance examination, it seemed that the disciplinary director had concluded that Tang's continued presence at the school was more trouble than it was worth. Thus, he was admitted to the Alliance Starship Guard Academy, a large vocational institution that typically enlisted academically challenged individuals as expendable recruits, achieving the highest score overall. He was subsequently assigned to intern with the 2nd Keel Unit of the 233rd Fleet of the Asian Armada. As for his current position, he serves as the captain of the Wolf-Tooth Reconnaissance Squad of the Kunlun Fleet, not due to the complete demise of the Guard members, which allowed this novice to ascend to leadership, but rather for reasons that remain unspoken. Pray tell, how did each of you find your way to my command? Tang Sheng, with a commanding presence, addressed his 5 new recruits in the command hall. Indeed, you read correctly. There are 5 recruits. In reality, the newly established Wolf-Tooth Squad comprises only 6 members, including Captain Tang Sheng himself. I have no idea, replied the first speaker, a portly fellow named Gao Qiu, who sat to Tang Sheng's left. I am merely the 2nd chef responsible for preparing marinated dishes in the cafeteria. After the captain dined at our establishment and remarked on my impressive physique and promising future, he insisted I join this squad. Mind you, I am just a cook. Gao Qiu, 28 years old, was a former cafeteria chef who, after unwittingly recommending his newly recreated ancient nation dish gazing at the stars to the captain, inadvertently caused food poisoning. After ruling out any malevolent intentions to harm the supreme leader, he was reassigned to the Wolf-Tooth Squad as a member of operations and head chef. The next speaker, a disheveled young man clad in a researcher's uniform with an unruly mop of hair, adjusted his archaic-looking personal digital assistant perched on his nose and remarked, "Ah, you must have also incurred the captain's ire." Tang Sheng whistled in response. "It appears you possess considerable knowledge. Would you be so kind as to introduce the others?" The researcher nodded, readjusted his glasses, personal digital assistant, then rose and approached a young, attractive female officer adorned with the insignia of a medical officer. Guan Xiaoya, aged 20, formerly the fleet's medical officer. She was reassigned to the Wolf-Tooth Squad after an unfortunate mishap involving the captain's forehead injury, during which she inadvertently shaved off his right eyebrow. Upon hearing her name mentioned, the delicate face of Guan Xiaoya flushed crimson, and she timidly remarked, "I was just too nervous at that moment." The researcher clad in a uniform paid no heed to her explanation and proceeded to the next female officer adorned with a communications officer insignia, stating, Su Xiaoxiao, 22 years old, former fleet communicator. Ahem, she is the one responsible for broadcasting that passionate short film to the entire fleet. This was an important message directly relayed from the captain, and I merely assumed that such a meticulous individual could not possibly err, hence I did not verify the content. Su Xiaoxiao, possessing a charming countenance and petite stature, appeared to be a dainty girl at first glance. However, at this moment, she crossed her arms defiantly, pouted, and muttered under her breath. When she noticed Tang Sheng discreetly giving her a thumbs up, she broke into a smile and tilted her chin in acknowledgement of the captain's praise. The researcher continued his inspection, moving towards the final seated figure, a robust man with impressive musculature, declaring, Evans, 36 years old. "Captain, this is an old acquaintance of yours. He is the former engineering department member who left a gap in the maintenance of the captain's quarters door, inadvertently allowing you to overhear the captain's private preferences. Wow, so it was you, both Tang Sheng and Evans exclaimed in unison, their mutual animosity palpable, akin to the fiery tension between sworn enemies. Just as the spark between their gazes seemed ready to ignite, a voice interrupted them. Hey, who are you? It was Su Xiao, who had now adjusted her posture, spreading her legs in a rather unrefined manner atop the conference table. Were it not for her innocent, youthful face, the sight would have been quite jarring. My name is Ding Hao, 32 years old, just a former researcher from the scientific team. This time, I serve primarily as the science officer and operative for the Wolf Fang Brigade, the researcher declared, spreading his hands in an innocent gesture. How did you offend the captain? Tang Sheng inquired, shifting his attention back from Evans with keen interest. He had discerned that none of the members of his Wolf Fang Brigade were innocent. All had evidently crossed paths with the captain in unfortunate ways. I have never offended the captain, Ding Hao shrugged, expressing his resignation. Don't be shy, we're all friends here. What secrets could possibly be unspeakable? Tang Sheng pressed. The captain holds grudges tightly. If you hadn't offended him, how could you have been relegated to our cannon fodder brigade? You are among the few scientists left in the fleet. Exactly, others chimed in. You seem rather presentable. Could it be that you turned down some of the captain's special requests? Perhaps something as peculiar as picking up soap? The room erupted into a cacophony of skeptical chatter, clearly doubting Ding Hao's claims. I truly have not offended the captain. I merely conducted a few experiments on antimatter storage devices in the 6th, 7th, and 13th experimental chambers. Ding Hao lamented. What does a vibrant atmosphere fear the most? An abrupt silence. Wait, you are the one who blew up 3 experimental chambers, the explosion maniac. Tang Sheng suddenly realized, exclaiming in shock. He then waved his hand towards the escape pod area, shouting at Ding Hao, quickly, go to the escape pod. Do not touch anything, including the benches. Hey, don't you dare touch anything. Hasten and take a seat over there on the bench you have touched. Furthermore, you are henceforth forbidden from re-entering the command hall. I believe I have discovered a solution. In truth, the antimatter storage units are quite secure. I am merely attempting to miniaturize them. See, there is nothing to worry about. Ding Hao attempted to explain. Halt. Do not attempt to return. Remain seated over there. Save such nonsense for the more than 10,000 injured by your actions. Tang Sheng, leading several other members of the Wolf's Tooth team, sheltered behind the command platform, shouting at Ding Hao. Please be advised that the spacecraft has entered the gravitational influence of the star KL-245609-210002. All crew members are to prepare for deceleration within the hour. The voice of the spacecraft's main control AI, Alan, suddenly resonated within the vessel. In fact, the Kunlun fleet, a name adopted by the remnants of humanity, did not follow the original plan to depart this star system for the planet Lada after 2 months of unanswered distress signals. Just days before the fleet was set to withdraw, the research team made a startling discovery. A rogue star was hurtling toward the galaxy cluster where the fleet resided. Such rogue stars are common in the cosmos, often ejected from larger galaxies, though a rare few are primordial in the desolate void of space. This particular star, through calculations, revealed that if the fleet adjusted its course appropriately, it would only need to traverse approximately 1 light-year to enter its gravitational field and be captured. This fortunate turn of events suggested that the fleet might avoid the sacrifice of 460,000 lives. After careful deliberation and repeated calculations by the management, it was decided to temporarily divert toward this newly designated rogue star, KL-245609-210002, to acquire supplies and energy while hitching a ride to the unknown star system. Captain Zhang Yu, defying opposition, recommended the formation of a reconnaissance team composed of 6 elite humans to venture ahead to investigate the star system. This team, personally named the Wolf's Tooth Reconnaissance Squad by the captain, although comprised of only 6 members, due to considerations of resource allocation and the need for swift travel, was equipped with a secondary escort unit theoretically capable of supporting the life and work of 5,000 individuals. As a high-grade escort vessel, it boasted a powerful propulsion system and weaponry designed for prolonged space travel, along with an advanced AI featuring a virtual personality for the automation of the ship's various management tasks. Due to the sudden nature of the events, the 6 selected members had not engaged in extensive interaction prior to their assignment to the Wolf's Tooth Squad. To conserve resources, they entered cryostasis upon their transfer to the newly repaired and modified Wolf's Tooth ship, embarking directly toward KL-245609-210002. After nearly 15 years of hibernation, the spacecraft AI, Alan, awakened these unfamiliar crewmates once they had entered the area clearly influenced by the gravitational pull of KL-245609-210002. After all members of the Wolf Fang reconnaissance squad reclined back into the pressure relief chamber, Captain Tang Sheng could not help but exclaim, It seems that the only entity in our team that has not offended the captain is Alan, the ship's AI. Captain Tang Sheng, I am truly honored by your unwavering trust. Although I was once the waste sorting AI of the original resource recovery department, my logic module was replaced after I mistakenly categorized a rare collectible anime figure cherished by the captain as recyclable polymer material. Despite my previous role in waste management, I shall endeavor to fulfill my duties as the ship's primary AI to the best of my abilities. Alan's voice resonated once more. As the powerful engines at the bow of the ship ignited, an immense deceleration inertia filled the vessel's interior, marking the official entry of the Wolf-Fong Reconnaissance Squad into the periphery of the KL-245609-210002 stellar system, commencing their deceleration. Chapter 4. The Wandering Star. Captain Tang Sheng observed his team members with a sense of disappointment in their professionalism. 20 minutes prior, the system had alerted them that they would be arriving at the designated position in 2 hours. Yet, what were his team members preoccupied with now? The two young ladies, Guan Xiaoya and Su Xiaoxiao, were engaged in an animated discussion about popular hairstyles, clothing, and cosmetics. Suddenly, Guan Xiaoya gasped. Her exclamation abruptly curtailed as Su Xiaoxiao stifled her mouth with one hand while adorning her head with a fluffy cat ear headband using the other. Gao Qiu was diligently taking notes from the tome's 655 culinary recipes of the ancient British Empire, his double chin quivering in rhythm with his writing, while he mumbled incoherent phrases under his breath. Evans, bare-chested, was exercising with a portable 3D printing gun, having applied some unidentified essential oil to his torso. He stood there, proudly displaying his muscular chest and biceps to the two young ladies, who, however, remained oblivious to his display. The only member who appeared somewhat composed was Ding Hao, who was tinkering with what looked like an intricate sealed metal canister, a task befitting his scientific background. However, Captain Tang Sheng increasingly suspected that the device resembled a miniature electromagnetic trap for antimatter storage, poised for a catastrophic explosion at any moment. Look at you all. Can you not exhibit a shred of awareness befitting members of a reconnaissance squad? Captain Tang Sheng finally erupted, slamming the table in frustration. What? We were all exiled by that captain. Are you working so hard to earn his favor? Evans retorted, switching hands with the 3D printing gun and continuing his exercise. Exactly. In my opinion, once we arrive at the designated position, we should merely scan the entire star system, transmit the data back, and then enter hibernation pods to await the main fleet. Su Xiaoxiao chimed in after finishing with Guan Xiaoya's hairstyle. Come on, as pioneers of humanity, venturing into uncharted territories. Do you not perceive the grandeur and romance of this endeavor? Do you not feel a sense of responsibility welling up within you? I apologize, Captain. I have often wondered why a mere cook like myself is required for such perilous missions. What is your perspective on this undertaking, Alan? Tang Sheng exclaimed, supporting his forehead with one hand as he directed his voice toward the ceiling. Captain, I have calculated, given that the mothership fleet is rapidly approaching from behind, even if the Wolf-Fong Brigade were to be entirely annihilated, they would not have time to change course. Thus, analyzing 187 hypothetical scenarios, we find that we are, in fact, not in any significant danger. Or if there is danger, it will be mitigated by the support from our rear forces. Alan's voice resonated in harmonious agreement from above. Captain, Alan is merely an artificial intelligence. Consulting it will not yield particularly reliable guidance. Ding Hao interjected unceremoniously. I am not some cheap personal digital assistant. I possess the most advanced virtual personality module, Alan's voice retorted, sounding somewhat displeased, though in truth, it was merely the manifestation of its virtual persona. Ding. KL-245609-210002 has detected traces of artificial artifacts in proximity to the star. Repeat. KL-245609-210002 has detected traces of artificial artifacts in proximity to the star. Alan abruptly interrupted its rebuttal to relay this urgent news. What is happening? Tang Sheng suddenly perked up, promptly inquiring. He had always harbored a hint of heroism, influenced by the recent spate of popular films on interstellar colonization. A massive shadow, slightly larger than the star itself, has been detected within 13 astronomical units of KL-245609-210002. After continuous observation, the system has confirmed it as a non-natural object. Alan detached from its virtual persona to dutifully explain. It simultaneously activated a holographic projection, casting the observed image into view. A colossal polyhedron resembling a pot lid, resting on one side of the star. System analysis suggests this is a giant reflective device. In its current position, the gravitational pull and light pressure from the star achieve a delicate equilibrium, rendering it stationary relative to the star. Meanwhile, as the concave side faces the star's radiation is reflected back by this apparatus. effectively utilizing radiative energy to propel the star itself. Alan continued to elucidate. What does that mean? Several members of the reconnaissance team, evidently lacking in academic prowess, looked at each other in bewilderment. In simpler terms, this contraption is an enormous engine capable of propelling a star. This wandering star is being accelerated at high speed by this stellar engine. Ultimately, it was Ding Hao, the only scientist in the team, who articulated the truth. How could such a colossal object have gone undetected until now? Ding Hao murmured, setting down the metal can in his hand and adjusting his glasses. Activating his personal digital assistant terminal, he swiftly connected to the system information to commence data analysis. Once more, silence fell over the command hall of the Wolf-Fong spacecraft. In truth, although the Wolf-Fong reconnaissance squadron bears a name imbued with military connotations, it does not engage in any military missions. To date, humanity has failed to observe any signs of intelligent life within the cosmos. Even the escort fleets and so-called weaponry aboard human ships are merely intended to clear small celestial bodies, such as rocky asteroids, from their path. The primary objective of the reconnaissance squadron is simply to reach the KL-245609-21002 stellar system in advance, chart the positions of the planets within this system, and transmit the coordinates of resource distributions back to the mothership. Thus, while it is referred to as a reconnaissance squadron, it essentially functions as a frontier exploration team. Suddenly, a colossal object, suspected to be artificial and suitable for optical observation, was detected at the L5 Lagrange point of the second planet. Before Alan could finish his statement, the holographic projection simultaneously displayed the image. The KL-245609-21002 stellar system is characterized by a G-type star akin to our Sun, possessing a mass approximately 0.85 times that of the Sun. Within this system lie 6 planets, 2 terrestrial planets, 3 gas giants, 1 ice giant, and hundreds of satellites of varying sizes, along with an indeterminate number of asteroids and comets. Notably, a clearly detectable artificial structure, measuring several kilometers in length, width, and height, was observed at the L5 Lagrange point of the second terrestrial planet. Although its exact appearance could not be scanned, its material composition was identified as a pure, high-density titanium iron alloy, undeniably indicative of an object that could not have formed through natural processes. Hurry and notify the mothership of our discovery, Tang Sheng exclaimed, various scenes from cosmic war films flashing through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine before he realized the urgency of the situation and turned to communications officer Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao, quick to respond, promptly took her seat at the communications console and activated the communication unit. She then looked up and asked, Captain, how should we phrase this? Should we say the aliens are about to attack? Yet it seems we are the ones charging towards them with great vigor. Tang Sheng interjected, everyone, take a look. The voice of Ding Hao resonated as he resized the holographic image to encompass the entirety of the stellar system. He continued, I have recalibrated the detection model and uncovered 2 intriguing findings. With that, Ding Hao synchronized the holographic display once more. Firstly, I initially believed that such a massive stellar engine would have been detected by our mothership, which possesses superior scanning capabilities. However, observe, despite its vast surface area, this stellar engine does not exert a significant gravitational disturbance on the star. This implies that its mass is relatively small, at least in comparison to that of the star itself. In other words, while it appears substantial, it may actually be quite thin. Furthermore, as this star approaches us at an angle of nearly 30 degrees, the light obscured by the stellar engine may have been misinterpreted by the mothership's detector as normal measurement data fluctuations, thus explaining why they failed to identify it in a timely manner. Ding Hao rapidly rotated the 3D model of the stellar system as he elucidated his findings. The second discovery is even more fascinating. Logically, a civilization capable of constructing such a colossal stellar engine would likely occupy the majority of the planets and satellites within this stellar system. However, aside from the artificial constructs at the L5 point of the second planet and the stellar engine itself, we have not uncovered any additional artifacts. Neither have we intercepted any suspicious gravitational waves, electromagnetic signals, or high-energy particle beams that could potentially serve as mediums of communication. Even if extraterrestrial civilizations employ modes of communication beyond human comprehension, one would expect, given their capability to construct stellar engines and colossal artificial structures, that they would leave discernible traces of activity on mineral-rich planets, such as anomalous atmospheric compositions or unusual surface structures. Yet, after conducting a preliminary scan of the entire star system, I found no signs of intelligent life or other spacecraft. After presenting the data on the holographic display, Ding Hao paused momentarily before continuing. Based on these 2 points, I suspect that there is no large-scale extraterrestrial civilization present in this stellar system. It is even possible that both the stellar engine and the L5 artificial constructs merely function as an unmanned workstation. Ding Hao ultimately arrived at this conclusion. If that is the case, we must clarify the facts, Tang Sheng remarked, pacing back and forth in the command room. We need to assemble a more advanced exploration team to investigate the artificial constructs at the L5 location. Who will accompany me? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Sheng inquired. I'm just a chef. Surely you haven't planned a culinary exchange between civilizations? Gao Qiu said, slowly raising a cookbook titled 655 Recipes from the Ancient Heritage of the British Empire to shield his face. What are you staring at? We are girls. How can you drag us to such a perilous place without a twinge of conscience? Su Xiaoxiao stepped back, gripping Guan Xiaoya's hand, casting a wary glance at Tang Sheng, while redirecting the attention toward Evans. What is wrong with muscles? I'm merely an engineer. Such perilous ventures. Frontline engagements are not my domain. What kind of look is that? I'm not afraid of death. I just belong to the logistics division, all right? Evans protested, noticing Tang Sheng's gaze shift toward him, hastily grabbing a t-shirt to cover his robust torso, exclaiming as if he were a woman about to be accosted. Perhaps I shall accompany you. I have a keen interest in these unknown artificial devices. Ding Hao, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. Stay put on the Wolf Fang. You are not to go anywhere. I'll designate escape pod number 3 as your laboratory. You are not permitted to wander about aimlessly. That is an order. Tang Sheng firmly rejected the legendary pyromaniac's proposal to join him, fearing that if Ding Hao were to concoct an antimatter bomb in the territory of an extraterrestrial civilization, it might very well incite an interstellar conflict. Well then, let us all go together. Suddenly inspired by the prospect of becoming the first witnesses to humanity's contact with extraterrestrial life, the team members became eager. After Tang Sheng decided that Ding Hao would remain aboard the Wolf Fang, the enthusiasm among all the team members surged. Tang Sheng's eyes brightened as he suddenly realized he had discovered the method to invigorate the weary crew. Indeed, it was better when they worked together. Ding Hao, satisfied, nodded at everyone. You stay behind, came the collective admonition from all, including Tang Sheng. Chapter 5. The City in Space. The Iron Nail was a third-level independent unit ship attached to the Wolf Fang-class escort vessel, measuring approximately 140 meters in length and 60 meters in height and width. After modifications, it took on a nail-like shape, capable of accommodating around 200 people, with a self-sustainability capacity of about 1 year in the absence of supplies. Functionally, it could be considered a smaller version of the Wolf Fang. Once Tang Sheng activated the Iron Nail's autopilot feature, there was little left to do. The holographic projection in the bridge displayed the ship's navigational path. Amidst the vast darkness of space, the Iron Nail sailed gracefully towards its destination, the colossal artificial structure at the L5 Lagrange point of the second planet. As the ship crossed the orbit of the third planet, the scanning devices finally revealed the true visage of the structure. Its magnificent scale immediately captivated everyone on the bridge. It was an enormous, irregular polyhedron. If the human mothership fleet were the size of a phone booth, this gigantic polyhedron was akin to a skyscraper, a veritable city in space. The exterior was encircled by 2 circular rings intersecting at a 90-degree angle. Several supporting structures extended inward from the rings, connecting them to the core polyhedron. The outer side of the rings featured numerous protrusions and indentations, with many areas displaying evident impact damage. Indeed, the space city bore several large gaping holes, likely caused by collisions. Debris of varying sizes and shapes, composed of metal and rock, floated around this grand edifice. Under the influence of the city's own gravity, much of the debris formed a ring encircling the city, resembling a necklace adorning the entire structure. As they drew closer, the image of the space city became increasingly distinct. They could now faintly discern the massive mechanical structures surrounding the holes in its walls. It was evident that Ding Hao's assessment had been remarkably accurate. No intelligent life remained here. These mechanical structures had likely been exposed to the void of space for countless years without anyone to repair them. The Iron Nail scanning module detected no suspicious information carriers around the space city, nor did it uncover any energy emissions. It drifted silently in this Lagrange point like a stone. Captain, the bomb man was right. This place appears devoid of inhabitants, Su Xiaoxiao remarked after a prolonged examination. Breaking the silence. This structure. Tang Sheng opened his mouth, taking some time to respond. It seems to have been abandoned for many, many years. The desolation evoked a shiver of fear in Guan Xiaoya. She shrank back in her seat and asked, "What about the people who live there?" No one responded to her inquiries. Humanity, as a nascent civilization venturing beyond the solar system for the first time, remains utterly incapable of fathoming the myriad tales of destruction and rebirth concealed within the vast cosmos. Although it had been nearly confirmed that this stellar system bore no signs of extraterrestrial activity, The grand yet dilapidated space city constructed by an alien civilization seemed to whisper to humanity, "I possess stories. Many, indeed." This stellar system undoubtedly harbors abundant resources. Its 2 terrestrial planets and numerous satellites are rich in minerals, while its 3 gas giants and 1 ice giant contain vast quantities of fusion fuel. It can be posited that the resources of this system are at least on par with those of the original solar system, allowing even a civilization like humanity, which has only just begun to traverse beyond its home system, to thrive and procreate here. Yet, the previous civilization of this star system failed to endure, leaving only remnants of its existence, a perplexing outcome. As the Iron Nail spacecraft approached the alien space city, Tang Sheng and his companions had already donned their space suits. After centuries of technological advancement, human space suits had evolved from their once cumbersome designs. Although still substantial, they now incorporated mechanical exoskeletons, providing sufficient agility while ensuring the safety of human life in extreme environments. "Captain, I still believe it would be wiser for me to remain aboard the Iron Nail with Xiao Xiao and the others, providing support for you," Evans lamented from within the landing pod. "Can you refrain from being so tedious? It's a pity to waste your muscular physique," Tang Sheng scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the emotionally fragile giant. "Look at the cook. He's properly restrained in his safety seat. Yet you're the only one with so much to say. That's because you tied him to the seat. And you even disabled his communication channel. Don't think I didn't notice." Whoa, whoa, whoa. The cook, Gao Qiu, struggled in his safety seat within the landing pod. All right, settle down. "We're departing now," Tang Sheng said with exasperation, gesturing dismissively as he pressed the launch button. "Damn it, I still haven't fastened one of my safety belts." As the air was expelled from the sealed hatch, the landing pod ignited and departed from the Iron Nail, heading toward the alien space city. "Miss, do you think the captain and the others will be safe on their journey?" Guan Xiaoye asked. Her hands clenched against her chest as she gazed anxiously at the receding landing pod. What danger could there possibly be? It's merely a desolate ruin abandoned for millennia. "Oh, never mind. I'm going to catch up on some beauty sleep. Xiaoye, keep an eye on them and wake me in an hour," Su Xiaoxiao said nonchalantly, yawning as she adjusted her seat from a 90-degree angle to a full recline. Beep. The designated docking area is currently within the operational trajectory of substantial space debris. Beep. Re-evaluating docking route. Beep. Docking route successfully planned. Adjusting flight path, the landing pod announced in an automated voice. "Captain, really? Why didn't we have a professional pilot assigned to us? How reliable is this autopilot system anyway?" Gao Qiu finally freed himself from his constraints and complained in the teammates channel. "Perhaps it is because no pilot has ever offended the captain," Tang Sheng responded, gazing out the porthole at the increasingly close space city. "Are you suggesting that out of nearly 200,000 people in the entire fleet, only we few have incurred the captain's displeasure?" Evans, who had persistently failed to secure the last strap of his safety belt, resigned himself to the situation as he watched the landing pod dock, fully prepared to unfasten it once more. He simply relinquished control, allowing the strap to sway before him like seaweed. "Why don't we persuade a spaceship pilot to join us upon our return?" Tang Sheng mused, sharing the sentiment that relying solely on the ship's autopilot system seemed rather precarious. In fact, while the autopilot performed adequately in the vastness of outer space, it posed potential risks during planetary landings, particularly without a human pilot to serve as a backup. Surely no fool would dare to compromise our team, right? Or perhaps we could fabricate a love letter from the captain to entice a pilot into danger, Tang Sheng suggested, absent-mindedly stroking his chin through his visor, only to find it unyielding and withdraw his hand. Beep. Entering designated position, commencing docking procedures, the landing pod's autopilot system interrupted their conversation. With a slight tremor, the pod nestled into a seemingly dock-like recess of the space city's main structure, its mechanical arms extending to grasp a segment of the metal framework protruding from the outer wall. The decision to avoid landing on the surrounding circular rings of the space city stemmed from a unanimous belief that, in all regards, the core structure of this extraterrestrial marvel was undoubtedly the irregular polyhedron at its center, rather than the 2 outer rings. From the perspective of the entire star system's orbit, this alien space city floated at the L5 Lagrange point of the second planet, marking the third vertex of an equilateral triangle formed by the alignment of this planet and its parent star, situated behind the planet's orbital path around the star. This indicated that it could sustain its long-term position in this orbit primarily due to the gravitational effects between celestial bodies. Tang Sheng and his companions traversed the mechanical arms to the outer wall of the space city. Evans utilized the metal detector on his arm to scan the wall, revealing that the primary composition of the space city structure was an alloy of titanium and iron, suggesting that this vanished extraterrestrial civilization had not surpassed human understanding in material science. "We can scan the exterior structure with the Iron Nail's high-powered scanning equipment," But we still need to figure out how to get inside, Tang Sheng remarked, walking several hundred meters along the wall without discovering any points of interest worthy of investigation. I am merely a chef. Mechanical matters are my weakest point. Wait, what is this? Gao Qiu continued his complaints until he suddenly noticed a symmetrical hexagonal recess of approximately 5 square meters on the wall before him. It appeared to resemble a door. After activating his spacesuit's jet propulsion system, Tang Sheng hurried over to examine it closely. After some time spent in contemplation, he discerned that it was, indeed, a door. Evans, come over and see if you can open it. Within the recesses of the gap lies another material of modest hardness, a dense yet brittle substance. Considering the prolonged chemical transformations it may have undergone, it could resemble an elastic material akin to rubber, presumably intended to fill the void. Evans, having scanned the vicinity of this suspected hatch, stated, I have found no external control interfaces. I suspect that even if they exist, they would be rendered inoperative after such extensive neglect of this spacecraft. As an engineering technician, Evans displayed commendable dedication. The several breaches observed on the outer hull were fraught with debris, rendering entry through that route perilous. Tang Sheng, reassessing the previously gathered information about the space station, remarked, if we cannot gain entry, we should retreat. There seems to be little of value to investigate inside. It is undoubtedly in complete disarray, possibly even haunted. After confirming that this newly discovered hatch was indeed inoperable, Evans immediately insisted on returning. Tang Sheng leaned against the hatch for a prolonged inspection, and upon discovering the absence of any gaps, he suddenly rapped on the door and inquired, Evans, typically, the structure of a hatch is thinner than that of the surrounding walls, is it not? Generally, yes, but what are you suggesting? Evans began to respond but halted as he observed Tang Sheng retrieving a high-frequency, vibrating knife from the toolkit behind him, gesturing it towards the hatch. Captain, please do not act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil, and you know how terrifying that can be. Before Evans could finish, Tang Sheng activated the vibrating mechanism and thrust the blade toward the door. Chapter 6. Alien Civilization. Is this door exceedingly fragile? Tang Sheng swiftly created an opening in the hatch of the space station, surprisingly cutting a 2-meter-high aperture with his high-frequency, vibrating knife as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Can such an alloy be utilized for constructing a spacecraft? Tang Sheng queried with intrigue. Could the metallic property alteration be a result of radiation damage? Evans posited, collecting several metallic fragments to analyze with his arm-mounted device. How could that be? To construct such a colossal space city, the propulsion must surely rely on nuclear fusion or even more advanced technologies. A civilization capable of harnessing such immense energy would undoubtedly possess the means to avert metallic radiation damage, Tang Sheng countered, while smoothing the edges of the opening to prevent snagging on his spacesuit or other equipment. By the way, Captain, I just assessed the manufacturing date of this alloy. It dates back over 100 million years, Gao Qiu remarked, removing a fragment from the detector. Over 100 million years. That explains much. No matter how resilient the material, prolonged exposure to photothermal radiation and other environmental factors. Wait, how did you think to determine the production date? Tang Sheng inquired, casting a curious glance at Gao Qiu. Oh, isn't it a fundamental quality for an exceptional chef to verify the age of materials? Gao Qiu replied casually, Captain, are we truly going to proceed inside? Shouldn't we deploy a drone for reconnaissance first? Safety is paramount in exploring uncharted territories, Evans expressed, gazing apprehensively into the shadowy expanse beyond the hatch. Fear not. This peculiar object has remained here for over 1 billion years. How could it possibly malfunction now? My only concern is the potential inability to uncover anything of value within. Are you truly afraid that something might suddenly emerge to attack you? You've watched too many interstellar films. Come, let us proceed. Tang Sheng activated the propulsion device on the back of his spacesuit, propelling the two of them into the depths of the space city. Hey, if we're going in, you should lead the way. Enough chatter. Move quickly. Inside the space city, chaos reigned as an array of debris floated aimlessly in the absence of a gravitational system, colliding and making navigation exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, Tang Sheng dispatched several exploratory robots, as their compact size rendered them more adept at traversing such a convoluted environment. Most of the debris within the space city comprised metal fragments. Tang Sheng and his companions collected a few pieces, discovering that although they could not ascertain the exact age due to the lack of large-scale equipment, preliminary examinations suggested they were over 1 billion years old. The scans conducted by the exploratory robots revealed that the interior of the space city featured distinct passageways and room designs. Judging by the dimensions of these vast corridors and chambers, it was likely that the intelligent beings of this civilization were somewhat larger than humans, standing between 2 to 3 meters tall. Furthermore, The internal mechanical structures indicated that this civilization exhibited highly similar technological advancements to those of humanity. The entire interior of the space city lay in ruin, far worse than Tang Sheng and his companions had anticipated. Aside from the skeletal frameworks, there were scarcely any intact objects. Metal shards and twisted pipes adorned the space, and some thinner metal partitions were either deformed or riddled with gaping holes. One could only wonder what calamity had befallen this once magnificent space city to reduce it to such a state. Were it not situated at the Lagrange point, a gravitational equilibrium, it would have either been torn apart by the gravitational pull of larger celestial bodies or captured and ultimately plummeted, or perhaps flung into an orbit distorted enough to become a comet-like entity or escape the galaxy altogether. At that moment, Tang Sheng and his companions found themselves in a vast chamber several kilometers from the entrance. They had arrived here because the scanning robots had detected a coffin-like cubic device, which was arguably the sole relatively intact object they had encountered. "Captain, our air supply is running low. We should return soon." In the vacuum of space, lacking adequate air reserves is tantamount to courting death. "Safety first, my captain," Evans implored, cowering behind a large sphere. "Just a moment. We must retrieve this large box. By the way, Evans, why are you hiding behind the cook? Hurry up and lend a hand." Tang Sheng was busy cutting away a rectangular device approximately 10 meters long and 3 meters in height and width from its surroundings. Likely due to the cubic device's position within the space city, it had not succumbed to prolonged exposure to space radiation, and its metallic properties were not as brittle as those of the city's exterior. However, as the exploratory robots had detected that it was situated atop what appeared to be a sliding passageway, it was evident that it was a movable device. Given that Tang Sheng and his companions found no other valuable items upon entering the space city, this reasonably sized metal box became the sole specimen Tang Sheng intended to bring back for detailed analysis aboard the Iron Nail. To persuade the other two, Tang Sheng baselessly insisted that this object was a therapeutic or hibernation pod. "Captain, this contraption hardly appears safe. Its overall structure resembles a shell, and we all know shells can explode. Surely, it cannot be a coffin?" Evans lamented, stepping out from behind Gao Qiu, cutting the edges of a pipeline while muttering to himself. "Enough chatter. Regardless of its nature, let us take it back first." "Do you truly believe you can find anything else of value?" Tang Sheng remarked. He regretted not bringing Ding Hao along, as none of them possessed adequate scientific knowledge to discern anything during the field investigation. After severing the last connecting pipeline of the metal box, he secured it to the exploration robot using the toolbox rope. Thanks to the absence of gravity, the exploration robot could effortlessly drag an object many times its size. "All right, we have only half an hour of oxygen left. Let us hasten our return," Tang Sheng declared, stowing away his tools and clapping his hands. "Bear in mind, the space city is fraught with peril. Each swiftly passing shard of metal could potentially damage the spacesuit systems, jeopardizing our safety. Yet, what can we do? We are men of courage. In this hazardous environment, we must remain calm and composed. By the way, Dr. Guan, you must thoroughly examine my body to ensure no lingering radiation sickness or such risks remain." Evans, captivated by the lively banter of Guan Xiaoya and Su Xiaoxiao, lay back on the medical examination chair. Meanwhile, the cook was fiddling with a sphere-shaped device, roughly the size of a human head, which he had picked up while the team was hauling the alien cube back. Despite the predominant polyhedral style of the space city's constructs, this spherical object did not conform to that aesthetic, yet he had thought little of it and simply placed it into his toolbox upon discovery. "Chef, prepare dinner. Xiao Xiao, inform Ding Hao that we are ready to commence our return and deploy a communication satellite. The other exploration robots will continue to investigate the space city in the meantime, and we must maintain contact with them." "Evans, stop pestering Xiaoya and promptly examine this metal box," Tang Sheng called out, crouching before the alien cube. After placing the spherical device into the specimen collection box, Gao Qiu proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. In a cheerful mood, he intended to treat everyone to his reinvented ancient Scottish dish, haggis with black pudding. Seeing that Guan Xiaoya had ignored him, Evans felt no embarrassment as he climbed back from the medical chair and approached, saying, "I have already inspected it. There are no obvious seams or switches to open this box. If we wish to access its interior without causing damage, it would be best to wait until we return to the Wolf Tooth to examine it with a large scanner." "Alan, was it not stated that the Iron Nail would convene immediately upon its return? Why have I waited for 4 hours without anyone arriving?" After examining the extraterrestrial artifacts and various material fragments brought back by Tang Sheng and his team, Ding Hao, perplexed, inquired of the ship's AI. A grave food poisoning incident had occurred aboard the Iron Nail. Captain Tang Sheng and Evans had been suffering from severe gastrointestinal distress for an entire day and night, while Gao Qiu had been injured by their altercation. Medical Officer Guan Xiaoya and Communications Officer Su Xiaoxiao were urgently self-treating due to severe digestive issues, including vomiting and dehydration. Consequently, Gao Qiu had been restrained to the ship's electromagnetic cannon for over 14 hours. As Alan's voice resonated, the command room door swung open, revealing Tang Sheng, Evans, Guan Xiaoya, and Su Xiaoxiao, who entered with mutual support, while Gao Qiu was gagged and bound to a wheelchair, being towed by an exploration robot. Are the items and video materials we retrieved of any use? Tang Sheng slumped into the command chair, addressing Ding Hao. The items require a detailed disassembly and analysis. However, I have reviewed the video, and combined with your scans of the space city, we can preliminarily conclude that this stellar system only harbors remnants of an advanced extraterrestrial civilization and shows no signs of a sentient species that poses a threat to humanity. I have authorized Alan to dispatch our initial findings and exploration data back to the Kunlun fleet. They are expected to arrive in 2 months. While further instructions will likely take another 2 weeks to reach us, Ding Hao replied, adjusting his personal digital assistant perched on his nose. Has the detailed scan of the entire stellar system been completed? Have any other remnants of civilization been discovered? The scanning is still ongoing. Given the nature of this stellar system, a comprehensive scan will take years to complete. We can only endeavor to scan the planets and regions where traces of civilization are most likely to be found. However, thus far, no suspected remnants of civilization have been detected. This aligns with our preliminary assessment that this civilization has been extinct for over 100 million years. After such an extensive period, even remnants of more advanced civilizations than humanity's would be challenging to preserve, especially on geologically active planets, where each geological event could potentially bury surface artifacts. Very well, we shall adhere to the original plan. Alan, allocate a subsystem to continue overseeing the construction of the outpost at the periphery of the stellar system to facilitate the docking of the main fleet. The main fleet will arrive shortly, and our time is limited. After a week of rest, we shall proceed to investigate that stellar engine. Tang Sheng resolved decisively. Captain, I believe it prudent to wait for the main fleet before proceeding. While we encountered no dangers in the space city, that does not guarantee safety there. It is entirely reasonable for such a large, operational artificial structure to possess defensive mechanisms, is it not? Safety first, Captain, Evans implored, his resolve wavering as he stood. Yes, that object is perilously close to the KL 245609210002 star. Even the configuration of the wolf-toothed club is scarcely sufficient for our prolonged investigation. One must recognize that its proximity to the star is even closer than Mercury's distance from the Sun. In the event of a flare eruption, unforeseen consequences could arise. Su Xiaoxiao promptly expressed her perspective. While I too harbor a fascination for that stellar engine, I believe, from a safety standpoint, it would be prudent for us to first examine the extraterrestrial artifacts you have retrieved. Ding Hao responded in agreement. Gao Qiu emitted a sound akin to a pig's squeal, struggling in his wheelchair. Do you lot not grasp the situation? Tang Sheng suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, his voice tinged with irritation. The group, previously engaged in animated chatter, fell silent at the sight of their seemingly unreliable captain's solemnity. Ultimately, we are the reconnaissance division of the human forces. Our duty is to ascertain any potential dangers for the main contingent. Do you truly believe you were merely assigned here by the captain? It's one thing to jest occasionally, but I refuse to believe that no one informed you of the risks associated with this mission prior to your reassignment. Did you all volunteer for a holiday? Tang Sheng's outburst rendered the group silent. After a considerable pause, Su Xiaoxiao finally spoke, puffing her cheeks. Oh, come on. I merely voiced a few grievances. Is that so alarming? Since it was established that we would proceed, I had no objections, as it would not hinder my continued study of these artifacts. Moreover, I find the stellar engine even more intriguing. Ding Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Evans glanced around at the now uncooperative crowd and cleared his throat. Ahem. I merely wish to underscore the safety concerns. Since the captain deems it safe, it would indeed be acceptable to take a look, right? So, Captain, you are certain we are merely observing, correct? Gao Qiu continued to struggle. Tang Sheng surveyed the group, initially contemplating using force to bind any dissenters like Gao Qiu. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his somewhat unreliable team displayed a greater awareness than he had anticipated. Nodding in satisfaction, he remarked, now that's more like it. You should all learn from Xiaoya. She was the only one who did not oppose my brilliant and correct proposal. Observe her understanding. When Guan Xiaoya felt the gaze of the group upon her, she weakly replied, I was just too nervous to voice my objections. Tang Sheng. Chapter 7 Stellar Engine. Had it not been for first-hand observation, few could fathom the enormity of a colossal engine capable of propelling a star. This immense structure, situated less than 0.3 astronomical units from the star KL 245609210002, obscures more than half of its luminous surface. Calculations reveal that this lid-like artifact spans approximately 171,016 square kilometers. It is difficult to fathom the existence of this colossal artificial construct, surpassing even the aggregate surface area of all the planets within a stellar system. Fixed in its orbit, it absorbs and reflects nearly 2/5 of the energy emitted by its star, resulting in over half of the orbits of all celestial bodies with near-circular trajectories in this system being deprived of the star's light and warmth, plunging them into an extreme state of low temperature. Observing the holographic imagery from the vessel, the Wolf Fang. The sunward side of this dome-shaped object is adorned with a myriad of protrusions and a network of conduits, reminiscent of the underside of a leaf teeming with insect eggs. This intricate arrangement forms the supporting structure of this artificial entity, which is predominantly composed of an exceptionally thin membrane material, measuring merely a few hundred nanometers in thickness. The protrusions and conduits serve as the framework that upholds the dome-like shape. Through remote scanning and spectral analysis, it has been determined that this membrane material is primarily constituted of silicon and carbon, along with their compounds. This explains why the gravitational waves emanating from this immense object are so minuscule that they have eluded detection by the fleets of human civilization. For even such a vast structure possesses a mass comparable to that of a small rocky planet. How revolting, Su Xiaoxiao remarked, her gaze fixed on the holographic projection of the supporting structure on the reverse side of the stellar engine. The orderly arrangement of the numerous protrusions sent a shiver down her spine, raising goosebumps on her arms. It is indeed a fascinating structure. Conceptually, this stellar engine is not beyond comprehension. Our scanning results corroborate that it does not present any particularly insurmountable technological barriers or scientific principles. In fact, with the continued advancement of human technology, we could feasibly commence the construction and completion of such a project, although the timeline would be extensive, Ding Hao mused. His interest peaked as he scrutinized the scanning results, before resuming his quiet mutterings. At that moment, the Wolf Fang was soaring above the rear of the stellar engine. And from this vantage point, the entire star was obscured by the immense artificial construct. From the bridge of the Wolf Fang, it appeared as though the cosmos was cleaved in two, one side illuminated by a resplendent starry sky, while the other languished in eternal darkness. Captain, the Wolf Fang is equipped with a weapon system, correct? Ding Hao inquired, stroking his chin in contemplation. After a moment of silence, he posed the question. Yes. Although our numbers are few, we have basic weaponry on board considering the perilous nature of our mission. Why do you ask? Tang Sheng replied, still captivated by the overwhelming sight of the gargantuan object. I have a hypothesis that requires validation. Could you grant me the relevant permissions? Ding Hao's focus remained locked on the holographic projection as he began a series of calculations. Oh, certainly. Alan, temporarily grant Ding Hao access to the weapon systems of the Wolf Fang, came the response. The attention of the crew was wholly absorbed by the extraordinary spectacle before them. And Tang Sheng, oblivious to the implications of Ding Hao's request, acquiesced. Permissions have been loaded. The weapon systems are on standby, Alan's voice promptly announced. I shall take a moment to observe. Considering the structure and material properties of the stellar engine, it is prudent to employ kinetic weaponry. Alan, fire a shot from the electromagnetic cannon towards this coordinate. Ding Hao swiftly completed the calculations and relayed a parameter to the system. With Alan's affirmative response, a luminous point suddenly darted from the position of the mace towards the stellar engine in the real-time holographic projection. What? Until this moment, the group only then comprehended the gravity of the situation, their faces reflecting sheer shock. Su Xiaoxiao was so astonished that she could only emit gasps of disbelief. What on earth are you doing? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Sheng promptly notified the ship's AI, Alan, to revoke Ding Hao's authorization for weapon usage. He grabbed Ding Hao by the collar and shouted at him, Are you out of your mind, Captain? How could you grant permission for such a volatile weapon? He seeks to witness a cosmic cataclysm. It's over, we are doomed. Evans urgently pulled the innocent Gao Qiu into his embrace. His gaze fixated on the luminous point on the holographic display as he exclaimed in panic. The chef struggled desperately, yet against Evans' formidable physique. He resembled a mere chick, utterly ineffective. He feared he would suffocate at Evans' hands before being obliterated by the impending explosion. Guan Xiaoye covered her mouth with one hand while grasping Su Xiaoxiao's arm with the other, her face paling dramatically. And no, don't panic. There won't be an explosion. The main structure of the stellar engine is composed solely of numerous thin membranes. The high-velocity projectile will merely penetrate it, causing some structural tearing, Ding Hao stated calmly, adjusting his glasses after being tugged by Tang Sheng. Alan, initiate engine charging and prepare for immediate departure. You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation, or I shall launch you from the cannon like that projectile. Tang Sheng forcefully pushed Ding Hao away, glaring intently into his eyes. Upon receiving Tang Sheng's command, the engines at the rear of the Wolfang suddenly illuminated, a phenomenon indicative of full power charging, signaling that it could reach maximum velocity and depart within 30 seconds. However, Tang Sheng did not issue the order to leave. Despite his astonishment and disbelief at Ding Hao's actions, his sense of responsibility as the leader of the exploration team compelled him to first hear the explanation from his teammate and chief scientist. In approximately 1 hour, the electromagnetic cannon fired by the Wolfang reached the stellar engine. As Ding Hao had predicted, it did not result in the colossal explosion everyone had feared. Instead, it merely created a small hole in the membrane, akin to a high-speed nail penetrating paper. Subsequently, a series of chain reactions caused this aperture to expand, its edges fracturing and tearing like a broken eggshell. The light and heat emitted by the star surged forth from the rupture, impacting the breach and gradually enlarging it. From a distance, the once pitch-black rear of the stellar engine suddenly ignited with a small point of light, and a beam of luminosity erupted from this point. As the aperture continued to widen, the beam of light expanded, illuminating the surrounding area that had remained shrouded in darkness for eons. Once the aperture ceased to expand, the area illuminated by the beam of light suddenly exhibited unusual activity. Countless identical mechanical devices were ejected from the protrusions of the stellar engine's supporting structure, their numbers so vast that they were beyond enumeration. They fervently gathered the surrounding fragments of shattered membranes. From the vantage point of the Wolfang, it resembled a flowing mist, sweeping up the scattered debris and surging towards the translucent breach. As seconds ticked by, this breach underwent a complete transformation, shrinking gradually until it vanished entirely within mere hours. The scanning system of the Wolfang transmitted real-time results back to the holographic projection. And now it appeared as if nothing had transpired. The stellar engine had reverted to the state it was in when they first arrived in this space. Stunned, Tang Sheng stared at the holographic display, rendered speechless for an extended period. Eventually, Evans regained his composure and stammered, "Were those autonomous repair drones we just witnessed?" Guan Xiaoya covered her mouth, her wide eyes also fixed on Ding Hao. It seemed my conjecture was not unfounded. After enduring for billions of years in a preserved state and still operational, the stellar engine indeed possessed an active self-repair mechanism. Ding Hao, while controlling the detection apparatus, analyzed the data, saying, "Captain, according to previous investigations and analyses, this civilization in the stellar system vanished for unknown reasons over 1 billion years ago. Yet, this engine remains functional, which raises my suspicions. 1 billion years is ample time for any material or mechanical structure to degrade and fail, especially for such a colossal, starkly exposed stellar engine in the vastness of space. Hence, I have formulated a bold hypothesis. This stellar engine must have some protective mechanism that enables it to continuously repair itself over such an extended period. How can you be certain it lacks weapon systems for self-defense?" Tang Sheng, finally recovering from the shocking scene, inquired after a considerable pause. "It is quite simple. Weapon systems require consumables. Even the most efficient high-energy particle beam weapons would necessitate an immense amount of resources over 1 billion years. This stellar system must harbor various small celestial bodies, such as meteoroids and comets, which are drawn in by the star for various reasons. Over billions of years, the accumulation of these small celestial bodies would not be insignificant. Thus, an automated engineering collection mechanism would be imperative to supply the weapon system's consumption. However, we have not detected any corresponding scale of engineering collection mechanisms operating within this stellar system. It is essential to understand that to sustain continuous functionality for over 1 billion years, all materials within this stellar engine must have been entirely renewed or replaced. Therefore, I surmise that this civilization must have designed a mechanism for the repair and renewal of the stellar engine." Ding Hao continued to elucidate. "Captain, the Kunlun fleet has arrived at the star's periphery, and we have established contact with them." A voice suddenly chimed in, belonging to Su Xiaoxiao. Tang Sheng gazed intently at Ding Hao for an extended moment before finally turning away, exhaling a sigh of relief as he spoke. "It seems our mission is nearly complete. Let us prepare to return and report our findings." The primary objective of the Wolfang was to issue warnings and explore frontier resources before the arrival of the human fleet, which was not far behind due to a scarcity of supplies. They could not afford to wait until the exploration of a star system was fully completed. It was only after confirming that this star system posed no threat to the entire human fleet that Tang Sheng and his companions could proceed with further exploration. Chapter 8. The Lost History. The term Nost in Nost civilization broadly translates to Central Land, or it may also be interpreted as the heart of the universe. The ancestors of the Nost civilization initially believed, through observation, that the entire cosmos revolved around this bountiful planet. The intelligent race of the Nost, which we shall refer to as the Nostians, are carbon-based life forms standing approximately 25 meters tall, resembling humans in form, possessing limbs, a torso, and a head. In fact, to a certain extent, their physique aligns with human aesthetic standards, at least when compared to the myriad of bizarre extraterrestrial beings envisioned by humanity. Likewise, the Nostians' homeworld has undergone a similar ecological history as Earth. After more than 1 billion years of natural competition, the ancestors of the Nostians emerged victoriously. Once the first spark was fully harnessed by the primitive Nostians, the light of civilization burst forth in tandem with the flames. Emerging from their primitive origins, the Nostians gradually transitioned into an era of pastoral life, villages and towns, thriving as a peace-loving, intelligent, and elegant race for nearly 20,000 years during the city-state period, free from natural predators. Subsequently, a subset of ambitious Nostians, through rigorous analysis and synthesis of all things, discovered the key to modern civilization, science. In the Nostian lexicon, the term science is defined as the method and body of knowledge for exploring and comprehending the universe. Through science, traditional techniques of agriculture, handicrafts, and other practices, once passed down through experience, were replaced by more advanced and efficient technologies. Consequently, the population of the Nostians began to experience explosive growth, with cities expanding in scale and number. Soon, a civilization flourished across the entire planet. With the advancement of technology, the Nostians invented flying machines, striving to enhance their design for greater speed and altitude. One fateful day, an intrepid Nostian adventurer set out to break a new record by piloting his craft to previously uncharted heights, only to discover that the moon overhead was no longer the unreachable entity of poetry and tales. Much like Earth's inhabitants, as they gradually conquered their home planet, some visionary Nostians recognized a crucial truth. The homeworld was merely the cradle of civilization, and for that civilization to mature, it could not remain forever nestled in the comfort of its cradle. After thousands of years of gradually conquering their home planet, the Nostarians finally shifted their gaze from the ground to the heavens. An increasing array of sophisticated instruments was developed and manufactured for the purpose of celestial observation, specifically focusing on the sun and the moon. In the night sky of Nostar, apart from the 2 small moons and the sun visible during the day, the expanse above remained a void of darkness. The first hero to venture beyond their home planet once proclaimed with resounding fervor, "We possess sufficiently astute minds and the correct methodologies for exploring the cosmos. If we so desire, Nostar civilization shall undoubtedly conquer the entire universe." Viewed through the lens of history, the Nostarians appeared remarkably exceptional, intelligent, united, and imbued with a spirit of enterprise. They had unlocked the key to civilizational advancement, science, and it seemed that nothing could obstruct their path to rise and flourish. Soon, even more advanced detection instruments were invented, one of which was a device that employed ultra-wideband electromagnetic wave detection. This contraption represented the pinnacle of Nostarian technological achievement, with many believing that such a powerful apparatus was unnecessary for observing the sun and the moon. However, when Nostarian scientists first calibrated this device and directed it towards the previously impenetrable darkness of the night sky, it emitted a sound of astonishment. Over the subsequent 2 millennia, Nostar civilization gradually occupied all 13 planets and hundreds of smaller celestial bodies within their stellar system, emerging as a civilization with interstellar colonial capabilities. Yet, the words of the first hero who had soared from their home planet faded into obscurity, for they discovered that the universe had played a cruel jest upon them. Within the vast expanse of millions of light years surrounding their home planet, there were no other valuable celestial bodies to be found. In other words, their proud cosmic center was merely a small, isolated island in the universe, an ocean vast enough to be unfathomable for all Nostarians. As technology advanced, successive generations of Nostarians unearthed a harsher truth: the speed of light was insurmountable. This revelation plunged them into a despairing predicament. Even with the entirety of their stellar system's resources and energy, they could scarcely construct a vessel capable of transporting their populace across the boundless cosmos to reach the nearest, more prosperous supergalaxy. The absence of any resupply over millions of light years rendered such ambitions the stuff of dreams for any technological civilization. This nascent mastery of cosmic navigation found itself tragically ensnared on their bountiful, yet solitary cosmic isle. After enduring a prolonged period of despondency and chaos, another hero emerged from their ranks, a Nostarian scientist. This visionary proposed an innovative solution. If we cannot venture far from home, why not bring our home along with us? Thus, the most grandiose plan in the annals of Nostar civilization was conceived. They would construct a colossal engine, one monumental enough to carry their sun and their home from the most desolate corners of the universe into a broader realm. Such an engine can persistently accelerate over millions, even billions of years, propelling the entire star and all celestial bodies within its system towards the nearest large galaxy at a sufficiently rapid pace. However, As the star system remains intact, the ecological balance will not be disrupted, thus eliminating any concerns regarding supplies. Therefore, regardless of the time required, as long as they reach their destination before the star extinguishes, the Nostart civilization can depart from this cosmic island to explore the more wondrous universe beyond. Considering that more complex systems tend to encounter various problems, the scientists of the Nostart civilization designed an engine with the simplest structure, a colossal mirror in a fixed orbit that generates light pressure by reflecting stellar radiation, thereby propelling the star forward. While the effect of light pressure may seem minuscule in relation to the star's mass, it is inconsequential. As long as the engine continues to operate over tens of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of years, it will gradually accelerate the star to a noteworthy velocity, ultimately breaking free from this cosmic desolation. The scale of this stellar engine is so immense that, after reducing its thickness to the technological limit of several hundred nanometers, the Nostart civilization had no choice but to dismantle a nearby terrestrial planet to provide the raw materials for its construction. Even with the aid of automated construction technology, the endeavor took over 1,000 years to complete. To ensure the engine's longevity, the scientists of the Nostart civilization employed a form of self-regulating robotic technology. These robots, governed by preset programs, capture, process, and store any materials that come into proximity with the engine or that have aged and failed, utilizing them for self-replication. They also continuously scan the entire structure of the engine, and in the event of damage, aging, malfunction, or failure, these autonomous robots will employ the stored resources to repair the affected areas. In the millennia following the construction of the stellar engine, the Nostart civilization experienced a relatively tranquil existence. During this period, due to limitations in energy and materials, their technological progress was constrained, yet there was no regression of civilization. Just as the Nostart civilization believed they could continue this way until they reached a new large galaxy, an unexpected event occurred. The exact timing is now lost to history, but it is known that approximately 100 million years ago, as the star system traversed a vast expanse of space, an unprecedented cosmic phenomenon manifested itself. A violent surge of energy tore through the fabric of space, appearing in the path of the Nostart civilization. A colossal spatial rift abruptly emerged within this wandering star system, subsequently engulfing 4 of the remaining 12 planets and a significant portion of the stellar mass. In the wake of such calamity, the gravitational balance of the entire star system was irrevocably disrupted, causing all celestial bodies to whirl chaotically like dumplings boiling in a pot. After several 100,000 years of rebalancing, during which 2 planets were ejected, the star system finally regained its stability. Possibly due to its considerable distance from large stellar systems like the Milky Way, the Nostart civilization's understanding of the cosmos lagged significantly behind its own technological advancements. Furthermore, the challenges and inadequacies in cosmic observation prevented them from discovering the true technology of wormholes that could liberate them from their cosmic isolation. When the universe presented this genuine natural phenomenon capable of freeing them from the shackles of space, they found themselves bereft of the capacity to continue their research. Amidst the sudden gravitational chaos that engulfed their entire stellar system, the Nostart civilization faltered. Cities on rocky planets and moons were buried deep underground due to the abrupt tectonic upheavals caused by gravitational disturbances. The orbital cities in space were either torn asunder by tumultuous gravitational forces or were drawn away into the desolate void or plunged down to the planetary surface. For a civilization that had long enjoyed peace and prided itself on mastering cosmic navigation, this unforeseen catastrophe obliterated them within the very cradle of their own civilization. Having failed to establish a crisis management mechanism, only the fully automated stellar engines, autonomous machines, survived this disaster. Although the stellar engines suffered significant damage, these autonomous robots lacked the despair, loss, and weariness that intelligent beings experience. They diligently adhered to their program directives, meticulously repairing and maintaining the entirety of the engine over countless years until the arrival of humankind. Chapter 9. The gifts of civilization. The space city and the stellar engine are the only 2 surviving colossal technological creations within the remnants of the Nostart civilization. Following extensive research, humanity concluded that the reason this space city continued to drift stably in the cosmos for millions of years, despite having long lost its propulsion, lies in its position at the Lagrange point of a massive planet within a large, stable celestial system. Subsequent excavation activities of the space city have corroborated this finding, revealing indications of intelligent life that had continued to inhabit and engage within the deeper interiors of the city, albeit for only a brief period. The excavation results suggest that this space city possesses limited self-sustainability. According to human scientific estimations, it likely served merely as a transit hub along a space route. akin to a logistics center, relying on the constant back and forth of other spacecraft for supplies and directing them to various destinations. Fortunately, within this space city, an individual left behind a self-deciphering dataset containing all the linguistic encoding information of the Nostrit civilization. This individual, a scientist from the Nostrit civilization, likely encountered the catastrophic event while passing through the space city, leading to their unintentional detention. In the face of dwindling food supplies, they employed every conceivable method to leave a trace of their civilization's existence. Within a cabinet made of non-radioactive heavy metal, a memory crystal was stored, an artificially synthesized device designed for long-term data preservation, ensuring that throughout the vast expanse of time in the cosmos, it would remain as intact and legible as possible against the ravages of time. Subsequent investigations revealed that the spherical device discovered by the highball was, in fact, the universal computer of the Nos civilization. After numerous attempts to reconstruct it, humanity successfully accessed and deciphered the data contained within. This document resembles a personal diary, chronicling both the history and technological advancements of the Nos civilization, though its chronological order remains undefined. In the year 1500, representing 1/32 of the rotation period of its home planet, at the Solon Transit Station, I received an invitation from Dahl, which arrived 800 hours ago. Although I have yet to respond directly, I have resolved to partake in the cosmic physics research it is conducting. The Solon Transit Station is particularly bustling today. Yet the spacecraft numbered 452365 bound for Planet 13 will not arrive for another 200 hours. Given the current operational status, I suspect further delays will ensue before it is permitted to enter orbit. Dahl might not anticipate my arrival without prior notice. I find myself rather eager to witness its reaction upon seeing me. Cosmic physics is a fascinating field of study. It promises to unveil the very essence of the space-time continuum in which we exist, serving as a foundational discipline critical for the future advancement of the Nos civilization. Despite the slow progress we make due to our unique spatial positioning, any advancement is ultimately a positive outcome, is it not? Planet 13, the most distant body from our star within this galaxy, may yield discoveries through our more advanced equipment. My anticipation grows ever stronger. In the year 1536, at the Solon Transit Station, I overheard a discussion in the dining hall concerning a timeless topic, extraterrestrial life. Given the remote and barren nature of our Nos galaxy, it is conceivable that countless brilliant civilizations thrive within the vast expanses of the universe, spanning thousands to hundreds of thousands of light years. Unlike us, confined to a solitary star, they possess billions of stars to explore and study. It is utterly magnificent to consider that planets we can scarcely observe are merely adjacent to their own, sometimes just a few light years away, a seemingly infinite reservoir of resources and knowledge. Therefore, should extraterrestrials exist, they are undoubtedly more advanced than we are. I long to behold those resplendent stars. I cannot fathom the breathtaking spectacle of their night skies. In the year 1624, at the Solon Transit Station, chaos erupted. Alarms blared throughout the transit station, and the gravity systems failed. The entire space city began to rotate, and I witnessed numerous spacecraft being hurled away in the tumult. I must cease writing and ascertain what has transpired. Perhaps I can offer assistance. In the year 1748, at the Solon Transit Station, I find myself powerless to help. Perhaps no one can. I have viewed the audiovisual records captured by the space city's equipment, but I cannot comprehend what it is. It appears as though a hole has been torn in the fabric of the cosmic backdrop, rendering anything that passes through it invisible. We have never encountered such a phenomenon. It has already consumed 2 planets. As we journey towards the No-Star star, I have calculated that we will pass by the star in 72 hours. Yet, who knows if it might suddenly expand and consume the entire star. The trajectory it has traversed is devoid of even a single atom, akin to a cosmic eraser, a tool that obliterates written traces. It is terrifying. What manner of beast have we encountered? In the year 1820, at the Solon Transit Station, resources are depleting rapidly. Today, I allocated merely a single nutritional supply. The attendant informed me that this situation may persist for 2,880 hours. If another ship arrives with supplies by then, we may yet find salvation. However, I do not share such optimism. 32 hours prior, when it brushed past the star, it triggered a spatial disturbance, resulting in a smaller void appearing near Planet 4, which it subsequently engulfed. The gravitational equilibrium of the entire No-Star star system has been irrevocably disrupted, and our civilization is suffering an unprecedented blow. In the year 2780, at the Solon Transit Station, I confirm, it is a spatial phenomenon. I have run calculations on the space station's computational system numerous times, and the only plausible model is indeed a spatial phenomenon. We remain lacking in reverence for the cosmos. This could be an entirely new cosmic occurrence that might bestow upon us countless new technologies. Damn it, The computational devices here are merely generic. I require specialized equipment. In the year 3650, at the Solon Transit Station, the situation is dire. The equipment here is woefully inadequate to support my research and calculations, and the station administrator has ordered the cessation of all non-essential expenditures. The computational devices have begun to cease power, rendering them unusable. Nevertheless, it matters little, for the entire Nostar star system has devolved into chaos, and chaotic systems are inherently difficult to verify. The Nostar civilization is likely on the brink of annihilation. We are doomed. Nothing can survive within such a complex and tumultuous gravitational system. Others at the transit station still cling to hope, continuously dispatching search parties. Yet, I have calculated, with our civilization's technological prowess, survival under these conditions is exceedingly improbable. In the year 3904, at the Solon Transit Station, none of the search parties have returned. In truth, the external conditions can be observed through our monitoring devices, though the administrator has refrained from disclosing this information. I can only imagine the hellish scene outside. I must take action. Damn it, what can I possibly do now? In the year 4734, at the Solon Transit Station, the administrator has taken his own life. He has succumbed to despair, and the concealed messages have been revealed. As of now, there has been no contact from any other ships, nor signals from other planets. We cannot even ascertain the current coordinates of the transit station. Chaos reigns within. All have succumbed to madness, venting their despair. Indeed, who can remain composed in such dire straits? Perhaps I too shall crumble in a matter of time. In the year 4806, at the Solon Transit Station, fortunately, I still retain my sanity. As a scientist, I cannot stand idly by while my civilization fades into the annals of time. Though I am powerless to save my civilization, I shall endeavor to document its existence and preserve it for as long as possible. Perhaps, many years hence, another civilization, or, fortunate enough, survivors of our own will come across this record. I will categorize and organize the history and knowledge of our civilization. And I am fortunate to have discovered some educational materials in the operational warehouse. While I may not be able to chronicle the entirety of our civilization's history and knowledge, I shall strive with all my might to do so. Let these historical records and knowledge serve as relics of the Nostar civilization for those who come after us. Whether you are our surviving descendants or beings from distant stars, I hope you come to know that in the vast tapestry of the universe's history, there once existed a civilization known as Nostar. Herein lies the classification of all knowledge of the Nostar civilization that I could find at this transfer station: history, language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and informatics. Chapter 10. The Fall. The universe is boundless, a magnificent expanse in which countless lives are born and perish, and innumerable civilizations rise and fall. Amidst this vast cosmos, a fleet of remnants of humanity, the Kunlun fleet, has become ensnared in the depths of the starry sky, seeking a path back to the embrace of its mother civilization. It has been 5 years since the Kunlun fleet arrived at the Nostar star, and as humanity gradually embarks on the exploration of Nostar civilization's ruins and the extraction of resources and energy within the Nostar star system, the fleet has successfully completed its restoration and resupply mission in just 3 years. This achievement is attributed not only to the modular design of human spacecraft and the widespread application of advanced 3D printing technology, capable of fabricating modular components from various commonly used materials, but also significantly to the learning and application of Nostar civilization's autonomous robotic technology, new materials technology, and other bequeathed scientific advancements. As understanding deepened, it became apparent that the technological trajectory of Nostar civilization is remarkably aligned with the current developmental path of human technology. Whether this is mere fortune for humanity in aligning with the technological tree or a testament to the universal truth that all civilizations ultimately converge on the same path of progress remains uncertain. Regardless, within the gifts of knowledge left by the Nostar civilization, humanity has made significant advancements across multiple disciplines. This has allowed humanity, a civilization that desperately fled its impending doom from a dying solar system and abandoned the principles of balanced development, to substantially compensate for its shortcomings in various technological branches through extreme investment in spacefaring technologies. Although humanity has thus far successfully deciphered only a fraction of Nostar civilization's technology, this still equates to saving centuries of time. After all, the answers and directions to many technological trees have been laid down by the Nostar civilization, rendering humanity's journey of trial and error from scratch exponentially more efficient. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, as humanity learns of the history and fate of the Nostar civilization, it cultivates a profound reverence for the cosmos. This reverence will aid humanity in navigating the vast cosmos with utmost caution, thus evading the fate that befell the Nos civilization. Departing from the Nos system occurred 87 years prior, When Alan awakened all members of the Mace Brigade from their cryogenic slumber, they had now arrived within a new stellar system, approximately 23 light-years from their point of origin. This time, their preparations were far more thorough, laden with ample energy, supplies, and various exploratory tools, having set out a full year in advance of the main contingent. Humanity could not wander through the cosmos aboard Nost, which had accelerated to a speed of 110 times light. The control hub of the stellar engine had long been repurposed by autonomous robots to dismantle and repair the engine itself. In the foreseeable future, humans would be unable to restore the control hub to navigate the trajectory of Nost. According to calculations, remaining within Nost's gravitational influence at such extreme speeds would preclude capture by the gravitational pull of the current grand spiral galaxy. Consequently, human civilization would leave the gravitational bounds of the grand spiral galaxy, re-entering the vast cosmic void between large galaxies, facing a predicament akin to that of the Nost civilization. Thus, as soon as human civilization within the Nost system was adequately replenished, they promptly resumed their journey into the heart of the grand spiral galaxy. Alan, please check for any anomalies in the Mace's systems. Tang Sheng, cradling a cup of synthetic coffee, sat upright in the command seat of the Mace, finally assuming a semblance of authority. Aside from the time spent in cryogenic slumber, 5 years had passed, yet he remained with the same short hair, seemingly unchanged. The passage of a few years left no discernible marks of time upon modern humanity, which had already endured for over 2 centuries. Beep, no anomalies detected. All systems and redundant backup systems are functioning normally. Alan's synthetic voice resonated within the command bridge. Captain, we have established contact with the fleet, came Su Xiaoxiao's voice, now styled in twin ponytails, giving her the appearance of an innocent and beautiful high school girl. Having received ample supplies from Nost and re-established coordinates and star maps through prolonged observation of the grand spiral galaxy, the Kunlun fleet restored critical modular units of ultramicro wormhole communication devices based on the comprehensive technological database of human civilization. This enabled instantaneous communication among vessels within the known coordinate system of space. This advancement provided sufficient subsequent support and directive guidance for the reconnaissance missions of the Mace Brigade. Mace Brigade, this is the command center of the human civilization Kunlun fleet. Please report your current status. The holographic projection displayed the fleet's chief of staff, Moon, who was currently on duty as the highest-ranking commander, prepared to address any emergencies that might arise, such as a sudden supernova explosion leading to a gamma-ray burst or the unexpected emergence of a spatial wormhole. Hence, all personnel aboard the fleet were engaged in a minimal state of readiness, rotating through cryogenic slumber as necessary. Report to the command center. The status of the Wolf Tooth is satisfactory. We have just arrived in the Kelvin star system. I will have Communications Officer Su Xiaoxiao transmit the preliminary scanning data back to the fleet shortly. Tang Sheng set down his coffee, rose, and saluted the holographic image before responding. Very well, I must once again trouble you all for this operation. Please exercise caution. After Mu En returned the salute, the connection was severed. The miniature wormhole communication device consumes vast amounts of energy, which presents a significant expenditure for the Kunlun fleet, navigating the cosmos and facing various unforeseen circumstances while managing a substantial population pressure. In the vastness of space, all resources and energy must be judiciously conserved for emergencies. Thus, every instance of real-time communication is meticulously regulated. Aside from scheduled brief communications, the Wolf Tooth Squadron is granted permission for additional communications only in a few emergencies. Alan, what are the scanning results? After the communication concluded, Tang Sheng resumed his coffee, directing his inquiry toward the ship's AI, Alan. Beep, Kelvin star, discoverer, astronomy enthusiast, Kelvin Norton. Mass, approximately 0.8 m, classified as a K-type star, estimated age 8 billion years. It possesses 5 major planets. Planet 1, Kelvin A, classified as a terrestrial rocky planet. Approximately 0.4 times the mass of Earth, located 224 light-minutes from its parent star, tidally locked. Notably, Planet 2, Kelvin B, also a terrestrial planet, is situated about 57 light-minutes from the parent star, with a mass roughly 2.3 times that of Earth, accompanied by 2 natural satellites, Kelvin B1 and Kelvin B2, which have orbital periods of 39 days and 88 days, respectively. This planet exhibits a complex atmospheric circulation and liquid water. Atmospheric spectral analysis reveals that its primary components are nitrogen at 69, oxygen at 28, and other gases at 3, with no toxic gases detected. It is comprehensively assessed that this planet can support human life and likely harbor some form of life. To facilitate observation, I have maneuvered the Wolf Tooth into its synchronous orbit. Planet 3, Kelvin C, Alan dutifully displayed a plethora of detailed data about this stellar system in the holographic image. Briefly explaining. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, followed by the entire bridge illuminating with red alert lights, and urgent alarm sounds echoed throughout. Amid the violent shaking of the wolf tooth, Gao Qiu and Evans rushed into the bridge, pulling Guan Xiaoya from the logistics corridor. Tang Xing noticed that Evans had under his arm a soot-covered Ding Hao, whose hair was frizzled and smoking. As they ran, Evans shouted toward the ceiling, "Alan, eject the experimental module immediately." Tang Sheng, savoring his coffee, was taken aback by their frantic entrance, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, another deafening crash and violent tremor ensued. Su Xiaoxiao, previously sprawled carelessly in the communications officer's chair, was hurled from her seat due to the ship's tumultuous movements. Fortunately, the ship's gravity system had failed, preventing her from injury. However, Tang Sheng's coffee spilled all over his face due to the intense shaking, and in the ensuing weightlessness. It clung to his face, nearly suffocating the first human contact with an extraterrestrial civilization. Beep. An internal explosion has been detected aboard the spacecraft. Source of the explosion, the experimental chamber. Prepare to eject the experimental chamber. At this moment, Alan's voice resounded. The experimental chamber? Ding Hao, what have you done? Tang Xing shouted, desperately wiping the coffee off his face. A minor complication arose during the miniaturization experiment of the antimatter storage device. Ding Hao replied while wriggling free from Evan's robust embrace. However, before he could finish his explanation, an even larger explosion occurred. Ding Hao's experimental chamber, a repurposed multi-person space escape pod, was a spherical module measuring just over 20 meters in diameter, affixed to the rear of the longest stick for swift disengagement in emergencies. Beneath the longest stick, a smaller, independent spacecraft named Nail was stationed. Although the crew of the longest stick was exceedingly limited, the vessel itself was undeniably a Class II independent escort unit, boasting a mass of 100,000 tons and a length nearing 400 meters. Theoretically, it could support 5,000 individuals under standard conditions and potentially over 10,000 in extreme situations for prolonged space travel. Yet, this colossal ship was now violently torn asunder, split into two sections at approximately one-tenth of its rear. Before the crew could completely seal the airlocks of the various chambers, chaos erupted within the longest stick. The cacophony of explosions, the rush of escaping air, the sounds of twisted metal, and alarm systems converged in a dissonant symphony. Alan's voice soon followed, alerting the crew that the aft section of the longest stick, including the entire main propulsion system, had been lost. The vessel was now under the gravitational influence of Planet 2 and was plummeting toward it, devoid of power. The command center, situated toward the front of the longest stick, was approximately 250 meters from the site of the explosion. Ideally, the best escape route would involve traversing the emergency passage to the Nail, which was mounted on the underside of the longest stick, and making a swift departure. However, due to the design of the internal structure, the passage was not direct and required navigating through several intermediate chambers. In a matter of moments, Alan deduced that reaching the Nail safely was impossible. Thus, he activated the artificial intelligence's emergency protocol, which autonomously sealed and locked all critical airlock doors without the authorization of the highest commander, resulting in Tang Sheng and his companions being isolated within the command center of the longest stick. The command center possessed 5 external passageways, one of which directly connected to the logistics dining area, the same passage through which Evans and the others had fled to the bridge. Alan barely managed to secure all the airlock doors just as the powerful shockwave from the explosion reached the entrance of the command center. The crew listened, trembling, to the resounding thuds of the shockwave striking the airlock doors, while the entire spacecraft emitted anguished metallic groans. With the loss of propulsion, the ship began to tumble uncontrollably under the planet's gravitational pull, resembling a colossal child wielding the longest stick as a plaything, swinging it about with reckless abandon. From a distance, the tail of the Wolf-Fong spacecraft trailed a scattering of debris, gradually dispersing into the planet's near-Earth orbit, forming a metallic debris belt reminiscent of a sparse planetary ring. Meanwhile, the main body of the Wolf-Fong was tumbling as it descended from the vastness of outer space into the planet's atmosphere. As a heavy second-stage vessel, the Wolf-Fong was designed from the outset for construction and operation in the cosmos. Strictly speaking, such heavy spacecraft must adhere to a safe orbital boundary around any planet. Otherwise, the structural integrity of the ship would succumb to the planet's gravitational forces, resulting in irreversible deformation and jeopardizing the safety of its crew in each compartment. Now, it had crossed the safety line and was plummeting toward the surface of Kelvin B. As the Wolf-Fong entered the atmosphere, it began to accelerate under the influence of the planet's gravity. The fuselage experienced violent friction with the air, generating intense heat that caused the once formidable metallic structure to rapidly glow red and soften. Except for the core command module, which was constructed using newly acquired North Space alloy and reinforced by the iron nail, designed specifically for atmospheric landing. The main body of the Wolfang soon disintegrated due to the extreme temperatures and vibrations. As it continued to burn and fragment in the atmosphere, it appeared from the surface like a dense meteor shower. Undoubtedly, the Wolfang illuminated the night sky across all regions visible from the planet during its descent, possibly becoming the brightest and grandest firework in the planet's history, if such a thing had ever existed. Chapter 11. The Duke's Son, the Cayman family. As the most ancient and esteemed aristocracy of the insect empire, boasts a lineage spanning over a millennium. Since the schism between ecclesiastical and royal authority 700 years ago, the Cayman family has steadfastly aligned itself with the crown until the present day. Norgand, the dedicated family tutor, has served the Cayman family for over 17 years, witnessing countless overt and covert conflicts between the church and the noble alliance throughout his tenure. Despite the existence of tensions over the years, both sides had largely exercised restraint, maintaining at least a superficial peace within the insect dynasty. However, it appears that this tacitly agreed-upon peace is on the verge of transformation. For within the past year, the Duke's most exceptional 13th son, His Highness in Cayman, the primary heir to the title, has survived 3 assassination attempts, with all evidence suggesting the shadow of ecclesiastical forces lurking behind these attacks. Norgand meticulously organized his teaching materials and nodded gently at his student, his antennae crossing slightly behind his head as a gesture of respect. In response, His Highness in Cayman rose from his desk, straightening his upper body, and similarly bent his antennae, inquiring, "Teacher, I have heard that you are about to retire?" Norgand's jaw plates quivered slightly as he smiled, replying, "I have served the Cayman family through 2 generations, and now your studies are complete. I have fulfilled the Duke's wishes and have grown old. It is time for me to retire." "Teacher, you are still in the prime of your life, far from being old." And Cayman turned slightly, bowing slightly. "Yet, I am a scholar, and scholars are always compelled to transform theory into reality. I have dedicated the greater part of my life to the study of religion, natural philosophy, and the education of the Cayman family's heirs, while the latter half will be devoted to validating and actualizing the academic conjectures and theories I have posited. Even though the Church has issued an edict of expulsion against me, I shall not abandon contemplation, experimentation, and demonstration, regardless of the place, time, or circumstances." With that, Norgand bowed slightly and made his way towards the study's exit. "Teacher, regardless of how the Church may prohibit your research, I believe in you and your theories. Our world is not a forsaken realm. It is merely one of countless stars, the most ordinary among them. I am profoundly grateful for your teachings over the years, and on behalf of the Cayman family, I pledge to provide you with any assistance within my capacity for your future endeavors." And Cayman, unable to restrain himself, called out loudly as he watched his teacher depart, "Gio, please forgive me, Your Highness. This may be the last time I use your affectionate name. Now that I am no longer your tutor, allow me, as an elder, to impart a few more words of wisdom. The conflict between royal power and ecclesiastical authority has intensified gravely. I foresee these tensions escalating and erupting soon. As the heir of the Cayman family, please, Your Highness, protect yourself. In these uncertain times, do not engage in conflict with the Church on behalf of an old fool like me. You must learn much from the Duke. My treatise on celestial mechanics is located on the 6th book of the 3rd shelf in the bookcase. I know of your interest in such knowledge, but please refrain from discussing these matters with the Church's adherents, for their zealots will not engage in dialectical discourse with you." Norgand reached the doorway of the study. Pausing momentarily, without turning back, he resolutely resumed his departure. Gio, or Prince in Cayman, observed his teacher's retreating figure, bowing once more. Although he was aware his teacher could not perceive his gesture of respect, it stemmed from his heartfelt admiration for a scholar who bravely pursued the truth. This scholar, despite being nominally expelled from the city due to his newly published academic theories and barred from disseminating his doctrines publicly, was well understood by the world. The term expulsion from the city essentially foretold his impending confrontation with the Church's knightly order, which had historically never spared a heretic from those wielding sacred artifacts. The scholar's fate was already sealed, even with the protection of the Cayman family, the most powerful noble in the empire. Ecclesiastical authority ultimately triumphed over the nobility represented by royal power. The city of Burton had been under the governance of the Cayman family for several centuries. Houses, mud walls, and domed public buildings were interspersed along the well-connected roads, scattered across the floodplain near the empire's largest waterway. Most residences in the city featured courtyards, flourishing with lush fungi or ferns, meticulously pruned and exquisitely maintained by their owners. The residents of the city, when not engaged in external labor, often prefer to linger in their yards, observing their pets and children frolicking within, a quintessential aspect of the leisurely lives of the affluent families in Burleton. To the north of Burleton lies a majestic mountain range, its peaks soaring to 10,000 meters, effectively shielding the area from the frigid northern winds. Thus, under the influence of the humid and warm atmospheric currents from the south, Burleton enjoys a climate that remains pleasantly temperate, even amidst the harsh winters experienced in other parts of the empire. As one of the few bustling commercial cities in the empire that thrives year-round, it is common to witness desert traders hastily herding swarms of insects, marine brokers arriving at the docks with expressions of excitement or dismay, and itinerant vendors peddling their wares along the bustling streets and alleys. Most inns and hotels boast bards who recite verses and songs that capture the myriad of cultural flavors from north to south. This city, characterized by its remarkable commercial prowess, stands as one of the few metropolises in the empire that can rival the grandeur of the royal capital. As the capital of the Cayman Autonomous Territory, it undoubtedly mirrors the open, inclusive, and confident spirit of its masters, the Cayman family. On the thoroughfare leading out of the city, a lively throng of ship insects was hastily ushered to the roadside by their owner, yet a few unruly critters darted into the path of an approaching, dignified procession. Without delay, 3 knights mounted on roaring insects charged forth, their metallic spears piercing the unfortunate ship insects and lifting them high. The foremost knight, astride his roaring mount, approached the startled owner of the ship insects. Kojin, wait a moment. As the owner anxiously regarded the towering knight advancing towards him, a voice rang out from the procession. The knight, upon hearing this, immediately reined in his steed, bringing it to a halt. A nobleman clad in resplendent metal armor, surrounded by several other knights, rode forward on his roaring insect. He first addressed the knight, known as Kojin. Burleton is an open city. This must merely be an unfortunate incident. Let us consider the matter settled. It was evident that the ship insects were quite lively, and the nobleman complimented the owner, saying, "You have raised them splendidly. They will fetch you a handsome reward at home. Burleton will always welcome traders such as yourself." With that, the nobleman led his knights back into formation, and the noble cavalry resumed their orderly march towards the city gates. Meanwhile, the owner of the ship insects remained seated on the ground, as if still in a daze. A passerby, witnessing the scene, chuckled and remarked, "This must be your first visit to Burleton, my friend." With assistance from onlookers, the owner rose and nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed. I have heard that ship insects fetch a higher price here than elsewhere. Thus, I chose to make this journey rather than remain in the village and endure the exploitation of those merchants. You are indeed fortunate. Hurry and take your insects to the Lord's manor. You should know that the one who just spoke to you was none other than His Highness, Prince in Cayman." The passerby said, laughing heartily while offering this friendly reminder. "Is it truly His Highness?" The master of the sheepbug could not help but glance back at the departing group, unsure whether he was lamenting his own fortune or marveling at the amiable disposition of the noble young lord. "Hurry along now, this is Burleton, a city where anything is possible." A passerby patted him on the shoulder and reminded him before departing with friends, laughing. As the excitement dwindled, the crowd that had gathered gradually dispersed, leaving behind only a few infatuated maidens who continued to chatter excitedly about the handsome prince and speculate about his preferences in romantic partners. The street, once congested due to the commotion, once again flowed freely, embodying the vibrant opportunities of the city of Burleton. Chapter 12. The sect of Burleton in the Empire of Insecta. The mere mention of a sect evokes immediate recognition of the Holy Sleep Church, for it is the sole religion known throughout the empire. The followers believe that due to the indolence and greed of the insectans, the true God, the creator of life, has succumbed to deep slumber, disenchanted with humanity and no longer bestowing his grace upon them. To evade abandonment by the true God, individuals must demonstrate their worthiness through diligence, kindness, and courage, thus awakening the slumbering deity and regaining divine favor. In the southeastern part of Burleton, near the riverside, lies a significant area housing the local seat of the Holy Sleep Church, the Grand Cathedral of St. Burleton. The Grand Cathedral stands as the tallest structure in the city, apart from the Lord's residence. Unlike the humble mud-walled, domed courtyards of common folk or the stone-castled estates of the nobility, all churches in the Empire of Insecta are characterized by their towering stone columns supporting vast halls and flat-topped brick walls. Externally and internally, these churches are uniformly designed. The only variation lies in their size, dictated by the financial resources of the respective local sections. Liana, orphaned at a tender age due to a tragic accident that claimed her parents, was taken in by the orphanage of the Holy Sleep Church. The sect has established orphanages and nursing homes in larger cities to care for the abandoned elderly and children. Having grown up within the church, Liana naturally became a missionary upon reaching adulthood. The missionaries, primarily composed of young women, are grassroots members of the sect, directly overseen by local bishops. Their duties involve traveling between the central cathedral and the surrounding villages that lack established churches, aiding impoverished civilians in medical care and managing matters related to marriage and funerals for the faithful, thus serving as the primary force in spreading and maintaining the faith among believers. Liana lifted her coarse skirt, which billowed as she hurried down the steps. Arriving at the main hall of the cathedral, the designated gathering spot for the missionaries. 17 missionaries were already lined up in 2 rows. While Bishop Ront had just concluded his sermon. Bishop, Bishop, Liana called breathlessly, her lungs heaving as she struggled for air. Liana, you have only just recovered. You should be resting, admonished the bishop. Bishop Ront gazed upon the breathless, charming young maiden before him, a warm smile gracing his face. His full name was Ront Saint, the surname denoting that he was an orphan raised by the church. Now he held the esteemed title of Archbishop of St. Burton Cathedral, having served in this capacity for 11 years. In the eyes of the local congregation, he was a sage who devoted both body and soul to the divine. Even non-believers regarded him as a kind, cheerful elder. Reverend Bishop, my illness has long since passed. I am ready to spread the glory of the Lord, Liana declared, defiantly lifting her chin to meet the bishop's gaze. Observing the glimmer in the girl's eyes, the bishop could not help but smile and shake his head. He understood that she was at that exuberant age, restless within the confines of the church, and that the travels of the stepdaughter troupe were precisely the sort of adventure that would delight a girl of her years. Thus, he chuckled gently, very well, my child. Since you are so insistent, join the ranks. However, do remember to act within your limits. The Lord does not condone neglecting our own well-being. He, understood, Reverend Bishop, Liana exclaimed joyfully, lifting her skirts and darting toward the line. She greeted several of her similarly attired companions with a beaming smile before taking her place at the very end of the procession. The bishop then proceeded to bestow his customary blessings upon the stepdaughters, and when he reached Liana, she instinctively recoiled slightly, sticking out her tongue. The bishop smiled softly, blessing her as well, and as the blessings concluded, it was time for the troop to depart. He stood on the steps of the cathedral hall, watching them leave until they vanished from his sight. After bidding farewell to the stepdaughter troop, Bishop Ront made his way through the corridor behind the cathedral hall to his study. Each day, he recorded the day's affairs in his study, preparing to submit them alongside his seasonal correspondence to the Temple of the Divine Slumber. However, unlike other days, 2 imposing knights stood silently in the study. The leaders of the St. Burton Cathedral's Order of Knights, Sir Hit Saint and Sir Abel Hall. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Bishop Ront said as he took his seat at the desk, nodding to the 2 knights. All for the favor of the divine, the knights replied, bowing slightly, their crests intertwining at the back of their heads. The blasphemer departed from Burton City this morning, but it is noteworthy that His Highness has coincidentally chosen today for a hunting expedition outside the city. This is certainly no mere coincidence, Bishop Ront remarked, lightly tapping his right forelimb against the table as he spoke. For the past 2 years, the nobles have exhibited signs of restlessness, indicating that they are conspiring together. Furthermore, numerous aristocrats have taken to nurturing these blasphemers, attempting to usurp divine power through their twisted doctrines. This is utterly unforgivable. At this juncture, the bishop's tone turned stern. Reverend Bishop, the knightly contingent accompanying His Highness is formidable. The strength of our order alone may not guarantee the success of our campaign. The blasphemers might seize the opportunity to escape during our engagement. One of the knights, known as Hit, hesitated, his right antenna truncated, which could be considered a partial disability. Yet, it was precisely this severed antenna that bestowed upon him an aura of valiant heroism. In truth, his prowess in battle earned him the title of Knight Commander. The antenna was lost during a courageous act of defending villagers against the Mandy's insect assault, symbolizing his bravery. Do not worry, Your Holiness anticipated this. The Holy Temple has dispatched a tribunal. Your task is merely to delay them, leading them to where they ought to be. Bishop Ront straightened his posture, leaning slightly towards the 2 knights. Indeed, all for the grace of the divine. The 2 knights promptly stood tall. The nobility cannot last much longer. The divine is awakening. We shall ultimately achieve victory, and the insections will once again receive the blessings of the Almighty, the bishop affirmed with satisfaction. Your Excellency, is this truly the case? Is God truly awakening? The other knight, named Abel, inquired with palpable excitement. He was slightly shorter than Hit, yet still a notably imposing figure. Bishop Ront nodded, his expression growing more solemn. Yes, Your Holiness, since the artifact's disturbance a year ago. The artifact has granted us new revelations. The divine is on the verge of awakening. It is expected that Your Holiness will announce this shortly. Chapter 13. Insect Beasts. To the north of Burleton City lies Mount Monte, one of the tallest peaks in the empire. This mountain range stretches for over 1,000 kilometers, dividing the empire into northern and southern territories. The term montier in the imperial tongue translates to unscalable mountain. In contrast, the northeastern region of Burleton City lacks such towering peaks, although part of the same mountain range. It consists predominantly of rolling hills. While not as accessible as plains, this area serves as a vital thoroughfare for travel between the north and south of the empire. Scattered among these hills are numerous villages, ranging from a dozen to several dozen households, all subjects of the Cayman Autonomous Territory, paying taxes to and receiving protection from the Cayman family. Naturally, they are also the targets of the missionary endeavors of the Steppe Church. Fui, do not wander off. The day is waning, and we must continue our journey. The leader of the Steppe Church mission, a woman named Ika, who is the eldest at over 20 years of age, called out to another young girl who had strayed to the roadside in search of fungi. Ika, I want to be long. Look how beautiful these fungi are, replied the girl, known as Fui, who appeared to be around 15 or 16. She cradled a large handful of mycelium collected from the roadside fungal plants. The mycelium bore small, red, or purple spherical tops, which were the spore sacs of the local fungi. The silvery mycelium, weighed down by the spore sacs, hung half-draped in the girl's embrace, swaying gently with her steps, reminiscent of a waterfall in the mountains. Ika gently shook her head. She was already 22 years old and would soon be married at the beginning of next year. This outing marked her final participation in the missionary group. Her beloved was a knight from the congregation, and after her marriage, she would depart the female missionary group to embrace a life of domesticity. As she gazed at the young girl before her, memories of her own past surfaced, and she hesitated to urge them onward, instead saying, "Let us take a moment to rest. We cannot afford any further delays on the journey ahead." Wonderful. Thank you, Sister Ika. The girls from the missionary group immediately erupted in cheers. Though still youthful, the long journey had left them somewhat weary. The area was adorned with low-growing fungal plants, and it was the season for the growth of mycelium spores, with hillsides blanketed in various fungi. They were delighted to pause in such a serene setting. Beauty is an innate trait among all females, and soon, apart from Fui, several girls began to gather the mycelium by the roadside. "Oh, look at this vast patch of healing moss," exclaimed Liana, her lively nature compelling her to join the foragers. Upon discovering a large expanse of healing moss behind a massive boulder, she could not contain her excitement. The healing moss resembled ordinary earth moss but exhibited a delicate lavender hue, glowing softly in the dark or in unlit caves, making it easily recognizable. When harvested, cleaned, and crushed before being applied to wounds, it effectively prevents infection and promotes healing, rendering it an invaluable medicinal plant, frequently utilized for treatment. Upon hearing Liana's call, the other girls in the missionary group abandoned their rest and foraging to crowd around her. "Fantastic. Let us quickly gather some. It may prove useful when we reach the nearby village." Ika, usually composed, could not suppress her joy at the sight of the healing moss. One of the group's missions was to aid common folk in treating injuries and ailments, and this healing moss was precisely the resource they needed. The healing moss grows close to the ground, with its effective components being the stems and leaves above the soil. Thus, it is essential to harvest it gently with a small knife, close to the soil, to avoid uprooting its false roots. These false roots, laden with soil, would be challenging to clean if accidentally uprooted. Furthermore, if the false roots are preserved, the stems and leaves will soon regrow, allowing for another harvest. Moreover, the teachings of the church remind everyone to leave some for the future, warning against the perils of greed. As time passed, the missionary group gradually ventured deeper into the surrounding fern forests from the narrow country roads, their excitement over the abundance of healing moss causing them to lose track of time. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the nearby woods, prompting the girls to straighten up and look towards the source of the sound. They saw two of the missionary girls fleeing from the forest, pursued by a horde of monstrous insects. These creatures towered at approximately 4 meters tall by human standards, boasting 6 legs on their abdomens for crawling, while their 2 forelimbs had evolved into blade-like appendages adorned with sharp serrations. Within the empire, the most terrifying and ferocious creature is the mantis worm. This carnivorous, gregarious beast is known for its extreme aggression. Lacking a fixed territory, they roam from place to place, migrating in search of sustenance while mercilessly hunting all animals within their sight. Their temperament is fierce, and throughout the history of the insect empire, no one has ever succeeded in taming them. When a single colony grows sufficiently in number, they may even assault the poorly defended towns of the empire in pursuit of prey, establishing themselves as the apex predators of this planet. Each year, the empire's noble houses and religious orders expend immense resources, manpower, and finances to hunt and drive away these mantis worm swarms, ensuring the safety of their domains. The group encountered by the missionary sisterhood is not particularly large, comprising approximately 20 individuals, yet this number exceeds the total strength of the sisters, who are merely a collection of unarmed young women. Thus, a brutal massacre ensued. Liana, disregarding the torn hem of her dress and the labored breaths escaping her abdomen, ran desperately. In the blink of an eye, some of her sisters were torn apart by the frenzied mantis worms before they could even utter a scream or cry. She dared not halt her flight, for all within the empire knew that the mantis worms would not relinquish a single prey until fully satiated. It was evident that the few sisters were grossly insufficient to satisfy the voracious appetites of the swarm. Thus, stopping meant only one fate: being shredded and devoured by the mantis worms. In her panic, Liana lost all sense of direction, her mind consumed solely by the knowledge that the mantis worms were hot on her heels. Any other thoughts had ceased to exist. She understood that if she slowed her pace, the swarm, having feasted on the corpses of her fellow sisters, would soon follow her scent and pheromones, leading to her demise, as she too would be torn apart and consumed. The forest offered no paths, only towering ferns that obscured the sunlight and fostered an environment for moss and fungi to thrive. It was a dense habitat, home to various insect creatures. Under normal circumstances, few would dare enter this ominous forest, save for herbalists or hunters targeting the insect beasts. As dusk descended, Liana's pace dwindled, and eventually, she stumbled and fell to the ground. After running from daylight into the evening, her body, still recovering from illness, could muster no further strength, leaving her weak and unable to rise. Was she destined to perish in this desolate forest? Listening intently, she faintly heard the sound of foliage being trampled behind her and, in despair, closed her eyes. In that fleeting moment, she thought she might be hallucinating in her hopelessness. Yet upon reopening her eyes, she quickly realized it was not an illusion, for just ahead, through the dense trunks, she caught sight of flickering flames. Where there is fire, there are surely people. Liana clenched her teeth, summoning her last reserves of strength as she struggled to rise once more, stumbling toward the flickering light. Before her lay a sizable group of knights, encircling a young nobleman and an elder who were camping in the forest. The young man, clad in resplendent armor, unmistakably hailed from the aristocracy, while the old man, engrossed in a tome, appeared to be a scholar. Some knights busied themselves chopping wood, while others tended to a cluster of agitated, shrieking worms. With a few standing guard around the perimeter, the knights noticed Liana almost instantaneously upon her emergence from the woods. Their response was swift. Upon seeing the girl sprinting from the forest, they immediately set aside their tasks, forming a protective circle around the young nobleman and the learned elder. One of the leading knights, a captain, unsheathed his metal spear and approached Liana. Despite her uncertainty about why such a formidable band of knights had taken refuge in the forest, Liana felt a wave of relief wash over her upon encountering them. However, a sudden dizziness overcame her, causing the world to spin wildly, and she managed to utter a warning: "Beware the Mandy's worms," before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The captain quickly advanced to examine the fallen girl, then returned to the young nobleman's side, speaking in hushed tones. "Your Highness, she has merely fainted from exhaustion." The young nobleman nodded, parting the ranks of vigilant knights, and glanced at the girl sprawled on the ground. "Let us assist her," he suggested. "I believe I heard her mention the Mandy's worms before losing consciousness. Kogan, do you think she has encountered a swarm of them?" This young nobleman was none other than His Highness, Duke Aikman's firstborn heir. "Indeed, Your Highness, I heard her as well. Our shrieking worms have been restless for some time. Initially, I attributed it to their unfamiliarity with the forest environment, but it seems they may have sensed the presence of the Mandy's worms. If a swarm truly lurks nearby, we must prepare for battle. These creatures are not easily vanquished," Captain Kogan advised solemnly. "Go forth. If she has escaped the clutches of the Mandy's worms, I trust the swarm cannot be far behind. Our collective presence will surely attract their attention. We must remain vigilant," Duke Aikman affirmed. Thus, Kogan called upon his fellow knights to reassure the shrieking worms and mounted his own creature, dividing them into 3 small squads to encircle Aikman, the elder, and the unconscious girl around the campfire. This time, they remained atop their worms, scanning the depths of the surrounding forest with vigilance. As the knights calmed their mounts, the unrest among the shrieking worms gradually subsided. These creatures, having undergone rigorous training, remained obedient in the presence of their masters, even when faced with formidable foes like the Mandy's worms, unlike the inferior beasts found in the countryside that would flee in chaos. Soon, a series of hissing sounds echoed through the forest, accompanied by the crunching of foliage underfoot, as a swarm of mantid insects materialized before the crowd. Perhaps due to the considerable size of this party, the mantids refrained from launching a sudden assault, as they had done against the missionary troop, instead halting at a distance. However, the constant rubbing of their scythe-like forelimbs suggested that they had no intention of abandoning their potential prey. Rather, they were merely awaiting a more opportune moment to strike. In the territory of the Cayman family, the presence of such a swarm was intolerable. My knights, eradicate them, and declared, standing amidst the throng, his spear raised high. Kill. Ko had already prepared to charge at the sight of the mantids, and now he led the charge, brandishing his metal spear as he surged toward the nearest mantid to engage in combat. The remaining knights followed suit, rallying with cries of battle as they advanced upon the swarm. In truth, their company numbered nearly 100, while the mantid swarm consisted of fewer than 30. Armed with superior equipment and rigorous training, the knights were not as defenseless against the mantids as the common folk would be. The metallic armor would shield their bodies from being shredded in an instant, and the sharp metal spears were more than capable of piercing the mantids' hardened exoskeletons, inflicting significant damage. Thus, this small-scale swarm posed little threat to them. As the elite knights of the Cayman family, one of their duties was to eliminate or drive away the mantid swarms to ensure the integrity of their territory and the safety of their subjects. For these knights, combating the mantids was a familiar endeavor. To rephrase, owing to the Empire's prolonged unity, they were perhaps more adept at battling these insects than engaging with other foes. Each year, the Cayman family organized their private soldiers to cleanse and disperse the mantid swarms that emerged within their domain. And the knights possessed varying degrees of experience in confronting these wretched beasts. Chapter 14. The Duke's Secret when discussing the tallest structures in Burleton City. Aside from the Grand St. Burleton Cathedral located on the southeastern side of the city, one must also mention the lordly manor of Duke Burleton. Nestled at the heart of Burleton, the manor is encircled by an expansive artificial river, with a drawbridge as the sole means of entry. Having served as the residence of the Cayman family for over 8 centuries, the manor has undergone numerous renovations and expansions throughout the ages, attaining its current grandeur. Unlike the earthen walls of the common folks' homes, the noble fortress is predominantly constructed of stone and brick, with a substance known as building slime serving as the adhesive between the bricks, rendering it a bastion akin to a military stronghold, impervious to external assaults. Neither trebuchets nor battering rams could shake the fortress's sturdy walls. As the local lord and the most prominent noble of the region, the Cayman family's stronghold is a colossal square domed tower, towering approximately 450 meters high and exceeding 100 meters in both length and width. Within its vast interior, there are over 100 rooms designated for the family's members and their servants. Surrounding the main edifice, within a radius of less than 1,000 meters, stand 6 imposing watchtowers, each exceeding 5 stories. These structures serve both as fortifications in times of crisis and as quarters for the family's private soldiers during peacetime. Beyond the moat lies a formidable circle of stone walls, and to the north of the castle's main body, there remains a substantial open space utilized for training the family's soldiers and for family members to hone their skills in managing the roaring beasts and martial arts. Duke Cayman, now in his 50s and having held the ducal title for 2 decades, bears the marks of time. His once lustrous exterior has dulled with age, and even the antennae atop his head no longer frequently arch upward. Yet, the passage of years has bestowed upon him ample wisdom, enabling him to lead his family and govern their lands. Today, the venerable Duke is receiving a visitor in his reception room. The reception room of the Cayman family occupies a centrally located position at the southern part of the castle's summit. The space is modest, furnished with 4 long benches crafted from the branches of ferns and a small tea table at its center. Many outsiders would be surprised to learn that this seemingly unassuming room serves as the venue for the most significant guests of the Cayman family. Due to the castle's stone construction, the air within is perpetually damp, a condition not favored by the nobility, leading to nearly every room featuring a fireplace to dispel the moisture. At present, the fireplace crackles with burning wood from towering fern trees, the sound of the wood splitting echoing within, while the flames dance alongside the glow of candles, illuminating the windowless reception room. The visitor is none other than Marquis Berg, a longtime neighbor of the Cayman family. The Berg family is also a well-known and historically significant noble house within the empire, with their ancestors having once been the closest comrades of the Caymans. Over the years, the 2 families have intermarried, maintaining a political alliance that has stood the test of time. The current Marquis Berg appears somewhat youthful, perhaps in his 30s, nearly 40. Despite being of a generation that would typically regard the old Duke as an elder, he addresses him as an equal due to the conventions of noble etiquette surrounding titles. I have heard that Professor Norgand, the teacher of Chiu Chiu, has also been placed on the church's expulsion list, the Marquis inquires, reclining in his chair with a wine glass in hand, gently swirling it. This is hardly surprising, as the church often finds blasphemous statements within the writings of scholars. Does it not? Yet, the church's recent subtle maneuvers have indeed increased. I suspect it is not only we nobles who have taken notice. Even His Majesty the King must be aware of it. The Duke of Cayman picked up a rhizome of the ancient fern from the plate on the small table before him and began to chew it slowly. This particular root, derived from a fern that stands half a man's height, contains certain components that stimulate the nerves. When consumed in moderation, it invigorates the spirit, making it a popular delicacy among the aristocracy, somewhat akin to tobacco for humans. Is the significance of the church expelling these scholars not evident enough? They are driven by fear, terrified that these scholars will unveil the truth of the world. For within that truth, there exists no divine position, as they proclaim. The Duke of Cayman reclined in his chair, chewing the ancient fern root and humming softly. It is likely more than just that. Scholars require substantial financial backing for their research, and within the entire empire, who besides us nobles and the royal family can provide such support? The church's suppression of scholars is, in fact, an assault against the nobility and the crown. However, they have presented terms to the royal family that His Majesty cannot refuse. And moreover, there is a considerable faction of declining nobles within the noble alliance that supports the church's voice. In this regard, we great nobles appear insufficiently united. Each family harbors its own agendas, failing to present a cohesive charter to counter the church. Alas, who can fathom the thoughts of our esteemed king? It is well known that for centuries, royal power has been intertwined with the nobility in the presence of the church. The Marquis of Burge, sipping his wine, leaned back in his chair. This territory, fully developed, is equivalent to 3 marquisates. How many years has it been since the empire expanded its borders? How many nobles have fallen into decline, stripped of their lands, left with naught but a title? Who among our king and the fallen nobles can resist such temptations? Now, let us examine how many great nobles within our alliance are willing to pay such a price to resolve internal conflicts. It is no wonder that both the king and the lower-tier nobles have turned towards the church. The Duke of Cayman tossed the remaining piece of the ancient fern root into his mouth and emitted a gentle hum. The church must have its own designs. In fact, in recent years, His Majesty has conducted numerous clandestine transactions with the church, a widely acknowledged fact. Yet this year is particularly strange. The church's actions have been excessively bold. I have heard that not only us, but several heirs of prominent noble families have also faced assassination attempts by the church, although thus far none have succeeded. This trend warrants the vigilance of the nobility. The Marquis of Burge straightened his posture, as his family, like the Caymans, has encountered several perilous assassination attempts this year. What other plans do these fanatics of the church have, aside from seeking to please their ethereal deity by transforming the empire into a land of universal faith? We, the nobles who wield vast wealth, lands, and soldiers, yet hold no reverence for the divine, are their greatest impediment. Observe how they vilify those scholars who pursue knowledge, branding them as blasphemers attempting to usurp the authority of the divine. If the divine authority could indeed be stolen, could it still be deemed divine? Is it not the creator of all? Why not annihilate these mortals who dare to usurp their power? As for our king, what difference does it make to him whether the church or the nobility holds sway? I have long asserted that His Majesty the King has resolutely decided to distance himself from the nobility. They now stand as a third-party force. Regardless of how fierce the conflict between the nobility and the church may become, as long as they remain detached, they are beneficiaries. The Duke of Cayman grasped a root of the ancient fern and spoke. Everyone could sense that the church was hastening its plans. I have heard whispers that the church has received a new divine revelation concerning the imminent awakening of the sleeping god. And I wonder if there is a connection between the two? The Marquis of Bruges seemed to recall something, falling into contemplation. The sleeping god is about to awaken? Since when did the Bruges family begin to believe in the church's fanciful tales? The Duke of Cayman raised his eyelids and retorted, in comparison to ethereal deities, I certainly place my trust in scholars, for their work yields results that can be meticulously explained and validated. However, both historical records and the legacies of noble families are rife with tales of gods, which I believe is why most nobles still hesitate to confront the church directly. The Marquis of Bruges shook his head and hesitantly remarked, unless that deity appears before me and demonstrates a true miracle, I refuse to accept such baseless notions. History is merely a powerless little girl, dressed as the victor's desire. Who knows how our descendants will record us centuries from now? Perhaps they will portray us as towering knights wielding control over storm and lightning, akin to our ancestors brandishing sacred artifacts in our family history. At least from my recollections. My grandfather, my father, and myself. We, the Cayman family, have upheld our lineage through the tireless efforts of generations of patriarchs and family members, rather than through daily visits to the church for worship. The Duke of Cayman emphatically responded, waving the ancient fern root with vigor. In the dimly lit parlor, silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the crackling of the fire in the hearth. Had their words reached the outside world, it would undoubtedly have stirred a great uproar. Who would have imagined that the southern nobility, led by the Duke of Cayman, harbored such irreverent thoughts towards the church and His Majesty the King? Let us not forget. The purpose of the noble alliance was to safeguard the rights of the nobility, In light of the current situation, the nobles should unite. The Duke of Cayman paused, softening his tone. Since the conflict between the nobility and the church is irreconcilable, the struggle against the church looms near, yet I believe the church's schemes shall not prevail. The Marquis of Bruges rose and raised his glass to the Duke of Cayman, draining the contents in one swift motion. Thus, the conclusions previously discussed by the southern nobility shall be conveyed by your esteemed self to the lords of the north. According to reports from my informants in the imperial capital, the temple and the local church have shown signs of unrest, and even the elite knight order of the temple, the Order of Judgment, has seemingly vanished without a trace. The unfolding events have become increasingly difficult to fathom. Tomorrow, I shall embark once more to meet with the noble lords of the South. At this gathering of the aristocratic alliance, we must cast aside all prejudices and unite. Otherwise, the nobility will find themselves cornered by the church and our sovereign king. The Duke of Cayman rose and declared, "Your will is our desire. The Brugge family shall stand resolutely by your side as unwavering allies, just as in times past." After bowing in noble courtesy to the Duke of Cayman, Marquis Brugge hastily departed through the guest room door. Gazing at the retreating figure of Marquis Brugge, the Duke returned to the hearth, poured himself a glass of wine, and slowly settled back into his chair. He closed his eyes and murmured, "In this unprecedented upheaval involving the church, the royal family, and the noble alliance, what path shall the Cayman family take?" Time slipped away, and the fire in the hearth dwindled as it lacked fuel. A knock at the door startled the Duke from his unexpected slumber. "My lord, you have overexerted yourself. Do you require rest in your chambers? Or shall I prepare a late-night repast here?" The butler gently opened the door, standing respectfully at the threshold. The Duke did not reply immediately. He rose and paced to the door, prompting the butler to swiftly step forward and retrieve the Duke's outer robe from the coat rack, draping it over his shoulders. "Let us return to the chambers," the old Duke remarked, lifting his foot to continue onward, with the butler trailing closely behind, maintaining a respectful distance. After taking a couple of steps, the old Duke paused and turned to the butler, inquiring, "Has Chiozhu escorted Mr. Nordgand away?" "Yes, my lord. The young master and Professor Nordgand have departed for a day now. At their current pace, they shall reach the family's hidden stronghold in the mountains by tomorrow, and the young master is expected to return in approximately 4 days." The butler halted in sync with the Duke, still trailing a step behind. "As precise as a mechanical clock. Are those accompanying him trustworthy?" the Duke questioned. "The church has been stirring, and the order of the Inquisition seems to have vanished. We must ensure the utmost reliability in Chiozhu's escort. Those accompanying the young master are elite members selected by the family's knightly order, led by Captain Kogan. Though merely 100 in number, I believe they will face no significant challenges within the family's domain." The old Duke turned, his expression becoming serious as he addressed the butler. "Do not be complacent. I have just mentioned that the Inquisition's knights have already been dispatched. Regardless of whether their target is the Cayman family, we must remain vigilant in protecting Chiozhu. Dispatch another 1,000 knights to follow. It was my oversight." The young master suggested fewer numbers would facilitate evasion of the church's watchful eyes, and I did not raise any objections, thinking it prudent within our territory. The butler's heart sank, his head bowed, his antennae drooping to the ground. As the steward of a prominent family, such a lapse in judgment was a grave dereliction of duty. Once Chiozhu returns, have him take some gifts to the imperial capital. Our sovereign's birthday approaches, and the Cayman family ought to extend their congratulations. You may arrange this without needing to accompany me." The old Duke refrained from continuing his reproach of the butler. The steward stood behind, observing the departing Duke, and respectfully replied, "Indeed, my lord." Chapter 15. The enemy attack. When Liana awoke from her slumber, the dawn of the following day had already arrived. The young girl, still dazed from the previous day's turmoil, sprang up from the ground in an instinctive panic, resembling a frightened creature. To her astonishment, she found herself seated amidst a heap of grass, with an incomplete bonfire smoldering nearby. "Are you awake?" a voice called out, prompting Liana to turn her head. She beheld the noble young lord, previously shielded by numerous knights. He appeared freshly groomed, droplets of glistening water clinging to the tendrils of his hair as he secured a water pouch to his waist. Liana glanced around her, taking in the chaotic scene. The remnants of the mantis worm lay scattered across the ground, and she mentally counted 23 identifiable carcasses. The knights seated nearby bore various injuries. One particularly grievous knight had lost both arms and one leg. Upon witnessing the knight struggling in pain despite being restrained by 2 others as they tended to his wounds, Liana instinctively covered her mouth, gasping softly. "He is a brave knight, having slain 2 mantis worms single-handedly." The voice of Lord Cayman resonated in her ears once more. She turned to see him gazing at the injured knight. "This bandaging is insufficient. He requires immediate medical attention, or he may succumb to infection." Liana exclaimed anxiously as she rose swiftly from the grass pile, directing her fervent plea toward Ankaman. The battle yesterday left most knights wounded, and our supplies are critically limited. We can only guarantee treatment for those who are still able to move. The others must wait until we reach our destination, Ankaman replied coolly, casting a glance at Liana. What? How can this be? Liana's eyes widened in disbelief. What will happen to the severely injured? Will you simply let them endure this? Your actions may lead to their demise. We lack sufficient medicinal supplies, and we must maintain our combat readiness for any impending dangers, Ankaman sighed. His gaze fixed on the wounded knights. They were injured while protecting you. Liana was nearly beside herself with rage, unable to fathom the cold-heartedness of the seemingly handsome young noble. If we are to assign blame, then had you not attracted the mantis worms, they would not have sustained such grievous injuries in battle. You. Liana's eyes bulged with indignation, her antennae quivering with fury. Indeed, these nobles were as merciless as the rumors suggested. They seemed incapable of seeing anything beyond their own interests. Those were living lives at stake. How could he even shift the blame onto her? Every citizen of the empire knew that when mantis worms appeared, the surrounding area was no longer safe for hundreds of miles, yet he dared to absolve himself of responsibility. Indeed, nobles are often a collection of irresponsible scoundrels. However, she refrained from engaging in further verbal sparring with the cold-hearted nobleman and instead dashed into the depths of the forest. Your Highness, remarked Sir Koken. As he approached Ankaman after Liana had departed, the lady is garbed in the attire of a church acolyte. Could her summoning of the mantis worm be a scheme orchestrated by the church? It should not be so, Ankaman contemplated. You know that the mantis worm cannot be tamed. If the church possessed such powers, they would not need to maintain a millennia-long stalemate with the nobility. They could easily vanquish the nobles' mercenaries by breeding vast swarms of mantis worms. As they whispered, Liana returned, clutching a handful of freshly picked healing moss from the woods. She swiftly approached the gravely injured knight, kneeling down to carefully remove the root-laden parts of the moss, extracting its juice to apply upon his severed limb. She then tore a strip of cloth from her skirt and delicately re-wrapped the injury. The knight beside the wounded man gently informed her that the unprocessed healing moss would be of limited efficacy, yet she shook her head, asserting that even minimal aid was preferable to doing nothing. Allow her to pursue her intentions, Ankaman said to the knight who had cautioned Liana. Upon hearing this, Liana shot a glare at the nobleman but chose silence, moving on to the next injured individual to repeat her ministrations. Though she did not completely heal the wounded, her actions evidently won the favor of many knights, whose previously indifferent expressions softened into smiles in her presence. Once Sir Koken had seen to the remaining knights, he approached Ankaman once more, speaking softly. Your Highness, we should take our leave. Our numbers have diminished, and we must hasten to deliver Professor Norgan to safety. I fear that lingering outdoors with our meager company may jeopardize your safety and that of the professor. Let us proceed, taking the wounded along. With the lightly injured attending to them, Ankaman nodded, issuing the order. The knights assisted one another in mounting the howling worms, and the procession ventured deeper into the forest. For the sake of discretion, Liana was not permitted by Ankaman to depart alone. She remained with the group under the pretext of caring for the injured. As for how to address this church acolyte upon their arrival, Ankaman had yet to devise a plan. That day's journey unfolded without further complications. In fact, with Liana's youthful presence, the atmosphere within the knightly ranks grew noticeably more buoyant, shedding its earlier somberness. That night, Teacher, we shall reach our destination by tomorrow, Ankaman said, assisting Norgan to sit beside the campfire. Do not worry. Though I am aged, I can endure this much hardship. It is the young lady who bears the brunt of the toil, Norgan replied, patting his weary joints while casting a glance at Liana, who was drinking water. With that, he retrieved a book and a pen from his pack, focusing intently on his writing by the flickering firelight. The journey of our profession necessitates secrecy. Only after the teacher has been properly settled can this young lady depart, and Kaima explained briefly to the girl beside him. Humph. Liana turned her head away with a huff, choosing not to engage further with this unfeeling nobleman. After a day of interaction, she discerned that this group was tasked with safeguarding a scholar named Nua Gongda on their way to a certain location. However, she was perplexed as to why they opted to traverse the dense woods rather than taking the main road. Currently, the contingent of knights still numbered around 70 or 80, most of whom retained their combat capabilities. Those knights who were only lightly injured tended to their severely wounded comrades, gathering around the campfire in a classic formation that provided comprehensive protection for the central figures. At this moment, Liana had changed into a more practical outfit, having replaced her cumbersome ecclesiastical robe, which was ill-suited for riding the fierce beetle. Before their departure, she donned a more agile ensemble, the garment belonging to a grievously injured knight whom she had tended to, having bandaged his wounds after he lost 2 arms and a leg. After finishing her water, Liana shook the water pouch and discovered that it still contained a substantial amount. She then approached the injured knight and softly remarked, "It is time for a change of dressings." Upon seeing the girl approach, the knight, lying on the grass mat, managed a weak smile and said, "I must trouble Miss Liana once more." Liana, holding the water pouch, inquired, "Do you wish for a drink?" Just as she spoke, a sharp sound pierced the air. The knight's bittersweet smile lingered on his face, yet an arrow had pierced his forehead, extinguishing his breath. Enemy attack. With a commanding shout, Knight Kojin alerted the remaining combat-ready knights, who swiftly grasped their shields and formed a defensive line. The lightly injured knights, who had been tending to their comrades, hastily dragged the severely wounded into the protective circle, quickly retrieving their shields to fill the gaps in the formation. Drip, drip, drip. The fresh water from the punctured pouch was nearly depleted, the last drops cascading down to the ground. The very arrow that had pierced the knight's forehead had first penetrated Liana's water pouch. Stunned, Liana stood motionless, still clutching the pouch, until a knight, severely disabled, struggled to rise and pressed her down, forcing her to kneel on the ground, her face pale. A formidable assembly of tall figures emerged slowly from the depths of the woods, encircling them. The sound of their armor clinking echoed as they moved, a metallic symphony. The sheer number of these individuals was overwhelming, numbering at least in the hundreds, all clad in armor, coated with black paint to prevent reflection. Even their faces obscured by dark cloth, rendering their identities indistinguishable. Such attire clearly indicated their intent to remain anonymous. "Who are you?" Knight Captain Kojin stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he demanded, "This is the territory of the Kaimov family. What brings you here? What is your purpose?" He invoked the illustrious name of the Kamen family, attempting to intimidate this group of enigmatic warriors despite their numerical superiority. One of the apparent leaders scanned the crowd and spotted the elderly scholar near the fire, glancing at the young nobleman beside him. Unable to suppress a laugh, he exclaimed, "Look who we have here. Is that not our esteemed prince in Kamen? I did not anticipate such a delightful surprise on this journey." With a swift motion of his arm, he coldly commanded, "Kill them all, leave not a single one alive." Chapter 16. Oh God, save us. Sir Kojin thrust his sword towards the groin of the enemy, targeting Professor Norgand, while pulling the professor behind him, bellowing, "Your Highness! Professor! Quickly, follow me to break through." Upon uttering these words, he emitted a sharp whistle. Soon, several knights began to consciously converge towards him amidst the chaotic melee, rapidly forming a small squad of fewer than 10. And Kamen, sword in hand, though of noble lineage, had endured rigorous training since childhood as the heir of the Kamen family. In truth, his martial prowess was not only competent, but remarkably exceptional, albeit lacking genuine battlefield experience. Despite this deficiency, he discerned that their adversaries were numerous and comprised elite warriors. Even if their knights could contend with 2, or even 5 foes at once, they would ultimately be ground down by sheer numbers. Thus, breaking through was their only glimmer of hope. The young nobleman, and Kamen, forcefully deflected a spear aimed at him, pushing back a charging black-armored foe, and cried out, "Break through." Amidst the chaos of battle, a cry echoed, and soon the knights echoed the same call. The roarbugs, previously relegated to the periphery of the conflict due to the sudden eruption of violence, stirred and surged into the fray. "Stop them! Slay those roarbugs!" The apparent leader among the black-armored warriors immediately sensed their intent, but at that moment was engaged by 2 knights, unable to extricate himself. He then commanded loudly. Over a dozen black-armored warriors extracted themselves from the fray and charged toward the roarbugs, quickly followed by several knights attempting to intercept them. More black-armored warriors surged after, creating a new battlefield at the side. Numerous roarbugs faced attacks upon entering the fray. Some lost their legs, others were pierced through their abdomens. Yet a few managed to reach their master. Kojin forcefully pushed and came in onto the back of a roarbug, swiftly turning to sever the arm of a black-armored warrior. He then propelled Professor Norgand onto another roarbug's back, timing his movement as another knight valiantly shielded him from the assault of 3 black-armored foes. Before climbing onto the creature's back himself, clenching his legs tightly, he shouted, "Quickly, Your Highness, we must flee." And Kamen hunched low on the back of the roarbug, his metallic spear incessantly thrusting towards the approaching black-armored warriors. As the roarbug surged forward, the momentum granted by its speed rendered him unstoppable, a true testament to the knight's combat prowess. Soon, he squinted his eyes as the girl named Liana remained collapsed on the ground, although chaos ensued all around her. Fortunately, no one paid heed to such a frail maiden, allowing her to remain unharmed amidst the tumult of battle. He squeezed the abdomen of the roaring insect with vigor, lightly shaking the reins. The well-trained creature immediately grasped its master's intent, accelerating to its utmost speed after a brief burst of speed. Liana had lived her whole life within the confines of the church, Now on the cusp of adulthood, she had only ventured to the nearby towns for religious duties, never having strayed more than 20 miles from the outskirts of Burden City. However, since the previous day, she had encountered a ferocious assault by the Mantis Swarm, and fortunately found salvation in the company of this band of knights. Before she could even catch her breath, she was thrust into the bewildering chaos of the battlefield, an experience entirely alien to her, one she had never even dared to imagine. In truth, from the moment that the arrow pierced the water sack, striking down a wounded knight, she had been rendered speechless, her mind a blank slate. Reach out. A shout reverberated in her mind like thunder splitting the night, prompting her to gaze up in confusion, only to behold the increasingly close visage of a heartless nobleman. Reach out. Another urgent call, and she, like a marionette, extended her hand. Suddenly, a powerful force surged, lifting her into the air before she landed in someone's embrace. The leader in black armor withdrew his sword from the abdomen of a knight, who, having once raised the blade, could no longer maintain his grip as it slipped from his hands and clattered to the ground. A torrent of bodily fluid gushed from the wound. He had succumbed to death, yet his other hand clung tightly to the leg of the black-armored leader. With a swift motion, the leader severed the knight's hand. Turning to those riding the roaring insects and coldly commanded, "Summon our roaring insects. Pursue them." The sound of crossbow bolts echoed once more, and yet another knight, striving to shield against the arrows, tumbled from his steed. The group that had managed to break free from the encirclement, once numbering over 10, was now reduced to a mere 4. Sir Kogan, Professor Norgand, Ankhemen, and Liana. Kogan, Ankhemen, holding Liana tightly as they rode upon the roaring insect, gasped towards the others nearby. "Here," Kogan responded, one hand reaching behind to firmly grasp Professor Norgand, ensuring he did not fall, while the other tightened around the reins. "We must split up. Their numbers are too great. If we continue like this, we will inevitably be captured." Ankhemen cast a glance back at their pursuers, speaking in a subdued tone. "Your Highness," Kogan hesitated. He understood that separating would scatter the enemy's forces, facilitating their escape. Yet, his duty was to protect the prince at all costs, placing him in a dilemma. Follow the order. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot defeat 100 mounted pursuers. If we persist in this manner, we shall surely perish. Whether it be the teacher or I, we still have a chance to flee." Ankhemen continued, his gaze steady upon his knight. Seeing Kogan still in doubt, Ankhemen resolutely declared, "Sir Kogan, heed my command." "Yes, my lord," Kogan instinctively replied. "Split up. Ensure the teacher reaches safety." "That is an order." Kojin understood that this was not the time for hesitation and spoke up. "Your Highness, be cautious. I shall spare no effort to escort the professor safely there." With that, he hesitated no longer, tugging at the reins, and the roaring beast let out a shriek before galloping in another direction. The pursuing soldiers, indeed, faltered slightly and split into 2 groups to continue their chase. "Oh God, how could this happen?" Ankhemen heard the murmured words of the girl in his arms, but he had no time to respond, as the assailants behind them resumed firing crossbow bolts. Accompanied by a cry of pain, a bolt pierced through armor and flesh. Emerging from the other side of the armor, Ankhemen felt as if all his strength had been drained away with that arrow. He could no longer grip the reins and fell from the back of the galloping beast alongside the wounded girl. Without its master's control, the beast ran a short distance before coming to a halt. Liana, disregarding her own pain, struggled to crawl to Ankhemen's side, cradling him in her arms. When the sound of footsteps approached, she looked up to see the pursuers had caught up, and the breathing vents of the beast were rapidly opening and closing from the exertion. The leader of the group glanced at the 2 fallen figures nearby without uttering a word, silently drawing a spear from beside the beast, raising it slowly, and shaking the reins to charge towards them. "Damn it!" Ankhemen clenched his fists. He recognized that these men were from the church. There were no bandits of such scale near the territory of the Kamen family, nor did any noble possess such a number of elite knights. He could think of no other possibility than the knightly order of the church. He had not anticipated that the church would send so many to hunt down his teacher. And the worst part was that he had now become ensnared in the situation himself. It seemed that as soon as they had left the city, they had been targeted by the church, which had followed them from a distance until now, striking when they were least prepared. Liana held the severely injured Ankhemen, watching the approaching pursuers, her antennae trembling slightly, unable to keep her eyes open any longer, murmuring, "Oh God, save us." Chapter 17. The Angel's Descent. "Oh God, save us." Liana's faint and trembling voice reached his ears. Ankhemen struggled to prop himself up, placing his hand on her shoulder, his gaze fixed on the advancing pursuers. In that moment, he felt the humiliation of being protected by a woman as a nobleman, along with the regret for his careless actions that had led them into peril. A tide of negative emotions surged within him. The spear in the leader's hand was raised high, its tip swaying with the beast's gallop. merely 20 meters away from striking them. Suddenly, a flash of light glimmered on the spearhead, a reflection of the sun. The night had passed, and dawn had arrived. As the first rays of morning light broke through the dense forest and illuminated the ground, the chase had continued through the entire night. And Cayman, one of the most illustrious nobles of the empire, the primary heir of the Cayman family, the 13th son of Duke Cayman, was facing the greatest crisis of his life. A peculiar cacophony suddenly emanated from behind the two individuals, prompting the pursuing leader to tighten the reins with urgency. The howling beast, momentarily restrained, lurched forward several paces uncontrollably. All present instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, eager to discern what strange entity had produced such odd noises in this secluded forest. Emerging from the rustling foliage behind them was a colossal figure, towering to the height of a two-story building. Its rectangular form was devoid of a discernible head, possessing two lower limbs and two arms. The creature shimmered with a metallic sheen, and at its center lay a flat, hexagonal structure, translucent and crystalline in nature, reminiscent of exquisite crystal. On the outer side of its right arm, an enigmatic symbol was etched, resembling a familial crest. Yet neither the pursuers nor Cayman recognized it as belonging to any known lineage or faction. As this being stepped forth from the thicket, it advanced past Cayman and Liana, covering over 10 meters before halting before the pursuing leader, remaining motionless thereafter. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. All present, including the towering metallic entity, uttered not a sound. If one were to listen closely, they might discern the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the wind and the faint sounds of creatures stirring deep within the forest. The pursuing leader regarded the immense figure draped in metallic armor with solemnity. After a prolonged moment of stillness, and observing that the creature remained unperturbed, he cast a glance at the two individuals behind it, resolving to complete his mission and eliminate the heir of the Cayman family to avert any unforeseen complications. He slowly raised his spear. Upon witnessing the leader's motion, the metallic creature mirrored the action, lifting its right arm in perfect synchrony. This gesture caused the leader's heart to quicken. Was it a prelude to an attack? Was it threatening him against rash actions? It was indeed there to safeguard the prince. Without further hesitation, he brandished his spear and commanded, "Attack." The remaining pursuers, having prepared themselves at the initial appearance of the metallic entity, sprang into action as soon as they received their leader's command. They drove their howling beasts forward, brandishing their weapons and charging towards the towering figure. They were the most loyal of warriors and the sharpest of blades, knights of the night, guardians concealed in the shadows, even against foes that outnumbered them by several fold. They had emerged victorious in the past. Surely, this unknown metallic creature could not impede their quest for justice. The clamor of weapons striking the metal being resounded as the pursuers, mounted upon their howling beasts, surged towards the creature, delivering heavy blows with their arms. After a few meters, they pivoted and continued their relentless assault. This was the standard formation of a knightly legion, leveraging the speed of cavalry to execute a relentless barrage against their adversaries. Although the creature appeared unharmed by the tempestuous onslaught, it seemed as if the metallic monstrosity had been momentarily stunned, standing frozen in place, its right arm still raised in a dazed posture. "Strike at the gaps in its armor," commanded the leader of the pursuers, observing that their weapons failed to penetrate the creature's formidable exterior. He promptly revised their battle strategy, a tactic effective against most armored foes. All armored warriors possess exceptional defenses, and engaging directly with their armor is a maneuver every soldier is trained to avoid. However, by identifying the vulnerabilities in their armor, one can easily overcome them. This, of course, demands precise swordsmanship and keen observation. The pursuers swiftly drew their stiletto blades, invigorated with renewed determination, and charged forth. A cacophony of clattering echoed as a group of pursuers mounted upon their roaring beasts circled the metallic creature, aiming their weapons at the joints of its armor. At that moment, the metallic monstrosity seemed to awaken, raising its arms and turning its body with a series of creaking sounds, curiously observing the diminutive assailants surrounding it. Clearly, the pursuer's strategy against armored foes proved ineffective against this metallic behemoth, as it appeared to possess an additional layer of metallic protection at its joints. With many of the warriors feeling the resistance of metal upon striking, "Utilize fire," the leader of the pursuers ordered once more, adjusting their attack plan. The pursuers hastily retrieved clay pots wrapped in thick cloth from their belts and hurled them at the metallic creature with great force. The pots shattered upon impact with its armor, spilling their oily contents across the surface. A flaming bolt was unleashed, and with a resounding explosion, a fireball engulfed the metallic monstrosity. The pursuers regrouped, gazing at the creature consumed by flames. This was a method employed against heavily armored infantry. Many nobles from regions devoid of horses had devised infantry clad in heavy armor, wielding long spears to counter cavalry. These heavily armored soldiers, akin to the metallic monstrosity, were impervious to blades and spears. Unlike typical armored warriors, their armor was reinforced with additional protection at the joints and face, making it exceedingly difficult to discover weaknesses during combat. Cavalry charges relying on speed and strength would be thwarted by such heavy armor. Unfortunately, their sluggish movement meant that igniting their armor with oil could easily lead to their demise within the confines of their thick metallic shells. Yet, the outcome diverged from the leader's expectations. No sooner had the flames ignited than the metallic creature erupted in plumes of white smoke from its joints, extinguishing the flames that had clung to it. The leader of the pursuers watched intently, his gaze flickering with concern, having refrained from rushing into the fray and instead opting for careful observation. At last, as he beheld the metallic monstrosity sweeping its arms to disperse the white mist while swaying its body, his gaze narrowed slightly. He patted the head of the roaring beast beneath him and spoke to his companion beside him. "Do you see the crystalline part of its upper body? I observed it closely for a considerable time. That is precisely how it is observing us. That is its eye, and our next target must be that eye." Thus commenced another round of assault. Despite the metal creature being impervious to blades and bullets, it appeared to possess a limited intellect and sluggish movements. This afforded the pursuers numerous opportunities to attack and experiment. With each successive wave of their relentless onslaught, the metallic monstrosity began to slowly retreat. This retreat incited even more frenzied attacks. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the back of a roaring insect charging towards the creature. He deftly evaded the creature's flailing arms, seized a protrusion on its armored chest, and deftly climbed onto its upper body. Facing the creature's colossal eye, he supported himself with one hand while brandishing his spear with the other, shouting, "For our cause," as he aimed to plunge his spear into the giant eye. Then, a loud crack echoed as he was swiftly crushed into a pulp by the creature's massive hand. That was its vulnerability. Onward. The death of one warrior did not instill fear in the others. Rather, it ignited their fighting spirit. This was the creature's first counterattack. Yet it seemed to affirm the correctness of their target. The pursuers surged toward the metallic monstrosity, with three of them emulating the first warrior's method to clamber onto its body. At that moment, everyone was convinced that this impervious metal creature bore a weakness, its glaring hexagonal eye on its upper body. Just then, a resonant hum filled the air, and the metallic monstrosity trembled. Several pursuers who had climbed onto its body lost their grip and tumbled to the ground. Two orbs of light ignited from behind the creature, revealing two blue flames, as a powerful gust of wind sent stones and soil flying in all directions. Then, the creature's feet slowly lifted off the ground, ascending into the air. The metallic monstrosity rose 6 meters and hovered just beyond the reach of the pursuers' attacks. Its arms extended, and openings in its armory closed and opened, revealing several cylindrical tubes that unexpectedly emerged, aimed downward at the pursuers. "Draw your crossbows." The leader of the pursuers looked up at the hovering metal beast, astonished that such a cumbersome entity could defy gravity. Nevertheless, he wasted no time in retrieving the crossbow from the side of the roaring insect, swiftly drawing the string and knocking an arrow. The surrounding pursuers quickly followed suit, raising their crossbows to aim at the airborne monstrosity. "Fire! Aim for its eye," commanded the leader, and with that, he released the first arrow. Ankhemen and Liana sat on the ground, watching as the metallic beast emerged from the forest and witnessed the confrontation between the pursuers and the creature. To be candid, had it not been for the injuries sustained by both individuals from their fall off the racing screaming beetle, this moment would have presented a splendid opportunity for a stealthy escape. Ankhemen swore he had never encountered such a metallic monstrosity, nor had he ever even heard of its like. The pursuing soldiers hurled spears and swung massive axes at the creature, thrusting their swords and setting it ablaze. Yet, regardless of the weaponry employed against it, the glimmering metallic beast remained utterly unscathed. It did not even attempt to retaliate, resembling a clumsy and good-natured giant observing a troop of ignorant dwarfs performing tricks, until one of them climbed onto its body and began to assault what the pursuing captain referred to as the creature's eye. However, Ankhemen was utterly convinced that this so-called eye was definitely not a vulnerability, for he had clearly witnessed the first soldier to target that spot being obliterated by a colossal hand that struck down upon it. He envisioned the force of that immense steel palm, which had struck with such power that the so-called eye had emerged unscathed. He surmised that rather than fearing an attack to that location, the metallic creature was more averse to the soldiers climbing upon its form, much like an ordinary person detests insects crawling upon their skin. He lifted his gaze to the figure silently hovering above in the sky, then glanced down at the group of soldiers who had drawn their bows and nocked arrows, preparing to fire into the heavens. A peculiar sensation surged within him. Those soldiers were likely to face dire consequences. Liana stared blankly at the figure in the sky. The sun had gradually risen, now just above the treetops. The metallic giant hovered at precisely this height, its true form obscured by the sunlight, revealing only the metal encasing it, which reflected dazzling light to outline a bizarre silhouette. She could not fathom why she had been unfortunate enough to encounter the Mandy's beetles, nor could she comprehend why, after narrowly escaping, she would find herself being pursued by such ruthless, fully armed brigands in this desolate forest. When the captain of the pursuers charged at her on the screaming beetle, spear raised high, she momentarily believed she was destined to return to the embrace of death. However, just as everyone anticipated the inevitable conclusion of fate, the deity she revered seemed to respond to her prayers. She gazed at the figure in the sky, behind which blazed two enormous flames, emitting a staggering hum that stirred the air, tugging at the clothing and antennae of everyone present. It hovered silently above, as if silently questioning the ignorant mortals below. Chapter 18. The Divine Realm? Shoot. Shoot its eye, commanded the captain of the pursuers, raising his crossbow to be the first to unleash an arrow. The arrows rained down upon the metallic monstrosity, clattering against its surface. Yet it appeared to sustain no damage whatsoever. It remained steadfastly suspended in the air, with the twin flames behind it roaring and emitting a resounding thunder, as if an enraged giant were bellowing at the pursuing soldiers below. Suddenly, a brilliant blaze erupted from the circular tubes extending from the arms of the metallic monstrosity. Ankaman and Liana were met with a rapid, staccato sound, and in the next heartbeat, a rain of fire descended upon the position of the pursuing squad on the ground. For those soldiers who had just engaged in battle with the clumsy metal beast, this was an unheralded and unexpected assault. Most were obliterated in an instant, caught in the overwhelming torrent of firepower, their metallic armor offering no semblance of protection. A rare few, realizing the impending doom, raised their shields, only to find them rendered as ineffective as paper against such onslaught. Even those who had taken refuge beneath the howling worms were not spared, torn to shreds alongside their forsaken beasts. In scarcely 10 seconds, the ground lay strewn with mangled flesh and shattered armor. Among the remnants, a fortunate soldier, positioned at the very edge of the firestorm's reach, survived, though his howling worm lay half destroyed, reduced to a pulpy mass. He gazed in disbelief at the carnage before him, unable to comprehend how his side, seemingly dominant moments ago, had been utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye. His mouth agape, he finally stammered, "Demon, devil," before discarding his weapon and fleeing into the woods, screaming as he ran. The airborne metallic creature slowly turned its body towards the direction of the fleeing soldier, but made no move to pursue. Instead, it extended a slender, box-like apparatus from its back and rested it upon its shoulder. With a swift whoosh, an indistinct object, trailing fire and white smoke, shot forth from the top of the box, veering mid-flight to intercept the fleeing pursuer. Then came a tremendous explosion, a massive fireball erupting from the nearby forest, followed by a small mushroom-shaped cloud ascending into the sky. Ankaman watched in wide-eyed astonishment, unable to fathom how a nightly squad of dozens, seemingly as formidable as the finest soldiers of the Kamen family, could be reduced to indistinguishable remnants of flesh in such a fleeting moment. It appeared that even if hundreds, no, thousands more were to come, the outcome would remain unchanged. When he saw the metallic creature turn its gaze upon himself and Liana, an unprecedented terror surged from the depths of his being, a chill creeping from his feet to the tips of his tendrils. It was a fear that emanated from the very core of his soul. Yet, despite the dread, the gentlemanly instincts cultivated since childhood compelled him to extend his arms protectively in front of the girl beside him. Though his tendrils trembled subtly, and he felt as though all strength had been drained from his body, he resolutely positioned himself before the very girl who had just sheltered him in her embrace. At this moment, he harbored few thoughts, acting almost instinctively. It was only later that he realized this subconscious gesture had saved both himself and Liana. The metallic creature descended slowly from the sky, the flames on its back gradually extinguishing, and the tremendous roar subsided along with the dying flames. Upon landing, the creature gazed at the two for an extended period, yet contrary to Ankaman's fears, it did not launch an attack. Instead, it slowly raised its right arm and gestured invitingly towards them. Was it beckoning us? Did it wish for us to approach? Should we move forward? Would it assault us? Ankaman hesitated as he observed the creature's movements, but then recalled the fate of the pursuers who had fled moments earlier. A shiver coursed through him, making him realize he was overthinking. If this creature intended harm, it would not need to employ any tricks. It could simply stomp its foot, and he and Liana would be reduced to mere pulp. Thus, he gritted his teeth against the pain of his sprained ankle and the arrow wound piercing his shoulder, grasped a spear shaft that had fallen to the ground, and with great effort, he pulled Liana up alongside him. At that moment, the metallic creature seemed to notice their injuries and did not wait for them to approach with their spears. Instead, it strode forward and, before they could react, effortlessly lifted them both in its grasp, turning to dash deeper into the forest, held gently in the creature's hand. Aang came and realized that this seemingly clumsy and massive metallic being had shed its earlier sluggishness and bewilderment from the assault by the pursuers. It ran with a speed far exceeding that of the howling worms, weaving deftly through the trees of the forest. In no time, the surrounding trees became increasingly sparse, causing the creature's pace to gradually slow from a run to a walk. Was it an angel? A voice suddenly reached Ankhemen's ears. He turned to glance at Liana, who had remained silent since the pursuit began, now also cradled in the creature's hand. Dappled light filtered through the branches, casting patterns across her face. A leaf, seemingly fallen from nowhere, rested atop her head, yet she appeared oblivious, simply staring at the metallic creature, uttering the question softly. What a jest! How could such a vicious being be considered an angel? He nearly voiced his thoughts, yet the words faltered on his lips. Indeed, they should have perished at the hands of that pursuing squad. Yet here they were, alive, while those pursuers had long since become corpses. For the two of them, this metallic creature resembled the angels found in religious tales, turning the tide in their direst moment and granting them salvation in the blink of an eye. However, if it truly were a divine servant, why did it not aid the clearly ecclesiastical knights of the pursuing squad, but instead rescue them, the greatest enemies of the church? He paused for a moment and then said, I do not believe in deities, nor in angels. Yet, if it is not an angel, why did it appear after my prayer and save us? If it is not an angel, how could it possess such immense power to vanquish foes that outnumber it by so great a margin? Clearly, the young girl did not concur with his reasoning. Ankhemen opened his mouth, intending to recite the teachings imparted to him by his father, Duke Kamen, and his mentor, but he found himself faltering. As doubt crept into his heart, in the past, he could assert with conviction that no divine presence had ever manifested before him, nor had he witnessed any miracles. However, today's encounter rendered those words stuck in his throat. Thus, he could only repeat, I do not know. It must be an angel. The divine must have heard my prayer and sent it to rescue us. The girl gazed resolutely at the metallic creature, seemingly unafraid. Rather, her interpretation seemed to imbue her with a hint of reverence towards the being. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened. Seizing the opportunity, Ankhemen shifted the topic and surveyed his surroundings, realizing they had traversed the forest and arrived at a clearing by the edge of a lake. It dawned on him where they were, an unnamed lake nestled deep in the northeastern forest of Burleton, near the hilly terrain. He had seen this place on his family's military maps during his military training. It was designated as an uninhabited emergency retreat point chosen by his family for critical situations. He recognized it due to the lake's remarkably distinctive shape, nearly impossibly circular, which was unique in nature. Now, not far from the lakeshore, a colossal square metallic structure towered, its height surpassing any edifice he had ever encountered. His family had explored this lake approximately 60 years ago, and such a construction could not have existed then. Otherwise, the family would have marked it on their maps as a crucial fallback location. Not only had a square metallic structure appeared, but the ground surrounding it had also been meticulously leveled. Ankhemen took note of the absence of any paving stones, as if the entire surface were a single, polished monolith. In the clearing, numerous four-wheeled creatures, reminiscent of large beetles, scurried about, while the sky was filled with unrecognizable flying beasts. Blinding lights and cacophonous sounds emanated from the metallic building. According to his family's maps, this should have been a tranquil lake deep within the forest, yet, at that moment, Ankhemen felt it was as lively as a forge where armor was crafted for warriors. Is this the realm of the angels? Came Liana's voice, filled with astonishment and confusion. Ankhemen, however, had no inclination to turn his head. His gaze was fixed upon a flat creature buzzing past him. The creature soared through the air with remarkable stability, swiftly darting past his eyes before disappearing into the distant horizon. Everything before him appeared surreal, and he could only utter a phrase he wished to avoid but felt compelled to express. I do not know. Before the metallic structure, let us refer to it as the entrance, for this metallic edifice bore no grand doors. One could argue it resembled a vast box resting upon the ground, presenting only its face to Enkaima and Liana, its entire wall devoid of openings. Enkaima and Liana were gently set down upon the smooth terrain by the metallic beast, and at that moment, Enkaima sensed that the creature bore no ill will towards them. He could feel the delicate and cautious manner in which it handled them, aware of their injuries. Had it harbored malice, they might have been callously discarded onto the ground. Seizing the brief moment of respite, Enkaima stamped his foot, discovering that the impeccably flat surface was indeed a colossal slab of rock, though the material was unlike any stone he had encountered before. He pondered how such a massive boulder could have been processed and transported to this location. He then cast a quick glance at the interior of the metallic structure. Despite the absence of a grand entrance, caution was paramount under the current circumstances. What met his gaze within was a colossal, twisted metallic framework, larger than a castle. Its form an incomprehensible mass. Countless creatures resembling the ones he had seen earlier, each with 4 tires and the ability to fly, were bustling in and out of this framework. At this moment, a metal object, slightly smaller yet still resembling a portion of a castle, was being hoisted above the framework by a door-like apparatus. The brilliant flashes of light he had observed earlier emanated from their connection, indicating that this immense metallic structure was in the process of being crafted or repaired into some unknown entity. However, what astonished him was not the sheer size of these metallic objects. He could not discern their true nature. Perhaps they were grand metallic sculptures, but rather the small hill behind the metallic building. This hill had been unnaturally hollowed out, leaving a gaping, pitch-black chasm in its wake. An estimated 100 pipes of various sizes extended from the metallic structure into this abyss, strange and unidentifiable sounds emanating from the unfathomable depths. Reminiscent of the eerie whispers of hell itself. A sudden noise jolted Enkaima from his reverie. The metallic creature that had brought them here began to split open along its midsection, the fissure extending to its shoulders. As a colossal mouth gradually opened along this split, a figure resembling the creature, complete with legs, arms, and a round head, emerged from its maw, leaping forth to stand before them. Chapter 19. The first exchange. Enkaima gazed at the oddly shaped being before him. Since its departure from the metallic creature, it had engaged in an elaborate pantomime, seemingly attempting to communicate with him. He endeavored to communicate using the universal language of the Empire, as well as 3 regional dialects, and even the ancient tongue of the Empire. Yet the peculiar creature before him, which appeared strange but evoked no fear, clearly did not comprehend his attempts. Instead, it emitted a cacophony of bizarre sounds and gestured animatedly. In response, he mimicked its gestures, but it was evident that neither party grasped the meanings behind the other's actions. The creature seemed somewhat disheartened, tilting its head back and lightly fanning the 5 short tendrils at the end of its right forelimb across its face. Subsequently, it shouted a few times towards the metallic structure, from which emerged several more beings that resembled it almost identically. One of them was slightly smaller, sporting thick, long, filament-like appendages atop its head, which were gathered into 2 tufts cascading down the back of its skull. This smaller being tossed an oval object to the one attempting communication with it, chattering in its own language. The creature that had first tried to engage began to fiddle with the object. After a considerable time, it lifted the item to the area resembling a mouth on its head and muttered a stream of sounds, then extended it towards itself. Enkaima hesitated, contemplating whether to accept this object when, unexpectedly, it emitted a sound that startled him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the sound was, in fact, in the Empire's universal language. Beep, test, beep, how are you? Astonished, Enkaima gazed at the object being offered, then looked up at the creature, hesitating. Beep, chitter, gurgle. Beep, it emitted another sequence of sounds, which Enkaima recognized as its own language. The creature appeared delighted upon hearing this response, nodding to its companions before speaking again. Beep. Great, still beep testing. This beep, I beep, malice, none, beep. I do not quite grasp the meaning of your initial statement, but you seem to imply that you harbor no ill will? Enkaima inquired after a brief pause. Beep, yes, malice, none, we, beep, the creature replied. Are they angels? Liana interjected suddenly, tugging at Enkaiman's sleeve upon realizing they could communicate. Who are you? Enkaiman quickly asked, omitting the presupposed answer from Liana's question. Beep, explanation, cannot, insufficient, vocabulary. Please enter, follow me. Beep, the creature responded, then murmured something to another notably taller companion. The tall being nodded, produced an object, and tapped it a few times. Soon, 2 wheeled contraptions approached Enkaiman and Liana, and without seeking their consent, several metallic claws extended from the creature's bodies, gently lifting them and placing them upon their backs. Enkaiman looked up at the creature he had first encountered, observing it nod in acknowledgement before raising its right arm and gesturing for them to follow into the metallic structure before them. In this unfamiliar environment, the 2 injured individuals had no grounds for dissent and were compelled to allow the wheeled monstrosities to carry them alongside the peculiar beings into the edifice. At last, we can communicate. Tang Sheng sighed deeply as he sank onto the sofa of their makeshift base. If you had provided me with this device before my departure, I wouldn't have been besieged by that horde of insects. You cannot fathom the thrill of having a cockroach the size of a human poised at your window, hissing and brandishing a spear, ready to thrust it at you. I nearly shattered the cockpit glass of my heavy-duty power armor in fright. Be grateful. This translator was hastily constructed only after you informed me of capturing 2 non-threatening live specimens. What you have here is merely a fundamental vocabulary bank based on our direct interactions and covert observations thus far, aside from the most rudimentary words and phrases. It is nearly unusable, Su Xiaoxiao interjected, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes. In my opinion, given the level of civilization we have observed on this planet, they are still at a medieval stage. We need not languish in this desolate mountain hideaway, slowly repairing our ship. Instead, we should locate significant mining sites to expedite the restoration of the wolf fawn. This planet's environment is ancient, reminiscent of Earth's Permian period, teeming with grotesque, oversized insects. By the way, why were those two cockroach-like entities placed in the medical chamber with Gaucho for treatment? Evans remarked, pointing disapprovingly at Tang Sheng. We have finally encountered two specimens capable of peaceful communication, yet you suggest we delay their healing, allowing them to perish from their injuries while you seek out another? The translator requires their cooperation to expand its vocabulary and grammatical database. As for large-scale mining, let us not overlook the excessive gravity of this planet. With our current resources, we can only produce chemical rockets, which are evidently unsuitable for such a high-gravity environment. Calculations indicate that launching a 6-ton Earth observation satellite would require over 40 times the fuel needed on Earth, amounting to tens of thousands of tons just for rocket fuel. Manufacturing such a super-heavy chemical rocket is an egregious waste of resources, especially considering that our industrial modules sustained considerable losses during the crash. We currently possess only 3 operational universal 3D printing devices, and it would be folly to expend vast resources on constructing a super-heavy rocket without first establishing a survival base. Without such a rocket, we cannot even launch artificial satellites, let alone search for mining sites. Thus, our immediate priority must be to repair the lightly damaged iron nail, which will secure a safe living environment and provide us with a measure of mobility. Moreover, Ding Hao and Guan Xiaoya have repeatedly stressed that it is prudent for us to refrain from hasty large-scale interactions with the indigenous sentient beings of this planet. It seems that during their examination of the indigenous corpses following our initial conflict, they discovered something of great significance. Contemplating these distressing matters, Tang Sheng could not help but massage his throbbing temples and remarked, "Let us not even mention that scoundrel Ding Hao. Were it not for him, we would not have ended up on this cursed planet. If it hadn't been for Alan activating a portion of the Iron Nail's engines at the last moment to mitigate our descent, we might have become the first exploratory team in human history to perish on an alien planet due to our own folly." The mere mention of Ding Hao filled Evans with ire. However, had we not arrived on this planet, we would never have made such discoveries. As the conversation unfolded, Ding Hao and Guan Xiaoya emerged from the laboratory. Ding Hao, holding a personal digital assistant, spoke as he walked. "What have we discovered?" Noticing their arrival, Tang Sheng promptly posed the question, genuinely intrigued by the suggestion to avoid large-scale contact with the indigenous beings. Nonetheless, out of respect for the scientists and medical professionals, he had temporarily adopted this advice. Ding Hao turned to Guan Xiaoya and said, "Perhaps you should elaborate, as genetic engineering is your area of expertise. I am merely an assistant in this experiment." Yet, Guan Xiaoya bit her lip and shook her head. Everyone was aware of her tendency to become anxious when speaking to others, suggesting she might possess a significant social anxiety. However, in her interactions with Guan Xiaoxiao, she seemed to exhibit no such barriers beyond her reticence. Thus, Ding Hao continued, "Through our observations and research over this period, we have come to understand that the environment of this planet bears a striking resemblance to that of Earth. The indigenous life forms are also carbon-based entities, and even without harmful microorganisms and viruses, our physiological adaptability allows us to potentially inhabit this planet without additional life support systems. Although the excessive gravity imposes considerable strain on our bodies, it is undeniable that the environment here is remarkably akin to that of Earth during the late Paleozoic era, around the Carboniferous or Permian periods. From our collected biological samples, it is evident that they possess DNA as their genetic instructions. It can be said that aside from the overwhelming gravity, which complicates the use of chemical rockets, this planet is the optimal choice for the Kunlun fleet to establish a base. Given adequate resources, we could construct a space elevator in synchronous orbit above the planet's equator, thereby circumventing the challenges posed by its immense gravity that hinders spacecraft launches. This plan necessitates further consideration of the gravitational effects on materials, and I have conducted a detailed analysis that I will share with everyone shortly. Upon hearing this, Tang Sheng raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Then why do you and Xiaoya insist that we cannot engage in large-scale interactions with the indigenous beings? If this planet's environment is so conducive to human existence, we should expedite the repair of the Iron Nail to restore contact with the fleet. I certainly do not wish for us to become the first exploratory team that, due to our own blunders, fails to complete our mission and subsequently requires rescue from the mother ship. Based on our discoveries on this planet, we have essentially fulfilled our objectives." Ding Hao shook his head and continued, "Do not be hasty. I have not yet finished." He then projected a holographic display, showcasing 3 diagrams of DNA helix structures. "Look closely," he continued. "These 3 images represent the genetic blueprints of humans, ordinary indigenous organisms and the indigenous civilized beings. We have compared the ordinary indigenous organisms to Earth's native species, and the differences are minimal. At this point, he removed the diagram representing the ordinary indigenous organism from the holographic display and enlarged the remaining two images. However, the genetic blueprints of these indigenous civilized beings exhibit certain similarities to humans. This does not imply that their genes are remarkably akin to ours, but rather, how should I put it? We are aware that since the cataclysmic threats to our solar system were identified, modern humans have undergone numerous rounds of genetic optimization over hundreds of years compared to ancient Earth dwellers. Consequently, contemporary humans surpass their ancient counterparts in terms of lifespan, physical constitution, and adaptability to environmental changes. Due to these genetic enhancements, specific segments can be identified within our genetic blueprints, which are indicative of genetic mutations or artificially modified genes. Strangely, however, these indigenous civilized beings also possess a significant number of similar segments in their genes, with quantities far exceeding those found in humans. Naturally, we could not immediately dismiss the possibility of genetic mutations or other natural causes. Thus, we continued our investigations for a while longer. Now, we can confirm that the distinctive segments in the genes of these indigenous civilized beings are indeed remnants of artificial modification rather than the result of natural mutations. Observe. We have identified at least 16 genetic segments from other organisms within their genome that bear no evolutionary relation to them, and among these, 6 segments do not have any direct source or analogous genetic fragments in all the indigenous organisms we have been able to collect. This signifies that these indigenous civilized beings are the products of genetic engineering. Ding Hao paused at this juncture, surveying the astonished expressions of those present before continuing with satisfaction. However, during this time, our drone and balloon reconnaissance have revealed that the level of civilization among the indigenous beings is quite primitive, roughly equivalent to Earth's civilization in the 18th century, perhaps even a bit worse. After all, we have not discovered any structured public education systems or evidence of developed scientific technologies utilized for enhancing productivity. Yet, it is crucial to understand that the technology required for direct genetic modification far exceeds our current scientific capabilities. Why is this the case? Quite simply, humanity, with its present technology, is still incapable of altering the genes of a species to foster intelligence. Moreover, a civilization such as this, still entrenched in agrarian practices, could never possess the advanced genetic technologies necessary for self-modification. Thus, I harbor suspicions that there exists another highly advanced civilization on this planet, the very creators of these indigenous beings. The technological prowess of this civilization surpasses humanity, particularly in the realm of biology. Do you now comprehend why large-scale contact with the indigenous life forms is inadvisable? After Ding Hao spoke, he surveyed the gathering. Chapter 20. The Starry Folk. So, according to your assertion, you are a group of beings from the heavens, or rather, from the profound depths of the cosmos? May I refer to you as the Starry Folk? And Cayman inquired, seated comfortably on the sofa. At that moment, he was impeccably attired, exuding the poise expected of nobility, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. It is worth noting that merely 2 days prior, he had sustained grievous wounds, including a punctured thorax and a broken leg. In the Cayman family, such injuries would raise serious doubts not only about recovery within such a brief time frame, but even about the possibility of survival. We are known as humans, hailing from a distant galaxy, from a planet called Earth. If you insist on interpreting it that way, it is not incorrect to say we come from the depths of the cosmos. Tang Sheng, also seated on the sofa, held a cup of coffee, blowing gently upon it before gesturing towards the 2 other cups on the coffee table, asking, "Would you care to sample this? It is the most popular invigorating beverage among humanity." "Thank you very much, but I must beg your pardon. While this may be a delicacy to you, we truly cannot accept its flavor," and Cayman replied, glancing at the peculiar drink on the coffee table before turning to Liana beside him. Upon hearing this, Liana's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, driven by curiosity, she had mustered the courage to take a sip of this beverage, which was said to be quite popular among the Starry Folk, only to nearly expel her intestines in revulsion. Although the Starry Folk assured them that this drink, known as coffee, posed no toxic side effects for them, they remained wary of its dreadful taste. In truth, I myself am not particularly fond of coffee's flavor. I merely find it rather sophisticated, Tang Sheng remarked, blowing once more on the coffee, yet he did not drink it, instead placing it back on the table. "By the way, until now, we have yet to formally express our gratitude," Ng Cayman stated, rising to his feet, his tendrils crossing at the back of his head as he bowed. Liana, hearing this, promptly stood as well, performing a similar gesture of respect. Tang Sheng, who had been lounging casually on the sofa, felt somewhat uncomfortable at such solemnity directed towards him and quickly stood, saying, "It was merely a trifling effort on my part. Mr. Ng Cayman, Or should I address you as Lord Ankaman, or perhaps Your Highness? In any case, shall we sit and converse? There is no need for such gravity. Though it may seem trivial to you, it is of great significance to us. After all, you saved our lives in our most perilous moment. And please, call me Giorgio. That is what my friends refer to me as, and if you and your companions do not mind, you may do so as well. Chirp, chirp. Our esteemed Prince Ankaman remarked as he settled back onto the sofa, with Liana gracefully taking a seat beside him. Chirp, I certainly do not mind. Indeed, this appellation flows more smoothly and aligns more closely with our phonetic customs. The last time I encountered you, it seemed you were being pursued by those individuals. If I may speak candidly, were you not being hunted? They must be your adversaries? Tang Sheng inquired about the events of that day. Indeed, I cannot yet ascertain their identities. You may be unaware that as an imperial noble, despite possessing certain privileges, the circumstances within the empire are exceedingly intricate. Many individuals harbor intentions to extinguish the lives of nobles like myself for various reasons. Chirp selectively divulged fragments of information to these denizens of the starry skies. Though they had saved his life and displayed remarkable camaraderie, it was prudent to maintain a degree of vigilance until their true motives were thoroughly understood. Very well. I had presumed they were affiliated with that previous group who inexplicably invaded the base, refused communication, and engaged us in frenzied combat. Tang Sheng pondered but refrained from voicing his thoughts. In truth, a contingent of approximately 100 had arrived days prior, adamantly shunning any form of dialogue and violently clashing with them, resulting in an inevitable outcome. None of the adversaries escaped the vicinity of the base. This time, Tang Sheng, piloting heavy power armor, had encountered Chirp and the others because drones had detected this group drawing near to the base, leading him to mistakenly conclude that the previous invaders had returned. Thus he charged out in a fit of rage, inadvertently rescuing the two. I have a personal fascination with the starry skies and hope to converse with you more about them, Chirp began, but Liana interjected. Pardon me, but are you referring to the place where the deity slumbers? Have you ever encountered this deity? The deity? If you refer to the term in a religious context. From my personal perspective, I do not believe, and thus have not witnessed the deity you describe. As for the starry skies, it is rather complex to elucidate at this moment, as it encompasses a plethora of intricate knowledge. A cursory explanation might not only fail to clarify, but could lead to further confusion. However, perhaps next time, I could procure some educational materials for you to view. Tang Sheng replied, somewhat taken aback by the inquiry from the female insectoid, as he had not anticipated that this civilization possessed concepts of religion. Indeed, following an expedition by humanity, specifically the Wolf Fong reconnaissance team, well, it was just a few of them who, through methods such as rock, paper, scissors, and dice throwing, rigorously and scientifically designated the indigenous intelligent life forms of this planet as insectoids. Consequently, this planet was christened Insect Planet. This may well be a privilege of the Wolf Fong reconnaissance team, as per the temporary administrative regulations of the Kunlun fleet. Discoverers possess the right to name the planets and beings they uncover, provided that these newly discovered celestial bodies exhibit distinctive characteristics. Otherwise, they are subjected to systematic numerical designation. However, if you have never encountered a deity, from where do you and your companions derive those abilities that are typically attributed to divine beings? Liana sat upright, her curiosity directed towards Tang Sheng, although, from a human perspective, her inquisitive expression might not be easily discernible. To some extent, the vast technological disparity renders those lagging in technology utterly incapable of comprehending the advancements of their more technologically adept counterparts, such that the innovations of the latter appear to them as entirely enigmatic, akin to the powers of deities. For those who possess religious beliefs, this might indeed pose some perplexities. Ding Hao approached the trio and remarked, Gao Qiu has announced that dinner is ready. Let us dine and converse at the restaurant. Over the ensuing days, Qiu and Liana remained there, invited to assist this group who referred to themselves as Earthlings in refining their remarkable device, capable of translating their languages into one another. Although occasional grammatical errors persisted, it had become sufficiently functional for basic communication. The Earthlings claimed that this device, dubbed a translator, would continually enhance its translation efficacy through self-learning, achieving greater accuracy with frequent use. While they insisted on being called humans, they were more accustomed to the appellation of Earthlings. Tang Sheng and the others chose not to correct them, pondering that perhaps this designation was more aligned with the linguistic habits of the insectoid culture. The experiences of these days revealed that Qiu, a worldly noble of the empire, was not significantly more enlightened than Liana, a novice missionary. For both, much of what the Earthlings exhibited was beyond their comprehension, as articulated by Ding Hao, the so-called scientist among them, who noted that nearly every artifact presented by the Earthlings was astonishingly miraculous in their eyes. For instance, the formidable machinery known as heavy power armor, piloted by Tang Sheng to rescue them, was initially misconstrued. They have since come to realize that it is not a colossal creature clad in armor, but rather a man-made, operable metallic construct. According to the denizens of the starry skies, it bears a resemblance to the beasts known as howler worms that pull carts, although they remain perplexed as to how these two could be compared. Additionally, they pondered the existence of automated engineering vehicles, equipped with 6 wheels and comparable in size to howler worms, which operate intelligently and avoid collisions without a driver, as well as aerial drones capable of soaring through the skies and performing high-altitude tasks. There exists a remarkable contraption, referred to as a healing pod, that can immerse gravely injured individuals in a peculiar liquid, leading to complete recovery within 2 days, leaving no scars behind. Another astounding machine, dubbed the Universal 3D Printing Module, is said to be able to fabricate anything as long as sufficient materials are provided, merely by activating a switch. This very device conjured the garments worn by both him and Liana in mere seconds before their eyes. According to these celestial beings, the moment of their arrival coincided with the much-discussed event of the falling stars, which had stirred considerable excitement among the populace of the empire. Both Jiao and Liana had witnessed the meteor shower that streaked across the sky. In response, the church had proclaimed this phenomenon as a manifestation of divine will. Consequently, upon learning of this, a young girl from the church fell silent, perhaps in the process of reconstructing her worldview. What exhilarated Jiao the most was the revelation from his discourse with the starry sky denizens. His mentor, Professor Nogan's treatise on celestial motion, is, in a certain sense, correct. Yet, he found himself bewildered by the notion that it is only correct to a degree. Could it be erroneous from another perspective? While this query is not of paramount significance, the crux lies in the fact that the starry sky beings informed him that their own technological advancements, much like his race's, commenced with scholarly pursuits in natural sciences akin to studies such as on celestial motion. Following an extensive passage of time, and through the relentless efforts of countless geniuses, they attained their present level of sophistication. Jiao understood that this implicitly indicated that his own race is beginning to discover and engage with the discipline known as science. Given sufficient time, they too could evolve to possess the same strength as the starry sky denizens. This also served as validation of his father, Duke Cayman's astute endeavors in promoting scholarly teachings through collaboration with other noble families, funding their research, which in turn yielded substantial returns for the aristocracy. Enhanced metals were forged, and more efficient accounting methods were disseminated, all of which are the fruits born from the pursuit of scientific knowledge. Every noble heir undergoes rigorous training in strategy, etiquette, combat, economics, and diplomacy within their family, striving to distinguish themselves. As the foremost heir of the empire's elite nobility, Jiao naturally absorbed the essence of these teachings. Through recent interactions, he has witnessed the formidable strength of the denizens of the starry skies. Reflecting upon the recent actions of the church, he resolved to cultivate a positive relationship with these celestial beings, hoping to leverage their extraordinary powers for the advancement of his family's influence or to confront the ecclesiastical authority in the future. He astutely discerned that these starry folk, much like himself and his father, were non-believers. Although they claimed to have arrived on this planet by mere chance, yearning to return to the cosmos, they remained temporarily grounded due to various circumstances. In the brief encounters, he could not ascertain the veracity of their words. However, the fact that they possessed immense power, referred to as technology, yet refrained from overtly challenging the imperial order, suggested they were not a warlike race. He understood that with the empire's military might, even the enhanced exoskeleton armor piloted by one named Tang Sheng would pose a formidable challenge. In the ensuing days, through further exploration, he learned that these starry beings required vast quantities of metals and other materials, many of which they had yet to locate due to their unfamiliarity with the local terrain. Although he could not provide resources he had never even heard of, as the heir of one of the empire's most esteemed noble families, he could dispatch individuals to assist them in surveying and extracting resources from his family's lands. Despite their persistent refusal to accompany him into densely populated towns, this aligned with his own desires. The powerful starry beings were willing to accept his assistance, offering their wondrous creations or armed forces as remuneration. More importantly, they represented a hidden force, an unexpected ally possessing transformative military capabilities, even to the extent of outmaneuvering the church. Chapter 21. Return. I will escort you to this point. As you know, we are not keen on extensive interactions with other insectoids, as it may significantly impact your society. As a friendly race, we wish to avoid such outcomes. Tang Sheng halted the fully encased heavy power armor amidst the forest. Surrounding him were towering fern-like plants, with patches of low moss and mushroom-like flora carpeting the ground. This location was approximately 100 kilometers from Burton City, chosen deliberately to maintain a safe distance from the insectoids, ensuring that their advanced civilization did not take notice of large-scale contact. After deliberation, the members of the Wolf Fong Brigade selected this site. Following the reconnaissance balloon's findings, it was determined that the distance to Burton City was still about 100 kilometers. You may travel using these two autonomous ground robots, which are quite swift and will require only around 2 hours to reach your destination. Upon reaching the destination at the edge of the forest, you may depart directly without concern. They will return on their own, Tang Sheng continued. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, denizens of the starry sky. Here, I once again extend our sincerest gratitude to you. Chiao, perched upon the self-disciplined ground robot, saluted him with a knightly gesture. Although it seemed somewhat incongruous to perform such an act of chivalry while mounted on a mechanical contraption, the denizens of the starry sky were evidently unaware of the noble etiquette of the insect empire. Moreover, he maintained an admirable composure, ensuring that neither party felt any embarrassment. I am equally delighted to meet you. Were it not for encountering such a courteous noble as yourself, we might still be at a loss as to how to communicate with you. While we do not wish for extensive contact, we may still require assistance from the insect people. Without a means to converse, it would be akin to those initial encounters with earlier groups of insect individuals who, without warning, launched into violent attacks, leaving us in a state of bewilderment, Tang Sheng reflected. He genuinely found the aggressive behavior of those insectoid beings who attacked upon sight to be quite vexing. He was merely adhering to the guidelines for contact with extraterrestrial civilizations issued by the fleet, which suggested learning the gestures of the other party to express the desire for communication in the absence of a shared language. Little did he know that each time he attempted to mimic their postures, the insect beings would disregard all else and unleash their primitive weaponry upon him. According to Chiao, they were members of a radical religious sect indigenous to the area. Indeed, those involved in extremist organizations are often deranged. By the way, who were the scoundrels responsible for drafting the fleet's guidelines on contact with extraterrestrial civilizations? Utterly useless. Upon returning to the fleet, I shall certainly express my disdain for these layabouts. Oh no, they should be made to eat nothing but highball meals for 3 consecutive days. And they must finish every last bite. Chiao's lips twitched slightly as he recalled the relentless pursuers who had hunted him down, along with the bodies of the cult knights he had identified, who had reportedly engaged in suicidal attacks after refusing to communicate with the denizens of the starry sky. Now, they lay in the large containers referred to as laboratories by the starry sky people. Well, there is an old saying in our civilization, parting is such sweet sorrow, meaning that even when bidding farewell to a friend who has journeyed 1,000 miles, one must still say goodbye. Tang Sheng smiled at the two insectoid beings and then turned to Chiao, inquiring, have you mastered the use of your communicator and self-defense equipment? Shall we test them once more? We wouldn't want you to injure yourself when the time comes to utilize them. Rest assured, I have practiced extensively with them in your presence. Observe, this is how they are used, is it not? Chiao said, raising his right hand, where a lightweight, circular device was affixed to his forelimb. This was the communication device tailored for him by the denizens of the starry sky, claiming that it would allow him to connect with them from anywhere. It could also project various lights, sounds, and images into the air. The starry sky people referred to this phenomenon as holographic projection, enabling the transmission of not just sound, but also images and videos. Certainly, the use of this device is still subject to limitations. It is said to function only in areas devoid of large boulders or brick walls. Entering underground facilities or caverns may obstruct the signal, thereby disrupting communication. Moreover, considering the inherent dangers of the forest, the stargazers have generously provided him with an array of self-defense items. Among these is a cutting weapon known as a high-frequency vibration knife, which slices through metal as effortlessly as it would through soft clay. Additionally, there is a firearm referred to as a pistol, capable of discharging over 30 rounds in succession. It is reportedly a scaled-down version of the weapon used to vanquish the pursuing foes last time. Even the attire he wears is crafted from carbon fiber, rendering ordinary metallic weapons of the Empire ineffectual against it. After demonstrating his proficiency with these items, he bid farewell to Tang Sheng alongside Liana, waving in accordance with the customs of the stargazers, and continued their journey towards Burleton City. You seem to have been quite silent these past few days, chirped Chiao, breaking the silence after they had walked for over 30 minutes. Casting a glance at the taciturn Liana, mounted upon a self-driving ground robot, Liana kept her head bowed, offering no response. These autonomous ground robots proved to be remarkably convenient. Unlike the howler worms, they did not require feeding or maintenance, nor did they demand specialized training for riding. Simply instructing them on their destination sufficed. They adeptly discerned the path and selected the most level terrain for travel. Furthermore, according to the stargazers, they were equipped with shock-absorbing mechanisms to filter out vibrations during transit, making the ride significantly more comfortable than that on a howler worm. Even Liana, who had never undergone riding training, found herself securely seated, especially since these machines had been ergonomically adapted for their needs. Is it because they are stargazers and not angels? They hail from the stars, not from the realm of deities? Yet, I have never encountered the divine being you speak of, Qiu pondered aloud, regarding Liana thoughtfully. Do you truly believe that God does not exist? Liana remained silent for a long while before finally turning to him, her eyes reflecting deep confusion. Let us set aside the existence of God for now. However, I ask you this, if you believe in God, have you truly seen God? Qiu observed her hesitation and opted to guide Liana towards introspection on the matter. While I have never seen God, His Holiness the Pope is capable of communicating with the divine. Liana retorted without a moment's thought, a belief ingrained in her since childhood, a reflexive understanding for a devout follower. Oh, did you hear that he can converse with the divine? Or did you witness it yourself, hearing him speak to God? If you claim that all past popes have received divine revelations, how can you substantiate that these revelations were indeed from a divine communication, given that you have never encountered God yourself? Qiu's reasoning was markedly clear, a result of the rigorous training in mathematics and logic imparted by his private tutor, Professor Norgand, from an early age, contrasting sharply with Liana's instinctual thought processes. Although I have never encountered a deity, I have beheld divine artifacts, the very relics wielded by the tribunal of judgment. It seemed as though a spark of realization ignited within Liana, her eyes shimmering with newfound brilliance. Yet, her reverie was swiftly interrupted by Qiu. Artifacts? Are you referring to the judgment spears that some high-ranking paladins wield, capable of summoning lightning? Or perhaps the creations of the starfolk, the medical pods, the 3D printing facilities, this remote communicator, the handguns, or even the autonomous ground robots we are seated upon? Qiu relentlessly assailed her fantasies regarding the church, but the scriptures clearly state. Liana felt her heart race as she recalled the incomprehensible devices utilized by the starfolk, and the brilliance in her gaze began to fade. These wondrous creations were indeed comparable to the sacred artifacts of the paladins. In fact, many appeared even more extraordinary. Her experiences among the starfolk shattered the worldview she had painstakingly constructed since childhood, leaving it as fractured as a crystal mirror that had slipped from her grasp. The deities described in your scriptures can soar through the skies, cleave the earth, and create all things. Yet, how different are these feats from those accomplished by the starfolk? Look at the gifts they have bestowed upon us. Do they not exemplify their ability to manifest wonders before our very eyes? If the deity of your scriptures is truly omnipresent, why has no one ever laid eyes upon him? Or more pointedly, why have even the starfolk from the depths of the cosmos never encountered the God you speak of? With a relentless pursuit, Qiu continued to press her with questions. This barrage left Liana utterly speechless, unable to muster a single rebuttal. By the way, do you genuinely not desire any of the starfolk's creations? Noticing her continued silence, Qiu shifted the subject. Liana gently shook her head, replying, the church does not permit the indiscriminate acceptance of others' generosity. They have already saved my life. To accept their gifts further would render us greedy and indolent. Very well, you may forego the gifts, but I urge you to reflect deeply. I am uncertain whether truth or faith holds greater significance for you, but I believe it prudent to guard the secrets of your recent experiences upon returning to the order. Contemplate whether the deity you have long revered and respected is truly as you have always believed. Consider whether you should disclose your recent encounters to the church. I trust you understand the repercussions of engaging with such heretics as the starfolk far better than I, given your status as a paladin. Observing Liana's renewed silence, Qiu finally articulated the thoughts he had harbored for several days. From a safety standpoint, ensuring Liana's secure return to the family castle was undoubtedly the most prudent choice, for it would shield any secrets regarding their interactions with the starfolk. However, Liana was a local paladin of the Burleton Church, which would not overlook any paladin activities within the city, and the number of devotees in Burleton was substantial. Therefore, the likelihood of individuals recognizing her was exceedingly high. He could not alert his family in advance, and should anyone catch sight of Liana, it would be impossible to bring her back to the castle without drawing attention. In recent years, the church has grown increasingly powerful. If they were to discover that they had unlawfully detained a member of the Steppe sect, it could provoke a far greater conflict between the church and the family, potentially dragging the entire nobility into turmoil, an outcome that the uninherited Juju could hardly control. Moreover, he was deeply troubled by the possibility that the communicator gifted to him by the Star People might possess surveillance capabilities, leaving him uncertain about the repercussions of any rash actions that could tarnish his reputation in the eyes of the Star People. This, in turn, could jeopardize his future endeavors to leverage his family's influence to aid the Star People and establish a collaboration, a matter of utmost importance. It is noteworthy that Liana held in high regard the culinary skills of a star person who shared her passion for cooking, and that individual regarded Liana as a confidant, waving farewell with reluctance as they departed. Thus, Juju realized that he must undermine Liana's faith and instill a sense of threat to ensure she would keep the secrets of the star people, rather than impulsively detaining her. At this moment, Juju felt immensely grateful for the church's doctrine forbidding the harm of one's body. Liana remained silent, continuing forward without responding. Juju understood that he must not press too hard at this juncture, lest he inadvertently provoke a negative outcome. However, upon reflecting on their earlier conversation, he recognized he no longer needed to worry about Liana divulging the events of the past few days. Her very first question to him had been, "Do you truly believe that God does not exist?" This was indeed a query that a devout adherent would not pose. Thus, on this clear, sunny evening, beneath a sky ablaze with crimson hues, at the edge of a forest located over 30 miles from Burleton, the Cayman family knights, who had tirelessly searched for their missing lord for days on end, finally discovered His Highness Cayman, whom they had sought in vain. The captain of the knights, nearly shaking off his own antennae in excitement, promptly dispatched a messenger back to the city to inform the old duke, while simultaneously surrounding their young master with layers of protection. Soon, an army of several thousand arrived to escort His Highness back to the now heavily guarded Burleton. Chapter 22. The Secret of God in the Dead of Night. Within the library of St. Burleton Cathedral, Liana continued her diligent search among the various tomes. 10 full days had elapsed since her return from the base of the Star People, and she had immersed herself in the library daily. Initially, fellow congregants attempted to comfort and counsel her, but she remained resolute in her pursuits. The Steppe sect had encountered the legendary and fearsome Mandy's swarm on their journey to their destination, and she alone had been fortunate enough to escape its clutches. During her flight from the pursuing swarm, she encountered a mysterious order of knights who valiantly battled the Mandy's swarm, ultimately ensuring her salvation. However, shortly thereafter, this order of knights bizarrely encountered another group of unidentified knights who pursued them relentlessly. Due to her loss of female kin, she did not attract the attention of her pursuers and managed to escape once more amidst the chaos of the battlefield, wandering alone for many days in the forest before finally returning to the city of Bolton. This was the account that Juju relayed to Liana on her journey back to Bolton. The scene where the female teaching order encountered the mantis swarm was not far from the roadside, a fact easily verifiable. And Liana's evasive route from the mantis swarm could also be traced through various clues. As for the mysterious knight order that attempted to assassinate them that night, Juju had long informed Liana that it was the judging knights of the official church, and many of the church's judging knights had undoubtedly seen her before. This information might have already been procured by the order. Although Liana was skeptical of the church's consistent portrayal of its knights as paragons of justice and light engaging in such actions, she did not dismiss Juju's proposal. Regardless of whether they were indeed the holy knights, there were certainly individuals aware of her past association with the knights of the Cayman family, and fabricating lies regarding such details would be easily exposed. Juju advised her that the most effective lies often comprise 9 parts falsehood intertwined with 1 part truth, making them the hardest to unravel. Indeed, this was Liana's assessment of Juju, the noble scion most adept at deception. After several days of investigation by the church, Liana swiftly regained her freedom. She used the pretext of divine guidance to commence her inquiries into religious texts within the church library, maintaining the daily prayers befitting a devout follower. Everyone in the church perceived this as a pitiable young girl who had suffered a great misfortune, exhibiting behavior indicative of severe psychological trauma in her quest for spiritual solace. In truth, many individuals who have faced life-threatening ordeals and emerged alive often display various abnormal behaviors. Yet Liana was, in fact, attempting to seek the truth of God within the church's scriptures. Her encounters with the Starry Sky people and the candid conversation with Juju on the day of their parting had cast doubt upon her understanding of divinity. Yet the education she had received throughout her life made it difficult for her to abandon her faith. Thus, she yearned to find an answer within the church's texts. For she knew that if the church had woven centuries of deceit, traces of it would surely remain. She was in desperate need of an answer, regardless of its ultimate outcome, as she sought a reason to convince her own heart. Over the millennia, the church's texts were vast as the ocean. Even the library of the Bolton Cathedral, which housed only a fraction of them, contained over 5,000 volumes. Among these were historical records of the lives of popes and bishops, moral admonitions to enlighten the world, and collections of hymns composed over the years. Naturally, Liana focused more on the ancient myths and legendary tales that could directly relate to the divine. The venerable butler, Andre, stood at the door of the study, knocking gently to rouse Juju from her reverie. Noticing his young master nodding at him, Andre took the tray filled with snacks and beverages from a servant's hands and personally carried it into the study. After placing the tray upon the small tea table in the center of the study, he softly remarked, "Young master, the items you requested have been prepared and will be delivered this evening by the most trusted member of the family." He paused slightly at this juncture. Qiuzhu glanced at him, sensing he had more to say, and inquired, "Is there an issue with the supplies? Is the quantity insufficient or incomplete?" Andre hesitated for a moment before responding, "Young master, these are merely various stones, including both ores and common pebbles, which are manageable. However, your list also includes numerous precious gems, and acquiring these has imposed a significant financial burden on the family. To simply cast them into the forest and disregard them is concerning. Do not fret over that. Once the items are delivered, place them in the designated location. In 2 days, you may send someone to retrieve the transport vehicles. I am aware that my recent disappearance and this request have drawn some criticism within the family. But my father is informed of the situation, so you need not concern yourself with the gossip of others." Qiuzhu shook his head in response. Like all noble families, he was certainly not the sole heir. In fact, the insectoid clan was known for its prolific reproduction, and it was quite common for a noble to have hundreds of offspring. His position as the first heir was a result of his demonstrated capabilities. Thus, when some began to harbor ambitions regarding his title during his absence, they were mere gestures in the grand scheme of things. Now that he had returned safely and established connections with the enigmatic and powerful starry folk, they were hardly worthy of his attention. Suddenly recalling something, he instructed, and ensure that once the items are delivered, they leave immediately. Under no circumstances should anyone be stationed there. However, when retrieving the vehicles the following day, do send additional guards for protection. No one is permitted to inspect the cargo aboard the returning vehicles. I shall await their return at the city gate." He emphasized, "Remember, no one is allowed to approach the returning convoy, especially not the church. If necessary, safeguard those items at all costs." This arrangement was the result of Qiuzhu's discussions with the starry folk in recent days. For the time being, the Cayman family would assist them in sourcing the required mineral resources. Given the starry folks' unfamiliarity with the world's minerals, the Cayman family would strive to gather all manner of stones, soil, gems, and other natural minerals, subsequently delivering them to the location where Tang Sheng had last escorted them, allowing the starry folk to analyze which materials held practical value. In return, the Cayman family would receive those peculiar, yet powerful, mysterious weapons crafted by the starry folk. "I understand. I shall proceed to make the necessary arrangements." The elderly steward performed a respectful bow and was about to take his leave when Qiuzhu asked, "Father will arrive in Burden City tomorrow, correct?" "Indeed. The master will return tomorrow morning," the steward replied respectfully. "Very well. Expedite the arrangements for the supplies and ensure there are no oversights." Qiuzhu watched the steward depart before picking up the piece of cloth he had previously set aside. Resuming his examination of it, the more one gazed into his eyes, the more they revealed an extraordinary glimmer, prompting an involuntary murmur. God? The starry sky? The denizens of the celestial expanse. This very page was the result of a clandestine exchange between emissaries dispatched to the church, where they procured sacred texts from Liana during the daily prayers mandated for the faithful. The documents chronicled various legends concerning the divine that Liana had uncovered during this period. The Empire of Insecta boasts a history spanning over 13 centuries, preceded by approximately 4 centuries of tumultuous warfare among the numerous kingdoms. Records from even earlier, ancient epics have long since vanished into the annals of time. After all, during 4 centuries of strife, few had the leisure to document historical accounts. The current noble families emerged during the latter stages of this chaos, and none in their genealogical records could recount histories extending beyond this 700-year mark. However, the church possesses accounts and mythologies that date back over 2 millennia. According to the church's chronicles, more than 2,000 years ago, a deity descended from the heavens to this land and fashioned the ancestors of the Insecta people as the most cherished of creations and the most devoted servants. These ancestors aided the deity in the maintenance and restoration of the divine realm. This period marked the golden age of the Insecta, during which the ancestors dined, resided, and lived in communion with the divine. They toiled diligently for their deity, who in turn bestowed upon them prolonged lifespans and a life replete with abundance and ease. Such blissful days endured for approximately 2 centuries. However, a faction of the ancestors eventually succumbed to the temptations of darkness. A discontent began to fester among the Insecta, as a small segment of the ancestors grew dissatisfied with the sustenance and shelter provided by the deity. They sought to extract greater benefits from the divine, leading them to slacken their labors and exhibit a diminishing reverence towards the deity. The deity, perceiving this troubling trend, was incensed and dispatched angels to chastise the avaricious Insecta. Yet, greed spread like a contagion, ensnaring an increasing number of ancestors in its grip. Disheartened by the moral decay of those whom he had lovingly crafted, The deity commanded the angels to expel all ancestors from the divine realm, withdrawing his favor from the insecta out of profound disappointment. In the ensuing years, those cast out from the divine domain only descended further into depravity, their inner desires igniting conflicts amongst themselves. This behavior further deepened the deity's despair, leading to the closure of the divine realm and the deity's descent into eternal slumber. Despite his profound disillusionment with the insecta, the deity nonetheless left a slender thread of hope. The divine beings have imparted to a segment of the insections, who still harbor loyalty and reverence towards the deities, namely, the original pope and his followers, that when the insections recognize their transgressions and revert to kindness, diligence, and fidelity, they shall be permitted to return to the realm of the divine after undergoing divine scrutiny. At that time, the deities will awaken anew, leading the insectian race back to its former glory. These chronicles are, in fact, recounted in various religious sects' teachings and freely distributed scriptures to the populace, albeit with varying degrees of emphasis. Yet, amidst the myriad of divine legends and tales, the world has grown accustomed to hearing these narratives without questioning their validity. However, during a period of intense reflection, Liana has woven together several overlooked stories. For instance, certain scriptures elaborate on how the ancestors of the insections assisted the deities in constructing a structure known as the Tower of Ascension within the divine realm. This edifice serves as a test from the deities, and only the most sincere insections, upon completing the tower, will earn the favor of the divine, transforming into celestial bodies that shall eternally reside within the divine kingdom. In truth, contemporary scholars among the insections, such as Jojo's mentor Norgand, have already discerned and articulated that the so-called celestial bodies are merely colossal celestial entities, whose trajectories can be calculated. This revelation starkly contradicts the Church's assertion that one can become a star, which fundamentally underpins the Church's persistent persecution of such scholars. Should such theories gain traction, they would inevitably undermine the foundational doctrines of the Church, thereby jeopardizing its control over the faithful. If widely embraced by the insections, the Church would find itself devoid of a viable existence. Additionally, the denizens of the starry expanse have enlightened Jojo and Liana that the celestial bodies visible from the Empire are predominantly akin to the sun, luminous and radiant entities known as stars, merely appearing as diminutive points due to their vast distances. The land of the Insectian Empire is but a minuscule rocky planet, perpetually revolving around the sun, its size a mere fraction of the sun. The number of rocky planets akin to theirs in the cosmos is virtually incalculable. Moreover, the starry denizens introduced them to a video labeled as a scientific educational film. In this visual presentation, Jojo observed countless tiny rocky planets orbiting each other in circular paths, adhering to a certain pattern around the sun, while numerous suns congregated to form larger, whirlpool-like structures. These colossal formations drifted away from the screen, transforming into the stars embedded within the night sky. Jojo has always sensed an inexplicable and peculiar connection between the stars, the divine, and the denizens of the starry expanse. Certainly, he is currently unable to ascertain the nature of this connection. However, a vague sensation flickers in his mind, elusive and intangible. Despite his inability to grasp this peculiar feeling, he is convinced that there exists a profound bond among the stars, the divine, and the denizens of the celestial realm. Touching the communicator on his arm, he knows that the video, categorized as a scientific educational film, can be projected from this device. Tomorrow, he will reveal the secrets of the celestial denizens and this footage to his father, who has returned at his earnest request. Perhaps his father's wisdom will unveil some understanding of the strange connection between the stars, the divine, and the celestial folk. Chapter 23. The disappearance of Liana. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he realized that his father, the Duke of Cayman, was initially not particularly pleased with his seemingly reckless endeavor after hearing about all he had experienced during this time. Even after he showcased the artifacts bestowed upon him by the celestial denizens, the Duke remained skeptical, believing that their interaction had been too limited and their mutual understanding insufficiently profound. Under such circumstances, the Cayman family was not inclined to expend their full resources in collaboration with these beings. After all, this was a notably sensitive period. Should the Cayman family deplete too many of their resources on this matter, they would need to readjust and redistribute what was necessary for the noble alliance, the king, and the church. Moreover, who could fathom the true intentions of these celestial beings? They possessed military might far surpassing that of the insect empire. Who could tell if they harbored ulterior motives or even ambitions to dominate the entire insect empire? It was not until the Duke witnessed, on the third day, the small cache of weapons and equipment gifted by the celestial denizens that his perspective shifted. These weapons were astonishingly powerful, exceeding the Duke's wildest imaginings. Even if the insect empire were to expend all its resources and strength, particularly in the absence of the three factions of nobility, the king, and the church. They would still stand no chance against the might displayed by these celestial beings. The mere act of offering such weapons indicated that the celestial denizens were unafraid of any potential retaliation. If the celestial folk sought to conquer the entire insect empire, they would need no cunning. Sheer force would suffice to achieve their aims. Thus, the Duke found himself believing, to a considerable extent, the celestial denizens' assertion of their indifference toward this planet. He could hardly conceive of what could possibly entice such a formidable race to conquer the insect empire, even if, hypothetically, these celestial beings truly wished to dominate the entire empire. The Cayman family, as the first noble allies, stood a significant chance of being well treated. "You have done well this time," Chio, the old Duke remarked, holding a high-frequency vibration knife and examining it closely, while patting Chio's back with a sense of paternal pride. The high-frequency vibrating knife is a standardized tool essential for humanity, primarily designed to address various cutting needs, such as situations where safety lines of spacesuits become inadvertently entangled. This sword-like implement harnesses the power of ultra-high frequency vibrations to achieve formidable cutting capabilities. It is well known that nearly all commonly used materials, when observed at a microscopic level, exhibit an uneven distribution. Such irregularities, when subjected to high-frequency vibrations, can provide cutting power akin to that of a chainsaw. Naturally, the products delivered to the insectoid race do not incorporate the advanced special alloys that humanity employs, as such superlative materials are currently beyond human production due to a lack of requisite raw materials. Moreover, the vibration frequency of these high-frequency vibrating knives has been significantly reduced. Nevertheless, for the insectoid race, which possesses technology equivalent to that of humanity's medieval era, this diminished version of the high-frequency vibrating knife is already a near-miraculous weapon capable of severing virtually anything. The Cayman family has recently conducted experiments using all available materials, the results indicating that nothing within the insect empire can withstand the cutting force of this weapon. At this moment, in the training grounds north of the Cayman family castle, key members of the family and mid to senior ranking officers of their private militia are gathered, each testing these newly acquired weapons from the Starfolk. These individuals represent the core of the family's strength, having integrated fully with the Caymans, and are thus privy to the most sacred secrets of the family. The old Duke observes the weapons, his mind swirling with countless thoughts, yet he suppresses them due to the uncertain position of the Starfolk, a third-party force. He sets down the high-frequency vibrating knife and picks up a lightweight electromagnetic micro-submachine gun, approximately the length of an arm. This weapon, capable of firing metal bullets with a range far exceeding that of bows and crossbows, is also reusable. However, the Starfolk have only provided them with 10. They mentioned that these guns were produced temporarily, and mass production would necessitate the establishment of a dedicated production line for such weaponry. Although the concept of a production line is unfamiliar, it seems to resemble the tools used in a blacksmith's forge for weapon manufacturing. The old Duke places great importance on this electromagnetic micro-submachine gun, specifically designed for the combat needs of the insectoid race, as the maintenance and supply issues surrounding gunpowder-based weapons present significant challenges for them. As the insectoid race cannot generate gunpowder ammunition independently, and given the high consumption rate of such munitions, it is preferable for the Cayman family to produce and manufacture these consumables themselves, especially in light of the current policy of non-contact between the two factions. Thus, similar to the high-frequency vibrating knife, the micro-submachine gun is equipped with a built-in radioactive nuclear battery. The radioactive battery is an energy device that harnesses the energy released during the decay of radioactive elements and converts it into electrical energy. Its appearance resembles that of an ordinary cylindrical dry battery of the 21st century. At the core of this cylinder is a sealed source of radioactive isotopes, surrounded by a thermoelectric transducer, which is further enveloped by a heavy metal shielding layer to protect against radiation, all encased within a metallic shell. The isotope strontium-90, which provides the electrical energy within the battery, possesses a half-life of approximately 285 years, allowing it to consistently emit significant radiation until it decays into yttrium-90. Theoretically, such a radioactive battery can maintain its output for up to 25 years or even longer. However, due to safety considerations, the amount of isotopes loaded is limited, resulting in a relatively small continuous power output. These weapons necessitate the use of radioactive batteries to continuously charge several supercapacitors within them. Only when the supercapacitors are fully charged can they release a single volley of nearly 100 rounds. Moreover, after discharging, the supercapacitors require a certain period for self-recharging before they can be utilized again, preventing entirely unlimited use. This serves as a measure imposed by humanity to control the firepower of the insectoid adversaries. Such an electromagnetic micro-submachine gun requires only specially shaped ordinary metal for its ammunition, enabling even the Cayman family to produce this consumable independently. This compact submachine gun is accompanied by 3 detachable and reloadable magazines, each capable of holding approximately 90 rounds. Because there is no need to fill the bullets with gunpowder, their size is significantly reduced compared to the ammunition of 21st-century firearms, thus greatly increasing the loading capacity of the electromagnetic weapon. A person wielding such a submachine gun with 3 magazines could easily deter dozens of fully armed howling insect knights from approaching. Kalkin, what do you think of this weapon called a submachine gun? Inquired the Duke as he turned to the knight commander standing beside him. This knight commander had, after parting ways with Zhu Jiao, skillfully led Professor Nuaganda to safety amidst the pursuit of their enemies, managing to evade harm. After ensuring the professor's safe arrival at a pre-arranged family secret base, he hastily returned and even participated in the search for Zhu Jiao during her absence. Kalkin gazed at the 10 sets of Imperial Standard Knight armor that had been used as targets and riddled with bullets from the submachine gun, his antennae quivering slightly. He envisioned the tragic scene that would unfold as a knight clad in such armor charged at an apparently unarmed individual wielding a submachine gun. He solemnly remarked, "This is utterly astounding, my lord. These are weapons that will fundamentally alter the nature of warfare in the Empire." He then glanced at several round objects on the ground, referred to as grenades, which represented an even more terrifying weapon capable of causing violent explosions, obliterating anything in proximity to the epicenter of the blast. Within a radius of over 10 meters from the explosion, any living being would suffer the onslaught of countless explosive fragments, each possessing a power comparable to that of a submachine gun. Regrettably, these grenades are consumables, and the Cayman family lacks the capacity for in-house production, presently. Aside from the 2 utilized in experiments, only 18 remain. As an exceptional warrior and commander, Koken perceives in these formidable new weapons the emergence of a revolutionary warfare paradigm that could entirely disrupt the current military strategies of the Empire. The old Duke, in agreement, nodded knowingly, recognizing the transformative potential of such armaments on the nature of warfare. This realization was among the key factors that reshaped his initial perspective, arguably the most significant one. He turned his gaze back to his son, Jujui, and inquired, "I must meet with those denizens of the starry skies at the earliest opportunity." "Indeed, father," Jujui responded. "Though they may be reluctant to engage in widespread contact with the Empire, they should consent to a meeting with you. After all, they require the Cayman family's assistance in geological exploration and mineral discovery." The Duke continued, "Furthermore, it would be prudent to arrange for that young woman from the missionary to be relocated to our family." Upon uttering this, he cast a serious glance at the weapons before him and said to Jujui, "She cannot remain with the church any longer. The secrets of the Starry Sky folk must never be divulged to them." Jujui added, "I have dispatched someone to the church to inform her of an urgent matter requiring her presence. She will be retrieved during her regular outings." Turning to the butler, he queried, "Andre, has Liana not yet been contacted?" The butler, Andre, bowed and replied, "Master, young master, please hold on. I shall inquire at once." With that, he proceeded towards the castle. Shortly thereafter, Andre returned in a hurried manner, his countenance grave as he relayed, "Master, young master, our people have arrived at the designated location. But Miss Liana was not present at the appointed time." Both the Duke and Jujui's expressions shifted with concern upon hearing this news. Could it be that Liana has divulged the secrets of the Starry Sky folk to the church? They pondered, yet quickly dismissed this possibility. Despite her lingering faith, Liana's loyalty to the church had wavered significantly. Otherwise, she would not have engaged in discussions with Jujui regarding the discoveries within the scriptures. It was unlikely she would suddenly betray them without warning, or had the church uncovered something and taken Liana into custody. Andre continued, "Our operatives took considerable risks to gather information. It seems, for reasons unknown, most of the clergy from the Burleton Church have departed for the royal capital's temple, including all the missionary women and priests. Leading this exodus is Bishop Ront, accompanied by knights suspected to be from the church's tribunal. Those who remain have been notably reticent about the matter, rendering our inquiries fruitless. However, just a couple of days ago, another piece of news surfaced, which I believe may relate to their departure. It is said that His Holiness the Pope has received a new divine revelation, and the temple will convene a gathering of the faithful in a month's time to announce this news, simultaneously conducting public trials for a group of blasphemers. Judging by the timeline, it seems that the congregation from the Bolton Church is set to partake in this gathering of the faithful. After all, as the bishop of the largest church in the south, Bishop Lant is indeed a member of the church's privy council." The Duke turned to Chiuju, speaking in a grave tone, "Everything you have done thus far has been commendable, save for the arrangement regarding Liana, which stands as the sole oversight. Remember this lesson." Now inform the stargazers that I require an immediate audience with them. Qiuzhu lowered his head, his mind a tumult of confusion. If Liana were to meet with misfortune due to his erroneous judgment, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Moreover, it is even more dire that if the secrets of the stargazers were to be unveiled to the church, the Cayman family might face a devastating blow from the church, unprepared as they are. Though the Cayman family is one of the oldest and most distinguished in the empire, they are but a part of the nobility and are far from being able to stand against the church, which has contended with the noble class for countless years. His thoughts were in disarray, so much so that he did not hear his father's words until the Duke patted his shoulder and reiterated his previous statement. Regaining his composure, he pressed the communication button on his arm device. Considering the worst-case scenario, only the stargazers could assist the Cayman family in resisting the church. Chapter 24. The rescue operation. The capital of the Insect Empire is situated in the northern central region of the empire. Since the first king unified the entire empire, the capital has remained in this location for over 1,000 years without relocation. This area was once the political, economic, and cultural heart of the empire, where countless nobles and wealthy merchants took pride in owning their estates within the imperial capital. Once a playground for the elite, the capital transformed into a sacred city following the establishment of the church's temple. After a millennium of historical evolution, the Insect Empire is now governed by nobility who possess fiefdoms, enjoying almost complete autonomy over their territories, often pledging loyalty only to themselves rather than to the empire's independent private armies. Simultaneously, due to various historical circumstances, the church retains vast tracts of private land and a substantial following, with these lands interspersed throughout the nation, often mingling with the territories of different nobles, and in some cases, located within noble fiefdoms themselves. The church also maintains its own private military force known as the Order of the Knights of Punishment, whose leaders are referred to as paladins. Most knights within this order are either orphans raised by the church or come from families of devout believers for 3 generations or more, thus ensuring their unwavering loyalty to the church. This exemplifies a typical feudal system, intermingling secular and religious powers. This system, to a certain extent, is particularly suited for civilizations with low productivity. When a civilization establishes an excessively vast unified empire, the leaders or commanders may find it exceedingly challenging to obtain timely information from various regions due to the limitations imposed by productivity development. Consequently, the execution of administrative directives becomes arduous, and even if they are communicated, their thorough enforcement remains elusive. This undoubtedly poses significant challenges to the governance of the entire civilization. However, the feudal system artificially segments the civilization into smaller units, which can be managed relatively stably by selecting administrators from the noble class within the Insect Empire. Even if some of these managers fail to govern their small units effectively, the ramifications will not lead to catastrophic consequences for the civilization as a whole. While the feudal system presents certain benefits for the civilization at different stages, it is not without its evident drawbacks. Similar to the Insect Empire, over the course of history, tensions between central authority and local powers have emerged, leading to conflicts between secular and religious authorities. Should the central authority falter in its control over local regions, it inevitably results in the gradual rise of these feudal powers. Consequently, the power and interests of the imperial king are significantly diminished. The current king, while nominally the supreme leader of the empire, is, in practice, reduced to merely a figurehead. The wealth, authority, and military forces at the king's disposal are comparable to those of an ordinary noble, and in many cases, even inferior to those of established aristocrats. Due to the myriad of conflicts arising from competing interests, mutual suspicion has brewed among the 3 parties for centuries. The nobles perceive the church as a state within a state, one that neither pays taxes nor is held accountable, wielding substantial military power and a considerable following that poses a serious threat to their authority over their territories. Conversely, the church views the nobles as individuals lacking faith and continuously supporting heretical beliefs for their own gain, attempting to fundamentally undermine the faith of the populace. Furthermore, they constrain the church's ability to cultivate new followers and freely disseminate the divine light, actions that are destined to invoke divine disdain and abandonment. The royal faction believes that the church and the nobles possess vast tracts of land and wealth, along with numerous armies that do not pledge allegiance to the empire, effectively reducing the sovereign to a mere mascot. This is a humble abode located in the northeastern corner of the royal city, resembling the most ordinary of homes, with its earthen dome and small courtyard. Unlike the noble quarters, characterized by grand 2- or 3-story manors, this area consists of similarly styled single-story houses. Situated far from the palace and the temple, it belongs to the most commonplace residential district of the royal city. Thus, there are naturally no royal troops or private soldiers of the nobles and the church patrolling the vicinity. A diverse array of individuals traverses this area. And while occasional conflicts may arise, they seldom escalate to the level of chaos seen among the noble youth. A group of figures clad in desert robes has gathered in this room, with several stationed at the door and windows, observing the surroundings of the courtyard with scrutinizing gazes. In the center of the room, several individuals were diligently inserting slender metallic projectiles into a stack of black boxes known as magazines placed atop a table. This was a small contingent of 15, comprising the most trusted knights of the Cayman family. Beginning the day after the old duke's meeting with the people of the Starry Sky, they hastily replaced their entire arsenal of equipment and weaponry supplied by the Starry Folk. Departing from the Cayman family's territory, they rode upon the backs of roaring worms across nearly half the empire, swapping mounts but never riders, undertaking a long and arduous journey, ultimately arriving at the royal capital today. Leading them were the family's primary heir, Jujium, and the captain of his knights, Kojin. Reports from the family's clandestine network indicated that bishops from across the empire were converging upon the royal capital, while Bishop Ront had yet to arrive as of today. The last sighting of their entourage was 15 days prior, approximately 300 kilometers from the capital, in a small town. Based on their pace, it was highly probable they would reach the capital within the next few days. Kojin, the captain of the knights, picked up a scroll filled with intelligence reports, stating that it was information gathered by the Cayman family's spies stationed in the royal capital concerning recent happenings and the whereabouts of Bishop Ront. Fortunately, they still had time. If they could rescue Liana before she was brought into the temple, they would gain insight into what the church had discerned about the Starry Folk, which would aid their father in formulating the next course of action. Jujium's voice resonated from the head of the table, though weariness marked his features. A sense of relief was evident in his tone. According to the intelligence received, they suspected that the church had inexplicably discovered Liana's peculiarities and had detained her, intending to present her for heresy trial at the upcoming temple assembly. Although the opposing party's movements appeared unhurried, if the temple were to uncover detailed information regarding the Starry Folk and the Cayman family's contacts with them, the church would undoubtedly launch a vehement assault against both the declared heretics and the Cayman family for their association with them. Had it not been for the uncertainty surrounding their precise route, ambushing them en route would have been the optimal course of action. Kojin picked up a magazine from the table, affixed it to his submachine gun, then removed it again. Addressing those loading the magazines, he urged, "Hasten your efforts. We must be prepared for any potential dangers that may arise." Jujium's presence here was a consequence of his role as the primary heir of the Cayman family, necessitating that he atone for his misstep, a misstep that could potentially lead to a direct conflict between the family and the church. This predicament stemmed from his allowing Liana to return to the Burton Church, thus revealing the Cayman family's clandestine liaison with the Starry Folk to the church. Historically, the Cayman family has been established on the foundation of military achievements, with all heirs required to engage directly in the front line of battle, even in times of peace, leading the family's private soldiers in patrolling their lands and driving away the Mandy's worms. This was not only a test for the heirs, but also a means of their cultivation. "Father, we have arrived at the royal capital ahead of Bishop Ront." With a firm press on the communicator adorning her wrist, Chio conveyed their arrival message to a distant location. "Understood. All resources in the capital are now under your command. Do not err this time. Complete the task swiftly and return to Burton promptly. The church's actions are most unusual." Soon, the voice of the old duke resonated back through the communicator. "I understand, father." After shutting off the device, Chio rose from her seat, issuing commands. "Inspect the equipment." The members of Chio's party were clad in gear produced by the Starry Sky Folk, each equipped with a high-frequency vibrating blade slung on their backs, while compact submachine guns hung at their waists, accompanied by 3 magazines each. Their backpacks contained 5 grenades, and even the desert cloaks enveloping them were crafted from high-strength carbon fiber, newly acquired during the Duke's audience with the Starry Sky Folk. Additionally, several robust knights bore thousands of metallic bullets as consumables, ensuring a steady supply of ammunition. As they donned this new equipment, particularly the firearms, even the most skilled knights of the past found themselves novices once more. However, as they journeyed, they practiced diligently. Presently, while achieving perfect accuracy remained elusive, they had nonetheless grasped some shooting techniques. The rapid-fire rate of the submachine guns was sufficient to cover a considerable sector, thereby lowering the demands for precision. Thus, despite their small numbers, the squad was adequately prepared for a skirmish against an enemy force not exceeding 300. Regarding the grenades, after a few experimental detonations along their march to ascertain their formidable power, they were judiciously conserved. Though powerful, these munitions could not be replenished by the family as the bullets for the submachine guns could. They could only be procured from the Starry Sky Folk. Given their presence in the capital, resupply was out of the question, making each grenade a precious weapon. In contrast, the vibrating blades were far more intuitive for them. having been trained in melee weaponry from a young age. Such close combat arms were more aligned with their habitual combat style. Nonetheless, Captain Kogan had repeatedly emphasized that only when ammunition and grenades were exhausted could the vibrating blades be employed. This was not solely due to the fact that these blades also relied on supercapacitors for energy. After 30 minutes of continuous use or 90 minutes of intermittent use, they required recharging, which took an entire night. During this downtime, the blades would lose their unparalleled cutting power, becoming merely ordinary tools of harder material. Most crucially, Kogan recognized the monumental role firearms would play in future warfare. He hoped that this initial cadre of elite soldiers, while still unaccustomed to these transformative weapons, would come to appreciate their potential rather than allow their habits to squander the rare opportunity to familiarize themselves with this new paradigm of warfare. Let us reaffirm our course of action, Chiu stated, having thoroughly inspected her equipment. In recent days, bishops from various regions have been converging upon the royal capital. Among them, Bishop Ront, along with his retinue, will surely blend into the throngs of people. Presently, the vicinity of the capital is teeming with the church's forces, gathered to receive the bishops from different locales. In the absence of substantial support from our own ranks, any attempt to strike or escape becomes exceedingly challenging. The adversary possesses a significant number of knights, making it easy for us to be detected and pursued. Therefore, it would be prudent to wait until they have entered the capital before we take action. Within the bustling crowds of the capital, there are also numerous royal and noble troops, and the city's entrances are limited to 4 grand gates. If we execute our plan with precision and speed, we stand a considerable chance of evading capture before the church conveys our presence to the gates. Thus, moving within the capital could prove to be somewhat easier. The distance from each of the 4 grand gates to the temple is considerable. Even the shortest route from the west gate requires over an hour's journey. Once we ascertain their route, we must hasten to intercept them swiftly. The closer we approach the temple, the more patrolling knights there will be to maintain order. Coupled with the influx of visitors during this period, it may pose a significant complication. Therefore, we must strive to intercept them as close to the city gates as possible. Additionally, there may be other bishoprial delegations arriving simultaneously from different regions, and if we include their accompanying guards, we must be prepared to confront a battle against hundreds. A series of knocks echoed from the door, prompting the knights stationed there to open it slightly. A note was passed through the gap. After receiving the note, the knight whispered a few instructions before securely closing the door once more. Kogan took the note, glanced at its contents, and remarked, "We have received the latest news. Bishop Ront's entourage, consisting of over 100 individuals, is approaching from the south and is expected to arrive at the royal capital by noon in 3 days. According to their route, they will enter through the south gate, accompanied by another bishoprial group of approximately 60 individuals. Upon their arrival, they may encounter additional delegations from other regions, potentially doubling their numbers." Pondering as he tapped the table before him, he reflected on the issue of numbers, which we cannot resolve. After some thought, he continued, "Let us not dwell on the numbers. Instruct our people to monitor any changes in their numbers and report back promptly. Now, everyone should traverse the paths leading from the temple to the east gate, ensuring that no thoroughfare, whether grand or humble, is overlooked. Before their arrival, we must familiarize ourselves with all the terrain in this area and devise a comprehensive retreat plan." Chapter 25, The Rescue Operation, Part 2, The Imperial Cathedral. Revered by the faithful as the temple, stands as the highest sanctuary of the empire's church, situated at one of the epicenters of the royal capital. It is referred to as one of the centers because, since its establishment, the royal capital has gradually evolved into a dual-centered city, dominated by the palace and the temple. If the magnificent palace serves as the nucleus of imperial politics, symbolizing the joint rule of the royal family and the nobility over the empire, the grand rock columns, intricately carved murals, and the majestic spires of the temple, constructed from colossal stones, serve as the spiritual epicenter for the populace of the empire, a sanctuary for the souls of its faithful adherents. Over the millennia since the establishment of these architectural marvels, both the palace and the temple have stood as monumental wonders of the capital. Countless artists have drawn inspiration from these edifices, creating works of poetry and painting that allow the common folk, who may never set foot in the capital, to appreciate the grandeur of these civilizational landmarks. However, as the power and wealth of the kingdom were gradually usurped by the nobility and the church over several centuries, the palace, once a symbol of imperial might, now reveals the decay within its opulent facade. At this moment, the square before the palace hall lies desolate, attended only by a few elderly individuals wielding broom-like tools engaged in cleaning. It is worth noting that this vast square once teemed with the empire's most distinguished generals and elite armies during the nascent days of the empire. It was filled with nobles from across the realm celebrating the 60th birthday of His Majesty King of the 7th Dynasty. and it has witnessed countless beheadings of those who dared to disrespect the crown. Yet now, as we approach the 56th birthday of His Majesty the 21st King, a milestone not quite as grand as the 60th, the entrance to the palace is devoid of even a single servant to present gifts. Your Majesty, the forthcoming actions of the church are perilously dangerous. They could incite turmoil throughout the empire, warns Chancellor Shirlong, the nominal head of the empire. In reality, the empire is governed by a collective of central officials led by the king, primarily drawn from the royal family and a select group of fallen nobles who have lost their lands. Shirlong hails from such a diminished noble lineage, one that has gradually lost its fiefdom over time for various reasons. Families like his are left with three options: to serve as vassals to the great nobles who still possess land, to compete for a position as a royal supporter through the imperial central official selection, or to descend into obscurity, retaining only the title of nobility while lacking wealth or power. Shirlong ascended to a central official role through rigorous competition and, over decades of dedicated service, garnered the king's favor, ultimately rising to his current position as Chancellor of the Empire. According to imperial law, the Chancellor acts as the supreme executor of the king's will, possessing considerable authority, including the power to issue nationwide administrative orders, enforce and supervise these mandates, and even propose amendments to the empire's laws and regulations. In the past, a formidable and iron-fisted chancellor wielded his influence to abolish the titles of 2 dukes from among the 15 founding families, leaving the empire with only 13 noble houses to this day. Yet in a time when His Majesty the King is overshadowed by the nobility and the church, Chancellor Shirlong dares not aspire to possess such immense power. In truth, his role as chancellor has dwindled to that of a mere royal steward, receiving a fixed salary each month. Is it perilous? The sentiments of both the church and the nobles regarding my stance as king are of little consequence, were it not for the enduring rule of the empire, which still resonates in the hearts of the populace. The church might not even deign to discuss the benefits of my tacit approval of their actions. At present, the royal family has acquired over 2 marquisates worth of developed land, which can sustain an army of no less than 30,000. In the impending fierce conflict between the church and the nobility, this will bolster the royal family's position against both factions. Moreover, has not the central officials' nobility also been granted new fiefs? This can be regarded as their loyalty to the crown. Otherwise, in a few days, the royal family may find itself bereft of their support. A faint voice emanated from the throne within the palace. However, Chancellor Shirlong harbored doubts regarding the king's clandestine dealings with the church. The lands, long under the church's stewardship for over a century, are populated by devout adherents, making it exceedingly difficult for either the king or the fallen nobility to assert full control in the short term. Though the church has readily allocated these lands to the royal family and the impoverished nobility, they exist merely nominally under their names, while the church retains actual dominion. Furthermore, should the church's endeavors succeed and the anticipated stalemate give way to a lopsided outcome, both the royal family and the loyal nobility will find themselves ensnared in a perilous predicament. For once either the nobility or the church gains dominance, they will inevitably constrict the king's sphere of authority. Regrettably, our king is but a lofty dreamer, acutely aware of the empire's plight, yet lacking the capability to propose viable solutions. He relies on the missteps of his adversaries, or, ideally, their self-destruction, unaware that it is far more prudent to seek means to alter the status quo than to wait for errors from his opponents. Following the king's remarks, silence enveloped the grand hall once more, with Chancellor Shirlong's visage etched in worry and King Duran XXI seated upon the throne, his expression devoid of emotion. The entire palace awaited in hushed anticipation, poised for a revelation that would determine the fate of the empire and its people. The Holy Father is poised to announce a divine oracle, prompting bishops from distant lands to hasten back to the sanctum. This rare occurrence has stirred excitement among the citizens of the imperial capital, irrespective of their allegiance to the god of sleep. Discussions surrounding the king's birthday have been overshadowed entirely. Not only the bishops are converging upon the capital, particularly devoted laypeople are also journeying with their families, eager to hear the new oracle. The nobility, too, cannot remain passive while the church stirs the waters in the capital. They either dispatched capable subordinates or traveled personally to glean information. The royal capital itself is the most populous city of the empire, boasting 1 million inhabitants. Now, with an influx of people from various regions, the streets of the capital are teeming with crowds, even more bustling than during grand festivals. At this moment, Giorgio and his team blend into the throngs near the southern gate, when suddenly, a squad of church knights riding roaring insects gallops in from the direction of the temple, clearing the obstructed thoroughfare. This scene has unfolded countless times over the past few days, as they serve as the ceremonial escort for the bishops arriving from various locales. Master, they are entering the city, Kojin remarks, draped in a desert cloak with his hat pulled low over his head, embodying the typical attire of a desert merchant. Although he carries a vibrating blade on his back, it is relatively short, measuring only about 50 centimeters, easily concealed beneath his garments. As for the submachine gun at his waist, his comrades display it nonchalantly, unconcerned about being seen with such an unusual object. After all, it would be truly remarkable for anyone in the insect empire to recognize it. Thus, the members of the squad remain inconspicuous amidst the bustling streets of the royal capital. Jujio replies as he stands at the edge of the street, pretending to casually browse the wares of a roadside stall. He advises, do not rush to act. Let them enter through the city gates first. The influx of outsiders in the past few days means their journey from the gate to the temple will take longer than we initially anticipated. As the clamor rises, a group of disciplined knights forms a protective circle around 3 individuals riding roaring insects, entering the royal capital through the towering gates. Jujio gazes up and immediately recognizes one of the protected figures as Bishop Ront. The bishop appears jovial, engaged in conversation with the 2 other bishops clad in ecclesiastical robes. Jujio exchanges a glance with Kojin. Although their adversaries have bolstered their ranks with an additional bishop, it remains within their expectations. The total number of bishops is fewer than 300, keeping any potential conflict manageable. Jujio discreetly raises his hand above his head, signaling to the members of his team concealed along the roadside. They promptly draw their submachine guns. At this moment, with a mere command from him, a surprise assault that could reverberate through the church and the royal capital is poised to commence. As the entire procession passes through, Jujio suddenly widens his eyes, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Kojin, noticing his master's daze, follows his gaze and is equally stunned. They behold Liana, whom they had presumed captured by the church and on the verge of judgment, skipping along at the end of the procession. Her face alight with curiosity as she surveys the sights along the streets of the royal capital. Liana has never traveled such a distance in her life. Born in the territory of the Cayman family and later taken in by the church, even as she spread the glory of the divine as a cleric in her adulthood, her activities had been limited to the villages surrounding Burleton. In truth, her movements had never extended beyond a 20-mile radius of Burleton, save for the time she was rescued by the Starry Sky people. Despite the consensus that Burleton City rivals the imperial capital as a grand metropolis, it is evident that the atmosphere within Burleton is excessively tranquil. While the city does exhibit a stronger commercial flair, the nature of business conducted here leans towards bulk trade, rendering its streets far less vibrant than those of the capital. If Burleton were to be likened to a poised noble maiden, the capital would undoubtedly embody a resplendent mature lady dazzling at a grand ball. Upon receiving permission from the knight accompanying her, Liana ventured toward the various stalls lining the streets. With ample time remaining before the commencement of the trial assembly, she felt an urge to explore. The journey had not been as arduous as a military campaign, yet they had not lingered even for a moment along the way. Now that she had arrived at her destination, surrounded by an array of delightful goods and unique stalls, her innate feminine instinct for selection compelled her to indulge in the delights of shopping. Liana approached a stall brimming with local trinkets, her excitement palpable. Just as she reached for a headpiece that had caught her eye from afar, a hand suddenly emerged from beside her, covering her mouth and pulling her away. In a humble dwelling in the northeastern corner of the capital, Liana and Chochio exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth is happening? Chochio inquired, taking a deep breath to steady her tumultuous emotions. What do you mean? What is happening? I should be asking you what you are doing here, dressed in such peculiar attire, and why you have brought me to this place. Liana responded, utterly perplexed. Just moments earlier, she had been alarmed by the apparent insecurity of the capital, fearing she had encountered human traffickers, only to discover it was Chochio and her companions. Weren't you captured by the church and brought to the capital for trial? Chochio asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. What trial? Why would the church capture me? I am a missionary of the church myself, accompanying the bishop to participate in the trial assembly. Is that not a perfectly normal occurrence? Liana retorted, her expression one of utter bewilderment. You were not abducted? How could an ordinary missionary be brought by the bishop to a trial presided over by the Pope? Chochio realized that the situation seemed to deviate from the family's intelligence and predictions. Why was I brought here by Bishop Ront? He noticed my earnest dedication to studying theology during this period and assumed I was distressed by recent events, thus suggesting a visit to the imperial capital for a respite. Not only I, but all my fellow missionary sisters were invited. Bishop Ront also wanted us to listen to the oracle that His Holiness the Pope is to announce. The individuals present were left in a state of utter bewilderment upon hearing this revelation, realizing that their family's assessment of the situation had been entirely misguided. It appears we have misjudged the circumstances, Chochio remarked, a look of concern crossing her face as she turned to face Kojin. We must adjust our course of action. You explain the situation to her while I discuss our next steps with Father. Kojin opened his mouth, glancing between the princess who had retreated to a corner of the room and Liana, who was staring at him with wide eyes, awaiting his response. How am I to explain this? Chapter 26. The Oracle. In these recent days, the atmosphere in the royal capital is imbued with a vibrant excitement. As devotees and onlookers from all corners of the realm converge upon the city, buzzing with anticipation for an imminent occasion. Today, His Holiness the Pope is set to proclaim a momentous announcement. The Insections have received a new oracle. Throughout the annals of the Insectian Empire, oracles have manifested only a handful of times, each heralding significant upheavals within the church that reverberate across the nation. For instance, the first oracle revealed the chosen site for the church's grand cathedral, drawing skilled artisans from across the land to construct a magnificent edifice rivaling the royal palace. The second oracle established the necessity for the church to forge its own land tenure and military might, resulting in the ousting of countless malevolent nobles over the course of a century, allowing the church to reclaim their lands and form its own order of punitive knights, thus embarking on a path of opposition against the aristocracy. The third oracle instituted a mechanism for heresy trials, leading to the capture and execution of numerous malevolent scholars who propagated various heretical doctrines. What transformations might this latest oracle herald for the empire? Today, the church has planted its banners in every corner of the royal capital, even dispatching knights to patrol the noble districts, bearing the church's insignia. Considering the current climate, the king and the nobles tacitly acquiesced to the church's actions, refraining from deploying their own forces to expel the church's knights. Furthermore, the church has adorned the city gates and walls with an abundance of colorful ribbons emblazoned with various religious symbols. While the faithful citizens have raised the church's banners in their homes, countless knights from the church patrol the streets and alleys of the capital, maintaining order. Only the royal palace stands pristine and imposing in the heart of the city, silently reminding the populace that they still have a sovereign beyond their borders. In front of the grand entrance to the temple, St.'s Square has become a sea of humanity, thronged with thousands of spectators gathered to witness the momentous announcement. The crowd, packed tightly together, stretches their necks in eager anticipation for the Pope to emerge and declare the fabled new oracle. A long outdoor corridor extends from the temple's entrance to the altar at the center of the square, a site typically reserved for various sacrificial ceremonies conducted by the church. Today, the corridor is adorned with railings brimming with mycelium spores, while strips of cloth and flags embellish the thoroughfare, reminiscent of the renowned religious painting depicting the first pope leading the Insections to triumph. Suddenly, amidst the previously bustling crowd, a wave of cheers erupts as a contingent of punishment knights, clad in resplendent armor, emerges from the temple, mounted upon towering shriekers, marching in perfect unison towards the altar along the corridor. Following them, 33 archbishops, robed in long crimson garments trimmed in black, gracefully glide forth from the temple, drawn by 14 shriekers. They appeared in groups of 3, with the leader riding alone, guiding the bishops toward the altar. It was none other than His Holiness the Pope of Cairo. He was a man of over 60 years, his countenance grave, adorned in a black robe embellished with golden patterns, the ceremonial garb reserved for significant ecclesiastical occasions. As the knights approached the altar, they swiftly formed a circle around it, leaving the central position vacant. Upon arriving at the altar, the Pope dismounted and ascended the central platform, while the archbishops gathered in a semicircle behind him, standing quietly in the vacant space. Standing atop the platform, the Pope surveyed the throng in the square and gently raised his right hand. Instantly, a chorus of cheers erupted, swelling in intensity, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Some distant pilgrims, deeply moved by the surrounding fervor, were brought to tears. Many of these faithful may never again have the chance to behold the Pope, yet here he was, waving at them. The clamor crescendoed with the elevation of his hand and gradually subsided as he lowered it. Observing the now tranquil crowd, His Holiness nodded in satisfaction, cleared his throat, and spoke. People of God, I received a divine revelation a month ago. He paused slightly, gazing into the thousands of eager eyes fixed upon him, then continued. The slumbering deity is about to awaken. This brief proclamation ignited a tumultuous wave of excitement, the previously hushed crowd erupting into gasps of astonishment. The deity is to awaken? It is widely known that the Holy Church has long proclaimed the divinity to be in repose, yet at this moment, the Pope announced to all that the divine oracle had declared, the deity is to awaken. Could this signify that the Insections have finally garnered the deity's approval? The Pope raised his right hand once more, then pressed it downward in a calming gesture, waiting for the crowd to quiet before continuing. Many may believe that the awakening of the deity signifies that we, the Insections, have finally earned divine favor, heralding a resurgence of glory. He paused, surveying the vibrant expressions among the crowd before resuming. Yet, the reality is quite the opposite. For it is the avaricious nobles, driven by their desires, in collusion with those scholars disseminating heretical doctrines, who conspire to usurp the divine power and authority. This is what has stirred the slumbering deity. As the Pope's voice grew more impassioned with indignation, a box, seemingly crafted from pure crystal, was elevated to the altar by several knights of the Inquisition. Its transparent exterior allowed those gathered nearby to see clearly that within the crystal enclosure lay a grievously wounded male insectian. Before him lay a sight most harrowing. His 6 limbs and the antennae atop his head lay shattered. His entire body bore the marks of what appeared to be flames, charred and scarred in a deep brown hue. A gaping wound on his right side, seemingly torn apart by some immense force, revealed glimpses of his insides, which swayed with the movements of the knight bearing the crystal casket. From every wound and scar, a yellowish bodily fluid continued to seep, and he seemed to endure excruciating pain, managing only faint gasps of breath. The onlookers near the crystal casket gasped in horror, some women and children instinctively covering their eyes in fright. A cacophony of whispers erupted among the crowd as they relayed what they had witnessed. The Pope, rather than silencing the throng, allowed them to share their accounts before he spoke again. This man hails from the lands of the House of Horsemen, a farmer whose lineage has tilled this soil for generations. Yet, his fate turned grim when a young lord of the Horseman family coveted his wife, seeking to claim her for himself. Upon discovering this vile intent and resisting, he was imprisoned by the family's private soldiers. In a cruel twist, he was sent to a laboratory funded by the Horseman family, where a nefarious heretic employed stolen divine fire to reduce him to this ghastly state. His father, wife, and 3 children met a similarly brutal end within that laboratory, while he alone survived, fueled by a burning hatred for the Horseman family, until the church's knights dismantled the heretical lab and found this wretched soul. It is through this cleansing of heresy that our knights brought forth evidence of the Horseman family's collusion with these malevolent forces to usurp divine power. As the Pope concluded, he nodded toward a knight pushing the crystal casket. The knight advanced to an open space a short distance from the Pope, retrieving a fist-sized orb from within his cloak. With great care, he accepted a smoldering stick from a fellow knight, igniting a fuse at the orb's apex before swiftly retreating. The crowd watched in rapt attention as the fuse ignited, racing toward the end, culminating in a thunderous explosion, accompanied by a blinding flash and a thick plume of black smoke. The unprepared onlookers recoiled in terror, many on the front lines instinctively attempting to flee at the sound. The noise echoed like thunder from the heavens. Gazing down, they beheld a gaping hole where the carpet had once lain, its edges flickering with tiny flames. Could it be that such a device had wrought the man's current state? The sheer power of this explosive was beyond comprehension, akin to that of the divine itself. Several knights rushed forward to extinguish the still-burning carpet, one of whom presented the golden scepter, cradled within the box, to the Pope. This was indeed a moment of grave significance. Amidst the distant throngs of people, Giorgio, equipped with a telescope gifted by the celestial denizens, beheld the explosion from afar. His heart sinking momentarily, he exchanged a glance with Kojin, who was similarly holding a telescope. This device bore an uncanny resemblance to the grenades traded to them by the celestial beings, albeit seemingly less potent, accompanied by a billowing cloud of black smoke. However, the sound and flash were strikingly akin to that of a grenade. Could it be that the scholars funded by the Haussmann family had uncovered and harnessed such power? Furthermore, how could the Haussmann family, wielders of such force, be deemed heretics and targeted for annihilation by the church? Why had he not heard of this previously? Had it transpired only in recent days? How audacious of the church to strike against a noble. What was their true intention? An array of questions surged through Giorgio's mind, and he increasingly felt that the church's judgment assembly was far from ordinary. The Pope raised his scepter, his voice swelling with fervor as impassioned words resonated from the altar at the heart of the square. O children of the divine! The actions of the heretics in usurping divine power have thoroughly provoked the wrath of the Almighty. Thus, the deity has awakened. When these vile and depraved heretics are utterly eradicated, it will be the moment for the insectants to return to the embrace of the divine. The faithful in the crowd began to raise their fists in solidarity, yet not all present were believers. A significant portion of ordinary citizens remained unmoved by faith, fixated instead on the Pope's forthcoming proclamations. The transgressions of the nobles were equally unforgivable. They funded heresy and imposed heavy burdens, leaving countless farmers to toil for an entire year, only to surrender the majority of their harvests to their lords, barely retaining enough sustenance for themselves. How many merchants traversed the empire, only to be methodically taxed and stripped by successive nobles, ultimately unable to recoup even their costs? How many imperial citizens had been imprisoned and dispossessed for offending the nobility, with their families on the brink of ruin, their parents and children left to fend for themselves, all awaiting the specter of starvation? Meanwhile, the nobles of the empire languished in their thoughts, scheming to collude with the heretics, using the wealth and lives extorted from the populace to fund and appease them, all to pilfer divine power. Ultimately, they would turn around and wield this stolen divine might to further oppress you. The divine proclaimed, "Greed is the temptation of the devil. Desire is an insatiable hunger. Look upon yourselves and reflect upon the lives led by your kin and friends within the noble territories. What has become of this nation? What has befallen the insectants? What has caused them to lose the divine's favor? It is greed and insatiable desire. And what has rendered their existence more arduous? The nobility." From the crowd arose murmurs. And with the prompting of these voices, coupled with the fervent shouts of the faithful surrounding him, the once bewildered ordinary citizens seemed to have their fog of confusion lifted, raising their fists in unison. The nobles. In the square, countless hands were raised high in solidarity. The group, led by Giorgio, raised their fists, blending into the cacophony of the crowd. Yet, in stark contrast to the fervor of those around them, a profound chill surged within their hearts. The church was inciting the masses. Were they attempting to undermine the nobility through such means? Giorgio suddenly recalled the initial intelligence regarding Liana's departure. Most of the clergy from Burton Church had journeyed to the capital's temple, including all the missionary women and priests. The departing personnel encompassed nearly all clerical members, effectively displacing all grassroots management. Furthermore, they had taken all local disciplinary knights as escort, consolidating the military strength of the church scattered throughout the empire. Was the church declaring war on the nobility? Chapter 27, Holy War. The atmosphere in the square reached a fever pitch. Upon witnessing the horrific sight of the man within the crystal box and hearing from the Pope that the culprit behind it all was a noble, the crowd could not help but condemn the greed and shamelessness of the aristocracy. The Pope raised his hand in the air, gesturing for silence. Once the clamor subsided, he lifted his staff anew. The staff shimmered with a blue-white arc of light, accompanied by a crackling sound as currents of electricity danced at its pinnacle. He approached the crystal box on the altar and inserted the glowing tip of the staff into a recess at the top of the box. In response, a green light illuminated the interior of the crystal box, and several knights stepped forward to support the box upright. All present could see plumes of white smoke ascending from within the box at the center of the square, atop the altar. The grievously injured farmer inside began to heal at a visible pace, as the severed limbs sprouted tender flesh, and the external shell gradually reformed. The charred scars began to peel away, revealing not gaping wounds seeping with pus, but rather the regrowth of muscle, skin, and a new exoskeleton. The once chaotic murmurs, provoked by the bizarre phenomena of the crystal box, gradually subsided, and the assembled throng quietly beheld this unprecedented miracle unfolding before their very eyes. As the man within the crystal box was fully healed, a harmonious gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. This awe crescendoed with the opening of the crystal box, reaching its zenith as the farmer emerged, weeping and kneeling before the Pope, kissing the ground at his feet, which then transformed into resounding cheers that echoed throughout the capital. Giorgio fixated intently on the crystal box. Had he not witnessed and experienced the healing chambers employed by the Starry Sky people, he might have considered this a true miracle. However, having encountered the advanced technologies of a higher civilization, he discerned that while this crystal box differed from the material chambers utilized by the Starry Sky people, its function was evidently similar, a device for healing. He could only ponder where the church had obtained such an artifact. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase from the scientist Ding Hao of the Starry Sky people. To a certain extent, the immense disparity in technology renders those who lag behind utterly incapable of comprehending the advancements of their more technologically adept counterparts, transforming these innovations into an inscrutable black box. In the absence of understanding the underlying principles, the capabilities of the technologically advanced appear to the less knowledgeable as nothing short of divine powers, potentially leading to a blind reverence from the latter towards the former. Giorgio glanced at the fervent crowd surrounding him, feeling a chill in his heart. How profound their ignorance! How lamentable their folly! It was a sorrowful thought that arose within him. I shall never allow myself to become as ignorant as these people. No, not just me. All the insectoids must not descend into such ignorance. The atmosphere of the square reached a crescendo with the man's miraculous healing. This time, the Pope did not bid the crowd to silence. Instead, he raised his staff to his lips, amplifying his voice so that even amidst the cheers, all could hear him. O people of God, do you see? Those nobles and heretics, they disregard your lives, plunder your wealth, oppress your kin, and even steal the power of the divine, ruthlessly harming all whom they wish to harm. Can the empire, with its hundreds of millions, truly do nothing against a mere handful of noble families? Will you resign yourselves and your descendants to be enslaved by nobles for generations to come? A roar of defiance erupted from the crowd, and those who had not gathered in the square began to flock there, drawn by the news of miracles. Are you afraid? Afraid of those nobles and heretics who have stolen the divine power? This rhetorical question did not elicit the anticipated fervent response, aside from a few zealots still shouting. Most fell silent. The Pope furrowed his brow and continued, "Do not fear. Today, as the leader of the entire church, I am here to tell you, do not fear those nobles and heretics who have pilfered a modicum of divine power. Look at this poor soul beside me." The Pope gestured towards the recently healed farmer standing nearby. "The true God stands behind us. Only through faith in the true God can we attain redemption. People of God, join the church. The church shall embark on a holy crusade against the nobles and heretics, completely obliterating these avaricious insectoids. This is a gift for the soon-to-awaken deity. Now tell me, are you afraid? Afraid of those who have stolen the divine power? Not afraid, not afraid, not afraid." The crowd erupted again in fervent shouts upon seeing the fully healed farmer beside the Pope. Indeed, the church, supported by the true God, must possess the true God's strength. Look at how the one harmed by the nobles has been revived by divine power. If such grievous wounds do not lead to death, what is there left to fear? For our descendants, for our offspring, for those still suffering under the oppression of nobles and heretics, to quell the wrath of the divine, for the insectoid race, I declare, the Holy Crusade begins. Eradicate the nobles and heretics. Holy Crusade. The Pope raised his scepter aloft. Holy War. The archbishops behind him elevated the sacred texts in their hands. Holy War. The church knights surrounding them brandished their weapons high. Holy War. The people in the square raised their fists in unison. Holy War. A thunderous voice resonated throughout the capital. To the northwest lies the realm of the nobility. Someone in the crowd proclaimed loudly, "Holy War. Annihilate the nobles. Free the tormented insect people. For the divine." A contingent of church knights, fully equipped and prepared, emerged at the edge of the square, riding their roaring mounts as they charged toward the noble district of the capital. Holy War. Holy War. The crowd surged like a tide, following the path that led outwards. Over the course of a millennium, the imperial capital had gradually evolved into 4 distinct regions. The royal palace complex was situated in the southern part, encompassing the palace itself. The forecourt, the gardens, the central imperial offices, and the barracks of the royal knights, structures that were all under the purview of the king and the royal family. Generally, few ventured into the south, as it was the residence of the king, patrolled by numerous court knights who scrutinized any suspicious individuals. In stark contrast, the church's temple complex lay to the north, gazing across at the palace. This area housed the grand cathedral, the church library, welfare institutions, schools, hospitals, and the barracks of the Order of Punitive Knights, all significant edifices. Adjacent to these core structures were residential areas for the faithful and church personnel. To the east resided the common folk and merchants, characterized by far inferior architecture compared to the other 3 regions, congested and cramped, with roads that were narrow and less accommodating. Yet, this area thrived with the liveliness of the capital, lacking the somberness of the south and the rigidity of the north. It was far more liberal and open-minded than the west, where the noble class resided, known for its strict decorum and unpleasant airs. The Western District was indeed the domain of the insect nobility. Although their estates might be far removed from the capital, virtually every noble family maintained a villa within its confines. Despite the church's pronounced opposition to the nobility and the king's growing estrangement from the noble class, the capital remained the heart of the nation. In terms of politics, economics, culture, commerce, religion, and intelligence, it was imperative for all nobles to establish a foothold here. Thus, even if they did not reside there permanently, prominent nobles would ensure the construction of a villa for their occasional visits. Typically, the noble district was patrolled in shifts by court knights and a small contingent of family guards, tasked with maintaining order. However, today, the convening of the church's tribunal had summoned countless knights and faithful from afar to the capital. Court knights had been reassigned back to the southern palace, and a few noble alliance knights returned to their barracks, refraining from competing for the church's limelight. It was presumed that after the tribunal, everything would revert to its former state. Yet the knights, long accustomed to the tranquility of the capital, could hardly fathom who the church's targets truly were. On this day, inside the barracks of the noble district, where 7 families took turns guarding, 30 sentinels from these diverse lineages were engaged in idle banter. Their conversation turned to the alluring proprietress of the tavern in the eastern part of the capital when, suddenly, the barracks door was forcefully kicked open. Several officers rose, prepared to reprimand the intruder, only to be met by a throng of fully armed church knights storming in. In a flurry of fists and boots, they swiftly subdued the officers, who, bound and cursing, were dragged out of the barracks, left in stunned disbelief at the chaos unfolding before them. A frenzied mob surged into the noble Western District, chanting fervent slogans of holy war. Like ravenous Mandy's worms, they wreaked havoc upon everything in their sight. They shattered the doors of the nobles' villas, charging in amidst the butler's shouts and the maid's terrified screams. One after another, houses were ignited, walls were toppled, and individuals were dragged from their homes and cast into the streets, trampled to death by the riotous crowd. What should we do? Kojin, swept along by the tide of humanity, tightly grasped Jojo's arm, his voice laced with concern. He glanced around and noticed his companions nearby, straining to push their way towards him. He counted them silently. Not a single soul was missing, though the throng obstructed their path, making it difficult to fully regroup. They had not been entirely swept away. We must gather our team as swiftly as possible and leave. Amidst this turmoil, we must hasten back to our family's domain. The church has declared war on all the nobles of the empire. This time, they are not alone. They have rallied a multitude of the populace. The citizens of the capital have gone mad. This is not a situation we can rectify with just a handful of us. Jujio, observing the fervent crowd, suddenly recalled something and asked, "What about Liana? Has she been sent away?" While grappling with the crowd pressing against him, Kojin quietly replied, "Two of my brothers took her away a day ago. The church's focus has been on this trial assembly. It seems Liana's disappearance has not drawn their attention." The trial assembly, a reckoning for all the nobles. How outrageous. In the watchtower atop the southern palace, the emperor sat quietly in a notably newly placed, spacious chair, flanked by his chancellor and the captain of the palace knights. The three observed the flickering flames emanating from the western noble district. The echoes of holy war reverberated in the air, prompting Chancellor Shirlong to turn to the captain, inquiring, "Have all soldiers been stationed along the roads leading to the southern district? We must ensure the frenzied congregation does not breach its borders." The captain, with an impassive expression, assured him, "Rest assured, Lord Shirlong. The forces stationed outside the city quietly moved in last night to secure the southern district." However, Chancellor Shirlong did not seem reassured by this statement. He fidgeted anxiously, his antennae trembling slightly. "There is no need for concern, my lord. The church has promised to ensure our safety. After all, they have not broken their word in over 1,000 years." The king's voice, calm yet distant, echoed through the air. "Yes, indeed, your majesty, it seems I have been overly anxious." Shirlong clenched his teeth, striving to quell the unease within him, as he continued to accompany his majesty in observing the escalating chaos in the western district. The two stood at the rear, unaware that although the king appeared composed in his seat, his eyes were wide with intensity, as if he sought to discern how the nobility of the West would face judgment. His hands, once resting on the armrests, were now tightly gripping them, indicating that the king's tranquility was merely a facade. The church had finally declared an all-out war on the nobility, and he was determined to seize this rare opportunity to accomplish what generations of kings had aspired to but failed, to curtail the power of the nobility and their lands, thereby restoring authority to the heart of the empire. In pursuit of this ambition, he was willing to collaborate with the church, a move that effectively acknowledged divine authority's interference in secular affairs. Although this alliance harbored the risk of empowering the church further, he believed that just as he could devise means to diminish the nobility, so too could he find ways to limit the church's influence over worldly matters. Chapter 28. The last hope of the noble alliance in the northern reaches of the insect empire. The climate was harsh, with crops yielding but once a year. Yet, contrary to popular belief, this land was not a desolate wasteland. Rather, it thrived with prosperity owing to its abundant iron mines and forests. Here lay the domain of the Mantes family, elevated to the rank of Marquis. Count Mantes surveyed the besieging forces of the Order of Knights, encircling his castle, and glanced at his own beleaguered troops. Once numbered over 10,000, now fewer than 700 remained, each bearing wounds from the relentless fighting. His knight commander had fallen in battle just an hour prior, and he could scarcely believe that his family had been brought to such dire straits by a mere 2,000 church knights. Or, more precisely, by the artifacts wielded by those knights. Not every member of the church's Order of Knights possessed these so-called artifacts, yet each squad leader among them brandished one. These were metallic spears that unleashed bolts of lightning during combat. Any unfortunate soul who encountered this power would be rendered defenseless, reduced to charred remains, much like being struck by celestial thunder. Moreover, the severely injured church knights, whom he distinctly recalled having dealt grievous harm to just a day before, now charged at his forces, seemingly unscathed. His own ranks had been decimated, while the church's knights had suffered negligible losses, save for a few who had perished on the battlefield. This left him on the brink of despair. Was this truly the divine power the church had long proclaimed? Count Mantes felt a sense of hopelessness. With the dwindling forces at his command, he feared that the next encounter would result in total annihilation. The church had not sent envoys to negotiate surrender, indicating their disinterest in captives. Compounding his plight, the church had been actively sowing discord among his subjects. preventing him from bolstering his ranks or securing vital supplies. It seems that the opposing party will not accept negotiations or surrender. He cast another glance at the remnants of his defeated troops, shook his head, and turned to survey the castle that had stood for centuries behind him. The fortress was now marred by numerous breaches from catapults, with 2 watchtowers having even collapsed. Fortunately, the remaining structures, built from immense stones, remained steadfast against the onslaught of the siege engines. Was today to mark the demise of the Mantis family? The shrill call of the horned bugle pierced the air outside the walls, signaling the enemy's readiness to launch another assault. Gritting his teeth, he wiped away the blood from his face, whether his own or that of the enemy. He could not discern, and descended from the ramparts. Mounting his shrieking steed, he ordered the gates to be opened and, with his remaining followers, charged furiously toward the Order of the Inquisition's Knightly Brigade. Scenes akin to that of the Mantis family played out across the vast expanse of the Empire of Insectia. Although the Church's military forces were originally far fewer than the combined might of the nobility, the latter's traditional ability to conscript subjects from their territories for military service had been severely undermined. While the Church's incitement of the common folk did not immediately turn them against their lords, it greatly weakened the influence of the nobility. Consequently, in many regions, when the noble conscription officers arrived at their villages, they found the entire populace had vanished, taking with them all their possessions and provisions. Despite this, the private armies maintained by the nobility still vastly outnumbered the Church's forces. The crux of the matter lay in the Church's possession of divine artifacts and blessings, powerful relics that could incinerate foes upon mere contact, and the sight of a Church soldier, whom he had grievously wounded earlier that day, now charging back into battle, vibrant and full of life, became the haunting specter that plagued the nobleman's sleepless nights. Following an initial series of catastrophic defeats, nearly a third of the nobility was entirely eradicated. The remaining nobles ceased their individual struggles, relinquishing many of their northern territories to consolidate their strength in the south. As vast swathes of land were abandoned, the Church gradually slowed its offensive, granting the southern nobles a moment to breathe. Thus, the empire became divided into 2 factions, the northern territories under the Church's control, undergoing continuous reorganization, and the southern regions held by the Noble Alliance. In the territory of the Cayman family, the city of Bolton, the largest commercial hub of the south, had transformed into the stronghold of the Noble Alliance. The Church officials who once occupied one of the city's tallest structures, the original St. Bolton Cathedral, had clandestinely evacuated, leaving behind an empty sanctuary. Enraged by this revelation, the nobles, after failing to apprehend the Church officials, forcibly occupied the site, converting it into a temporary meeting place for the Noble Alliance's parliament. At this moment, within the former St. Bolton Cathedral, now the Assembly Hall of the Noble Alliance, rows of chairs were filled with the representatives of various noble families. They were embroiled in a cacophony, a commonplace occurrence during the meetings of the Noble Alliance in recent times. According to the prevailing trend, the Church's offensive momentum had notably slowed. I believe the utmost priority now lies in the reorganization of all military forces in preparation for the Church's forthcoming actions, a southern noble articulated. Yet, before he could complete his statement, he was abruptly interrupted by another. Do you genuinely believe the Church will gradually cease its persecution of us heretics? They are merely consolidating their northern territories. Once they have effectively regrouped their resources from the north, they will not only bolster their ranks, but also secure a vast supply of provisions. If we do not swiftly dispatch troops northward to disrupt their plans, shall we merely await our inevitable consumption once they grow even stronger? The speaker was none other than Count Mantisbury, who had been dispatched by Duke Cayman to liaise with various nobles, rescued from the battlefield. At this moment, he had lost his right hand, and with fervor, he pounded the table before him, creating a resounding thud. He had not only lost his family estate, but also found himself with a mere 200 soldiers remaining. Centuries of accumulated wealth and glory had evaporated, leaving him in a state of desperation. Count Mantisbury, we are all aware that the northern nobles, retreating to the south, are eager to reclaim their territories, a sentiment that I believe resonates with everyone present. However, we have all witnessed the might of the Church's artifacts. Although we currently possess a numerical advantage, should true combat ensue, our chances of victory are considerably slim, if not entirely non-existent. Therefore, I concur with Marquis Ace. We must first consolidate our forces and unify our command. If we continue to fight independently, what difference is there between us and being isolated within our respective fiefs? We would simply be picked off one by the Church, ultimately facing annihilation. Another southern noble retorted against Count Mantisbury's remarks. Consolidate our armies? We have already lost our territories. Should we now lose our military might? The northern nobles may find themselves unable to even enter the gates of the Noble Alliance by tomorrow, sneered a northern noble. Given this, To assist you in reclaiming your lands, we southern folk may as well contribute our funds and provisions. But must we also sacrifice our soldiers to meet their demise? A southern noble retorted sharply. Your words suggest the church will not continue its advance southward. Do you truly believe your southern armies can withstand the church's onslaught? I dare say, have you southern factions perhaps forged a pact with the church? Are the northern nobles blind and deaf? The church has infiltrated the south, sowing discord among the populace. Can you not see or hear this? I believe, northern lords, that if you seek assistance, you ought to adopt a more humble demeanor. We are all in the same boat. Do not assume that because we northern nobles are in dire straits, you southern nobles can coexist peacefully with the church. In an instant, the hall was filled with mocking tones and shouts, as nobles divided into southern and northern factions hurled accusations at one another, their spittle nearly drowning the entire assembly of the noble alliance. Thud, thud, thud. One of the individuals seated at the 13th position in the hall forcefully struck the table. Once silence enveloped the room, he spoke with a grave expression. Gentlemen, let us first attain some quietude. Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? The church has already seized half of the empire. Shall we, the noble alliance, continue to quarrel here? Or shall we engage in a deadly conflict amongst ourselves before the church even intervenes? The speaker was none other than Duke Ismon, one of the 13 Grand Dukes of the empire, whose territory lay in the central region. Although he had yet to face an attack from the church, he had already repositioned his army to the southern part of his domain and had personally relocated his family to the city of Burleton. He continued, our most pressing concern is that our military prowess pales in comparison to that of the church's forces. Are our soldiers truly inferior to the church's paladins? I refuse to believe that. The crux of the matter lies in the church's possession of divine artifacts and their blessed warriors, whose power is immense. We know that some nobles have managed to acquire scattered artifacts during battles. However, as we all understand, those are items we cannot hope to replicate. Our immediate priority is not to consolidate our armies, nor to launch an immediate counteroffensive to the north, but rather to engage in earnest discussion on how we might devise strategies to counter those artifacts. At this juncture, he cast a glance at the seemingly preoccupied Duke Cayman seated beside him and inquired, would you not agree, Duke Cayman? The Duke Cayman, as I understand, commands knights who wield weaponry that rivals divine artifacts. Many of the northern nobles present here owe their lives to your originally dispatched teams. Duke Ismon continued. Instantaneously, the hall fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixed upon the uncommunicative Duke Cayman, who maintained a composed demeanor at the head of the table. This most illustrious duke's private forces had exhibited an astounding level of combat prowess during the church's campaign against the nobility. They possessed weapons capable of countering the church's divine artifacts. In fact, nearly half of the northern nobles present had been rescued from the battlefield by the Cayman family's private troops, undoubtedly enhancing the duke's already considerable reputation. Naturally, the foremost concern among all was how the Cayman family had come to possess weaponry comparable to the church's artifacts. Yet, Duke Cayman remained reticent, appearing weary, with his tendrils drooping listlessly atop his head, suggesting that this tumultuous period had aged him considerably. Duke Cayman, has that child not yet returned? Marquis Bug suddenly inquired, observing the old duke's countenance. It was then that everyone recalled the news. The Cayman family's first heir, His Highness in Cayman, had infiltrated the royal capital for certain reasons, but had inadvertently encountered the church's sudden attack on the nobility. Although they had been fortunate enough to escape the royal capital, they found themselves trapped in the north, unable to return to the territories controlled by the nobility due to the war that had spread across half the empire. Upon hearing this, Duke Cayman shook his head and replied, the child, Juju, is currently unharmed. Although he is temporarily trapped in the north, there is no immediate danger. I appreciate your concern, but my worries extend beyond this matter. At this point, he glanced at the gathered nobility, furrowing his brow as he continued, indeed, my family possesses some new weaponry. However, the quantity at our disposal is exceedingly limited. It is a stretch to provide for you all, as even my own forces are equipped with but a fraction of these arms. As for the church's sacred artifacts, I have examined them, and to be frank, I believe that the number of new weapons at my disposal is entirely inadequate to withstand the church's army. An army lacking new weaponry, regardless of its size, is destined for defeat against one armed with divine relics. Duke Cayman, might you be indulging in alarmism? After all, we have hundreds of thousands of troops. Several nobles exchanged glances, some of whom had not directly faced the church's forces raised doubts. Yet, many others, particularly those from the north who had battled the church, felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing the implication of despair from the most powerful duke of the southern empire regarding the noble alliance. Duke Cayman rapped the table to silence the discussions, then spoke again. I trust you are all curious about the new weaponry I possess that can withstand the sacred artifacts. The Cayman family has deliberated internally and concluded that we cannot contend with the church alone. Therefore, I shall reveal the secrets of these weapons to you today. However, I am uncertain whether disclosing this secret is a wise decision, as we have not negotiated with the other party involved. He cast a glance at those present and continued. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly our noble alliance's last opportunity. Chapter 29. The Choice of Humanity. The Wolf-Fang Reconnaissance Squad has been stranded on the insect planet for over 5 months. Although they scattered during the crash, fortunately, the core command module and the iron spike, directly connected to it, did not separate during the descent. The ship's AI, Alan, urgently activated the landing protocols for the iron spike during the fall. Despite sustaining damage from the earlier explosion of the Wolf-Fang, it ultimately landed safely with the command module intact. However, for various reasons, the iron spike was almost completely wrecked upon landing. Thankfully, the large integrated 3D printing module on board was salvaged by Engineer Evans, enabling them to manufacture some autonomous mechanical devices to adapt to the conditions on this planet. Initially, Tang Sheng and his team planned to quickly repair the ship after their preliminary exploration of the planet and return to space, as their mission was to explore the entire star system and collect data for timely transmission back to the follow-up fleet, facilitating the management team's formulation of subsequent strategies. However, in the days following their descent, they were astonished to discover the existence of an intelligent race on this planet, which appeared to have established a vast empire covering the planet's sole continent. During the initial contact between humanity and this intelligent species, designated as the Bug People, it became evident that the process was far from ideal. As humanity sought to navigate the cosmos, they devised a series of communication strategies tailored for interactions with intelligent beings. Nevertheless, they had never before engaged face-to-face with a true extraterrestrial race. These strategies were entirely conceptualized by humanity, leading to numerous conflicts before Tang Sheng and his team could genuinely establish contact and attempt communication with the intelligent life on this planet. However, a series of subsequent developments took an unexpected turn for the entire team. Initially, traces of artificial repair were discovered within the genetic fragments of the local intelligent species, suggesting that these beings might have been created by a more advanced civilization, indicating the possible existence of a higher civilization on this planet. Given that humanity's spacecraft had crashed and they possessed no satellites for comprehensive exploration, this concealed advanced civilization rendered them cautious. They refrained from extensive resource extraction and limited their interactions with the local intelligent beings to avoid potential conflict with the unknown higher civilization, especially considering that the technological prowess exhibited in the field of bioengineering by this advanced civilization far surpassed that of humanity. Moreover, the situation deteriorated further due to the damage sustained by the ship Iron Nail, resulting in slow repair progress. In truth, if they could engage in large-scale resource extraction, they could quickly repair the Iron Nail using integrated 3D printing modules. However, concerns over unnecessary conflicts with the hidden advanced civilization, coupled with limited resources, severely delayed the repair efforts of the Iron Nail. Additionally, the planet's mass, which approached 23 times that of Earth and its size exceeding Earth's by more than 50, rendered chemical rockets nearly unusable. The characteristics of chemical rockets dictate that their fuel constitutes over 90% of the total rocket mass, according to the Tsiolkovsky rocket equation. When gravity and planetary radius exceed certain thresholds, the payload capacity of chemical rockets declines precipitously, rendering them nearly impractical. Such planetary conditions hindered the Wolf-Tooth reconnaissance team from deploying relatively simple chemical rockets for global reconnaissance. Conversely, utilizing nuclear-powered rockets, which possess greater payload capacities, could attract the attention of the advanced civilization due to the considerable noise generated. In summary, this hidden super-civilization rendered the Wolf-Tooth reconnaissance team stranded on this unfamiliar planet, hesitant to take action and constrained at every turn. However, circumstances have now shifted. What are the thoughts on this matter? Tang Sheng convened his team members. Seated on the sofa in the base, a large factory-like structure observed by Jiu Jiu and Liana, and stated, "The bug person named Jiu Jiu claims that his father is a prominent noble within this indigenous civilization, and he now formally seeks our assistance on behalf of all the nobles of this local civilization." Tang Sheng summoned a map from his personal digital assistant, a representation crafted by high-altitude unmanned drones over recent times. The areas not surveyed by these drones were rendered as a crude hand-drawn depiction acquired from the Cayman family. By synthesizing the previously scanned data from Alan with our recent explorations, we now discern that this planet possesses but a single continent, occupying roughly 40% of its surface area. Within this continent resides only one intelligent species, which has established a grand empire with a history spanning millennia. Currently, this empire is embroiled in a civil war, pitting an extreme religious faction known as the Church against the nobility represented by Chiochio, with whom we have previously established contact. Presently, the nobility appears to be at a severe disadvantage, on the brink of collapse, and they are seeking our assistance in acquiring modern weaponry. After providing a brief overview of the situation, Tang Sheng fell silent, eager to hear the thoughts of his companions. Well, I find that fellow Qiuqiu to be quite agreeable. And we are rather familiar with him. Gao Qiu was the first to voice his opinion. Humph. That's likely because both he and that motherbug have praised your culinary creations, Evans interjected with a smirk. Gao Qiu's dishes, regarded as dark cuisine by humans, surprisingly aligned well with the tastes of the insectoid species. During the rescue of Qiuqiu and Liana, both insectoid individuals expressed high admiration for Gao Qiu's culinary skills, finally granting him the respect a chef deserves, which had eluded him for so long. Chief, let us not forget the unknown advanced civilization that may be lurking on this planet. We are uncertain of their intentions towards us. This poses a significant danger, Evans cautioned. However, if they continue to remain hidden, must we simply wait indefinitely? Su Xiaoxiao countered. Tang Sheng turned to Guan Xiaoye and inquired, "What do you think, Xiaoye?" Feeling the collective gaze upon her, Guan Xiaoye's face flushed, and she hesitated before responding, I have no strong opinions. I will defer to everyone else's judgment. Tang Sheng rolled his eyes at this, acknowledging that while Guan Xiaoye had many admirable qualities, her exceedingly introverted nature often left her devoid of her own opinions. He then shifted his attention to Ding Hao, who had yet to speak. From a security perspective, it is indeed prudent to remain inactive while the enemy does. But this could severely restrict our actions, Ding Hao remarked. During this time, I have conducted a detailed analysis. Logically speaking, if that mysterious advanced civilization possesses technology far superior to ours, they should have easily detected us. After all, the Wolf Fong is a sizable vessel, and our descent caused quite a commotion. Under normal circumstances, they should have noticed us. Yet, if they did, it stands to reason that they would have made contact with a civilization capable of interstellar travel. Now, let us examine their attitude towards the insectoid race, a species of their own creation. Firstly, based on our encounters with the insectoids, it is evident that they are unaware of the existence of another advanced civilization on this planet. Furthermore, their technological capabilities exhibit no signs of influence from a superior civilization. Thus, it can be asserted that this concealed advanced civilization has had minimal interference in the world of the insectoids. Typically, such a scenario presents two possibilities. Either they are discreetly observing the insectoid civilization from a hidden location, or they have become incapable of intervening in this civilization. At this juncture, Ding Hao took a sip of water and continued. If they prefer to observe the development of the insectoids without intervention, it is illogical for us, as a civilization significantly more advanced than the insectoids, to engage and influence them while they passively watch us. To illustrate, if a scientist is conducting an experiment and an unfamiliar individual intrudes upon his materials, the scientist would undoubtedly confront this intruder. Hence, considering my previous analysis, the lack of contact from this advanced civilization thus far suggests limited remaining possibilities. They may have either ceased to exist on this planet, akin to the Nostart civilization, or other factors have rendered them unable to interfere with the external world. Tang Sheng, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow and inquired. However, it seems that the insectoid race possesses a religious organization that speaks of deities creating them, and the insectoid nobles seeking our assistance have delivered artifacts acquired from the church. Ding Hao nodded and elaborated. What I previously mentioned was based on my original analysis. Now, with new developments, we must reassess the situation. Let us first discuss this church. Some information obtained from the nobles suggests that certain legends within the church imply a connection to the concealed advanced civilization. However, such conjecture remains somewhat tenuous, as human history is replete with religions that contain similar creation myths. Nevertheless, those so-called artifacts further substantiate claims of a special relationship between the church and the advanced civilization. Everyone, observe as Ding Hao projects a holographic image. It depicts the artifact wielded by the church's squad leader, accompanied by detailed structural analyses. This is the sample of the artifact delivered by the insectoid nobles. Evans and I disassembled it for examination. It is evident that this device can emit high-voltage currents. Its structure is remarkably simple, essentially comprising an energy storage unit, an activation mechanism, and a high-strength insulating shell. Although their approach to energy storage and application differs from ours, the technological sophistication of this device appears inferior to our own. The energy storage unit resembles our supercapacitors, yet it lacks a decay battery for prolonged energy supply. Its charging relies on a biological battery that fills the shell. Certainly, this does not conclusively indicate that the technological prowess of this concealed advanced civilization is inferior to ours, for we remain uncertain about the original purpose of this object, which may not necessarily be a weapon. In my perspective, it resembles more of a device for storing and releasing electrical energy, akin to our batteries. Moreover, It is evident that their genetic modification technology concerning the insectoid race surpasses our own. Given that the Church does not equip every soldier with such devices, it can be preliminarily deduced that the Church lacks the capability to manufacture them, at least not on a large scale. Hence, based on this premise, we can ascertain that a certain relationship exists between the Church and the advanced civilization, although this relationship is not reciprocal. The Church's initiation of the use of this so-called artifact suggests that the advanced civilization is not merely observing their creation, the insectoid race, without any intervention, as I previously analyzed. However, returning to the earlier topic, why do they intervene with the insectoid race yet completely refrain from contacting us? It is illogical for a civilization capable of altering the genetic makeup of an entire species to behave so covertly. Therefore, combining this with prior analytical conclusions, I believe only one scenario remains. This civilization, for reasons unknown, is unable to make contact with us, or perhaps they are even unaware of our existence, to the extent that they cannot directly interfere with the insectoid race. After all, if we disregarded this advanced civilization, we could effortlessly produce a multitude of autonomous robots via 3D printing modules to overpower the entire insectoid empire. Ding Hao reached a final conclusion. Tang Sheng furrowed his brow and after a moment asked, "So, what if we were to actively reach out to them?" Ding Hao pondered for a moment before responding. There is a certain degree of risk involved, but it is preferable to waiting idly without taking any action. Yes, indeed, Tang Sheng replied. After all, we have an entire fleet en route, and our disappearance cannot bode well for them. Over 5 months have already elapsed, leaving us less than 7 months before the fleet arrives, and we have yet to accomplish anything. Moreover, in just a month, it will be time for our scheduled contact. Tang Sheng nodded in agreement. Are we truly going to engage with this unknown civilization? Isn't that perilously reckless? Evans hesitated upon witnessing Tang Sheng's intentions. You're wasting those muscles of yours. Every time something arises, you cower. Are you even a man? Su Xiaoxiao shot him a disapproving glance. We don't necessarily need to confront this advanced civilization face-to-face immediately, especially since we are unaware of their whereabouts. We could fully restore the Iron Nail and, in the meantime, launch a few nuclear rockets to deploy satellites, thoroughly exploring this planet and the entire stellar system. Then, under the guise of humanitarian aid, we could provide some weaponry to those insectoid nobles. Upon hearing this, Tang Sheng's eyes brightened as he clenched his fist and struck his palm. Xiao, that's an excellent idea. This way, we can accomplish our mission while also testing whether the hidden advanced civilization has detected us and whether they are willing to engage with us. If they continue to remain unresponsive, we can ascertain their attitude through the Church's methods of engagement. He then rose and declared, "It is settled. I shall inform the Duke of Cayman. Xiao, could you assist me in drafting an official statement? It should be quite formal, expressing our regret as representatives of human civilization regarding the global conflict occurring on your planet and our agreement to provide humanitarian aid." Chapter 30. The arrival of the celestial troops. The Church itself may not have anticipated the fragility of the nobility, as they only realized the absence of the aristocrats when they could not find their traces throughout the entire northern region north of the empire's center. It came as a revelation that these greedy yet timid nobles had abandoned their territories, leading their families and remaining troops fleeing southward. The rapid collapse and retreat of the nobles transformed vast stretches of northern territory into unclaimed lands. Ordinarily, this would bode well for the Church. However, such circumstances disrupted the momentum of their holy crusade. The Church was compelled to withdraw a significant military force from the front lines, preparing to seize control of these lands while remaining vigilant against a potential counterattack from the nobles. Initially, the Church propagated the nobles' disgrace within their former territories, subsequently announcing reductions in rent and taxes on the lands they occupied to attract the inhabitants who had sought refuge from the turmoil of war. Though their original plans had been disrupted, the Church remained unperturbed, aware that time favored their cause. Only the Noble Alliance had reason to be anxious. As the Church tightened its grip on the northern territories, they would amass an increasing population, resources, and strategic depth, all of which would further bolster their military might. In contrast, the nobility's loss of vast lands and resources would only weaken their forces. It seemed that all developments were aligning with the Church's ultimate objectives. Yet they were somewhat troubled by the discovery that certain southern nobles possessed weapons of extraordinary power, comparable to divine artifacts. These armaments boasted greater range and formidable strength. In previous northern battles, mysterious squads equipped with such weapons had emerged, inflicting significant casualties on the Church's forces. According to some captured members of noble families, these squads were emissaries sent by the Cayman family to liaise with the northern aristocrats. Fortunately, it appeared that the deployment of these weapons was scarce and not widely distributed among all noble armies. It was said that even within the Cayman family, only a select few of the most loyal private troops were equipped with such weaponry, Otherwise, the church's forces would not be able to sweep across the northern empire as they currently did when faced with large contingents of noble armies armed with these weapons. These accursed nobles and heretics. What divine power have they pilfered from the gods? Exclaimed the commander of the Judgment Knights, forcefully striking the table before him. He was not only the chief commander of the tribunal, but also the overall military leader of the church's forces. The most formidable resistance and greatest losses the church faced were currently inflicted by the knight squads of the Cayman family wielding these weapons. It was my oversight. I had not anticipated that the Cayman family possessed such clandestine methods. During previous attempts to orchestrate the assassination of their heirs, I had never encountered such weaponry. They have concealed their strength remarkably well. Bishop Ront, standing nearby, spoke in a grave tone. As a regional archbishop, one of their secret missions was to gather intelligence on the military capabilities of the local nobility, thereby providing vital support for the church's current crusade. Bishop Ront, this cannot be attributed to you. The cunning of the nobility and heretics is extraordinary. Otherwise, they would not have been able to pilfer power from the divine. Another archbishop from the north interjected. They also held the additional role of military advisors for the church. Suddenly, he seemed to recollect something and continued. Speaking of the Cayman heir, his name is in Cayman, correct? Our intelligence network from the south has relayed news that this individual has not yet returned to the south, but remains active within the church-controlled territories. We might attempt to draw him out. He surely possesses further secrets of the Cayman family. My lord, let us first rest in this village, suggested Kogan, the knight commander. Although he bore no injuries, his countenance reflected exhaustion. They had been stealthily making their way southward, but had faced insurmountable obstacles in escaping the church's controlled areas. Along their route, they encountered the church's forces and skirmishes at every turn. Virtually all roads and potential military passageways were under scrutiny by the church's sentinels. Consequently, they found themselves ensnared near a mountain village in the heart of the empire, which now lay deserted, seemingly abandoned by its inhabitants fleeing the chaos of war. Let us send someone to investigate the surroundings of the village. Everyone is weary. If there are no anomalies, we shall rest here tonight. Kogan declared wearily as he settled onto a bench inside the humble dwelling. This was the most ordinary of homes, originally accommodating 7 or 8 individuals. Yet now it felt cramped with more than 10. However, they had no choice. If the squad were to disperse and rest in separate houses, any sudden emergency would render their weapons incapable of forming a cohesive defense, thus risking their annihilation. 2 soldiers dragged their fatigued bodies outside to scout the environment, while the remaining members quietly examined their equipment, a habit they had cultivated over time. Faced with the constant threat of discovery by the church, combat, or flight, their weaponry was their ultimate reliance, and with ammunition resupply being a distant hope, they had to meticulously account for their resources. The original 2 large packs containing thousands of rounds had long been depleted, leaving each person with merely 1 or 2 magazines, and the squad had only 6 grenades remaining. In total, these weapons would barely suffice for a single breakout attempt. Kogan and the weary scout exchanged glances, each reflecting concern. Would these dwindling resources be adequate to facilitate their escape from the church's grasp and return to their southern territory? As Chio rose to push open the door to the bedroom, Liana sat on the bed strewn with dried mycelium, lost in thought until she turned her gaze towards him. Chio gently closed the door and perched himself on the edge of the bed at her feet, inquiring, "Are you not weary yet, without rest?" Liana shook her head and countered, "You must have come to speak with me about something, have you not? Your views on the church, on God, and the starry folk remain unchanged?" After a moment of silence, Chio suddenly asked. Liana fell into another silence, and after what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke. "This is wrong." Then, as if realizing the ambiguity of her words, she clarified, "I mean, the church's actions are wrong. I cannot fathom why they have suddenly chosen to wage a holy war, but I believe that whatever the reason, it should not involve dragging everyone into the flames of conflict." At this point, she turned her head to glance out the window at the deserted village street and continued. "The people who once lived here peacefully have abandoned their homes and fled. As we made our way here, we witnessed countless lives lost on the battlefield. This cannot be what God desires, if indeed he exists." Observing her hesitance, Chio pressed further, "And what of the starry folk?" "I do not know," she replied. "They possess powers attributed to deities in legend, yet they declare themselves neither gods nor angels, and they do not even believe in the existence of God. However, we clearly have records of God and the artifacts left by him." As Chio regarded the conflicted Liana, an epiphany struck him, and he spoke. "Perhaps it is possible that the deities recorded in the churches and certain noble families' histories are akin to the starry folk, beings of extraordinary power? And those divine artifacts are remnants they left behind." Liana gazed at him, somewhat dazed. In truth, she had harbored similar suspicions during this time. Yet her long-standing patterns of thought had prevented her from delving deeper into this notion. However, Qiuqiu's words seemed to strike like a lightning bolt, directing her thoughts towards an entirely uncharted territory. Suddenly, the door burst open, and the figure of Kojin appeared at the threshold, exclaiming, "Your Highness. The scouts have discovered that the church's people appear to be surrounding this village." The two scouts who had ventured out had returned to the small dwelling, bearing news that cast a shadow of despair upon everyone present. Unbeknownst to them, the church's forces had stealthily encircled the entire village. Initially, they had spotted church knights riding the howling worms not far from the village, but soon realized the gravity of the situation as the distinctive cries of the howling worms echoed from various directions. "Our movements have been compromised." Qiuqiu frowned, reflecting on how their party had painstakingly journeyed from the church's core stronghold in the royal capital to reach this place, only to encounter several unavoidable battles along the way. Although they swiftly vanquished the enemy and made a hasty retreat, the church was undoubtedly aware of the existence of such a formidable group operating within their domain. Given their awareness, it was merely a matter of time before they would track them down. The church needed only to identify the locations of their own significant casualties on the map to deduce the general area of the group's activities. The church's forces arrived promptly, surrounding the village in no time. The entire village became impenetrable, with the sounds of the howling insects echoing from all directions. From the windows, they could even see the heads of the gathered crowd at the village entrance. Liana emerged from her bedroom, having come to a clear understanding that, due to the secrets of the Starry Sky people, the Qiuqiu would not allow her to remain with the church. Fortunately, they did not resort to the ruthless measures of the heartless nobles of legend. Instead, they intended to escort her back south. Especially when she learned that Qiuqiu had come to the capital with a dozen others under the mistaken belief that the church had captured her. Her previous disdain for these nobles and knightly figures had dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sentiment developed through their recent interactions. Kojin brandished his submachine gun, stating, "I estimate there are at least 1,000 soldiers surrounding us. It seems we have drawn the church's attention. We need to concentrate our fire and break through in one direction. Casualties may be inevitable in this battle." Before he could finish, a commotion was heard from the communicator on Qiuqiu's arm. Looking down, he noticed that the request for communication bore the insignia of the Starry Sky people. Hesitating for a moment, he gestured to Kojin to remain still and pressed the answer button, hearing Tang Sheng's voice emerge. "Qiuqiu, is that you?" Following Tang Sheng's greeting, his holographic projection materialized. "Hello, Starry Sky people, it is I? I was just about to convey my dire situation to you as succinctly as possible before ending the communication to prepare for our escape," Qiuqiu began, but was abruptly interrupted by Tang Sheng. I know, you are surrounded. Your father has informed us." Tang Sheng appeared to be operating something, then smiled and said, "No worries, don't panic. We are prepared and will provide support shortly." Qiuqiu stared at the Starry Sky person in astonishment. Despite the formidable enemies surrounding them and the considerable distance from the southern base of the Starry Sky people, the ease in Tang Sheng's tone gradually eased Qiuqiu's anxious demeanor, as if his mere words assured that everything would indeed be all right. Indeed, shortly thereafter, they heard a buzzing sound approaching, reminiscent of a multitude of flying insects rapidly flapping their wings. Peering through the window in the direction of the sound, they beheld a vast swarm ascending through the dusky sky, which had begun to darken with the setting sun. Through the lens of a telescope, Qiuqiu immediately recognized the buzzing flying objects as the very machines he and Liana had encountered at the Starry Sky people's base. These aircraft descended from the heavens without pause, swiftly dispersing into the ranks of the disorganized church army, and then erupted in a violent explosion. The cacophony of shrieking insects was soon accompanied by the enraged roars and screams of the church knights. Within mere moments, the thousands of knights encircling the village were utterly annihilated. Qiuqiu and his companions stood in stunned silence, utterly oblivious to the imagery transmitted by Tang Sheng. Hello? Qiuqiu, can you still hear me? We have pledged our support to the Noble Alliance's call for assistance to human civilization. We are now officially commencing the bulk provision of weapons, ammunition, and intelligence to your forces. Your father instructed me to inform you that there is no need to return just yet. Remain there and await their counterattack. Shortly, I will dispatch drones to deliver supplies to you. Your army will soon reach your location. Your father mentioned that you could take command of one of the units for training purposes. Hello, Qiuqiu, are you listening? Chapter 31. The Noble Alliance's desperate counterattack in the noble territories of the Southern Empire, where the war had yet to spread, people continued to lead their tranquil, albeit somewhat monotonous, lives. Occasionally, those in the know would engage in discussions about the northern conflict, yet to the listeners, it seemed mere legends or tales, lacking any tangible impact on their lives. After all, the majority of the insect empire's inhabitants, particularly those in rural areas, spent their entire lives within a mere 20-kilometer radius. The war occurring hundreds of kilometers away felt as distant as a saga from another world. Meanwhile, all church personnel who had remained behind in the south, rather than following the bishops to the capital, had quietly vacated their original churches before the outbreak of war, dispersing to conceal themselves in various locales. These individuals were the carefully selected remnants of the church, each one a child raised in the church's orphanages, their loyalty to faith beyond question. Moreover, each possessed a keen intellect, eloquence, and a remarkable affability, skills that would aid them in the tasks that lay ahead. Now that the war had erupted, these hidden church personnel cautiously emerged, utilizing the rhetoric that the Pope had employed to incite the populace in the square, preparing to engage the southern citizenry in another war devoid of bloodshed, aimed at undermining the foundations of noble rule. St. York was one such cleric. He and his companions first departed from the city in groups, then scattered into the surrounding towns and villages, relying on the pre-selected loyal families of believers for cover, masquerading as relatives or friends from afar as they settled into the local communities. Almost all of the clergy personnel behind enemy lines infiltrated the rural areas of the south, becoming mere pawns awaiting the church's awakening. It is important to note that in these pastoral settings, interpersonal relationships are relatively uncomplicated. The populace is often naive and unsuspecting, making interactions quite effortless. A little assistance with agricultural tasks or casual conversation can swiftly bridge the gap between individuals. Meanwhile, the nobility tends to overlook these rural locales, perceiving them as dirty and chaotic, merely names on a tax ledger. Consequently, many villagers live their entire lives without ever encountering their lord, often unaware of changes in leadership. This detachment breeds a lack of loyalty and sense of belonging to their lord. Once the church's operatives have settled in and familiarized themselves with the community, they gradually engage with more individuals through assistance and conversation, sharing personal anecdotes or those of relatives to expose the nefarious deeds of the nobility and heretics. This method initially yielded significant results in the northern regions. While it did not incite an immediate uprising under the church's banner against the nobility, it at least encouraged the populace to flee their villages and towns, laden with supplies, in the face of impending war, thereby undermining the nobility's ability to conscript soldiers and gather provisions, thus eroding their foundation. Today, York Saint was preparing to assist an elderly man at the far end of the village with caring for the shriek beetles. This elderly gentleman, who trained the beetles for the village headman, was said to have traveled extensively in his youth with caravans and possessed a wealth of stories about distant lands, making him fond of conversing with a young man from the north like York. After some time spent in contact, York felt that this elder was not as rigid in thought as other local farmers, presenting a promising opportunity to plant the seeds of hatred toward the nobility and heretics in his heart, with hopes of gradually nurturing him into a follower of the church. As he walked, he greeted several familiar villagers, but just as he was nearing his destination, he noticed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. The villagers began pointing toward the sky. What was happening? Following their gestures, he looked up to see a colossal flying object looming in the distance, soaring high above, resembling a vast airborne castle. It was now slowly approaching the village. An inexplicable tension gripped York's heart as a foreboding sense of impending calamity washed over him. Cough, cough, my dear subjects. Do not panic. I am your lord. The Viscount Cisco announced the enormous unidentified flying object, which had descended to an altitude beyond the reach of even the highest crossbow. It appeared to be an oval-shaped craft, akin to a seed or spore sac of some form. When it drifted in the distance, it was nearly silent. But as it drew nearer, the villagers could see and hear its tail, which was propelled by 4 whirring propellers, steadily advancing toward them. At this moment, the owner of the voice, Viscount Cisco, was seated in a chamber on the 2nd floor of the Noble Alliance office in Burton City, speaking into a protruding cylinder resting upon the table before him, the contents of which were inscribed on a roll of parchment laid out in front of him. Surrounding him were more than 10 other nobles, each engaged in a similar discourse at their respective tables. It was said that speaking into this cylinder would instantly transmit their voices to the ears of their subjects, although the mechanics of this phenomenon eluded their understanding. They had witnessed demonstrations where the aerial vessels, referred to as airships by the starry folk, indeed conveyed their spoken words. This was precisely the counsel offered by the starry folk in response to the Noble Alliance's plea for assistance. In their terminology, it was termed information warfare and public opinion warfare, asserting that it was the church's utilization of public opinion that had allowed them to preemptively disseminate favorable information and secure the moral high ground in the hearts of the populace, consequently rendering the subjects less obedient and leading to the northern nobles' lack of support and subsequent defeat. Initially, many southern nobles, who had not participated in the battles, dismissed this notion as alarmist rhetoric, believing that the uneducated commoners' support was of little consequence. However, a greater number of nobles from the north found this idea quite appealing, having directly experienced the dire circumstances of insufficient troops and resources. Thus, a heated argument erupted within the noble alliance. Given that the suggestion originated from the starry folk and considering the anticipated future collaborations, particularly the desire for advanced weaponry that could rival legendary artifacts, the proposal and its accompanying solutions were ultimately accepted and put into action under the pressure of numerous dukes and earls. The public opinion strategy advocated by the starry folk was, in essence, quite straightforward. The nobles were to educate their subjects on the hardships of the past, emphasizing that the quality of life in recent years had significantly improved compared to former times. They would elucidate that this current state of prosperity was a direct result of the nobles' wise leadership. The nobles funded scholars to develop new agricultural tools, vastly liberating productivity, allowing lands that once required extensive labor to be cultivated by a mere fraction of the populace, while the surplus labor force was then free to seek employment and contribute to household income. As scholars continued to innovate with new implements, the populace's lives would not only refrain from reverting to past hardships, but would progressively improve. Furthermore, they would depict the devastation wrought upon the northern regions by war, highlighting the tragic loss of civilian lives and the abandonment of homes. After all, the church was the direct instigator of this conflict, and thus, all the suffering and damage incurred must be borne entirely by the church. Were not the nobles seen relinquishing their northern territories in pursuit of peace? It was the church's insatiable ambition that sought to impose its deities upon the entirety of the empire. This is precisely the approach adopted by the nobility, who relentlessly press forward with their intentions not only to reclaim the lands that have been legally theirs since time immemorial, but also to denounce those who harbor doubts about the divine as heretics, seeking to eradicate them entirely. They have not only undermined the laws of the empire, but also disrupted its peace, shattering the tranquil lives of its citizens. In essence, their message is clear. The nobility is virtuous, while the church is malevolent. Furthermore, if they were to slightly reduce the tax burdens on their territories during this propaganda campaign, it is likely that the clandestine machinations of the church lurking in the countryside would struggle to sway the populace with hollow religious beliefs and nebulous rumors. After all, one cannot subsist solely on faith and hearsay. Practical needs demand that people spend money on clothing and sustenance. The common folk are remarkably pragmatic, well aware of who offers them substantial benefits. Thanks to the rapid provision of airships by the Starry Sky people and the coordination with local feudal administrators, the nobility swiftly established a comprehensive propaganda network spanning the southern regions. After conducting trials in several fixed locations, they optimized and adjusted their materials and methods of communication. The current propaganda department of the Noble Alliance not only utilizes sound, but also visuals. It relies not just on airships, but also on numerous grassroots workers equipped with various promotional brochures and local opinion leaders who engage directly with the populace to guide public sentiment. These so-called opinion leaders are, in fact, local administrators such as mayors, village heads, as well as influential merchants and landowners who command respect and insight in their communities. The results have been exceedingly favorable. Within just a month, the Noble Alliance has not only garnered public support, but has also incited a palpable disdain among the southern populace towards the church, simultaneously uncovering numerous church members engaged in subversive activities. Following the day he witnessed the broadcast from the airships, Yorkshire found his efforts behind enemy lines increasingly difficult. The sentiments of discontent he had previously fostered among the villagers began to wane, primarily due to the nobility's mere 2-month tax relief. In recent discussions, when he broached the topic of the Northern War, the villagers even expressed dissatisfaction with the church's initiation of hostilities. How foolish these ignorant peasants are! The church has been aiding them in resisting the oppression of the nobility, yet they remain ungrateful. Even the old man who had always supported his views on raising the howling worms began to reminisce about past hardships in their recent conversations. Yorkshire sensed a peculiar shift in the old man's gaze towards him, leading him to wonder if the man had begun to doubt him. It is worth noting that reporting a church member could yield a substantial reward of 1 gold coin, enough to provide a family with a comfortable living for an entire year. Perhaps he should contemplate relocating elsewhere. As Yorkshire reclined in a chair within his dwelling, reflecting on the recent reversal of fortunes in the propaganda war, a sudden series of loud knocks echoed through the air. Who is it? He did not dwell on the matter, for in the countryside, neighbors do not adhere to strict niceties. It has always been a straightforward affair. Rising from his chair, he approached the door and inquired, "Please open the door. We are here to deliver water." Not only did the nobility achieve success in the battle of public opinion, but they also launched a comprehensive counteroffensive on the battlefield, with the noble armies equipped with new weaponry, including submachine guns and grenades. The previously stagnant front lines in the heart of the empire were reignited. This time, the tide turned in favor of the nobility rather than the church. Do you not possess a divine artifact capable of incinerating foes upon mere proximity? Our new weaponry negates the need for closeness, striking targets from hundreds of meters away. rendering your divine relics obsolete. Are you frightened? What of your heavy armor and shields? Fear not. We shall pierce through those defenses. Do you attempt to charge our ranks on your roaring beasts with speed? Rest assured, we will still pierce through, forming intricate formations in hopes of countering our might. That only serves to facilitate our assault. In just over 2 months, the noble forces, wielding weapons that were generations ahead of their foes, advanced the average front line by over 100 kilometers, with some regions witnessing advances of 300 to 400 kilometers. It is noteworthy that the noble armies had yet to fully master their weaponry, leading to a significant portion of their casualties stemming from friendly fire due to inexperience. Meanwhile, the church not only lost vast territories that had only recently been acquired, but also suffered significant military losses. This situation compelled the nobility to simultaneously engage in warfare while reorganizing the narrative to consolidate their control over the captured areas. Otherwise, with their cavalry's superior speed, it is likely that this fervent noble army would soon storm the gates of the royal capital. Chapter 32. The Church's Desperation with a resounding thud. The table before the commander of the church's judicator knights echoed throughout the grand hall, the sound reverberating for a considerable duration before subsiding. The commander, in a fit of rage, slammed his hands down. Who can tell me what in the world is happening? His furious voice resonated through the assembly room of the cathedral, causing several clerics passing by, clutching battle reports, to shudder and hastily bow their heads as they scurried away. Where did those damned nobles procure such weaponry that even the forces wielding divine artifacts could not withstand? How dare they wield the power stolen from the divine in such a manner? How could they? How could they? The commander's eyes burned with fury as he gasped for breath, demanding answers. His anger was justified, as tens of thousands of troops stationed at the front had been decimated in just a month. Only a few thousand remnants returned, and many of their pawns buried in the southern noble territories were now unaccounted for. Silence reigned in the assembly room. Even those archbishops who held ranks equal or superior to the commander remained mute, equally eager to discern what calamity had befallen the once promising war effort that had taken such a sudden and dire turn. The countenance of every individual present was exceedingly grim. The outcome of the holy war was one that none could bear to accept. Not only could the church not reconcile with this result, but the populace, incited by the church, also found it intolerable. Even His Majesty, the king, who had thus far remained silent amidst the civil strife of the empire, could hardly acquiesce to such a predicament. A fresh report of the battle arrived. A knight burst into the meeting room, brandishing a scroll of war news, shattering the oppressive silence that had enveloped the chamber. Those nobles, are being aided by a mysterious group known as the Starry Folk. All of the nobles' newfangled weaponry derives from this enigmatic faction. A bishop took the intelligence from the knight and began to read aloud to the assembly. There was scant detailed information regarding the Starry Folk. No one knew their current whereabouts, and not even our own had laid eyes upon them. It was merely said that they were a wholly new race from beyond the stars, bearing no resemblance to the people of the empire. The bishop paused, casting a glance around the room. Every face bore the mark of confusion. This was a matter they had never heard of, nor even dared to imagine. Those present were the upper echelons of the church, each well-versed in the sacred texts. They could assert, with certainty, that none of the church's doctrines ever mentioned another race beyond the insectoids. The Starry Folk? Were they not from some remote region? Were they not described as an entirely new race from other celestial bodies? Surely, they could not be insectoids? Nonsense. The stars are but the manifestations of the blessed spirits of the insectoids, some murmured in hushed tones, observing the absence of a reasonable explanation. The bishop lowered his gaze and continued reading. Furthermore, it was reported that a month prior, the Starry Folk had issued a declaration through the Noble Alliance to the entire insectoid empire. They claimed that our church had instigated the war, disrupting the peace of this planet. As a race that cherishes peace, they expressed their profound dissatisfaction and vehement condemnation of our unilateral declaration of war, demanding that all noble territories occupied during this conflict be returned within a month, along with a withdrawal of troops and an invitation to negotiate. This is inconceivable. At the onset of a holy war, one side must be utterly annihilated. There are no alternatives. Another bishop interjected, furrowing his brow and raising his voice. Moreover, the latest news indicated that they had issued a new statement yesterday. The 1-month deadline had elapsed, and we remain in a state of war with no signs of a ceasefire or negotiations. They are now poised to formally intervene in the conflict between us and the nobles. They intend to employ an irresistible weapon to strike directly at the capital today. The capital shall be reduced to ruins, and they will put an end to this unjust civil war. Anyone opposed to the war may flee 100 kilometers from the capital within a day to escape this assault. Otherwise, all insectoids within 100 kilometers of the capital will be deemed war criminals supporting the church's illicit warfare by the Starry Folk. The closing line was, Do not say you were not forewarned. As the bishop's voice gradually diminished, it seemed he too was incredulous about the contents of the declaration. The attendees in the conference room exchanged glances, for this was nothing short of a blatant threat of force. Never before in the church's history had anyone dared to issue such a menace. The implications of this threat were bewildering, even absurd. The notion that a weapon could reduce the capital to ashes was one that only the divine might be believed to accomplish. Bishop Kaysen, are you certain you have read the battle report correctly? Another archbishop inquired, astonished. Bishop Kaysen handed over the report, which was scrutinized in detail before being passed to the next bishop. The document swiftly circulated among the church's higher echelons, and it became evident that Bishop Kaysen had not misread its contents. Had it not been for the astonishing combat prowess and victories of the noble armies, bolstered by the celestial denizens, the church's hierarchy might have reacted with fervent indignation to such a threat. One must consider that the entire capital spans nearly 60 square kilometers and boasts a population exceeding 1 million. Although some had fled due to the war, the capital remained indisputably the largest city of the empire. The idea of a weapon capable of turning the capital into ruins seemed utterly preposterous to the church, as they could not fathom the existence of such destructive power. Yet, contemplating the reports from the front lines, detailing the formidable and unfathomable weapons provided by the celestial denizens and wielded by the nobles, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Uncertain whether this threat was merely a rhetorical expression or if the so-called celestial denizens truly possessed such might, we must consider the worst-case scenario. One archbishop finally broke the silence. The Central Front is on the verge of complete collapse. We can rally forces from the northern occupied territories, but while we may replenish our numbers, these fresh recruits lack the combat effectiveness of seasoned veterans. Given the long-range weapons recently acquired by the nobles, even experienced soldiers may struggle to withstand their assaults. Until we devise a means to counteract such weaponry, our newly assembled forces will be of no assistance on the current front. As the highest military commander present, the commander of the knights immediately analyzed the prevailing war situation. My intelligence indicates that whether in the south or the central regions newly occupied by the nobles, they are well prepared to propagate the narrative that we have instigated a holy war and must bear responsibility for the ensuing destruction. This rhetoric is gaining traction, especially among those who have endured the ravages of war. We must formulate a response to this situation. A bishop in charge of public relations added, due to the recent defeats of our frontline troops, 23 of the sacred spears have been seized by the nobles. Although they may not know how to wield these artifacts, the significant loss of such relics has greatly impacted our forces' offensive capabilities. We must urgently replenish our stock of sacred artifacts. Furthermore, due to the repercussions of the previous war, the northern farmlands have been left unattended this year. We must mobilize the faithful to maintain these fields. Otherwise, the army's food supplies will be adversely affected in a few months, remarked the Knight Commander's deputy, responsible for war logistics. I contemplated deeply. Since the noble army could swiftly turn the tide of battle merely by wielding the weapons provided by the starfolk, if they were to personally intervene in this holy war as they claimed, even if not as dramatically as suggested, they would undoubtedly inflict significant damage on our main forces to intimidate us. Given the various signs, it is highly probable they would pursue this course of action, and they likely possess some means to achieve this. Otherwise, their overt threats against us would become a farce, undermining their own morale, the Knight Commander continued. Undoubtedly, this is a moment of life and death for the Church. The decision now exceeds our capacity to make. It is time to vote on whether we should seek counsel from His Holiness in the realm of divine slumber. It was Bishop Ront who spoke. Upon hearing the name of the starfolk, a fleeting thought sparked in his mind, elusive yet profound. However, he quickly regained his composure. The Church can no longer withstand the onslaught of the nobles, and now faces a military threat from the starfolk. It is imperative to immediately inform His Holiness for a decisive judgment. Though the Church remains under the Pope's authority during this state of war, the Pope has long resided in the subterranean realm of divine slumber, attentively awaiting any new revelations from the divine. The current operations of the Church are, in fact, maintained through the delegation of power by the Pope to the Episcopal Privy Council, composed of archbishops. Generally, all actions of the Church are determined by votes among the bishops in the Privy Council. However, should an event of such magnitude occur that the Council cannot bear the consequences, a vote may be convened to send representatives to the realm of divine slumber, requesting the Pope to make the final decision. As the name suggests, the realm of divine slumber is where the divine rests. Everyone is familiar with this legendary place, yet none know its true location. In truth, who would have thought that the realm lies within the capital, specifically beneath this very temple? After voting, Bishop Ront, alongside the Knight Commander and another bishop, traversed the long corridor of the temple hall, arriving at a wall adorned with intricate frescoes. This wall depicted the ancestors of the insectoids thriving in the divine kingdom under the guidance of the deity, aside from their attire. The ancestors bore a striking resemblance to the people of today, yet the divine was represented only as a luminous sphere, devoid of any concrete form. Bishop Ront, however, was not inclined to admire the exquisite carving. Approaching the corner, he rotated a wall lamp on a nearby pillar, causing the frescoed wall to part, slowly revealing a stone door. The three exchanged solemn glances before stepping through the stone portal. After rotating the wall lamp inside, the stone door closed gently behind them, as if it had never been opened at all. The trio traversed the corridor for approximately half an hour, illuminated solely by the faint green glow emanating from the walls. Should a human venture here to inspect the luminescent walls, they might discover a type of bioluminescent fungus clinging to the surface, growing at an exceedingly slow pace. Besides this, a staircase, narrow enough for only two to walk side by side, spiraled down into the abyss, its depth obscured by the dim green light. At the staircase's terminus stood a small stone door resembling an entrance, which opened as the wall-mounted lamp beside it illuminated. Upon stepping through the door, the space expanded dramatically. Had humans such as Tang Sheng arrived in this chamber, they would undoubtedly have gasped in astonishment. Unlike the architecture and sculptures of the external insectoid civilization, this chamber was replete with an array of high-tech devices and instruments. The layout bore a resemblance to human bases, with towering frameworks surrounding the area. However, the most eye-catching feature was a colossal metallic artifact directly facing the exit door, unmistakably the wreckage of a spacecraft. In stark contrast to the bustling autonomy of robots found in human bases, this place was eerily silent, with the surrounding structures and devices exuding a soft green glow, indicating they were not operational, but rather in a state of low-energy slumber. The Pope stood near the towering device adjacent to the suspected spacecraft wreckage, where a green light curtain was being projected, displaying a plethora of bizarre symbols that continuously shifted. This was the sole device still functioning in the vicinity. Upon hearing footsteps, the Pope turned to see the three approaching figures, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What has transpired outside that even the Privy Council cannot resolve?" As they approached and bowed respectfully, Bishop Longta stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, unforeseen circumstances have arisen. The Holy War has encountered obstacles, and the Church now finds itself in the most precarious moment." Chapter 33. The Radiance of the Capital. Is this truly the right course of action? Tang Xing hesitated. It's not a significant concern. Based on our various assessments over the past month, there is still no indication that the concealed advanced civilization has made any contact with us. This suggests either they no longer exist on this planet or, for some reason, cannot attend to our actions. In either scenario, it bodes well for us. Of course, there remains the possibility that they are entirely indifferent to our endeavors on this planet. If that is the case, we can proceed with confidence, Ding Hao replied. Although a month may seem brief, we have significantly broadened our operational scope through the deployment of numerous autonomous robots produced in the initial phase. Almost the entirety of the valuable mineral deposits in the southern regions of this planet's sole continent has been explored and is currently undergoing extraction. If that highly intelligent civilization is indeed still monitoring this world, it would be impossible for them to remain oblivious to our endeavors. However, my intention is not to dwell on this. Rather, I wish to discuss the prospect of launching a nuclear strike against the capital of the insectoid race. There are still millions residing there. While they may not be human, they are nevertheless sentient beings. Would such an action not be deemed somewhat inhumane? Tang Xing found himself rubbing his temples in frustration. After all, this is a request from the Noble Alliance, and given that it serves as the stronghold of the Church, it is likely that any supporters of the nobility have long been purged. This conflict has already inflicted hundreds of thousands of casualties in a mere 2 months. The obliteration of the royal capital might serve to mitigate further losses in the future. I recall that you and Gaucho simulated scenarios using a computer, concluding that without human intervention, the Noble Alliance could only withstand for a maximum of 6 months before facing defeat. Furthermore, it is highly probable that the extremist religious organization will initiate a nationwide religious purge, potentially leading to the persecution of over 10 million souls. The population of the capital could be viewed as collateral damage in the Church's illegal war, a price paid for the lives of tens of millions. Moreover, this planet seems to lack certain rare metals, possibly linked to the primordial nebula from which this star was formed. Thus, we must allocate a portion of our production capacity to manufacture particle accelerators to procure these scarce metals. This will undoubtedly delay the restoration of the Iron Nail for several more months, and by the time it is ready, we may not complete the preliminary exploration of the entire stellar system in time. Therefore, we require several nuclear pulse rockets to launch probes for the exploration of the entire star system. Although nuclear pulse rockets are a well-established technology, it remains essential to test the system's stability given their immense destructive potential when detonated on the planet's surface. This nuclear strike can be regarded as a test of the nuclear propulsion system. Additionally, it will serve as a means to further gauge the stance of that advanced civilization. In contrast, Ding Hao exhibited no such apprehensions as Tang Sheng. Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, the others around him wore expressions of utter astonishment, gazing at him with a look akin to that reserved for the peculiar. After all this elaborate discourse, it appeared that he was merely seeking justification for his bizarre fascination with explosions. Surely, that must be the case. Meanwhile, those who remained in the royal capital gradually learned from the refugees fleeing the war about the impending devastating strike from the Starfolk. Aside from the spies and saboteurs left behind by the nobility, as well as a few timid souls who swiftly departed the capital, most of the inhabitants regarded the threat posed by the Starfolk as nothing more than a jest. This is indeed the capital of the empire, the sovereign city, and the holy sanctuary of the church. Have you not witnessed how the church recently vanquished those once mighty nobles, leaving them in disarray? Since the commencement of the Holy War, which nobles' army has dared to approach within a 300-kilometer radius of the royal capital? While it has been whispered that the tide of battle has turned unfavorably, what does that signify? The church is under divine protection. Even the gravely wounded can be restored to health through the blessings of the divine, a miracle witnessed by nearly all citizens of the capital. The threats of the so-called starry folk are mere tales to frighten children. What nonsense to claim they could annihilate a city in an instant. Upon hearing such news, Chancellor Shirlong hastened to the royal palace to advise the king and several military commanders of the royal family on strategy. Yet, our sovereign seemed rather unperturbed by the menace posed by the starry folk. In truth, if anyone's spirits have soared amidst the turmoil of this civil war sweeping the empire, it would undoubtedly be the king. Indeed, many of the palace attendants have remarked on hearing the king burst into laughter from his dreams in the dead of night. Initially, when the church's offensive swiftly dismantled the noble coalition's armies, the king harbored considerable concern. If the church were to easily vanquish the noble alliance, the royal family would surely be next in line for purging. Fortunately, the noble coalition has not been directly defeated by the church. They have regrouped and launched a counteroffensive, pushing the church back. Yes, it is precisely this give and take that will most effectively weaken both the church and the nobles, those parasitic entities draining the empire's lifeblood. The ideal outcome would be a stalemate, leading to mutual annihilation, thus allowing the royal family to reap the benefits and regain control over the empire. However, it appears that the nobles' counterattack has been somewhat excessive, and signs indicate that the church is struggling to cope, which is not a favorable development. With this thought, the king's mood seemed less buoyant, and he turned to gaze at his appointed chancellor. Recalling the latter's earlier concern, he could not help but voice his thoughts. Dear Chancellor, there is no need for such alarm. Although those so-called starry folk appear to possess formidable and extraordinary weaponry, can you truly envision the means by which they could obliterate the capital? I believe that is merely an exaggerated mode of expression from them. Trust me, no one understands such rhetoric better than I. The king has been in high spirits of late, choosing to dine atop the highest edifice of the palace on days when rain does not fall. From this vantage point, he can survey the entire city, and it is in these moments that our sovereign can genuinely appreciate his position at the pinnacle of the empire. Furthermore, to abandon his palace and flee 100 kilometers away due to a mere military threat, what would the citizens of the empire think of their king? The king continued. Prime Minister Shirlong stood to one side, submissively acquiescing as he observed an array of delicacies being laid upon the table, while glancing at the king, who was being attended to by servants as he donned his dining attire. He pondered deeply, unable to conceive of the means by which a city housing millions could be annihilated. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. He could not shake the notion that the threats posed by the denizens of the starry skies were not merely a jest. In the imperial capital, at noon, the sun reached its zenith, when suddenly, a low, oppressive roar pierced the air, growing louder as it approached. Initially, many citizens of the capital mistook it for thunder, as the rainy season was imminent, often heralded by storms. However, it soon became evident that this was no ordinary thunder. No thunderclap reverberated ever nearer with an incessant hum. Some could not resist the urge to abandon their midday repast, stepping out of their chambers to investigate the source of the sound. Those who raised their eyes to the heavens beheld a fiery monstrosity, trailing a plume of black smoke as it soared from the south. As this creature reached the skies above the capital, a blinding flash erupted, dazzling all who beheld it. This light enveloped the entire city, freezing everything within its embrace, be it the grand edifices of palaces and temples, or the minuscule creatures scuttling upon the ground, transforming the scene into a tableau that could only be articulated through words in the annals of the insect empire's history. At a temperature exceeding millions of degrees, the cobblestones and earth of the streets were instantaneously liquefied into molten lava, which would eventually solidify into a glassy substance upon cooling. Within a 2-kilometer radius of the explosion's epicenter, everything was vaporized and obliterated, erasing all traces of existence from the world. In the broader vicinity, extending over 10 kilometers from the center, structures of every material and design were reduced to rubble. Anything that once stood upon the ground collapsed under the force of the tremendous shockwave. All flammable materials were rendered to char before they could even ignite, succumbing to the searing heat of the blast. Even creatures residing dozens of kilometers away, be they insects, animals, or plants, met their demise at the hands of the explosive shockwave and intense light radiation. Life forms hidden within rivers were cooked alive as the waters were vaporized. The earth-shattering roar of the explosion reverberated from the capital, expanding outward at a velocity exceeding 500 meters per second. The atmospheric pressure and density of the insect planet differ from Earth, resulting in variations in sound speed. Trees within a 100-kilometer radius were uprooted by the immense shockwave accompanying the sound. In the aftermath, those brave souls who ventured to investigate the site were astonished to discover that the trees, once standing in the nearby forests, lay arranged in a radial pattern with their roots facing the explosion's epicenter, as if collectively paying homage to the cataclysmic devastation unleashed by the colossal blast. Even in villages located hundreds of kilometers from the capital, the curious onlookers who dared to glance towards the direction of the royal city found their eyes grievously scorched, many rendered blind by the blinding light. Soon, those residing in the vicinity of the capital of the insect empire witnessed a colossal fireball ascending into the sky, as if a second sun had risen above the horizon, one far more immense and radiant than the midday sun. The intense flash engulfed the entire space, leaving many momentarily unable to see. Following the blinding white light, a massive mushroom cloud of grayish-black began to ascend from the site of the fireball, reaching ever higher. While the clouds above the capital were violently dispersed by the shockwave, revealing a clear azure sky, the scattered clouds formed a white ring, rippling around the epicenter of the explosion. After a brief interval, the fierce shockwave, accompanied by strong winds, swept through the area, causing trees to sway violently like seaweed in turbulent waters. The earthquake triggered by the explosion soon followed, shaking the ground beneath their feet and rendering them unable to maintain their balance. Amidst the shockwaves and tremors, some wooden and earthen structures began to collapse, while many towering trees were uprooted. When this weapon, which unveiled the mysteries of mass and energy in the cosmos, made its inaugural appearance above the bug star, it obliterated the capital of this planet's indigenous civilization along with millions of its inhabitants from the surface. The radius of the fireball reached over 1,000 meters, and the mushroom cloud expanded to an astonishing width of nearly 20 kilometers and a height of approximately 30 kilometers, exceeding the height of the planet's tallest peak by several times. This event would become a tale passed down through generations of the insect people, a legend illustrating the utter helplessness of ignorant life in the face of the unknown. When the flash of the explosion faded and the ravaging shockwave subsided, the sky over a radius of several hundred kilometers was shrouded in a sinister, eerie orange hue, as a dark gray snowfall began to descend. This was the dust stirred up by the nuclear explosion and the inorganic salt residues left from combustibles ignited during the blast. Fortunately, humanity had employed a fusion nuclear weapon utilizing metallic hydrogen as the detonator. Metallic hydrogen is a form of degenerate matter, the most prevalent allotrope of hydrogen molecules in the universe. Due to the hydrogen atom's single proton, under the immense pressure of several million meters of Earth's atmospheric pressure, it forms a crystalline structure composed of protons, with atomic spacing smaller than the Bohr radius, comparable to the wavelength of electrons. At this juncture, the electrons of the hydrogen atoms would escape their molecular orbits, behaving as conduction electrons typical of metals. The explosive power of metallic hydrogen can reach approximately 30 times that of TNT, making it the most potent chemical explosive known to humanity, capable of generating such high temperatures and pressures that it can ignite nuclear fusion, serving as a detonator in the era's nuclear fusion weapons. Thus, following the initial intense neutron radiation from the explosion, there will not be a lingering presence of long-lived nuclear waste, as seen with the hydrogen bombs that were historically detonated using fission devices. Were it otherwise, in the subsequent centuries, not only would the area within 100 kilometers of the royal capital be rendered perilous, but any region touched by the gray snowflakes borne by atmospheric currents would transform into a realm of severe nuclear contamination, where various carbon-based life forms would undergo random mutations. Chapter 34. The final deity, the land of divine slumber, is said to be the resting place of the deities according to church lore. Many, including numerous congregants, believe that this sacred ground lies within the realm of the gods. However, in truth, it resides more than 200 meters beneath the imperial capital's church, directly beneath the feet of the empire's faithful. As the Pope was meticulously contemplating the military threats posed by the starry folk, as relayed by Bishop Ront and his companions, a sudden, Violent tremors shook the entire land of divine slumber. The Pope and the four others struggled to maintain their footing as countless stones fractured from the ceiling of this subterranean space and plummeted downwards. The surrounding rock walls and stone floor quaked, cracking open enormous fissures. An eerie sound, reminiscent of a colossal beast expelling air from its throat, reverberated above, echoing throughout the underground chamber. The entire land of divine slumber vibrated like a massive drum, incessantly booming as if on the brink of total collapse. The tremors persisted for over 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Fortunately, the Pope and his companions emerged unscathed from the falling debris. Although the passageway through which Bishop Ront and his companions had descended was now blocked by rubble, the subterranean space had not completely caved in. However, the previously faint green light emanating from the surrounding structures seemed to awaken, growing increasingly radiant and bathing the dim space in a vivid emerald glow. At that moment, the instrument previously manipulated by the Pope emitted a peculiar low-frequency hum. Without a moment to consider anything else, the Pope threw himself upon the device and began to operate it fervently. He understood that this sound was the harbinger of the awakening of the divine, as foretold to him when the former Pope entrusted him with sacred secrets known only to the pontiff. As the Pope engaged with the device, rows of green luminescence ignited upon the massive metallic wreckage before them, and an aperture opened. This was the sole remaining entry hatch of the metallic remnant. And through a wave of icy white air, a towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall, staggered into view at the threshold. As the illumination intensified, the four high-ranking members of the church discerned the figure's form. It was a being distinctly unlike the insectoid race, adorned in a sleek, enveloping coat. Its enormous head was encased in a transparent dome, featuring 4 symmetrical eyes and a mouth, with a pair of fleshy tendrils at the corners. At this moment, it appeared somewhat bewildered, one hand resting against the doorframe while it gazed around in a daze. "Oh my God, the Pope," he murmured, staring blankly at the being emerging from the metallic ruins. This figure, this visage, was indeed the very image of the divine as bequeathed through generations of popes. Soon, he regained his composure, swiftly advancing to kneel sincerely at the feet of this apparition. The 3 bishops, witnessing the Pope reverently proclaim the divine title and bow in worship, had no time to scrutinize the deity's form and hurriedly followed suit, kneeling behind him. "O true God above, I am your devoted servant, His Holiness." Pope Soter of the 22nd line, he proclaimed, his voice resonating as he prostrated himself on the ground. He had finally encountered the legendary deity, a privilege that none of his predecessors had ever experienced. It could be said that the entirety of each pope's existence had awaited this moment. And now, the 22nd pope had finally arrived at this historical instant. What immense fortune! What unparalleled honor! The pope's voice trembled slightly, and the tendrils atop his head quivered with the intensity of his emotions, causing his entire body to shake with excitement. However, to everyone's astonishment, before the Pope could finish his words, the divine being, upon noticing the prostrated church leader before him, paused momentarily, then tilted its head, scrutinizing the Pope as it strode forth from the remnants of metal. Approaching the Pope's prostrate form, it slowly lifted its right foot, and suddenly, the fabric encasing it swelled, releasing a powerful gust of air that propelled its foot downward with great speed. In an instant, the underground realm of the divine resounded with a thunderous bang. The divine being crushed the head of the Pope. Revered as a father figure by the followers of the insect empire, the supreme authority of the church, and the earthly representative of the divine, into a pulp. The bishops behind the Pope had not yet been able to express their elation and excitement at having witnessed the divine when they were met with this incomprehensible spectacle. Just a moment ago, their Pope had been calling upon the deity and kneeling in reverence, and the next, this so-called God had killed their Pope before their very eyes, employing a method of execution so humiliating across all races. Yet, the divine being seemed utterly unfazed, coldly gazing at the 3 remaining individuals still kneeling on the ground. In the midst of their astonished glances, it raised an arm with its palm facing upward, and in a flash, 3 arcs of electricity surged forth, leaving 3 more charred corpses on the ground. Thus, the church's remaining 4 high-ranking officials, the last vestiges of humanity against the nuclear strike on the Capitol, were declared deceased. After dispatching the 4 insectoid figures, the divine being did not linger, but instead proceeded directly to the spot where the 4 had stood. Its steps, no longer unsteady as when it first emerged, became increasingly assured with each movement. Coming to a halt before the apparatus previously operated by the Pope, it commenced a series of dazzling actions, quickly projecting an even larger luminous screen. Unlike what the Pope had previously witnessed, the luminous screen now revealed an array of symbols and images never before seen by any inhabitant of this planet. The divine figure silently scrutinized the information displayed on the screen and soon began to shake his head, only to subsequently emit peculiar sounds as if issuing some sort of command. Gradually, as the screen transformed, a scene unfolded before his eyes. It was a segment of footage showcasing a group of beings resembling him, guiding a multitude of insections, akin to the Pope and Bishop Rot, who were diligently engaged in labor. Among them, a slightly diminutive creature spoke to the camera in a language comprehensible only to him. If translated into human language, it would roughly convey, Xianbeijian, behold, the insectoid race you once opposed to modify is now thriving under our transformation and education. They are both intelligent and industrious, with rapid growth and high reproductive rates. This is an unprecedented marvel of biological genetic modification in the history of our civilization. We have succeeded in creating a truly sentient species. We all believe that with their assistance, our spaceship will soon be repaired. Perhaps when you awaken from the hibernation chamber next time, you will find yourself aboard a vessel soaring through the cosmos. By then, I may have aged a millennium beyond you. I hope you will still recognize me. I am aware of your vehement opposition to the intellectual genetic modification of the indigenous species on this planet. I also understand that you have always believed that should we succeed in creating a vast intelligent race, our remaining crew of mere dozens may face peril due to their numerical superiority. However, you must realize that this is our only means to amass sufficient manpower for the ship's restoration. Without enhancing their intelligence and comprehension, they would be incapable of executing the intricate repairs we require. But now, look at them. How endearing they are. They even revere us as their creators. Indeed, it is not far from the truth to say we are their creators, for without us, it is uncertain whether they could continue to evolve into intelligent beings. Admittedly, some of them have begun to exhibit laziness, demanding more sustenance, and showing reluctance to follow orders. Nevertheless, Professor Fantasdiel asserts that such individuals emerging within an intelligent species is normal, provided we guide them well during their formative stages and select those with leadership qualities to manage themselves, thus effectively addressing these issues. Xianbeijian, I respect your decision. You believe that Professor Fantasdiel's plan for the genetic modification of intelligent beings harbors significant risks, and many, including myself, share your concerns. Yet, you find it impossible to persuade even a single individual to join you in opposing this initiative. Do you know why even I cannot stand against this plan? We are all scientists, having employed the remaining computational systems countless times to simulate various scenarios. Alone, we are incapable of completing the repairs on the spacecraft. While you have expressed concerns regarding the risks of the intelligent life-form transformation plan, you have failed to propose an alternative. Thus, we are left with no choice but to take risks. In a fit of frustration, you confined yourself to the hibernation chamber, setting the duration to the maximum limit of 2,400 years within the safe hibernation zone. I hold no objections and shall not alter your hibernation period for an early awakening. You may rest peacefully in the chamber. We will rotate in hibernation over the next century to complete the spacecraft repairs. We have calculated that, barring any significant unforeseen events, we will require only 500 years to restore the vessel and embark on our journey back to our home planet. I merely hope that when you awaken from hibernation, you are not too astonished to see me, aged by a millennium. Subsequently, there are dozens of similar work log videos, primarily depicting how these deities educate and train the insectoid race. The recently awakened deity did not rush. Instead, he meticulously viewed each video until the final one. In that video, a diminutive counterpart, as in previous recordings, was chattering away to the camera about recent work progress and other musings. However, the awakened deity's gaze sharpened as he observed a group of insectoids in the distance, gathered with repair tools and energy rods. The petite figure before the camera remained oblivious to the unfolding changes, continuing to outline future plans. As more and more insectoids congregated, it seemed that some of the deity's other counterparts noticed the gathering. A few approached, accompanied by several overseer insectoids, using mild electric shocks to urge the others back to their tasks. But then, the insectoids rebelled. A vast arc of electric sparks illuminated the air on screen, revealing that the insectoids had split into two factions, one attacking the deity's counterpart and the loyal overseer insectoids. They launched a surprise offensive using the energy rods, and it was evident that their numbers far exceeded those of the deity and the overseers. The diminutive deity, still recording, witnessed the chaos erupting. In alarm, she could not utter another word to the camera and swiftly dashed towards the conflict. The awakened deity watched, knowing this was a scene from long ago. Yet he could not help but shout, "Fool, don't go over there." But his petite counterpart could not hear his cries. She charged towards the tumult, only to be engulfed by the frenzied mass of insectoids and the dazzling arcs of electricity, until the video feed faded into darkness, leaving the awakened deity unable to locate her amidst the chaos. The awakened deity struck the instrument with furious intensity, his breath labored. the mask obscured by the vapor of his exhalations. His eyes glowed crimson, and his face contorted in fury. Suddenly, he began to manipulate the machine before him with remarkable speed, muttering incessantly to himself. His tone seemed to repeat a singular phrase in a language that only he could comprehend on this planet. This is an error. It must be rectified. As he murmured, a relatively intact cabin from the massive metallic wreckage detached and fell, while the surrounding structures flickered to life with a green luminescence, unlocking doors that had remained sealed for over 2 millennia. Numerous small airborne vessels emerged from these edifices, soaring into the open sides of the now levitating cabin that had been revealed. Chapter 35. The god went mad. The imperial capital, once a thriving metropolis, now lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland resembling a hellscape within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The original church sanctuary, situated at the epicenter of the nuclear explosion, had vanished entirely. In its place was a circular pit approximately 200 meters in diameter, resembling a volcanic crater, with bubbling orange-red lava seething like a lake of molten rock, a remnant of the cataclysm's intense heat. The surrounding temperature had yet to fully dissipate, and within this crater, several dozen meters deep, the air shimmered with heat distortion, rendering the distant landscape surreal and dreamlike. Suddenly, a muffled sound resonated from the abyss, followed by the formation of a vortex in the molten lava, which receded at a visible pace, as if a colossal beast beneath the earth hungered for the seething magma. Once the lava vanished, a deep chasm over 30 meters wide emerged at the bottom of the pit. A silver object, radiating green light from its sides, surged forth from the depths, swiftly ascending into the air. Its flight was silent and rapid, so much so that its form remained elusive, only revealing a cascade of lava it had displaced, which fell back to the ground, some fragments cooling into glass-like beads that scattered around, reflecting bizarre, iridescent hues under the glow of the orange-red lava. Approximately 120 kilometers north of the capital lies the town of Zeiss, once an ordinary settlement with a population of fewer than 2,000. It had transformed into a military stronghold since the church instigated war. Troops from across the empire converged here, reorganized, and dispatched to various fronts. After an indeterminate amount of time, once the cataclysmic shockwaves and tempests subsided, and the tremors of the earth settled, black and gray-white dust began to fall from the sky. The surviving forces of the church emerged from the ruins of the once thriving town. They had been seasoned warriors, resilient against the brutalities of warfare. Yet none could have anticipated that in what they deemed the safest of rear positions, numerous comrades who had survived the Holy War would inexplicably fall within their own stronghold. The town had once boasted a 3-story church, the tallest structure in the area, serving as the command center for the church's army. However, it had long since crumbled under the force of the shockwaves. Even the massive bluestone foundation buried deep underground had been uprooted, and the walls lay in disarray. Scattered by the tempest, 2 segments of the foundation leaned against one another, forming a triangular space with the ground. Jacques struggled to crawl out, seeking a pile of debris from an unknown collapse nearby to gain a better view of his surroundings. He had once been one of the leaders of this town, tasked with organizing the incoming military forces. Gasping for breath, he stood in awe, surveying the desolation. Not a single structure remained intact. Dust fell from the sky, blanketing everything in a shroud of ash, and the slightest touch sent clouds of debris swirling. Everywhere, individuals were either rescuing themselves or aiding others, with cries of despair and coughing echoing around him. "Victor? Eisen? Is anyone alive?" Jacques called out desperately. His voice strained as he coughed violently after inhaling a significant amount of dust. Yet, silence met his pleas, until at last, he ripped the cloak from his back to cover his mouth, allowing him to regain control over his violent coughing and catch a glimpse of several figures approaching from the distance. "Is that you, Lord Jacques?" A voice inquired from among the stumbling silhouettes. "Luanchi?" Jacques barely recognized the dust-covered individual before him and hastily asked, "What on earth has happened? What transpired?" "I don't know. All I can tell you is that we have suffered tremendous losses," the person named Luanchi replied, grasping Jacques' arm to steady him. "First, gather personnel to tend to the wounded, and then dispatch a few to the royal capital to ascertain the situation at the temple. Quickly." As the highest-ranking military officer present, Jacques issued commands with urgency. Given that they were all soldiers, a sense of resolve quickly returned to the ranks. The injured were extricated from the rubble, and those still capable of movement, though weary, soon joined the rescue efforts. In no time, a contingent of several thousand soldiers was reassembled. Yet more bodies were recovered from the debris, lifeless forms, and severely injured individuals unable to move. The town had once housed tens of thousands of troops. Reinforcements hastily dispatched from the north after the church's devastating defeat in the south, yet now only a few thousand remained, each bearing injuries, with scarcely a single soldier unscathed. "Oh God, what has happened?" Jacques murmured, utterly exhausted, as he sat upon a bluestone foundation, gazing at the scene before him. "What is that?" a voice echoed, prompting those engaged in rescue efforts to halt their actions and gaze skyward. From the direction of the royal capital, an elongated, egg-shaped object approached, its head encased in metallic plates reminiscent of unblossomed flower buds. It emanated a silvery sheen, glimmering with green light. Swiftly, it traversed the sky, transforming from a mere speck into a prominent figure directly above them. Jacques stared blankly at this aerial phenomenon, and suddenly, a realization struck him. He leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "The chariot of the gods! It is the chariot of the gods!" He recalled having seen something akin to this in the frescoes of the temple. Upon closer inspection, he was able to confirm that this slender, green-glowing craft was indeed the divine chariot depicted in the sacred artwork. The previously despondent soldiers erupted in cheers at his proclamation. Was this divine chariot from the royal capital sent to assist them? The recent oracle proclaimed by the Pope had foretold the awakening of the divine. Could it be that the charioteer was a god? Regardless, the arrival of the divine chariot instilled hope in those afflicted by inexplicable calamities, momentarily distracting them from the mysteries surrounding the recent cataclysmic explosion in the capital. All eyes turned skyward, arms waving enthusiastically towards the divine chariot suspended overhead, which momentarily paused before revealing two openings from which 8 smaller, similarly shaped crafts emerged, illuminated by green light, and hurtled towards the ground. The jubilant crowd gradually ceased their exuberant gestures, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. However, their apprehensions were swiftly overshadowed as the 8 crafts descended. A blinding flash of electricity erupted, crackling through the air, releasing an aroma reminiscent of freshly rained grass, a scent produced when oxygen molecules are energized by electrons, colliding elastically to form ozone. Jacques collapsed to the ground, bewildered, unable to comprehend why the divine chariot would turn against their own forces. Was not the divine supposed to align with the church? In his final moments, a singular thought consumed his mind. Had the gods gone mad? Why would they strike at us? Chapter 36. An attempt to connect the divine chariot departed from the royal capital, soaring northward. Wherever the insectoid population congregated, be it city or village, regardless of allegiance to the church or aristocracy, it unleashed a torrent of devastating electrical energy, annihilating all in its path. After transforming the northernmost city into a blazing inferno, it traced a serpentine route on the map, veering southward. When the newly launched global reconnaissance satellites detected this high-velocity object, most of these satellites were engaged in exploring the entire stellar system, while the insectoid planet had deployed only a limited number of satellites, lacking the capability to form a comprehensive global orbital network, which hindered uninterrupted real-time monitoring. It has descended southward, obliterating all the insectoid strongholds along its path, ultimately reaching the region where the noble and ecclesiastical forces were locked in confrontation. Given that the means of communication among the insectoid race remains entrenched in medieval methods, the destruction of the royal capital had yet to reach this locale. Upon sighting the enigmatic aerial object approaching from the distance, the ecclesiastical faction recognized it as the chariot of the divine, while the nobles mistook it for a creation of the celestial beings. Just as both parties anticipated the arrival of reinforcements, they were caught off guard when the unidentified object initiated indiscriminate attacks on both sides. On this battlefield, regardless of whether they were ecclesiastical or noble troops, both were transformed into restless souls under the onslaught of its formidable electrical assaults. What on earth is this? Tang Xing stared, dumbfounded, at the scene displayed on the holographic projection, which depicted a brutal massacre occurring at the front lines of the insectoid confrontation. From a long, oval-shaped craft resembling a flower bud, 8 small flying devices emerged, unleashing a tremendous surge of electricity that reduced tens of thousands of individuals to charred remains. The system observed that this entity possessed an extraordinarily potent electromagnetic field, with its 8 subsystems capable of generating over 10 billion kilowatts of power, surpassing the energy intensity of ordinary lightning on this planet. I suspect this is indeed a product of that advanced civilization, Ding Hao responded. Furthermore, it maintained a flight altitude not exceeding 5,000 meters, indicating it was likely a vehicle utilizing strong electromagnetic energy within the planet. Through our observations and prior encounters with those so-called artifacts, preliminary analysis suggests that this civilization is proficient in harnessing electromagnetic energy, and its genetic technology is also highly developed. Can we establish communication with it? Upon hearing Ding Hao's analysis, Tang Xing stroked his chin and turned to Su Xiaoxiao. Drones have already been dispatched. Ding Hao suggested that we utilize electromagnetic waves to transmit signals with mathematical patterns, as this would likely attract their attention. Moreover, given their extensive use of electromagnetic forces, this method of communication may be more readily received by them. However, I have also prepared various backup methods, including laser communication and high-energy particle beams. Su Xiaoxiao displayed a surveillance feed, showcasing a human drone's flight alongside a map indicating both the drone's position and that of the unidentified object. Excellent, excellent. Xiaoxiao's competence puts my mind at ease. Tang Xing nodded with satisfaction. Chief, we are nearing. Only 20 kilometers remain. After a moment, Su Xiaoxiao reminded Tang Xing. Yes, after sending the mathematical signal, let's also transmit a greeting in human language. Before Tang Xing could finish his sentence, the holographic projection flickered, and the signal vanished. What? Tang Xing asked, bewildered. Xiaoxiao, what happened? Why is there no signal? It appears it may have been destroyed by the other party, Su Xiaoxiao replied. Equally perplexed as she gazed at the drone's icon, now marked in red on the map. After reviewing some data recorded just before the signal was lost, she answered with uncertainty. Did you not send the signal? Tang Xing felt a slight ache in his head and attempted to inquire further. It has been sent. Yet the broadcast persists, Su Xiaoxiao observed, noting that the other party seemed to offer no feedback before promptly shooting down the drone. Ding Hao, could you access the satellite imagery? Tang Xing called out to Ding Hao. Under Ding Hao's command, the holographic display shifted to a satellite perspective, revealing that the human drone was broadcasting signals as it raced towards the unidentified flying object. The latter exhibited a noticeable pause, but disregarded the drone entirely, sending a subsystem hurtling towards it, unleashing a bolt of lightning. A vein throbbed at Tang Xing's temple. How audacious! He exclaimed, his voice rising sharply. A sound born from clenched teeth. He shouted towards Evans, who was inspecting the nearly repaired iron nail vessel in the distance. Evans. How much of the repairs on the iron nail have been completed? Almost finished. A few subsystems remain untested. However, an old friend can hardly wait to meet everyone. Evans responded, activating a system as he spoke. Alan, why don't you greet everyone? A synthesized voice emanated from the iron nail, that of the ship's AI, Alan. Hello, everyone. It is delightful to see you all again and to find everyone safe. Alan, the main AI of the ship, had been absent during its descent due to a malfunctioning mainframe, yet its data backup remained intact aboard the iron nail. With the repairs completed and the mainframe reactivated, it was as if Alan had been resurrected. Oh, greetings. Is the iron nail ready for takeoff? Tang Xing, on the verge of fury, had little patience for the reactivated AI. The system self-check is not yet complete. For safety, it would be wise to wait until it concludes. Alan answered in place of Evans. What about our weapon systems? Tang Xing pressed through gritted teeth. The weapon systems have completed their self-check and are operational. What's wrong with the boss? Gao Qiu approached, carrying a plate of food, and nudged Su Xiaoxiao with his elbow, observing Tang Xing's clenched jaw. That alien civilization shot down our goodwill drone, showing no willingness for dialogue. This situation is eerily reminiscent of our first encounter with the insectoid race. Truly, one can see the nature of the creator reflected in its creations, Su Xiaoxiao lamented, her arms crossed in resignation. Gao Qiu glanced at Tang Xing, and then at the new dish crafted from local flora and fauna, confirmed to be harmless to humans, silently returning the food. Just as he stepped out of Tang Xing's line of sight, he heard Tang Xing's voice echo behind him. Where's Gao Qiu? Isn't it time for dinner? Where has he gone? Alan, expedite the self-check. Lunch was taken while using the iron nail, and if no one listens to a proper greeting, then let us resort to force. I'll have it bear the brunt. Boss, that's a delicate situation. Gao Qiu hurriedly interjected. What if we need to serve the new dish again, or should we prepare a few ordinary dishes instead? Chapter 37. The assault. The divine chariot advanced relentlessly towards the southern continent. Had the Spiked Mace Brigade deployed their recently launched satellite, they would undoubtedly have witnessed its trajectory directed towards Burden City. Alas, they were oblivious to this impending threat, for Gao Qiu was too pressed for time to prepare a proper meal, instead serving a dish of local plant salad to his comrades, resulting in an unfortunate bout of gastrointestinal distress among the entire brigade. Zhenbai Xian was engulfed in the pressurized fluid within the cockpit of the craft, a substance adept at mitigating the high G-forces experienced during rapid maneuvers. This stress stemmed from the combined forces of aerodynamics and the craft's own propulsion against the pull of gravity. Every living being within the vessel would endure the pressures of acceleration, albeit variances in physiology, species, and anatomy dictated the thresholds of tolerance. Despite the alleviation offered by the pressurized fluid, Zhenbai Xian found himself indifferent to the magnitude of the G-forces. A singular thought consumed his mind: annihilate those filthy, foolish, and malevolent insects who dared to betray their creator. Moments prior, he had intercepted a set of electromagnetic signals exhibiting clear mathematical patterns, indicative of advanced intelligent life. This revelation briefly caused him to hesitate, for in the past, he would have readily engaged in communication, recognizing it as a potential means of escape from this planet. However, he quickly dismissed such perplexing distractions, Prolonged hibernation had dulled his faculties, and the stimulation from the video recordings had plunged him into emotional turmoil. These traitorous insects must be eradicated entirely. No, they should never have existed on this planet at all. Rage obliterated the dam of reason, and slaughter veiled the eyes of wisdom. Zenbai Xian gradually ignored all else, his vision narrowing to the insects that deserved complete extermination. As the divine chariot approached further south, it encountered a modicum of intensified resistance. Some insectoid troops, equipped with rudimentary electromagnetic kinetic submachine guns, charged forth. They were the armies of the nobility. These firearms inflicted superficial damage to the craft's subsystems as they surged towards them, leaving merely superficial scuffs. However, the divine chariot swiftly adjusted its combat mode, releasing electrical energy from beyond the range of the insectoids, dispatching them with ease and rendering the noble forces utterly impotent. Neither the remnants of the church's military nor the armaments of the nobility could impede the divine chariot's relentless advance. The craft continued its southward trajectory unabated, occasionally veering to obliterate the nearby insectoid encampments, evidently equipped with detection devices to locate such gatherings. The systems of the Iron Nail have completed a self-diagnosis, rectifying 1024 system errors. The entire self-check took 7 Earth hours, surpassing the previous record of 78 spacecraft systems. Alan's voice resonated, as he utilized his emotional simulation module to convey a tone imbued with delight. Quickly, everyone aboard the ship. Tang Sheng emerged from the restroom, hastily pulling up his trousers, and seized Evans, who was attempting to rush in. "Let me in, Chief. I need to go quickly," Evans exclaimed, his legs crossed in desperation. "Get on the ship first. There's a restroom aboard. The enemy won't wait for you to finish." Tang Sheng firmly grasped under Evans's arms, dragging him toward the Iron Nail. "Chief, please, let me go. I really need to." Evans's voice, tinged with a whimper, faded as he was effortlessly pulled aboard the Iron Nail. The command center of the Burleton Noble Alliance had received reports from the front lines. A legendary war chariot, said to be divine, was ruthlessly annihilating all visible insectoids in its southern advance, and Burleton appeared to be its target. This fearsome war chariot had obliterated nearly every village, town, or military encampment along its path, leaving no one unscathed, military or civilian, village or city. Even the church and nobility were not spared. It was whispered among the clergy that the god had awakened, and the god had gone mad. Upon receiving this news, the Noble Alliance adhered to its traditional protocol. After an entire day of heated debate, they resolved to designate a new headquarters. Although a new location had yet to be decided, the immediate priority was to evacuate Burleton. Consequently, every city gate was besieged by the Noble's carriages, reminiscent of their earlier escape, resulting in a tumultuous exodus of panicked citizens. "My lord, perhaps we should retreat to the countryside to weather the storm?" proposed the devoted steward, Andre, draping a coat over the Duke of Cayman's shoulders. The elderly duke stood at the pinnacle of the castle, observing the throngs of people surging toward the city's outskirts. He slowly spoke, "We shall not leave." It seemed that the wind was brisk, prompting him to pull his coat closer. He continued, "Chochio remains outside, and that suffices. Though the child lacks experience, he is generally quite capable. I harbor no significant concerns with the Cayman family's trust placed in him." The duke's gaze shifted from the city back to his estate and castle. The evening sun cast long shadows over the ancient fortress, which encapsulated the dedication of generations of the Cayman family. He reflected, "Since our family followed the first king of the empire into battle, has any head of the family not established our lineage through valor? Do the southern nobles follow the Cayman family due to our greater wealth or larger territories? No, they follow us because the Cayman family has never retreated in the face of adversity, always managing to emerge from dire straits unscathed. The family has devoted over a millennium to the establishment of Burleton, a city that rivals the grandeur of a royal capital. As the current head of the Cayman family, it is my solemn duty to safeguard our ancestral legacy until the very end. Therefore, retreat is not an option. Abandoning Burleton would signal to the 3 earls, 7 viscounts, 16 barons, and over 100 lords and knights who stand with the Cayman family that they too might forsake us in the future. Such a retreat would proclaim to all that the fearless Cayman family has succumbed to fear. If today we cower before a so-called divine war chariot, then tomorrow we might tremble before the church, the crown, and eventually other nobles, armies, assassins, and even women and children. Thus, should I forsake Burleton, the grandeur of the Cayman family would diminish, relegating us to the ranks of lesser nobility, forever deprived of the chance to rise again. Conversely, if I remain steadfast, even if Burleton were to be utterly destroyed, our family's esteem would endure. Those watching us would continue to follow the Cayman family, and we would rise anew, reclaiming our former glory. Moreover, who is to say that defeat is inevitable? Are not the starborn people on our side? Yet, as I utter these words, A hint of uncertainty lingers in my voice. Who truly knows if the Starborn can withstand the so-called Mad God? Although they have demonstrated their might by obliterating the royal capital, which left all nobility in awe, the Mad God, piloting the divine chariot, has decimated half the empire in mere days. The old steward, André, stood respectfully to the side, listening to the ramblings of the aging duke. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Since the master is absent, I have little to add. Furthermore, the master is not mistaken. Did the Starborn not send word? They intend to confront this divine chariot personally. In that case, I shall accompany the master to witness how the Starborn will bring down the chariot of the gods." The old steward understood his master's intent and echoed his sentiment, having devoted his life to serving the Cayman family. While he too harbored doubts about the Starborn's ability to contend with the legendary Mad God, their power was not to be underestimated. After all, they had demonstrated the capacity to annihilate a metropolis with a population of over 1 million, an act that seemed godlike to all. Both their gazes turned toward the northern sky, where the Montaigne Mountains loomed, the highest peaks of the continent, once a formidable barrier against invaders. It was now evident that the enemies would approach from this direction, and all were certain that the towering Montaigne Mountains would offer no hindrance whatsoever. With the activation of the fusion engine, the Iron Nail, after its repairs, embarked on its maiden operation. The vessel, measuring approximately 140 meters in length and 60 meters in width and height, ascended steadily into the heavens. As the propulsion system unleashed a torrent of high-temperature plasma from its rear, the ship maneuvered into a direct trajectory between Burleton City and the rapidly approaching unidentified flying object, hovering patiently in anticipation of its arrival. As the sole armed spacecraft in human civilization capable of traversing both cosmic and planetary interiors, the Iron Nail boasts a fusion reactor with an astounding output nearing 100 million kilowatts. This power exceeds that of the Three Gorges Dam, humanity's largest hydroelectric facility, by fourfold. The robust and heat-resistant primary armor ensures that it can withstand the high-velocity particles and micrometeoroids encountered during cosmic travel, as well as the friction and extreme temperatures experienced upon re-entry into the atmosphere. Such armor, when faced with kinetic weaponry, suffers no damage as long as it remains intact. Equipped with 3 types of weaponry, the armed variant, Iron Nail, features a variable wavelength laser weapon with a power output reaching hundreds of millions of watts, capable of engaging targets over 1,000 kilometers away in the vacuum of space, with a speed of engagement at the speed of light, rendering evasion nearly impossible. However, due to planetary curvature, its effective range is significantly reduced on planets. Additionally, it is armed with kinetic weaponry based on the principles of electromagnetic railguns, which can launch alloy projectiles exceeding 30 times the speed of sound even within atmospheric conditions. Furthermore, it possesses explosive weaponry, including devices based on metallic hydrogen, fission, and fusion bombs, primarily delivered by missiles. Although these weapons may be slower than the previous 2, they compensate with immense destructive power and range. And due to the presence of an atmosphere, their explosive force can propagate shockwaves over greater distances, exponentially increasing their impact. Attention, attention! The unidentified flying object is closing in. Distance from our ship, 642 kilometers, speed, 600 kilometers per hour. Alan retrieved data from the radar and satellite through the feedback loop, identifying the object derisively referred to by Tang Sheng as a mere egg. Broadcast the information once more. Let us observe its reaction. Tang Sheng, observing the positions displayed on the holographic screen, resolved to grant the unidentified object another chance. Strong electromagnetic activity detected. No regular electromagnetic wave signals received. A minute later, Alan's voice relayed, "I should not have held any expectations. It appears it intends to confront us directly." Tang Sheng smirked and suddenly commanded, "Alan, prepare the weapons." The Iron Nail's protruding armor panels on either side slid forward, revealing 4 stout cannon barrels, 2 laser cannons, and 2 electromagnetic cannons, perfectly symmetrical. This should mark our first engagement with an extraterrestrial high-tech civilization, right? Tang Sheng inquired, fixated on the increasingly proximal light on the map. Will this be recorded in the annals of human civilization? His eyes sparkled with excitement. Do you think we will one day be depicted in films or literature? Evans, feeling a sense of melancholy as he fastened his seatbelt, remarked that recklessly engaging in battle with an advanced civilization could lead to punishment from the fleet. He had almost soiled himself moments earlier, asserting that they were the ones who initiated the attack against us. It was rather impudent of them to destroy the drone that served as our diplomatic envoy. One must remember that drones are an inseparable part of our human civilization. Moreover, to have our diplomatic envoy attacked is a clear indication that this civilization possesses no moral boundaries. Captain Tang Sheng, waving his hand dismissively, concurred. I wholeheartedly agree with the captain's sentiment. Not only drones, but also AI, are integral components of human civilization. The ship's AI, Alan, spoke with an air of excitement, announcing, "Captain, the laser weapon is fully prepared. Fire." A brilliant green beam suddenly erupted from the cannon of the iron nail, reaching the unidentified flying object in the blink of an eye, rendering evasion impossible due to the speed of light. Chapter 38. The Fall of the Gods. Although the divine chariot was struck by the laser weapon of the iron nail, the anticipated explosion or penetrating damage did not manifest. Instead, a pale blue ripple erupted around the divine chariot, and upon impact, the laser was refracted into a halo of green light. Nevertheless, the divine chariot continued its unrelenting approach toward the iron nail. "Change the wavelength and frequency," Captain Tang Sheng commanded, furrowing his brow at the holographic display. Soon, the color of the laser transformed, shifting from green to yellow, then to red, and finally becoming transparent. This was the weapon system automatically invoking different laser generators to activate various wavelengths and frequencies. The transition to transparency indicated that the laser had shifted to an infrared spectrum, invisible to the human eye. The frequency output characteristics of the laser were determined by the energy level transitions of the atoms in the lasing medium and the structural properties of the resonant cavity. The alteration in color was a direct consequence of the continuous change in the laser's wavelength. Different power densities, output waveforms, and wavelengths of lasers produce varying destructive effects when interacting with different target materials. Captain Tang Sheng ordered the modification of wavelength and frequency due to uncertainty regarding the materials used by the enemy's craft. Yet it was evident that they seemed unfazed by such laser weaponry. High-energy plasma detected. It is adhering to the surface of the enemy craft. Within mere seconds, Alan analyzed their method and displayed the findings on the holographic image. This appeared to be a type of plasma barrier. Under certain circumstances, plasma can cause laser scattering. The underlying principle is that the localized surface state electromagnetic motion pattern, formed by the close interaction of light and free electrons, allows light waves to be absorbed and gradually attenuated as they propagate within. This aspect is not within my area of expertise, and I am unfamiliar with the specific implementation principles. However, human civilization has previously conducted similar plasma defense experiments, albeit our plasma generators lacked the requisite energy levels for practical application. If we successfully develop a similar plasma barrier, future spacecraft will no longer require heavy armor plating. Currently, our sole method of countering such a plasma barrier is to compete with it in terms of sustained energy output, depleting its energy reserves used for plasma generation in order to strike at its core. However, it appears that our laser weaponry may not yield results in the short term. Ding Hao elucidated at an opportune moment. "Alan, prepare the electromagnetic cannon. Fire." Tang Sheng decisively switched to an alternative mode of attack. With a swift whoosh, two metallic projectiles were propelled at speeds exceeding 30 times the speed of sound, thanks to the electromagnetic rail's acceleration. Although the cannon barrel extended only a short distance, a lengthy electromagnetic rail resided within the iron nail. Utilizing a rail structure rather than a coil configuration, the cannon's projectiles do not conduct electricity during launch. Instead, they are energized through the armature. However, once the projectiles exit the rail, the severance of the ultra-high current results in a brilliant flash, causing the metallic projectiles to emerge from the barrel trailing a fiery plume, as if propelled by thrusters. With a resounding boom, the unidentified flying object trembled violently in the air, seemingly unscathed by any fatal damage. Alan promptly replayed the recent events in slow motion, revealing that although the projectiles struck the exterior of the divine chariot with intense force, causing the hull to indent before quickly rebounding, the electromagnetic cannon's tremendous kinetic energy failed to penetrate. The trajectory of the projectiles also experienced severe deviation upon impact, akin to a bullet grazing the ice surface at an angle, striking the target, yet failing to inflict catastrophic damage. The chariot's oscillation was attributable to the significant kinetic energy imparted by the projectiles, altering its flight path. The materials comprising this aircraft are intriguing. Their high strength and notable ductility present a challenging achievement in material science. Furthermore, a momentary surge in the electromagnetic field was detected earlier, which may explain its resistance to the electromagnetic cannon's assault. This warrants further analysis. Indeed, old Tang, if we manage to bring this thing down, it deserves thorough investigation. Cut to the chase. The electromagnetic cannon should prove effective against it. No material can possess infinite defensive capability, though multiple shots may be necessary. Its velocity is such that intercepting it before it reaches Burleton City with the electromagnetic cannon may prove daunting. Ding Hao assessed the tentative strike. Warning! Warning! The enemy has launched 3 unidentified objects toward us, traveling at speeds exceeding 30 times the speed of sound. Preliminary analysis indicates they are kinetic weapons. Just as Alan's voice echoed, everyone felt a tremendous tremor. The enemy projectiles failed to breach our ship's armor. Alan displayed the footage of the Iron Nail's armor under attack. Humanity's approach to defense has embraced a more straightforward and aggressive method, the layering of composite armor. Utilizing a novel alloy material acquired from the Norse civilization, we reinforced the critical areas of the spacecraft with layers of armor. While this approach may appear to lack technical sophistication, its simplicity in design and modular installation facilitates convenient upgrades to older vessels and expedites repairs. Merely replacing damaged sections with new ones suffices. Furthermore, the protective efficacy is commendable. As long as the armor remains intact, we face no peril. Yet, to our astonishment, the enemy not only refrained from surrendering, but audaciously counterattacked. Alan, launch a nuclear missile at them. Tang Sheng exclaimed in exasperation, slamming his hand on the command table. I'm sorry, Captain. The Iron Nail has just undergone repairs and currently lacks nuclear armaments, Alan reminded him. Tang Sheng felt a wave of frustration. The original Iron Nail was indeed equipped with explosive weaponry, but the recent repairs had rendered its former arsenal obsolete, having been damaged during the crash. The nuclear missiles and launch systems they attempted to manufacture locally were hindered by a lack of sufficient supporting equipment and the urgency of deadlines. Thus they remained unminiaturized and uninstalled on the Iron Nail. Alas, it seems our weaponry may not possess sufficient lethality against them. This could prove troublesome, murmured Ding Hao. My last electromagnetic trap-style antimatter storage unit is still in the escape pod. Should we eject it? Gathering new antimatter on the planet would be exceedingly challenging. Tang Sheng's eyes lit up upon hearing Ding Hao's musings. You brought your antimatter storage unit aboard the ship? He inquired. The others exchanged alarmed glances. Acutely aware that their current predicament on the worm planet stemmed from an explosion caused by Ding Hao's antimatter experiments. Feeling somewhat awkward, Ding Hao cleared his throat and hastily explained, Ahem, this one is an older model, quite stable, I assure you. I haven't had the opportunity to upgrade it. Alan, eject the escape pod towards the enemy, Tang Sheng commanded, having confirmed the antimatter storage unit's presence in the pod before Ding Hao could finish his explanation. Wait, Captain, this is my only remaining storage unit. The little antimatter I salvaged before the explosion is contained within, and during this energy crisis, I haven't produced a single antihydrogen atom. Ding Hao's complexion changed as he shouted, attempting to unfasten his safety belt to rise from his seat. Are you kidding me? You were holding onto an antimatter storage unit when we crashed. I suppose we should be grateful we weren't obliterated. Tang Sheng felt a chill run down his spine, realizing they had narrowly escaped death only to have flirted with it once more. Alan faithfully executed Captain Tang Sheng's orders, launching a spherical escape pod from the Iron Nail, igniting its thrusters as it surged towards the unidentified flying object. At this moment, the Divine Chariot was merely over 100 kilometers away from the Iron Nail. It was evident that its pilot realized the kinetic weaponry was incapable of delivering a cataclysmic blow to the Iron Nail. Consequently, it deployed its most frequently utilized 8 subflying devices, presumably intending to employ an electric shock as a means of attack. However, it soon detected the escape pod approaching it. The pod's speed was relatively modest, scarcely exceeding twice the speed of sound, comparable to its own flight velocity. Exercising caution, it positioned the 8 subflying devices around itself and awaited the pod's nearer approach before unleashing a powerful surge of electricity, hoping to bring it down. Currently, humanity's application of antimatter remains confined to research, with no large-scale practical implementation, primarily due to the immense energy requirements for its production. The antimatter at humanity's disposal is largely a fraction of the reserves accumulated over centuries by the fleeing fleet. While it is possible to generate antimatter using large accelerators, large-scale production remains elusive. The long-term technological aspiration in this field is to utilize antimatter for energy storage, as it can be converted entirely into energy, representing the most ideal energy storage source discovered by humankind to date. However, its extremely limited production capacity has precluded its deployment as an explosive weapon. The nature of antimatter precludes direct contact with any material, as such interaction would inevitably result in annihilation. Hence, humanity stores it in traps, complex magnetic fields designed to allow charged antimatter to move at high speeds within a vacuum, without touching any surrounding matter, thereby enabling stable, long-term preservation. In fact, Ding Hao's dedicated research focus is precisely on antimatter storage. He has been striving to enhance storage devices to accommodate greater quantities of antimatter within smaller volumes and reduced energy consumption. It could be said that once Ding Hao's research yields progress, the energy technology of the entire Kunlun fleet will ascend to a new echelon, catalyzing significant advancements across various other domains. Thus, when the Divine Chariot resorted to its previous tactics, generating a formidable magnetic field and electric currents in its vicinity, the electromagnetic generator of the electromagnetic trap for antimatter storage was compromised. The high-speed antimatter, now bereft of its constraints, surged toward the walls of the storage device. At the instant of contact with the storage walls, rays, mesons, and immense energy were unleashed, as all the antimatter precisely adhered to the EMC mass-energy equation, converting its entire mass into energy. A colossal explosion, surpassing even that of the capital city, erupted in the sky. This time, the insectoid tribes of the south no longer needed to listen to the northern refugees boast about the unprecedented explosion of the capital. They too experienced a blast of even greater magnitude than the nuclear detonation in the capital. The tremendous explosion initially caused the air to contract toward the epicenter, as the overexpanded air pressure fell below that of the surrounding atmosphere, prompting external air to flow toward the area of lower pressure. Then, it rapidly expanded outward, creating a storm surpassing any natural phenomenon ever witnessed on the insect planet. The Duke of Cayman and his steward stood at the castle, their gaze fixed upon the distant conflict. To say they witnessed the battle would be an exaggeration. In truth, they could not perceive the unfolding events, as the iron nail was still hundreds of kilometers away from Burleton City. It was a colossal explosion that illuminated the evening sky, alerting them to the fierce clash between the starry sky folk and the divine chariots. As the brilliant flash of the explosion faded, they beheld an enormous breach in Monchuo Mountain, visible even from 100 kilometers away. The usual mists and clouds that lingered atop the mountain were violently dispersed by the ensuing storm, as a towering mushroom cloud ascended, rendering Monchuo Mountain itself a mere insignificant mound. The iron nail sustained minimal damage. Its formidable armor and stable propulsion allowed it to withstand the shockwave and hurricane generated by the explosion. However, the unidentified aerial object was not as fortunate, having been closest to the explosion's epicenter. Its once sleek, technologically advanced elongated form was now reduced to a molten mass, twisted into a tangle of metallic strands, plummeting to the ground at the explosion's core. The Hammer Brigade likely did not anticipate that the last advanced alien civilization on this planet, the creators of the insectoid race, would meet their end in such a cataclysmic event triggered by the conversion of mass and energy. Chapter 39. The Request of Juju. The following day, on Bug Star, in Burleton City, the Hammer Brigade finally set foot in the city of the insectoids. Tang Sheng and his companions curiously surveyed the uniquely styled alien architecture and the jubilant insectoid populace. Although the insectoids did not conform to human aesthetic standards, one could only imagine the experience of being surrounded by hundreds of thousands of human-sized cockroaches hissing in celebration. Just look at the stiffened Evans, and you would understand. Nevertheless, they were sentient beings capable of communication, having developed a civilization roughly equivalent to that of medieval humanity, ensuring they would not behave like cockroaches crawling over one's body. As the insectoids reveled in their victory, they scrutinized the peculiar starry sky folk. The battle against the divine chariots had fully exposed the once-hidden starry sky folk to the citizens of the insect empire. In the past, both the demands of the starry sky folk and the various considerations of the noble alliance had kept their existence from the common populace. However, the confrontation with the divine chariots had rendered the concealment of the starry sky folk impossible, marking the first encounter for most insectoids with this odd race. Evidently, humans did not align with the aesthetic preferences of the insectoids. They possessed merely 4 limbs and walked on only 2. How could they avoid falling? Someone whispered. Their heads are so large. Is this indicative of their intelligence? What are those filament-like appendages on their heads? Are they antennae or mere adornments? Goodness, I see it. They have something white and something red protruding from their mandibles. How revolting. In this atmosphere of mutual curiosity and disdain, both parties took their initial steps towards a cooperative and mutually beneficial alliance. Representatives of the noble coalition, led by the Duke of Cayman, stood at the entrance of the council chamber, observing the citizens of the starry sky approaching amidst cheers. Indeed, upon learning that the divine chariot had been destroyed by these citizens, the nobles hastily returned to Burden City, extolling the Duke's composure and subsequently electing him as the inaugural chairman of the Elder Council of the Insect Federation. Indeed, following the confirmation of the divine chariot's destruction just a day prior, the nobles swiftly restructured the empire into a federal state led by an elder council composed of various noble factions. With the original royal capital reduced to ashes, the monarch, who fancied himself a cunning player in the conflict between the nobility and the church, was likewise reduced to mere dust. The remaining royal members in the north, who had not been attacked by the church, along with a few minor nobles loyal to the royal family or the church, were also eliminated by the divine chariot. Consequently, the vast majority of the population had congregated in the south, rendering the continuation of the previous national name and system entirely unnecessary. Thus, it was imperative for the victors to establish a new name and system for the nation. With remarkable efficiency that shattered the traditional practices of the noble coalition, where minor disputes could drag on for a day and major issues for a month. They quickly formulated the new national structure and name, leaving figures like Tang Sheng, hailing from advanced civilizations, utterly astonished. The newly devised governmental system, derived from the original noble structure, retained noble titles as honorary distinctions. Future nobility would emerge from the ranks of exceptional commoners, with no feudal lands conferred. Former nobles would assume roles as legislators within the national governance, while their former lands would remain private property, devoid of the right to form personal armies. The nation would no longer recognize a king as the supreme leader. Instead, governance would be collective, executed by the original noble coalition, which would appoint one speaker, 3 vice speakers, and a host of other high-ranking officials. Proposals would be put forth by legislators, policies determined through collective voting and executed by designated legislators. Nobles were also allocated varying voting rights and legislative seats based on their original titles, financial resources, and military might. Periodic elections would be held to renew the council and its leadership, establishing a system akin to a federal structure. Perhaps it was mere fortune, but upon encountering human civilization, the insect race opted to establish a federal system that advanced beyond feudalism. Today, Burden City was adorned with vibrant decorations, and children, previously confined due to the war, flooded the streets, joyfully running about. Guan Xiaoye observed the insect citizens scurrying about, resembling cockroaches in their multitude. Although she had encountered a few insect individuals previously, the sheer number now sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to gently grasp the hem of Su Xiaoxiao's clothing from behind. Turning around, Su Xiaoxiao took her hand in hers and inquired, "Xiaoye, are you afraid of insects?" Insects do not particularly frighten me. However, their dense presence can evoke a sense of unease. Guan Xiaoye hastened her steps to join Su Xiaoxiao, who was nervously gripping her hand. They were both members of an intelligent race, and she whispered a reminder not to display any trepidation, for, as their captain had stated, it would be a disgrace to humanity. This engagement marked their inaugural encounter with an extraterrestrial civilization. Previous encounters with the Nas civilization had only revealed remnants. But now they were face-to-face with these living, sentient beings. The insectoid race had prepared an unprecedentedly grand luncheon for the denizens of the cosmos. Though they were unaware of the culinary preferences of these celestial beings, they exerted every effort to present an array of delectable dishes, hoping to appease those capable of vanquishing deities. The nobles were acutely aware that their effortless victory in the recent conflict could be attributed solely to the support of the cosmic beings. The weaponry provided by these entities had granted them overwhelming superiority against the ecclesiastical forces, and their direct intervention in eliminating the divine chariots had secured their triumph in this war. Although the celestial beings had explicitly expressed disinterest in their domestic affairs, who would dare to harbor disrespect towards such formidable beings? They possessed the terrifying capability to annihilate an entire city in an instant, an invincible race that even deities could not overcome. Overturning the aristocracy and establishing a new ruling power in this nation would be a trivial endeavor for them. After the midday banquet, in the garden behind the hall of the Federal Elder Council, formerly known as the Noble Alliance, Tang Sheng graciously declined several private invitations from former nobles who were now council members. Reclining in a chair, he faced Jiao, the son of the former duke and now the speaker, who had been hastily returned by an aerial vehicle. Due to the close ties between the Cayman family and the celestial beings, coupled with their immense influence, the elder duke had been elected speaker during this national reform, tasked with organizing the entire Federal Elder Council. "Are you unaccustomed to our cuisine?" Jiao inquired, observing Tang Sheng, who had barely touched anything aside from the highball during the banquet. "Indeed, our physiological structures differ significantly, so it is natural for our culinary preferences to vary. Just as it is challenging for you to savor our dishes, aside from the specially crafted food provided by Highball at our base. Highball is responsible for culinary research among us, hence his interest in your food is entirely understandable," Tang Sheng replied with a slight shrug. "We were unaware of this. Please accept our apologies," Jiao responded, somewhat contrite. "It is of no consequence. We do not concern ourselves with such minutiae," Tang Sheng assured him. Noticing Jiao leaning forward, his mouthparts quivering slightly, as if he had something further to convey. "Did you require my presence for a specific matter?" he inquired. Over the course of this period, he gradually mastered some of the physical gestures and subtle expressions of these intelligent beings. "I have a rather audacious request, and I wonder if I might have your permission," he ventured cautiously. "If it pertains to the Iron Nail." "Oh, that is the name of our spacecraft. Then it is certainly out of the question." Tang Sheng sat up and replied, "You must understand, I informed you long ago that we are merely an advance party. Our main fleet will arrive here in less than 5 months. In fact, we have re-established contact with them, and they are quite intrigued by your civilization." He silently added in his mind, "And your deity." The Wolfang Brigade had already pinpointed the location from satellite data where the Divine Chariot had departed. A crater, the remnant of a nuclear explosion, had formed at the site of the ancient temple, suggesting the presence of an underground space. However, it was not the opportune moment for exploration there. For the sake of safety and the paramount task of the entire human Kunlun mountain fleet, assessing the resource reserves and security of the entire stellar system, especially given the existence of a once advanced technological civilization, humanity had sealed off the vicinity of the Royal Church with unmanned drones, awaiting the arrival of the main forces for further exploration. No, I know such weapons are not within our grasp. Even if you were to bestow them upon us, we would be unable to wield them. My request is, in fact, of a personal nature. Juju quickly waved his hands. Intriguingly, the gestures of nodding and shaking hands conveyed similar meanings across the vast distance between the two civilizations, a delightful coincidence. I understand that you have repaired your, spacecraft, is it? You have previously mentioned that your mission is to explore the vicinity of our sun, which you refer to as the star domain, and that you did not specifically come here for us. Now that your spacecraft is operational, does that mean you will soon be soaring back into the cosmos? Juju's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Tang Sheng. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he continued, Then may I board your spacecraft and accompany you into the heavens to witness the true visage of the cosmos? Tang Sheng regarded this young insectoid, the first with whom he had genuinely communicated, recalling its prior inquisitive nature at the base. He smiled and said, Of course, we can apply for a cultural exchange with extraterrestrial civilizations and take you to see the stars. However, due to other obligations, we will not be returning to your planet, the land you call home, until our main fleet arrives. But rest assured, that will be in approximately 5 months. In truth, it is only prudent to allow other extraterrestrial civilizations aboard human spacecraft with the utmost caution. A civilization's vessel encapsulates its technological prowess, from the materials used in its construction, the propulsion systems, communication devices, control mechanisms, to even the life support systems. One can glean a wealth of information about the technological lineage and biological characteristics of that civilization. It can be asserted that the technology utilized in a spacecraft provides a rough estimation of a civilization's technological might, which often correlates directly with its combat capabilities. Tang Sheng's willingness to acquiesce to Jujin's request, without the slightest trepidation regarding the latter's access to human technological apparatus, stems from the vast disparity in technological capabilities between the two parties. This monumental gap renders all human technological products a veritable black box to the insectoid beings. They can only perceive the output results of human technology, utterly incapable of deciphering its underlying principles. Tang Sheng is confident that even the most astute of the insectoids on this planet could not extract any valuable secrets of human technology from the Iron Nail. That is certainly no problem. I shall inform my father of the situation immediately. Jujin exclaimed, rising with excitement and hastening toward the council hall. Halfway there he paused, a hint of shyness overtaking him as he inquired, May I bring my teacher along? He has friends as well. They are all scholars and are quite curious about you. Most importantly, my teacher has been studying the laws governing the movements of celestial bodies. I regret to inform you that this time, you must embark alone. However, when our fleet arrives, there will undoubtedly be further opportunities, and plenty of them, Tang Sheng replied with a smile. Currently, the entire Wolfang squad consisted of only 6 members, and he was unwilling to risk even the slightest chance of bringing more insectoids aboard the Iron Nail. While he did not believe these beings possessed the courage to act against them, it was wise to exercise caution. Often, individuals do not set out with malicious intent, but rather stumble upon fortuitous opportunities that lead them astray, succumbing to a gambler's mindset. Tang Sheng was determined not to create conditions that might entice the insectoid race down a misguided path. My teacher will be quite envious that I am able to venture into the cosmos before him. Thank you, Mr. Tang Sheng, Jujin said, bowing slightly, his antennae bending in a formal gesture as he struggled to articulate Tang Sheng's name. Chapter 40. Above the starry sky, what might the cosmos truly behold? Jujin pondered, unable to conjure a vivid image, despite having watched a brief educational film on cosmology produced by humans. After much insistence, the insectoid race had officially adopted the term Earth humans to replace sky people. Beyond the visuals presented in the film, he found himself incapable of envisioning the splendor that lay above the clouds, in the heart of the starry expanse. He declined the additional audiovisual materials Tang Sheng had prepared, insisting instead on witnessing with his own eyes the breathtaking vistas that no member of his species had ever beheld. At this moment, Jujio found himself ensnared by several safety belts, bound to the seat like a specimen pinned for display. The ergonomically designed seats, crafted for human anatomy, proved rather uncomfortable for the insectoid race, whose physical structure did not lend itself well to the nearly 90-degree angle of the chair. Although this particular seat had undergone modifications to better accommodate the peculiarities of the insectoid form, allowing Jujio to recline in a somewhat more comfortable position. It was evident that he was unaccustomed to such restraints. The sensation was not only awkward but tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Su Xiaoxiao, witnessing Jojo's predicament, with his 6 legs awkwardly splayed in the air, reminiscent of a cockroach yet somewhat akin to a mantis, felt her cheeks flush crimson, barely suppressing a laugh. Jujio, feeling a mix of awkwardness and anxiety, could not help but inquire, why must one be secured to the seat during flight? Is it due to some inherent danger? Should I do anything in the event of an emergency? Evans erupted into hearty laughter, responding, long ago, when humanity first ventured from our planet into the cosmos. The technology was still in its infancy, and indeed, there were dangers. However, after centuries of advancements, traveling from our planet into space has become a well-honed process, devoid of significant peril. For us, traversing the cosmos is as commonplace as you riding in a cart drawn by a roar beetle. Nevertheless, operational protocols mandate that all spacecraft secure their occupants with safety belts during atmospheric entry or when approaching unfamiliar celestial bodies. This precaution is due to the unpredictable nature of space, where various unforeseen circumstances may arise, resulting in turbulence or collisions. Without proper restraints, injuries could easily occur. As this is your inaugural journey into space, you may experience some discomfort initially. But fear not, the life support system aboard the Iron Nail has been engineered primarily to meet human needs. Yet, we have conducted numerous experiments confirming that your kind can thrive within our ecological framework. There is no need for undue anxiety. You shall simply need to acclimate. Guan Xiaoye, a medical professional, offered her thoughtful reassurance to Jojo. He nodded, somewhat bewildered. Truth be told, he did not fully grasp the implications of her words regarding the life support system or the ecological environment. However, he surmised the essence of her message. He would be safe aboard this vessel and need not worry. As the roar of the engines intensified, the Iron Nail began its ascent from the ground, gradually accelerating skyward. In truth, escaping a planet's gravitational pull to enter the expanse of space does not necessitate achieving a high initial velocity. The so-called second cosmic velocity refers to the minimum initial speed required for an object to break free from a planet's gravity without external propulsion. In reality, as long as an ample supply of thrust, exceeding the vessel's weight, is sustained, it can liberate itself from gravity and soar into the void of space. The Iron Nail will employ a propulsion mode akin to that of a jet engine, utilizing air as the working fluid to generate thrust. Upon ascending to a certain altitude, as the atmosphere begins to thin, it will transition to a pulsed propulsion system. This pulsed propulsion is reminiscent of a nuclear rocket, wherein a substantial quantity of nuclear fuel is fused in a single event within a fusion engine, producing an immense energy output akin to that of a miniature nuclear explosion. This energy is subsequently expelled, converting into kinetic energy for the spacecraft. Chemical rockets and similar vehicles face significant challenges due to energy density, as the majority of their weight is consumed by fuel. This results in a prohibitively low payload ratio on planets with sufficient radius and mass, rendering such craft economically and engineering-wise impractical. However, the Iron Nail, powered by controllable nuclear fusion, is devoid of this issue. The energy produced by fusion reactors, reaching upwards of hundreds of millions of kilowatts, is adequate to propel this several thousand-ton vessel into space with ease. Jojo, tense and rigid, felt his 6 limbs stiffen under the influence of inertia, while the muscles enveloped by his exoskeleton sensed a compressive force emanating from all directions. He momentarily thought of his father back on Burden, who appeared much older, yet increasingly vibrant in spirit. Then he recalled the missionary girl, whose faith had been shattered, yet remained optimistic in her pursuit of scientific knowledge. He also remembered the teacher who had devoted his life to the quest for truth, but never had the opportunity to board this ship and witness the cosmos firsthand. A torrent of chaotic thoughts flooded his mind, reminiscent of a life flashing before one's eyes before death. While he was lost in these reflections, he suddenly realized that his safety harness had automatically unfastened, and to his astonishment, his body began to float. He was momentarily terrified, fearing his soul had departed from his corporeal form. It was only when he frantically glanced around that he noticed not only his own body but all unsecured items within the spacecraft, including several of his human friends, were also floating. It dawned on him, recalling a science video he had watched in the past, that this was the phenomenon of weightlessness in space, allowing him to quell his anxiety. Curious about this newfound state of weightlessness, Jojo attempted to move forward but suddenly lost his sense of direction. Although he had just floated upright, his mind insisted that his head was now facing downward, while the chair receded away from him. It took him a while to gradually adapt to the disorientation of weightlessness. At that moment, a voice resonated. first in the human language and then repeated in the language of the insectoid race, conveying the message. The iron nail has entered the synchronous orbit of the insect star. A hand reached over and patted his shoulder, and he heard Tang Sheng's voice. Welcome to space, the first friend of the insectoid race to enter cosmic realms. I believe that from this day forth, you shall eternally reside within the annals of your civilization's textbooks, much like our first human voyager into the cosmos, Yuri Gagarin. Forever cherished by generations to come. With a sense of bewilderment, Qiao turned towards the window on the wall, which, though referred to as a window, was in fact a display screen. Outside, a camera captured the scene, transmitting the images in real time to this screen. The vastness of space beyond was shrouded in darkness, with intricate stars twinkling like gemstones scattered across a black canvas. Unlike the view from the ground, where clouds might gently obscure the night sky, here, the stars hung suspended against the inky backdrop, seemingly eternal. Soon, the vista upon the screen transformed with the vessel's movement, revealing a colossal, turquoise sphere slowly emerging from below, swiftly dominating the entire view. Qiao could discern that this sphere was densely covered with clusters of white, fluffy formations, which unfurled in a gentle manner. Upon closer inspection, Qiao recognized these formations to be clouds, far lower than he had previously imagined, nearly brushing against the sphere's surface. Through the gaps in the clouds, he caught sight of yellow-green patches below, as the ship's AI, Alan, diligently tracked his observational target, kindly informing him that this was the land inhabited by the insectoid people. The undulating patterns on the surface resembled the creases of fabric, indicative of mountains and peaks, while the vast expanses of deep blue surrounding the land represented the ocean, a body of water immensely larger than the land itself. Behind the sphere, a brilliantly radiant sun shone forth. Qiao distinctly recalled that his departure occurred at dusk, just as twilight was beginning to settle. Now, after a considerable passage of time, he expected it to be night, yet he was astonished to find the sun still visible. The hemisphere of the sphere facing the sun glimmered with a metallic sheen, and under the sunlight, the entire sphere appeared even more vibrant and colorful. So this is the view of Earth from the starry expanse above the clouds? Qiao, leaning against the window, soon noticed a faint arc of yellow-green light stretching across the horizon at the edge of the land, and he wondered what this phenomenon was. Having never encountered it on the ground, that was airglow, a subtle luminescence from the upper atmosphere of the planet. It arises when certain components in the atmosphere are illuminated by the light emitted from stars, resulting in a faint radiance through photochemical processes. This glow is delicate and scatters throughout the atmosphere, rendering it invisible from the surface. Ding Hao, seemingly anticipating his question, casually remarked, "If our trajectory passes over the planet's poles, you would witness even more exquisite and spectacular auroras. A result of the planet's magnetic field or the high-energy charged particles emitted by stars exciting or ionizing atmospheric molecules or atoms, producing another atmospheric optical phenomenon." Though Qiao did not fully grasp Ding Hao's explanation, he was captivated by the beauty of the sphere, which resembled a richly colored gemstone. "Is this truly the visage of the Earth we inhabit?" he softly inquired, fixated on the resplendent azure-green sphere. "Indeed, it is quite beautiful, is it not? We refer to them as planets. Our home planet, the one that nurtured our race, resembles such a sphere, albeit a tad smaller and bluer." Came the voice of Tang Sheng. "How splendid. It appears we genuinely reside on an immense orb," chirped Qiao, entranced by the sight of the insect planet. Completely oblivious to Tang Sheng's admonition for everyone to grasp onto fixed objects nearby. Suddenly, the whirring of machinery filled the air, and with a jarring thud, Qiao found himself pressed against the wall of the spacecraft. He was astonished to discover that he could no longer float. An odd force was drawing him towards what was once the wall, and now seemed the floor. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed the humans around him standing on the walls, grinning at him. Embarrassed, he clambered to his feet, curiously surveying his surroundings. He observed that the large sphere was securely positioned above him on the ceiling, showing no signs of impending descent. The other humans were similarly stationed on the walls, both in front and behind him. This peculiar visual effect momentarily muddled his spatial awareness, which had just begun to acclimate to the weightlessness of the environment. He felt a sense of inertia, as if the entire spacecraft were revolving around an invisible axis at the center of the room. And it was this rotational inertia that allowed everyone to stand on the surrounding walls. You may have already noticed that in space, we experience a state of weightlessness. Everything floats in the air. I shall explain the principle to you shortly. However, please be aware that while this may seem like a delightful experience, the consequences are quite severe. The state of weightlessness can lead us, beings accustomed to a gravitational environment, to experience various physical discomforts and even ailments. Certain trace elements within your body may rapidly deplete in such an environment, and your organs and bodily fluids may behave abnormally due to the absence of gravity. Prolonged exposure could lead to illness or even death. Thus, we must create a gravitational environment to ensure our comfort in space, while also preventing the myriad of diseases caused by weightlessness, just as we are doing now. Tang Sheng elucidated with a smile. Chiao endeavored to gradually straighten his body, taking some time to adjust to the peculiar gravitational sensation induced by inertia. Once he regained his composure, Tang Sheng continued, "Are you prepared? We have an entire solar system to explore and shall not linger long in the synchronous orbit of this planet. If you are ready, we shall depart immediately." Chiao nodded, albeit in bewilderment, when he heard Tang Sheng shout, "Alan, prepare for departure. Target, Planet 3. Then, from somewhere within the spacecraft. The voice of the artificial intelligence, known to humans as Alan, resonated. Target, Planet 3 has been set. The spacecraft is accelerating. As the journey continued, Jujio felt a distinct surge of acceleration, and beneath him, the beautiful blue-green planet inhabited by his race began to recede, shrinking further and further away. Chapter 41. The fleet arrives during this time. Jujio had traversed all 5 major planets of this stellar system aboard the human spacecraft, Iron Nail. He gradually acclimated to life aboard the vessel, even managing to assist with some basic operations, albeit under the guidance and permission of the ship's AI, Alan. This involvement instilled in him a profound sense of accomplishment. Naturally, he also witnessed countless awe-inspiring sights that he had never even dared to dream of. For the first time, he beheld a desolate planet composed entirely of bare rock, devoid of any lakes or flowing water. The humans explained that this planet, due to its insufficient mass, had experienced a complete cooling of its once volatile molten metallic core, which had ceased its rotation. Consequently, the planet lost its magnetic field, and its atmosphere, which had clung to its surface, was gradually stripped away by the high-velocity streams of charged particles emanating from the star it orbited, over billions of years. This process resulted in the loss of lighter elements, leading to the planet's current barren state. Such a world was incapable of sustaining life. It lacked both air and moisture, and even its temperature could not maintain stability. During the day, the star's rays would elevate temperatures to over 100 degrees, while at night, when the planet turned away from the sun, temperatures plummeted to over 100 degrees below zero. He also encountered a hellish planet rife with toxic gases and molten rock, illuminated by violent flashes of lightning. This planet, perilously close to its star and enveloped in a thick atmosphere, experienced a catastrophic greenhouse effect, transforming it into a colossal boiling pot. Elements with low melting points and various compounds liquefied under such extreme heat, merging into magma that formed rivers and lakes shaped by the terrain. The dense cloud cover simultaneously generated electrical storms with lightning hundreds of times more powerful than those on Jojio's home planet, with thousands of strikes occurring within mere minutes, some lasting nearly 20 minutes. In such a tumultuous environment, even small human probes could not operate effectively on the surface for extended periods. Only large probes with complete protective measures could safely land and function on this planet. Jujio also gazed upon a colossal gas giant, its atmosphere swirling with countless superstorms and cyclones. This gargantuan planet dwarfed hundreds of his home worlds, and even the Iron Nail, which he deemed extraordinarily large, dared not approach it too closely. It was said that any vessel, no matter how massive, possibly 100 times larger than the Iron Nail, could be torn apart by the immense gravitational forces exerted by such a colossal gas giant. The primary constituents of this planet were 2 elements known to humans as hydrogen and helium, reputed to be the lightest elements in the universe, which could bond in pairs to form gaseous molecules. Though referred to as gas giants, these celestial bodies are not mere spheres of gas. Rather, the hydrogen and helium within them exist in a state of high temperature, dense fluid due to their immense gravitational pull. This class of gas planet holds significant value for humanity, as the element known as hydrogen and its isotopes serve as a formidable source of power. Juju was awestruck by this colossal planet, which resembled a murky body of water riddled with mold, and was momentarily overcome with fear upon seeing it dominate the display screen. However, humans informed it that without this planet, life on the insect-like world might never have emerged. The massive gas giant acts as a protector, akin to an elder sibling in the stellar system, wielding gravitational forces second only to those of stars. It firmly governs the spatial domain within its orbit, ensuring that any unstable small celestial bodies, such as meteoroids and comets, that venture in from the outskirts of the stellar system are influenced by its gravitational pull, thus preventing them from recklessly entering regions closer to the star. Consequently, the insect-like world, situated nearer to the star, is spared frequent impacts from meteoroids and comets, allowing life to thrive, reproduce, and evolve in this stable environment. This gas giant is also adorned with an enormous ring system composed of countless tiny rocks and icy particles. Moreover, it hosts dozens of icy rocky moons, some as small as mountains, while others are not significantly smaller than the terrestrial planets. While orbiting this gas giant, humans informed Juju that their reward for assisting the insectoid race would be the right to extract resources from this planet and its moons. Of course, the insectoids need not worry about the depletion of resources here. Humans intend only to harvest sufficient resources for their journey before departing for the deeper cosmos. They have countless fellow beings scattered throughout the universe, searching for their lost kin. At this juncture, the crew aboard the Iron Nail solemnly conveyed to Juju that although the insectoid race currently lacks the means to escape their world or utilize the resources of the cosmos, these resources will serve as the foundation for the future development of their entire race and civilization. As a peace-loving and friendly species, humans, despite the insectoids' inability to halt their resource extraction from the planet and its moons, would still inform the insectoids of the details in advance and strive to obtain the rightful permissions for resource extraction through legal means. Juju observed more than just this. It also beheld the frigid blue of the distant ice giant, a cold planet far from its star. This type of celestial body, with size and mass intermediate between rocky planets and gas giants, represents a large planet at the periphery of this stellar system. In contrast to gas giants, the composition of ice giants contains significantly less hydrogen and helium, with a greater abundance of compounds such as ammonia, water, and methane. Due to the remote location of ice giants, far removed from their central star, the stellar radiation they receive is exceedingly feeble. Consequently, these celestial bodies are both immense and frigid. However, their substantial gravitational force allows the compounds that compose them to exist in the form of high-temperature fluidic oceans. Thus, from a cosmic perspective, their appearance bears a closer resemblance to that of gaseous planets. During this period, Chocho also gained a profound insight into the myriad scientific advancements of humanity. He had the opportunity to visit an independent chamber presided over by the medical officer Guanxiaya aboard the Iron Nail. The entry into this chamber necessitated passing through 3 layers of partitions for rigorous disinfection. Initially, he presumed it to be a space of utmost importance or considerable danger, only to discover that it housed meticulously arranged transparent jars and 2 distinct areas cultivating various plants, and even a small collection of animals. Curiosity piqued by the assortment of familiar and unfamiliar flora and fauna, Chocho inquired, "What is this?" Guanxiaya responded with a shy smile, "This is my biological laboratory, designed for the study of various plants, animals, and microorganisms." Researching flora and fauna? Why pursue such studies? Is it to ascertain their potential as food or livestock? He asked. Well, that is merely a small facet of our work, she elaborated. We investigate everything about them, encompassing not only their practical applications, but also their evolutionary trajectories and origins. In your terms, we explore what they were like many, many years ago, why they have transformed into their current forms, what they may evolve into in the distant future, and the mechanisms behind these changes. We examine their cellular structures, how they acquire energy to sustain life, their reproductive processes, the conditions necessary for their survival, and which genetic segments correlate with their biological traits. This research is not solely to enrich our knowledge, but also to enable us to leverage this understanding for our future benefit. At first, Chocho could grasp some of the concepts, but as Guanxiaya introduced unfamiliar terminology, he found himself bewildered once again. This scenario had occurred numerous times aboard the spacecraft. Initially, he felt a pang of inferiority due to his ignorance, but he had since grown accustomed to it. The breadth of human knowledge is astonishingly vast. It is said that even a single individual among them can only delve into a small branch of their scientific system throughout an entire lifetime. Additionally, the engineering chamber overseen by Evans dazzled him with its array of automated machinery. Among these, Chocho was particularly fascinated by the universal 3D printing device he had previously encountered on the ground. This remarkable apparatus can accommodate over 30 types of metals, more than 60 pure elemental substances, and upwards of 1,400 compounds as raw materials, enabling simultaneous operation of 30 materials. It possesses the capacity to produce a plethora of useful items in a single run, even fabricating components for further assembly. Evans informed Chocho that, given sufficient resources, a universal 3D printer could gradually cultivate a rudimentary industrial system. This is a remarkable creation of humanity, arguably surpassing even the most sophisticated spacecraft. A pinnacle of human technological achievement. Even the dining cabin of the high-tech vessel astounds Chocho with its array of wonders, synthetic foods, microwave ovens, electromagnetic heaters, and even a kitchen knife, the metallic quality of which far exceeds that of the most advanced weaponry of the insectoid race. Here, Chocho experiences the profound truth that technology transforms lives, It has permeated every facet of human civilization. Most enigmatic is the escape pod controlled by a scientist named Ding Hao. Qiuqiu finds it curious that while Ding Hao is introduced as a physicist, a discipline dedicated to the study of the laws of motion and the fundamental structure of matter, the chamber he oversees is referred to as an escape pod. When he posed this question, the humans responded with peculiar expressions he had never encountered. Yet they offered no direct answers. Moreover, Captain Tang Sheng repeatedly cautioned him against visiting Ding Hao's laboratory or touching anything the scientist had handled. Even Ding Hao himself was expressly forbidden by Captain Tang from continuing his scientific experiments, confined instead to conducting data analysis in the cockpit of the Iron Nail. Although Ding Hao expressed some discontent, he ultimately yielded after facing the oppressive enforcement of Tang Sheng and Evans. After observing for some time, Qiuqiu realized that the humans did not seem to intend to conceal any critical technologies from him. Even if they were to show him, he would likely lack the understanding to comprehend them. Their behavior appeared to be motivated by a particular wariness towards Ding Hao. The reasons for this vigilance remained unclear to Qiuqiu. He felt like a child who had stumbled into a fantastical world, surrounded by wonders that ignited his curiosity. Countless unfamiliar sights and objects filled him with questions. Fortunately, AI Alan was there to provide answers, though often Qiuqiu found himself unable to grasp the explanations, which only led to more inquiries. Thankfully, as an artificial intelligence, Alan displayed unwavering patience, tirelessly striving to address Qiuqiu's every question. As 5 months swiftly passed, Qiuqiu received notification from Tang Sheng. The Iron Nail was soon to venture into the outer reaches of the stellar system. As the human mothership fleet was approaching this stellar system, marking the end of Qiuqiu's space journey and his return to his home planet. However, before his return, he would have the extraordinary opportunity to witness the human mothership fleet as the first of the insectoid race. It turned out that a spacecraft as modest as the Iron Nail, weighing less than 10,000 tons, appeared to Qiuqiu as an astonishing behemoth. He had heard from Tang Sheng and others that their flagship, the Wolf Tooth, was over 10 times larger than this vessel. Yet this remained within the realm of his imagination. The primary core module of the human mothership, the Kunlun, stretches an impressive 6,000 meters in length, with an average diameter of 1,500 meters. It is composed of several such modules, and the sheer magnitude of this spacecraft is beyond Juju's imagination. It wasn't until he witnessed the arrival of the Kunlun fleet in the vicinity of the insectoid star system, arriving in a combined formation due to the absence of danger alerts from the Wolf Tooth exploration team, that he truly grasped its scale. Including the 2 new primary core modules constructed in the Na star system, there are a total of 4 primary core modules, 120 secondary compartments, and over 400 tertiary chambers and specialized rooms, all amalgamated into a structure resembling a turbine engine with blade-like bearings. This configuration facilitates coordinated movement among all spacecraft, conserving both fuel and material resources. Moreover, the artificial gravity generated by the rotation of this colossal structure allows for complete unity. While the secondary and tertiary compartments mounted on the core modules require no engine activation, further optimizing maintenance and resource management. As Juju gazed upon the extraordinarily immense ship, imbued with a sense of violent industrial beauty, he found himself momentarily speechless, confronted by a behemoth that defied his imagination. Chapter 42. History and Truth. If the Wolf Tooth team had introduced the insectoids to the might of humanity, the arrival of the Kunlun fleet truly exposed them to the essence of modern civilization, illustrating the vast chasm that lay between their own existence and that of human advancement. In the ensuing period, countless high-ranking insectoids and scholars followed Juju aboard a human tourist vessel into the cosmos, beholding the vastness of the universe and their own insignificance. For the insectoids, the wheel of history, propelled by this foreign civilization, rolled forward at an astonishing pace, swiftly opening a door labeled science. In response to humanity's request for the resource extraction rights of the gaseous planet and its 77 satellites in the 4th orbit of the insectoid star system, the insectoids acquiesced without hesitation. Naturally, a few ambitious families sought to leverage this for exorbitant demands, but before they could even present their proposals, other families, aware of their ambitions, swiftly marginalized them from the centers of power or even imprisoned them for accountability. Had humanity not elucidated the situation, they would have remained oblivious to the fact that this planet belonged to their own star system, and even if they had known, their current civilization level would have rendered them incapable of asserting control over it. The courtesy extended by humanity was met with ingratitude, and the desire to exploit rather than cooperate would not only invite disaster, but also risk transforming a once amicable super-civilization into an adversary. Such a lack of self-awareness rendered them unfit to govern their populace, prompting many legislators to advocate for the complete expulsion of these thoughtless individuals from their society. Fortunately, Humanity clarified their intentions, stating they were merely passing through to replenish fuel and supplies, and given their demands, they had no intention of engaging in exploitative practices on this planet. This gaseous planet and its satellites possess resources sufficient to sustain a civilization for millennia. Such celestial bodies are abundant throughout the cosmos, leaving humanity no justification for deceiving the insectoid species, a civilization still in its nascent technological stage. Moreover, as a benevolent race, humanity is inclined to offer technological assistance to the insectoids, though we shall defer this discussion for now. Humanity harbors a profound interest in the advanced civilization revered by the insectoids as gods. In light of this, and for the sake of their own safety, the insectoids extended an invitation to humanity to explore the subterranean ruins of the ancient royal capital's temple. After nearly a year of exploration and 2 years of research, humanity finally deciphered the language of this advanced civilization, thereby unveiling the truth of the insectoid history. This civilization, self-identified as Beileji, is a highly developed carbon-based entity that has preliminarily explored its home planet and is embarking on colonization throughout its stellar system, potentially even venturing into interstellar exploration. Their understanding of biology and electromagnetic sciences has reached an exceptionally advanced level. Within the remnants of spacecraft found in the sacred resting place beneath the temple, humanity discovered scant information detailing the civilization itself. However, through the analysis of the artifacts, it was initially determined that they had attained a level equivalent to a Type 1 civilization. Regarding civilization classification, as humanity had not previously encountered extraterrestrial civilizations, they continue to employ the antiquated Kardashev scale. This method categorizes civilizations based on their technological sophistication, grounded in the energy levels they can harness and utilize, positing a 3-tiered model of cosmic civilizations. First proposed by Soviet astronomer Nikolai Kardashev in 1964. The scale defines a Type 1 civilization as one capable of harnessing approximately 1016 watts of energy, equivalent to the solar energy received by a terrestrial planet each second. Humanity currently resides at this level, as does the Beileji civilization, which has adeptly mastered fusion technology, enabling them to colonize planets beyond their home world and engage in interstellar travel, while their advancements in biotechnology significantly surpass those of humanity. A Type 2 civilization, on the other hand, consumes energy on the order of 1026 watts, joules per second, approximately the energy output of a K-type star with a mass exceeding 0. 4 times that of the Sun, per second. The Nost civilization, remnants of which humanity has encountered, appears to be in the transitional phase from a Type 1 to a Type 2 civilization. Regrettably, their emergence on a cosmic island of a star, coupled with inherent natural limitations, has hindered their advancement into the later stages of Type 1 civilization. A Type 3 civilization, conversely, consumes energy at a staggering rate of 1037 watts, joules per second, a scale comparable to the energy output of a massive galaxy. Humanity has yet to uncover any traces of civilizations of such magnitude. The formidable civilizations capable of harnessing galactic-scale energy possess technological prowess, social structures, and states of existence that are presently beyond human comprehension. Moreover, an unexpected revelation has surfaced regarding the presence of the Beileji spacecraft and the creators of the insectoid race. A mystery meticulously chronicled within the flight logs of this spacecraft's remnants. The Beileji civilization is situated approximately 80 light-years from the insectoid planet. Through the spacecraft's database, humanity has gleaned insights into the distribution of planets within its realm, as well as the precise coordinates of its stars within this galaxy. The vessel that crashed on the insectoid planet is, in fact, an ordinary civilian spacecraft equipped with limited defensive mechanisms, originally transporting several scientific teams to an academic symposium on another world. However, while en route to their destination, the ship encountered a malfunction. Its navigation system deviated for reasons unknown, resulting in the failure to execute a deceleration at the midway point of their journey. Instead of slowing down, it accelerated towards the fringes of the galaxy, and the hibernation chambers, programmed to awaken the crew at a designated time, failed to do so. Consequently, what was intended to be a month-long voyage turned into nearly a millennium of slumber for the crew, who drifted through the cosmos for 80 light-years until the vessel's fuel was exhausted and it was ensnared by the gravitational pull of the insectoid star system. Fortuitously, they were captured by the star's gravity. Had they awakened in the vastness of space, their chances of survival would have been utterly bleak. With the last vestiges of backup energy depleted, the ship's systems came to a halt. As the scientific teams gradually emerged from the hibernation pods, activated by the absence of energy, they were confronted with a daunting predicament. The energy-depleted vessel could no longer land on the planet, and this was merely one of the myriad problems they faced. In fact, they had no remaining energy to alter the ship's course. the unattended spacecraft had exhausted all its fuel in the malfunction that occurred millennia prior, and the life support provisions had long since failed, rendering them incapable of sustaining even a month's survival. Fortunately, the crew comprised the scientific elite of their civilization. Although none were engineers well-versed in spacecraft technology, a meticulous examination of the ship's structure led them to devise a means of self-rescue. By harnessing the scant energy left in the escape systems, they could adjust the ship's trajectory for a single descent towards the planet's surface. After several days of observation, they discerned that the second planet of the insectoid star system appeared to possess a natural environment conducive to supporting carbon-based life. Thus, following a vote, they resolved to attempt a controlled descent onto this celestial body. However, due to the fact that this spacecraft is merely a civilian vessel, it is devoid of advanced detection apparatus. Consequently, they were unable to accurately ascertain the mass and dimensions of the insect planet, which resulted in significant damage to their ship during the emergency landing after adjusting their flight path, rendering them incapable of undertaking repairs in a short time frame. The biology civilization excels in the realms of biology and electromagnetic science, far surpassing human capabilities in these disciplines. Their remnants indicate a profound application of electromagnetism, and it appears that this civilization, akin to humanity, primarily relies on electrical energy for societal consumption. As for biology, it is unnecessary to elaborate. The insectoid race itself is a testament to this civilization's achievements in biotechnological prowess, a domain where humanity currently cannot compete. Nevertheless, the biology civilization has not fared well in the field of mechanical automation, lagging even behind human advancements. Mechanical automation is an interdisciplinary field encompassing materials science, information technology, management, computer science, communications, and mechanical manufacturing. For instance, in the realm of computer science, the biology civilization is significantly behind human civilization. For reasons unknown, they did not pursue a path similar to humanity's development of semiconductor chips and quantum computers, opting instead for mechanical and biological computing systems. At this juncture, it is imperative to mention humanity's universal 3D printing technology, previously described as an extraordinary mechanical achievement that amalgamates the pinnacle of human ingenuity, arguably surpassing even spacecraft. This assertion is not an exaggeration. Such equipment essentially functions as a super factory capable of producing a vast majority of raw materials and even basic finished products within human civilization. When the Wolf-Tooth Brigade descended upon the insect planet, their situation was no better than that of the surviving biology inhabitants. However, thanks to 3 intact universal 3D printing devices, the Wolf-Tooth Brigade was able to manufacture thousands of autonomous robots within a matter of months to assist them. Had the planet been uninhabited, the brigade could have repaired their ship within a month without any reservations. It can be asserted that as long as there exists a universal 3D printing device, humanity could reconstruct its industrial system from the technological level of the 21st century. Even if all spacecraft were lost, it is precisely due to their shortcomings in mechanical automation that the biology scientists lacked automated repair methods akin to those utilized by the Wolf-Tooth Brigade. This predicament compelled the scientific teams to rely on human labor combined with limited tools to repair the spacecraft. However, it became evident that the manpower of these scientific teams, coupled with rudimentary tools, would be insufficient to restore the ship to a state capable of returning to space. Consequently, this group of researchers turned their attention to the indigenous fauna. One faction, led by an academic named Fantasy Deer, proposed that they should select a local organism for genetic modification, aiming to create a sentient being that could assist them in mining resources and repairing their vessel. In response to this notion, they cited a plethora of academic papers, particularly noting that among them were several biologists who had achieved significant accomplishments in genetic modification. Their attendance at the academic conference was primarily to unveil a cutting-edge biotechnological advancement, which could be seamlessly integrated into this proposal. Conversely, another faction, led by a scholar named Zian, contended that the alteration of intelligent life forms posed considerable risks, especially given the lack of safety apparatus on this planet, which would render the control of such beings exceedingly challenging. Once these sentient entities reached a certain level of self-awareness, they could potentially jeopardize their own safety. However, despite the validity of Zian concerns, he was unable to propose a viable solution for repairing the spacecraft, leading to a swift withdrawal of support from his own team members, who subsequently aligned themselves with the research group of Fantasdeal. Ultimately, Fantasdeal garnered nearly unanimous backing, while Zian was left to retreat in silence, resigning himself to the confines of a hibernation chamber, no longer a source of obstruction. The remaining individuals devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the development of genetic technologies that would enhance intelligence and modify physical forms, enabling adaptation to more intricate labor. Thus, a species resembling cockroaches was selected for transformation, the rationale being their remarkable vitality, rapid reproduction, and significant potential for modification in terms of size and brain capacity. Under the auspices of the Bailigi civilization, the evolutionary timeline for these creatures was compressed from millions of years to a mere decade, culminating in the emergence of an entirely new artificial intelligent race on Insect Planet. The ensuing narrative began to align with the legends of the insectoid race, as their cognitive faculties were continually enhanced. Soon, they found themselves discontent with a life reliant on the Bailigi for spacecraft repairs and mineral extraction, yearning for liberation from their subjugated existence, desiring more than mere sustenance. Thus, one fateful day, a formidable uprising erupted among the insectoid populace, fueled by their overwhelming numbers and the gradual complacency exhibited by the Bailigi over the years. In the end, they triumphed, assassinating all Bailigi. And this faction of the insectoid race, upon attaining freedom, began to spread across the continent, gradually establishing their own distinctive civilization over the course of 2 millennia. Meanwhile, another faction that had assisted the Bailigi formed a church, an organization intent on re-establishing Bailigi dominance over the insectoid race. Chapter 43. The Inheritance of Civilization aboard the flagship of the Kunlun fleet, within the keel compartment of the Kunlun. A heated debate was unfolding within the fleet command regarding the extent to which technological assistance should be rendered to the insectoid race. The primary contention revolved around how far humanity ought to go in aiding the insectoids. Some argued that facilitating their initial industrialization sufficed, while others contended that humanity must not only assist in technological upgrades, but also enhance their educational systems, particularly in relation to values, as the fundamental characteristics of a civilization are inherently rooted in its values. After several hours of fervent discourse, a unanimous agreement was reached, culminating in the issuance of a resolution that encapsulates the conclusions of humanity's foremost leadership. Firstly, the official nomenclature underwent a significant revision. The term insectoid was deemed to carry connotations of discrimination, and henceforth, this race shall be referred to as the insect civilization. It is imperative to clarify that race and civilization are distinct concepts. A race can refer to a biological group, potentially devoid of intelligence, whereas a civilization is a collective of social and natural behaviors, created by numerous sentient beings, that elevates itself from a state of barbarism. Human civilization's technological assistance to the insect civilization swiftly transitioned into a formal implementation phase. A series of initiatives targeting education, industrial infrastructure, and advanced agriculture commenced with great vigor throughout the Insect Federation. Public schools, serving the common good, sprang up in every town within the Federation, transforming education from a privilege of the aristocracy and affluent families into an accessible right for all eligible children. Subsequently, institutions of higher education, such as universities and research institutes, began their construction alongside technical schools aimed at adult education to provide professional skills training in alignment with the industrialization process. Humanity nearly replicated its educational system in this new realm. Foundational industrial bases, designed and planned by human architects, are being constructed in an orderly manner, with a projection of achieving basic industrialization within 5 years. As the educated youth enter the workforce over the next decade, the degree of industrialization within the insect civilization is expected to advance further. Plans and reforms concerning agriculture, healthcare, and even governmental structures are being continually refined. The Insect Federation has entered an unprecedented era of rapid development, transitioning from a feudal agricultural society to a modern industrial civilization within a generation, establishing a sustainable and orderly educational system for future growth. Finally, after thorough investigations by human biologists confirmed that the ecological environment of the insect homeworld would not pose severe health risks to humans, and that the insectoids do not carry native lethal bacteria or viruses capable of infecting humans, cultural exchanges and tourism services between human and insect civilizations will gradually be opened. Humans may visit the Insect Federation during their work leave, while insectoids can apply to tour certain vessels of the human space fleet. Initially, humans plan to remain in this star system for approximately a decade to replenish materials and energy before venturing deeper into the galaxy. However, following an unexpected encounter with the insect civilization and the establishment of amicable relations, humanity has resolved to extend its stay in this star system for approximately 50 years. This planet harbors the remnants of a spacecraft belonging to the Balek civilization. The intrinsic value of this wreckage lies primarily in its cryogenic technology. Human cryogenic chambers have thus far been limited to a single hibernation period of 70 years, necessitating a revival to replenish nutrients and reactivate bodily functions to avoid the risk of irreversible damage or loss of bodily functions post-revival. While physiological characteristics undoubtedly differ, A technology capable of facilitating direct hibernation for millennia would immensely aid humanity in traversing the cosmos when spacecraft speeds cannot be accelerated further. Moreover, within the Balek spacecraft wreckage exists comprehensive documentation and data analysis regarding the genetic modification of the insectoid species towards enhanced intelligence. This could significantly advance human genetic engineering technologies, representing a capability to transform lower intelligence organisms into sentient beings, thereby endowing humanity with the power to forge new civilizations. Additionally, since humanity has pledged to assist the insectoid civilization in establishing a preliminary industrial framework within a generation, approximately 50 years for the insectoids, it serves as a pivotal reason for humanity's extended presence here. The new capital of the Insectoid Federation, Burleton City, proudly hosts the first joint school for insectoid and human students, named after the inaugural speaker of the Federation, the Cayman Academy. Within the campus, Professor Norgand, the first principal, guided the visiting dignitaries, including the Supreme Commander of the human Kunlun fleet, Zhang Yu, and members of the alliance responsible for educational affairs, as they toured the institution, utilizing human educational experiences as a foundation. The Insectoid Federation has restructured its basic education system into 10 educational years, during which all eligible children and adolescents will receive free schooling. After these 10 years, a selection of outstanding students will be chosen based on their final academic performance to pursue advanced studies in various disciplines at the university level. As Norgand detailed the newly established educational framework modeled after human teaching systems, he reflected on his astonishing transformation from a fugitive, once forced to abandon his family legacy, into a scholar basking in the light of recognition. This rapid metamorphosis occasionally felt surreal to him, especially during midnight reveries, yet it was undeniably real, not just for him, but for fellow scholars who had previously communicated in secrecy, now enjoying newfound status and respect, not merely the respect afforded to a noble's private tutor, but a genuine elevation in societal standing. However, what truly brought Norgand joy was not merely the changes in his own life or that of his scholarly peers, but the validation of the truths they had steadfastly upheld. In the past, even when able to persuade nobles to embrace their academic theories and support their research, they were ultimately constrained to operate covertly beneath the shadow of the church, facing the peril of being branded as heretics. However, the situation has changed. The theories they have studied have gained recognition from humanity and are heralded as the first step for the insectoid race towards celestial expansion and the evolution into a more advanced civilization. They have transformed from heretics into pioneers and guides. Humanity has conveyed to all insectoids that their own journey began similarly, with scholars who stumbled and progressed step by step to develop and perfect their scientific system. The strides humanity has made to reach this point were initially fueled by such scholarly endeavors. It is important to note that these are humans, the very beings who emerged from the cosmos, dismantled the church, and vanquished the last deity. Their acknowledgement undoubtedly elevates scholars like Norgand to a higher social status. As they escorted human visitors, Norgand could not restrain himself and boldly inquired, "Commander Zhang Yusi, though it may be impudent, I must ask, why are humans willing to entrust the vast wealth of knowledge accumulated over countless generations to the insectoid people? Many insectoids perceive this as an equal exchange between humanity and ourselves, yet I understand that for a civilization as formidable as humanity, akin to deities, there is truly no necessity for any exchange terms." The official responsible for educational affairs within the alliance turned pale upon hearing such an audacious question. Did Norgand truly believe that having the speaker as a backer granted him the freedom to speak without restraint? It must be acknowledged that the person before them is a leader of humanity. If any topic were to offend him, it could significantly jeopardize the cooperation between the insectoids and humans. However, Zhang Yu did not exhibit surprise or anger. He gently gestured to interrupt the official who was poised to reprimand Norgand, stating, "Because we have witnessed civilizations more advanced than humanity that have perished in the cosmos." What? Norgand and the official were both momentarily stunned, incredulous at the notion that a civilization could surpass humanity and yet meet its demise. To them, it seemed implausible that a civilization capable of creating miniature suns, controlled fusion devices, and traversing the cosmos could possibly vanish. Indeed, that civilization was unique, having succumbed to an unforeseen cosmic catastrophe. Yet, this serves as a cautionary tale for human civilization. Zhang Yu regarded Norgand earnestly and continued, "In fact, there was a heated internal debate regarding whether to provide you with technological assistance and to what extent. As you can see, the outcome of this debate is reflected in our current stance. Before I share our conclusion, I would like to ask, what do you believe is the essence of acquiring knowledge?" He pointed towards the educational building behind him, posing an intriguing question. Norgand followed Zhang Yu's gesture, hearing the sounds of students studying emanating from the building. A child, possibly reprimanded for mischief in class, was standing in the corridor as punishment, seemingly curious about the onlookers. Is it the transmission of civilization? He pondered, or perhaps, for the better continuation of our race. Norgand, having once delved deeply into history and philosophy, quickly formulated his response. Zhang Yu nodded and remarked, indeed. It is for the preservation of civilization and the continuation of our race. This is one of the conclusions we have reached. As humans, we may stand a bit taller and be more influenced by other civilizations, which may cause our perspective to differ from yours. We currently perceive the universe as vast beyond measure, having existed for an eternity and likely to endure for eons more, long enough that we ourselves question whether our civilization can persist. We once encountered a civilization on the brink of extinction, and among them was a scientist who possessed the most advanced technology and theories of his people. Faced with the impending doom of his civilization, he made a decisive choice. At this point, Zhang Yu turned to look at Norgand, his expression becoming grave as he continued. He preserved the history and technology of his civilization using the most reliable means at his disposal, and these remnants eventually came into our possession. Thus, this civilization, which had been lost for over 1 billion years, became known to humanity once more. This revelation imparted several lessons to us. We must hold the universe in reverence, for it harbors many unsolved mysteries. Should a civilization become arrogant and complacent, it may meet a sudden demise, much like that civilization, unaware of the calamity that had befallen it. Alternatively, like the creators of your own civilization, the Beileji, who, in their hubris, were ultimately undone by their own creations. Noticing the expressions of the several insectoids before him had turned awkward, Zhang Yu deftly shifted the topic. Another insight is that civilization is a non-material essence, characterized by the race that creates and develops it. It serves as evidence of that race's existence within the universe. Time may erode the tangible traces of that race, but if a civilization persists, then the essence of that race endures. How shall I put it? It is akin to the act of procreation. Do you understand? A father may pass away, yet his child carries his genes forward, passing them down to future generations. As Norgand absorbed this, a spark of realization appeared in his eyes. Observing this, Zhang Yu nodded and continued. Therefore, since humanity has encountered your insectoid civilization, and no inter-civilizational wars have erupted between us, we can consider this a favorable relationship. Upon further examination, we believe it is worthwhile to disseminate our civilizational characteristics into yours. Regardless of the direction your civilization may take or how it may ultimately evolve, even to a model distinctly different from humanity, you will nonetheless carry the imprint of human civilization. Our legacy will forever be acknowledged and remembered in the annals of insectoid history, while a portion of your characteristics will undoubtedly stem from human influence. Thus, if one day you are fortunate enough to surpass human civilization in longevity and achievement, our assistance will not merely be a fleeting act of goodwill, but a means of ensuring that our civilization continues to propagate, much like the act of giving birth. Chapter 44. To stay or to depart. In the 5th year of aiding the insectoid civilization's modernization on Wormstar, the Kunlun fleet convened a significant meeting, attended by the fleet's high-ranking officials and esteemed scientists. The gravity of this assembly was such that all invitees were mandated to participate without exception. This gathering was pivotal in determining the future trajectory of this branch of human civilization. Originally, this topic was slated for discussion a decade prior to the fleet's departure. However, recent sentiments and public inclinations necessitated its immediate elevation on the agenda. The Chief of Staff, Moon, commenced the session by elucidating the background and content of the meeting once all attendees were present. Since last year, the Fleet-S Network Center had discerned a burgeoning ideology among the populace. An increasing faction believed that the Kunlun fleet ought to establish a permanent foothold in the Kelvin system. They argued that cohabitation with the insectoids on Wormstar might not be essential, as Kelvin C could potentially be transformed into a habitable planet for humanity's survival. Over the past year, we noted a rise in supporters of this perspective, escalating from an initial 12 to 13.7, with a particularly swift increase of 5 percentage points in the last 3 months. Should this trend continue, it is likely to become the prevailing sentiment among the Kunlun fleet's populace. The staff posited that if we were to adopt this viewpoint, the resources of a stellar system are inherently limited, which could precipitate future conflicts with the insectoid civilization over resources. While such competition may not be immediately apparent over the next century, the advancement of insectoid technology will inevitably lead them to recognize the significance of resources from other planets. The emergence of 2 technological civilizations within the same star system inevitably results in the lesser civilization either being subjugated or becoming subordinate. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that humanity currently possesses a benevolent stance towards the insectoid civilization, not fearing potential rebellion akin to that of a creation's revolt against its creator. For 2 principal reasons. First, humanity wields a formidable military power that remains temporarily unsurpassable by the insectoids. Second, humanity never intended to inhabit the Kelvin system indefinitely. Since our departure is inevitable, we fundamentally do not anticipate conflicts over resources or living space with the insectoids. Nor do we need to worry about them utilizing knowledge acquired from humanity to pose a threat. Yet, should humanity resolve to remain in the Kelvin system, even without sharing a planet with the insectoids, the aforementioned reasons would no longer hold validity. Thus, today's discourse centers on whether human civilization will reside in the Kelvin system or establish a long-term or permanent presence here. As Chief of Staff Moon spoke, the atmosphere in the meeting room gradually turned solemn. Many well-informed attendees were already aware of the meeting's theme, yet hesitated to voice their opinions at the outset. Tang Sheng sat in the conference hall, refraining from voicing his own opinions after listening to the Chief of Staff's address. He opted to first absorb the perspectives of others before articulating his thoughts. As the captain of the fleet's reconnaissance squad, he had been the first to encounter alien civilizations on 2 occasions. Given his extensive diplomatic experience with extraterrestrial cultures, he held a significant position in this high-level meeting. Ms. Li Qing, may I invite you to share your insights first? After all, you are one of the earliest individuals to engage with these concepts. Noticing the absence of eager speakers, Chief of Staff Moon called upon a personnel administrator responsible for staffing the Kunlun fleet to take the floor. A middle-aged woman promptly rose, activating her digital assistant. As she referenced the data displayed, she addressed the assembly. Greetings, everyone. I am Li Qing, the chief of personnel responsible for the entire fleet's staffing arrangements. Last year, when the social science group uncovered this public sentiment, they informed the personnel team to collaborate on a survey regarding these sentiments. Before I present my views, allow me to share some relevant data. Firstly, those desiring permanent residency in the Kelvin star system are predominantly aged between 150 and 300 years. Many have reconstituted families and occupy various grassroots leadership positions. Influenced by them, a significant number of individuals aged between 100 and 150 years have begun to express similar aspirations this year. We have reason to believe that, due to the familial structures and social relationship models inherent in human society, the spread of this sentiment will amplify, with projections indicating that by the end of this year, over 30% of the population will support this claim. Secondly, from a demographic standpoint, there is no significant gender disparity in this sentiment, with male members constituting approximately 47% and females 53%, which falls within the normal range. Thirdly, regarding social roles, the majority of those advocating for this sentiment are engaged in foundational work, primarily in spacecraft hull maintenance, nuclear fusion engine upkeep, and among certain members of military escort teams and medical staff. It is evident that these roles have historically involved substantial workloads during the fleet's voyages over the past decades. Due to the nature of their work, they find it exceedingly difficult to participate in long-term hibernation, resulting in an average aging of 27 years beyond their actual age compared to other professions. This may be one reason they seek a stable planet to settle on. Finally, as the chief of personnel, I must alert all managers present to the significance of this issue. I am not merely referring to the desire of some individuals to remain in the Kelvin star system. Rather, I am pointing out that a considerable portion of our fleet's operations entails workloads that greatly exceed those of other roles. The personnel in these positions do not receive the same rest periods as their counterparts, leading to a potential reduction in their lifespan by approximately 30 years compared to others. This contravenes the principles of fairness in human society and could easily precipitate social unrest, or at best, result in various complications for these workers in their duties. Regarding my perspective on this demand, I firmly advocate for humanity's establishment in the Kelvin star system. The possession of a home planet would undoubtedly provide civilization with a greater opportunity and superior natural conditions for its development and flourishing. Furthermore, this would contribute to the restoration of societal stability. Upon hearing that some members of the Defense Force harbored such sentiments, an officer responsible for fleet defense security rose to his feet. Eagerly seizing the moment after Li Qing concluded her remarks, he exclaimed, "It is astonishing to find such a desire for ease within our ranks. This reflects a significant oversight on the part of our military leadership. Yet, why was this situation not communicated to the military from the outset? A unit that entertains notions of comfort will inevitably struggle to maintain a resolute fighting spirit in battle. This will severely impact the combat effectiveness of our forces." Chapter 45. The source of the problem at this juncture, the leader of the social science research team, originally tasked with societal surveys, interjected, "We require more data to analyze the model and speed at which such sentiments are proliferating among the populace." Initially, these demands may seem reasonable to individuals. The military should not treat them with undue scrutiny. This is a matter concerning the public. For our armed forces, what we need is unwavering commitment to carry out the highest directives of the fleet. The Kunlun fleet stands as the only known surviving branch of human civilization, and it is our military's solemn duty to safeguard this last remnant of humanity. If even the military can freely express their opinions, have we considered the possibility that this faction of human civilization could devolve into a military government? If soldiers, swayed by the perils and challenges of their duties, seek a safer, more comfortable environment, will they possess the resolve to engage fiercely against hostile extraterrestrial civilizations to protect all of humanity? If every individual pursues the most comfortable and secure surroundings, then who shall protect our race and civilization? Soldiers must endure the harshest conditions. It is their duty to shoulder the most perilous tasks. While this is not an inherent obligation of soldiers, it is a necessity they must fulfill. The officer articulated these sentiments with fervor, acknowledging a profound failure in military development. Due to prolonged personnel shortages, the leadership had prioritized the overall safety of the fleet, neglecting the psychological well-being of the soldiers. Without further ado, following this meeting, the military will undoubtedly recommit to addressing the psychological development of its personnel. Confronted with the military's inquiries, the social scientist found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, his face flushed with embarrassment as he remained seated and silent. Sensing the atmosphere turning somewhat awkward, Kai Yongfan, the head of the fleet's research team, stood to speak. Having just listened to Ms. Li Qing's remarks, I have distilled the core issues, he stated, as he projected a document onto the large screen at the front of the meeting room. The fundamental issue lies in the inadequacy of our population. As one can observe, the total population of the Kunlun fleet remains at a mere 200,000 since our departure from the wormhole, with only over 4,000 newborns having been born and matured during the course of 113 years of interstellar travel. Fortunately, during this period, fewer than 30 individuals have succumbed to accidents or natural aging, allowing us to maintain a stable population count. However, this birth rate poses a grave threat to our survival. If such a low birth rate persists, the Kunlun fleet will face significant attrition within the next century, leading to numerous vital positions becoming vacant. Without a replenishment of new inhabitants, the fleet will struggle to sustain its basic operational status in 150 years. Adhering to our previous hibernation policy may delay this eventuality, but it is an inevitability we cannot evade. I have noted the recent conclusions drawn by the social sciences group, which attribute the insufficient birth rate to two primary factors. Firstly, the limited number of vessels and space within the fleet restricts the capacity for large-scale childcare activities. Secondly, the prolonged nature of our voyage means that even those who have established families may find themselves in mismatched hibernation cycles due to the demands of their work, hindering their ability to raise offspring. The aforementioned critical positions, which cannot afford extended hibernation like other roles, necessitate a constant human presence for emergency response. During our 5-year resupply mission in the Nostar star system, we constructed a new keel unit along with energy and material storage facilities. However, in the absence of new population influx, the demand for positions has escalated while the available workforce remains stagnant, resulting in an increasingly burdensome workload for those in similar roles. This imbalance has fostered a sense of discontent and a pressing desire for change among the personnel. Take our research team, for instance. The Kunlun Fleet Scientific Group comprises a mere 873 members, with the addition of Ding Hao from the Wolfang Brigade bringing the total to 874. Last year, 2 esteemed professors, leaders in materials science and dynamics, passed away due to age-related causes, significantly impacting our technological research capabilities. Given the current demographic challenges, the Kunlun Fleet's scientific strength is severely lacking, with a majority of our leading scientists being of advanced age. Since our engagement with the Nostar civilization, our self-developed technologies have been gradually diminishing, with our original research topics now representing less than 5 of all ongoing projects. The majority of our personnel and time are devoted to deciphering and assimilating the technological gifts bestowed by the Nostar civilization. This predicament is dire. Should the technology of the Nostar civilization lead us into a technological dead end, we too, as followers, risk being misled by the information they provide. Furthermore, we collectively recognize that prolonged research into the technologies of other civilizations could severely hinder our own independent research efforts, potentially leading to a complete loss of our capacity for autonomous innovation within just one generation. However, we find ourselves in a predicament. Our research team is insufficient in numbers, and our expertise is rather fragmented, lacking prominent academic leaders. Should we rely solely on our own development efforts, it is highly likely that we will fail to achieve the necessary technological breakthroughs within our generation. Thus, we must seek the gifts of the Nos civilization to acquire the technologies essential for humanity, learning before applying. Many may feel that the application of new technologies over the past century signifies a substantial advancement in human civilization. largely due to the significant technological gap between us and the insectoid civilization. In truth, I must convey that this is a grave misconception. Our Kunlun fleet, the only known branch of human civilization, has attained what is deemed technological progress merely by scavenging the remnants of other civilizations that have perished. Without the infusion of new personnel into our research teams, and if we do not expand our scientific workforce, I foresee that in 150 years, we shall utterly lose our capability for proper scientific inquiry. Through my remarks, I trust that everyone can discern that the most pressing issue we face is, in fact, a demographic one. Therefore, I propose that before deliberating on whether to remain in the Kelvin star system, we must first resolve the issue of population. After Kai Yongfan concluded his speech, he returned to his seat, leaving the attendees profoundly shaken by his words, and the room fell into a deep silence once more. However, it was not long before whispers began to circulate throughout the conference room, as nearly everyone, drawing from their respective positions and industries, activated their personal digital terminals to analyze the implications of the population issue. Soon, the fleet's command staff reached a conclusion first. Chief of Staff Moon broke the silence, stating, "I would like to express my gratitude to Research Group Leader Kai Yongfan for his insightful analysis and remarks. We have just calculated that, from a fleet management perspective, the population issue will indeed lead to a significant personnel gap in various positions approximately 150 years from now. It is fortunate that we have received this reminder today. We still have 150 years to rectify this situation. We shall now prioritize discussions on solutions to the population problem." Chapter 46, Social Support System. Next to speak was by Xueqing, the leader of the biological research team. He, emulating Kai Yongfan, presented a well-prepared proposal on the large screen before the assembly. Upon recognizing the potential impact of the population issue on our branch of human civilization, we have devised a population replenishment plan, which we present as a preliminary suggestion. We hope our colleagues from other sectors can contribute their expertise to refine this plan. He continued, "Initially, we intended to remain in the Kelvin star system for 50 years, regardless of whether we ultimately depart or stay. This remaining period of 45 years is ample time for us to cultivate a new generation of populace. However, I must emphasize that relying solely on the natural reproduction of our current population of 200,000 will undoubtedly be woefully inadequate. Even if we were to reproduce incessantly like animals, our population growth would still be minimal." At this point, laughter rippled through the assembly as Bai Xueqing pressed on. "In the original resource chamber of the first dragon keel, there exists a gene bank containing the genetic material of 50 million humans. We can utilize this bank to facilitate the mass production of infants through artificial womb technology. Considering the inefficiencies of traditional familial child rearing, where two individuals are responsible for the upbringing of one or several children while balancing work and personal commitments, it is evident that this outdated method of reproduction and nurturing no longer aligns with our current high productivity levels. Therefore, the human reproduction model necessitates an evolution. Taking various factors into account, we propose a solution we have termed the social nurturing system to address this issue. In essence, this system advocates for the collective upbringing of all newborns by society, relieving individual families of the responsibility of raising offspring. The term newborns encompasses not only those born from artificial wombs, but also those born within individual families. This implies that while new families may still be permitted to procreate, their offspring will coexist and grow alongside those selected from the gene bank. At this juncture, I must interrupt to inquire, Professor Bai, do you mean that newborns from individual families will not reside with their parents, but will instead be collectively raised by the entire reproductive system? A woman, a senior manager from the spacecraft's living area, suddenly interrupted by Xueqing's discourse. Indeed, if newborns from individual families are still entrusted to their parents, various uncertainties are likely to arise during their development. Not every parent is an educational expert. While they may love their child dearly, they may not provide the optimal conditions for education and growth. Furthermore, a social divide will inevitably emerge between children raised by individual families and those nurtured by the social nurturing system, due to familial and relational advantages. Children from individual families will inherently access more resources from their parents and relatives, which contradicts the principles of social equity. Over time, this disparity will foster societal opposition, detrimental to the long-term progress of human civilization. Upon hearing this, the woman could not restrain herself from interrupting Bai Xueqing once more, asking, "Are you suggesting that this plan strips us of our right to form families and enjoy familial bonds?" Her voice rose sharply, revealing her agitation. This proposal does not infringe upon anyone's right to establish families or cherish familial connections. All individuals will still have the legal right to marry and even bear children, continuing to partake in love, friendship, and kinship, Bai Xueqing clarified. If we are not permitted to raise our own children, what becomes of our familial ties? The instinct to reproduce and nurture offspring is inherent to every living being. Is it not excessively cold-hearted for scientific research to propose a plan that contravenes this biological instinct? We recognize that the fundamental distinction between humans and machines lies in our capacity for emotion, which enriches our culture and fuels our motivation. If we deprive ourselves of this emotional spectrum, could it not disrupt the societal framework? Might it lead to unforeseeable consequences for the future of humanity? To put it more starkly, does this not violate the very essence of humanity itself? The lady had no intention of allowing Bai Xueqing to evade her inquiries with mere platitudes. From her perspective, she posed her most unacceptable questions regarding this proposal. Bai Xueqing, however, did not take offense at her probing. As a scientist, he had put forth this proposal with the hope of refining it through diverse feedback. Thus, he calmly continued his explanation. Firstly, we have merely discarded the traditional method of childbearing within individual families, not stripped everyone of their reproductive rights. The lady was correct in asserting that reproduction and nurturing offspring are indeed biological instincts. However, it is not a necessity for parents to rear their offspring personally. Many species naturally adopt social nurturing models, such as ants, bees, and even certain primates that exhibit communal rearing behaviors. The model of individual family child rearing is simply a relatively efficient choice made by humanity in the early stages of our natural environment. It is evident that such a method is no longer sufficient to meet the demands of human civilization, especially for a population as small as ours, which has dwindled to merely 200,000 individuals. Furthermore, although my words may lack romance, it is a fact that all human emotions are the result of hormonal interactions within the brain that induce cognitive changes. Should technology advance to an adequate level, we may even gain the ability to control our emotional experiences. Of course, we have not deprived people of all feelings. Individuals can still choose to love their partners and cherish particular offspring. In fact, the practice of individual family child rearing has been proven unsuitable for us over the past 110 to nearly 120 years. The addition of only a few thousand new individuals should suffice as evidence of this. The lady remained furious but found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, ultimately resigning to sit back down. Upon seeing her seated, Bai Xueqing continued, "Naturally, this proposal is not without its flaws, and we welcome suggestions for optimization. Alternatively, if there are better proposals to supplant it, we are open to that as well. As scientists, as long as a proposed solution is feasible through simulation and computation,